and his son who were still eating. Their speed was not as fast as his own. "Okay, Captain." The two Uchiha brothers stood up, and Huo hurried to the counter to pay. When Kiyu passed Dai's table, he saw Dai looking at Kai with a happy face, and the meat caught on the chopsticks hadn't been put into his mouth for a long time. Smiling kindly at Dai, Kiyu left straight away. He was not familiar with the father and son, and now was not a good time to get acquainted. "Captain, let's go, I've paid the money." Uchiha Hito finished paying the bill at this time, walked over and nodded to Saitama. "No hurry, wait." Kiyu waved his hand, summoned the store owner, took out some money, said a few words, and then left with the two brothers. Page 112. "Mr. Ninja, Brother Kiyu invited you." The shop owner took a lot of meat and put it on Dai's table, looking at his puzzled eyes, and explained. "Ah?" Matt Dai was a little puzzled. He didn't know Saitama. "It's the little brother who just left. He is a regular customer of our shop. He seems to belong to Uchiha's family. He is quite nice." The shop owner continued. "Oh, thank you, boss." The smiling figure just now appeared in Dai's mind. "Okay, don't thank me. I didn't invite you. I'll go if there's nothing to do." The boss put down the plate, left, and sat on the seat at the counter. "Okay." Dai nodded, and Kai looked at the sudden increase in flesh nervously, showing a happy smile. "Kai, this is a gift from a noble person on the road of youth to you and me. Let's enjoy it." Dai was not hypocritical, and he accepted it directly when he knew who invited him. "Well, okay, Dad." Kai raised the corner of his mouth, the teeth in his mouth flickered, and then he started to eat again. With Katama's sponsorship, Dai can also eat freely. After all, Katama gave them 30 plates directly. "Yaxi, let's go." "Hi." The barbecue shop fell into a passionate youth for a while, and the boss hesitated to speak at the counter. "Captain, is there anything special about the father and son just now? You also treated them to barbecue." Yan followed all the way, but finally couldn't help asking. "Maybe because you think it looks pleasing to the eye?" "Yan, people can't be judged by their appearance." Saitama poked Uchiha Yan, who was much taller than him, with his arm and said something thoughtless in a serious tone. "I think the sentence makes sense, but it seems that I still can't fully understand it. The captain means that they are very powerful?" Uchiha Fire said. Kiyu responded casually without denying or admitting it. "Oh." The two did not speak and followed to the Uchiha tribe. After eating, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost 8 o'clock, and Konoha had completely sunk into the night. With Saitama's perception, it can perceive the roofs of the village. Some chakras flash past from time to time, and some masked figures shuttle between the houses, as if they are patrolling or encountering an emergency. In Konoha, which has been in Konoha's 56th year, the war is tense in vain, and the core of Konoha village is running at full capacity. Even at this time, Saitama can see the lights of the Hokage building in the distance. "You all come to the training ground these few days, and train with me, and I can also give you some advice." Saitama didn't say it to the two people behind his butt because of joking. "Okay." The two quickly agreed, and they also had this intention. "It would be great if the team could have a chemical reaction earlier!" This will increase your chances of surviving on the battlefield. They were speechless all the way, and they returned to the Uchiha clan. The two Uchiha brothers lived in the West District, and they separated from Saitama as soon as they entered the clan, and rushed to their home. Grandma Zhang was still watching TV at this time. Kiyu knocked on the door, and after getting a response, she walked into her bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, chatted with her, and would go to the front line in a few days, so there was not much time to spend together. When it was 10 o'clock, Saitama said good night, and went upstairs to wash and rest. In the sky outside, the stars are shining brightly, and the moon is glowing white, casting cool light on the earth. Chapter 52. Don't let others get in the way of you going for what you want. Are you ready? The ninjas of the Uchiha family. This is the assembly square of the Uchiha family. It is not very big, but it can still accommodate hundreds of people. Today is the time to send troops to the front line. Uchiha Fugaku held the mobilization meeting before leaving for the last time. Each captain stands at the forefront of the squad, followed by his own team members. At first glance, Saitama should be the shortest captain. After all, the average height of the ninjas of the Uchiha family is 1.7 meters or more, and those who can reach the level of Jonin have basically been adults for a long time, and their height is almost fixed. After Fayu finished speaking, the scene was very quiet. This was not because the ninjas of the Uchiha family didn't give him face and ignored him, but it was the tradition of ninjas. Saitama was standing in the front row, and he could clearly feel the breath of the whole team becoming heavy which made people feel tight in their chests. Uchiha Fugaku naturally also felt the changes in the troops. His eyes swept over everyone's heads, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and a solemn expression covered his face. It seems that you are ready. This is the first time that the Uchiha family has participated in such a large-scale war in so many years. I hope to leave a deep impression on the enemy and reproduce the glory of our ancestors. The passionate words resounded in the hearts of everyone present, and everyone's eyes were fixed. Saitama also squinted his eyes halfway, looking at Uchiha Fugaku on the high platform in front of him. Then, Uchiha's ninja. Let's go. Fuyu nodded and waved his hand. This time he did not go to the front line with the team, but handed over the command of the Uchiha troops to a middle-aged Jonin who was about 40 years old and had a very calm temper. His name was Uchiha Tanaki. Due to his seniority and age, Uchiha Mori, although he was trusted by Fuyu, still retired as the second in command, and was responsible for cooperating with Uchiha Tanaki on everything about Uchiha on the battlefield. All teams, gather at the gate of Konoha. Uchiha Tanaki gave the first order in a loud voice, after Fuyu finished his departure. Hi. All the captains present basically maintained a frequency, and agreed to Uchiha Tanaki. Let's go. Fuyu turned his head and said to the excited two brothers standing behind him. His tone was a little tougher. Hi. Shu and Shuang nodded. Many teams had already set off. Their footsteps landed on the roof, and the figures went straight to Konoha's main gate. Saitama led the way, and Uchiha Ho and En followed him silently. The speed of the three of them was not slow, and along with many fellow clansmen, they soon arrived near the gate. When jumping on the roof, Saitama found another grow-white stream of people running towards the gate in an orderly manner, only to find that these were the ninja troops of the Hyuga clan. Page 113. The two families are originally in a competitive relationship, so it's hard to say how good the relationship is, and there is no unnecessary communication when both of them gather near the gate. At this time, this place is already a sea of ninjas. As the strongest ninja village, being able to fight several ninja villages at the same time is not in vain. In fact, the war with the country of water has not yet reached the level that Konoha attaches great importance to. Sending troops to the past is just to stop Kirigakure from jumping. At present, the friction between Konoha and Kirigakure is limited to small-scale trials. Konoha does not want to fight on multiple fronts, and Kirigakure is looking to see if Konoha still has the strength to meet his own attack. Most of the ninjas who went to the border of the country of water this time were family ninjas from Konoha village, and the proportion of civilians was very small. This is also a strategy of the high-level people, a way to balance the strength of the family and the strength of the common people. The purpose of sending troops this time is to let Konoha's family power understand that the family and the village are in a coexistent relationship, and sometimes the family needs to sacrifice some of their own interests, just for the betterment of the village. The patriarchs of the major families naturally understand these principles, and they are not ambiguous about the ninja troops. At this time, if you still play sloppy with Konoha's high-level executives, you will be the first to be cleaned up, and it will definitely be other families, and the high-level executives don't need to do it themselves. The sun was shining, and more ninjas gathered, and Saitama also saw some familiar signs, which came from different small and medium families. Not long after, the expected troops had arrived, and everyone waited quietly for the signal. Boom! A firework exploded in the air, which was the signal for the ninja troops to advance. Each family is in alliance and starts to march. The general this time seems to be Tsunade, Saitama heard from Uchiha Fugaku, and there will be a Hokage consultant accompanying the team to coordinate between the major families and Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade has not left the village yet, but it is estimated that it is almost the same. After all, Tsunade, who suffers from hemophobia, is no longer suitable for the battlefield. The current situation should be like this, but once the war starts, there must be someone who can carry the main beam to support the sky on this battlefield. The candidate in Saitama's heart is Jiraiya, who is also one of the three ninjas like Tsunade. At this time, although Konoha is strong, there are only a few people who can be used to great effect. Namikaze Minato should be active in the west, Orochimaru is in the south, and Jiraiya seems to be wandering around, existing like a patch, and sent wherever there is a gap. After all, Jiraiya is also Konoha's rare all-round ninja. Apart from his personality flaws, he is the perfect general candidate. Even Zurai has some flaws in his personality, but he has never overstepped his stride in major matters, and has always been a pillar of talent like Konoha. I heard from them that the vanguard troops had already reached the border, and Saitama's troops were the follow-up large troops. The entire ninja team shuttled through the woods and headed for the border. From Konoha village to the border, according to the speed of Saitama and others, it is estimated that it will take a week to maintain physical strength and be able to deal with emergencies. Most of the ninja families have dispatched their combat forces under this policy, and the remaining families have already dispatched their combat forces in other battles. And many people with different personalities will definitely not be in harmony when they gather together, especially some families that already have competition or even worse relationships. For example, Uchiha and Hinata. You are the Uchiha boy who has been rumored very much recently, right? At this time, it was the time when the entire ninja army was resting. Saitama was leaning against a big tree, with 2 tall bodyguards standing beside him. Opening and closing his eyes, Saitama saw 4 cataracts surrounding him, and the 2 Uchiha brothers glared at him. What's the matter? Saitama saw the resting Uchiha clan around him, with a disdainful expression on his face. Frowning, Saitama didn't know if this was provocation. If you have time to communicate, let me see how Uchiha's genius is. This Hyuga clansman also saw the Uchiha with bad eyes around him, but he didn't panic. Don't wait for the next time. Kyu held the knife, stood up straight, and his eyes fell on him. Huh? Hinata paused and looked at Saitama. Although he was not very old, only 19 years old, he had been promoted to Jonin 2 years ago, so he thought he would not lose to Saitama. Saitama disappeared into Hinata-dun's sight, leaving a shallow crater where Saitama stepped on it. I think, as Konoha ninja, there is no need to waste energy at such a time. What do you think? Saitama leaned on Hinata-dun's back, and his voice came into Hinata-dun's ears. At this time, Hinata-dun's body began to stiffen. Although he didn't prepare for that moment, he didn't even see Saitama's shadow, and was directly behind Saitama. Shua! Hinata-dun turned around, lowered his head slightly, stared into Saitama's eyes, and saw a pair of calm pupils. A few times indeed, Hinata-dun stepped away, followed by several others, who should be his teammates. Hey! Uchiha Hito made a sound, with a strange expression on his face, facing the leading Hinata and the others. Uchiha Hakazu Yanya is only 15 or 16 years old, and he is not as mature as he looks on the outside. Seeing his captain defeat Hinata, who came to provoke him in an instant, he couldn't hide his smile. The surrounding Uchiha returned to his resting seat, feeling that his fellow clan who was on fire recently was indeed very strong. At that moment, few people in the room saw it, even though none of them had opened Sharingan. Let's continue on our way. After another break, the troops continued to move forward. The provocation just now was just a drop of water dripping into the sea. After 5.5 days, the large army arrived at the reserved location. After 5.5 days, many Konoha ninjas had already camped there, and the prototype of the camp had already appeared. Konoha prepared most of the work for this war years ago, and now it only needs the ninja troops to follow the steps step by step, and they can well resist the current tentative attack of Kirigakure. Yoshi, when the troops just arrived, Tsunade and some high-level officials who had arrived earlier stood waiting in front of the camp. The camp has been divided into areas. Everyone first find their own place and pack up their things. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all members of the captain level and above will come to the middle of the camp for a meeting. Now, let's disband first. Tsunade's aura is still very tall, and his face is very heroic, and he is also very prestigious in the Konoha ninja group. Hi. Saitama noticed a girl about his size standing beside Tsunade, and from his memory, he knew that it was Shizune, Kato Dan's niece, who was raised by Tsunade because she lost all her relatives. It seems that he is also a Chunin! Saitama knows that Shizune is from Kakashi's generation, and should be a few years older than himself. But due to early development, his height is a little taller than the current Shizune. Walking into the camp, Saitama quickly saw the area belonging to the Uchiha family. All Uchiha ninjas got information about their tents from Uchiha Tanaki, and ran directly to the tents. Although everyone is a ninja, the journey was really tiring, and many people needed to take a break. Saitama's tent is next to that of the Uchiha brothers, which is also for convenience. Page 114. There is also an interesting phenomenon in the division of the camps of the major families in the camp. Uchiha and Hyuga are close together. Don't they know there's something wrong with Uchiha and Hinata? You didn't bother to think about these tedious things. He didn't have an impetuous heart. He wouldn't be influenced by others, and then go to trouble Hinata. But the premise was that they didn't mess with him. Chapter 53. I don't ride any waves. I don't take any boats. I have the sea myself, Captain. Have some? Uchiha Hito held the meat in his hand, which he had just taken from the camp kitchen. During the few days' journey, the ninja troops didn't eat well, and they didn't have a good rest. So many people either slept or looked for something to eat when they arrived at the camp, and Tsunade and his party were already prepared in the camp. Bring me some, I have some to go to the meeting. Saitama nodded, signaling Uchiha fire. Hey! Uchiha fire directly gave Saitama the meat in his hand. Kyu was not pretentious, just took it and ate it, and walked towards the center of the camp while eating. At this time, many captains also walked out of the tent and headed in one direction. Yo, Mori-sama! Saitama ran into Uchiha Mori and squeezed him. Since he needs to assist Uchiha Tanaki in managing Uchiha's troops these days, he naturally doesn't have the time to talk to Saitama. After all, Saitama has nothing to do. Well, Kitama. Mori said hello to Kitama with a calm face. Let's go together. By the way, this is the first time to participate in this kind of meeting. How can you pretend to be a frequent participant? Saitama and Uchiha-san walked side by side, still not forgetting to joke with him. Just don't talk nonsense. Mori greeted another clansman beside him and replied casually to Saitama. Okay, this is the first time I have seen Tsunade-sama's demeanor. Saitama nodded. Everyone in Sannin is not in vain. All of them are the top of Konoha, Mori said. He didn't know the strong man he was talking about. Tsunade had already suffered from blood phobia and could not participate in the battle here. He can only rely on his previous reputation to scare the enemy. Here we are. Kyu looked around. There were quite a lot of people. Tsunade didn't come now. Saitama and Mori stood outside, waiting for the meeting to start. Meeting at this time is nothing more than mobilizing the enthusiasm of the captain and explaining some trivial matters. The crowd became quiet, and Tsunade walked to the very middle. She was wearing a ninja jacket. Her hair was combed behind her head and tied into a ponytail, and she swayed as she walked. As soon as Tsunade entered the arena, the aura began to permeate, and the ninjas around all held their breath following her steps. I have to say that Tsunade is worthy of being the three ninjas. Although there is a certain gap in strength compared with Orochimaru and Jiraiya in terms of aura, several people are similar. Shut up! Stepped on the ground with a dull sound. Tsunade said nothing, folded his hands and looked around. The girl Shizune stood aside a little awkwardly, her hands intertwined a little nervously. I'm sorry for making everyone rush to the front line in such a hurry. After all, the situation is critical. Tsunade said loudly, and his heroic figure kept moving, looking at the ninjas in different directions. Today is a rest day. Starting tomorrow, everyone will officially start the battlefield mission. I hope you are ready. Speaking of this, looking at him, Saitama could feel Tsunade's gaze lingering on him for a few seconds. Then, Tsunade continued to explain some things that other captains need to be responsible for, and also assign the things that need to be done tomorrow to each family. The heads of each family leave the others to disband. Tsunade waved his hand. Saitama and Mori nodded, then turned and left. Follow me into the tent. Tsunade looked at the 20 or so people in charge who remained, and walked towards the largest tent. Next, she needs to discuss the next matters with the various responsible persons. Although the battle with Kirigakure has not yet reached that point, it is not impossible to make some early plans. So do you understand? Saitama returned to the tent, called the Uchiha brothers, and recounted what he had just heard. Well, that means we will be patrolling from tomorrow to prevent Kirigakure from crossing the border? Uchiha Haru was chewing something in his mouth, and his words were a little unclear. Yes, I'll go and see how it's arranged when Sen comes back later. At present, the war with Kirigakure has not really broken out. The other party has been testing our bottom line, so those enemies who dare to cross the border will be killed. Yes, the two brothers nodded. The atmosphere of the battlefield made them feel a little bit of mental oppression. Okay, let's go to rest for a while. I'll call you if there is something to do. Keep your spirits up, and get ready to do the task tomorrow. Yes, the two left Saitama's tent and went back to their own residence. Kyu untied the knife from his waist, put it on his right hand, and lay down on the bed beside him. The configuration in the tent is very simple. A bed, a table and a chair. After all, a tent is only a few square meters in size. After several days of continuous marching, Saitama was also physically exhausted. Although his physical fitness was stronger than others and he recovered quickly, he still felt a little tired mentally. Lying flat on the bed, Saitama looked at the top of the tent with seriousness in his eyes. Kirigakure seems to be the least dangerous here, but only he knows who is standing behind. The 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, the perfect Jinchuriki of the 3, such a strong cage-level figure, is still controlled by Uchiha Madara. Many of Kirigakure's current changes have nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. It can be said that Uchiha is the black hand behind Kirigakure's war against Konoha. As a member of Uchiha, Saitama would not expect Uchiha to spare him because of this face. If he encounters Uchiha Madara near here, Saitama can only consider himself unlucky. However, Uchiha in this period should have only his last few breaths left, and it is impossible to really show up, and it seems that his successor has not been selected at this time, and Uchiha Obito and others are still there at the moment. Konoha. Without continuing to think about it, Kyu knew that the most important thing for him to do now was to complete the task he was assigned. Go to sleep. Saitama narrowed his eyes, and his eyelids began to fight. This sleep lasted until midnight, when Kyu was awakened by his own hunger, so he took the initiative to find something to eat. Standing up, Saitama's first move was to touch the ninja sword that was put aside. This is a habit he has developed over the past year. Only when the weapon is by his side can he feel at ease. Page 115. Rubbing the messy hair, Saitama didn't bother, but combed the half-length hair back with his hands so that they would not block his sight. Huh? Just as he was about to go out, Kyu saw a large pot of meat and a can of drinking water on the table. Who is so thoughtful? It seems that someone came in this afternoon, but it was too sleepy at that time, so it didn't make sense. Saitama nodded his eyebrows with his right hand, thinking for a while. It should be fire, right? That kind of daredevil walked into my tent. Saitama walked over, hugged the basin in his arms, and sat on the chair. In the basin were some steamed rice balls and a large lump of meat weighing about half a kadi, which looked like beef. It tastes okay, but it's a bit cold, Kyu commented while eating, shaking his legs under the chair a few times. He was already hungry, and there wasn't much to eat, so Saitama took about 10 minutes to finish eating. Belch, half full, half full. Don't eat too much at night. Kyu rubbed his belly, stood up and prepared to go outside for a few laps. At this time, the Konoha camp was heavily guarded, and there were patrolling people everywhere. Naturally, all the troops that patrolled tonight were the troops that had arrived before during this period of time. The workload of these ninjas who arrived early was really heavy. When encountering some patrolling people, Saitama also nodded kindly, and didn't look down on them because they were just ordinary jonin or even genin. There is still a certain distance from the border here, and Saitama looked in the direction of Kirigakure, thinking about something. While thinking about it, Saitama walked to a corner of the camp. There was an open space here. It seemed that tents had not been set up yet, or it was intentionally left open for relaxation. Hey! A female voice reached Saitama's ears, followed by the sound of a shuriken breaking through the air. The wood was hit, and the sound continued. Who is so boring and doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? Although this is an open space, it is at least in a camp. Saitama followed the sound to create a harmonious environment. Anyway, he didn't feel sleepy after sleeping for so long, just looking for something to do. The footsteps were very light. Although the camp was lit by fire, it was still very dark. Saitama walked slowly to the place where the sound came from. Hoo-hoo! Jingyin was holding onto a stake, panting heavily. The training just now made her feel very tired. Saitama stood in a place where the light of the fire was out of reach, with a tent behind him, and a training girl and an open space in front of it. This place was in a blind spot of light, and only the moonlight from the sky shone down. What are you doing? Saitama was also bored, and took the initiative to talk to him. Who? Shizune was also taken aback by Saitama's sudden voice, and looked over. The slightly immature face is full of determination, with a Konoha ninja forehead on the forehead, a ninja vest on the upper body, a black melee combat uniform inside, and dark pants on the lower body, looking very professional. Who are you? Shizune has a little influence on Saitama. She met Saitama at the captain's meeting in the afternoon. Because Saitama seems to be the youngest of the captains, so she has influence. I'm Uchiha Saitama. Saitama stood still a few meters away from the silence, and nodded slightly. What's the matter with you? Jingyin showed a serious expression, making his little face look funny. It's nothing, just turn around and hear your voice. So come and have a look. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you. Shizune also knew that her midnight training would disturb others, and she was a little embarrassed. She thought Saitama was woken up by herself, so she came out to find herself. After finishing speaking, Jingyin ran to the side, picked up his things and prepared to leave. Are you leaving now? Saitama smiled in front of Shizune. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Jingyin bowed, hugged her chest, and smiled awkwardly. No, I'm not bothered by you. Oh, Shizune raised her head to confirm whether Saitama was serious. What are you doing? Saitama asked again, He had just seen Shizune practicing shuriken and close combat, practice ninjutsu. Shizune knew that Saitama didn't make things difficult for her, so she stood still. Her voice was very calm. Aren't you Tsunade-sama's disciple? Shouldn't you learn medical ninjutsu? Saitama wondered. These basic things really don't match Shizune's identity, although medical ninjas also need some ninjutsu. Shijing didn't answer the call and remained silent. Are you Jonin? Shizune looked at Saitama and asked. Oh, it's not. Then why are you there at the captain's meeting today? Aren't you there? Oh, I was brought by Tsunade-sama. It's different. Almost. I also went with others. Then you are a Chunin? Yes, Chunin. Saitama nodded and admitted his identity. He is indeed just a Chunin, but he has the strength of a Jonin. Oh, Quiet nodded, accepting Saitama's words. Is the Uchiha family's ninja martial arts pretty good? I think you seem to use a sword. Shizune's eyes fell on Saitama's waist. I'm okay. What's the matter? Saitama patted Ninja and said in a more subtle way. He thought it was quite fun, especially when facing a female character he liked very much in his previous life. Then you can teach me how to do it. Jingyan said straightforwardly. Then what good am I? Saitama shrugged. Page 116. I can teach you a simple medical ninjutsu. Shizune was a little surprised by Saitama's answer, and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said to Saitama, That's fine. Saitama took a few steps forward, approaching Shizune. What do you want to learn? Saitama gestured for Mute to speak. I want to learn some melee combat skills. For some unspeakable reasons, I want to have a certain strength in melee combat. Jingyan thought for a while and said, Although this is the first time meeting Kitama, and those who passed by in a hurry before are not considered a meeting, Shizune feels very at ease from Kitama's calm eyes, as if meeting a friend who has known him for many years, so she just met her. Put forward the idea of learning a few hands. By the way, you haven't told me what your name is. Saitama reminded Mute. Oh, my name is Shizune Konoha Chunin. Shizune said hastily, blushing when she thought that she seemed to really introduce herself. Mute, okay. Saitama nodded, very satisfied with Shiyute's attitude. Come here, let me see your attack, so I can teach you. Kyu took 2 steps back, touched the knife, and motioned for silence. Are you going to attack directly? Oh, okay. Shizune received Saitama's affirmation, put on a posture, and her eyes became serious, staring at Saitama who was standing casually. I'm coming, Shizune reminded Saitama, and then rushed over quickly. Chapter 54. Hey. A palm was pushed out, calling towards Saitama's face. Although Shizune had just been promoted to Chunin, as a disciple of Tsunade, he was not bad in all aspects, even in melee combat. The air was split by this palm, and Kyu turned his head slightly to avoid the blow. Why did the little girl slap her in the face as soon as she came here? Kyu smiled, and met Shizune's serious expression, but didn't say this sentence. Shizune was not discouraged after being dodged from the attack. She also knew her level, not to mention facing a Uchiha ninja who was good at taijutsu. With a twist of his body, Jingyan kicked out a kick, with the air trapped in his foot, and quickly kicked towards Saitama's waist and abdomen. Chua! Saitama took a step back, dodging Shizune's attack casually. Boom! I saw Jingyan's body was buried very low at the moment when her foot was kicked out, so she jumped out with her hands on the ground to support her body. Her feet followed Saitama, and instantly to his face. There's something. Saitama felt that Jingyan's combat awareness was quite strong, and he could come up with such combos. Snapped! The palm of the hand is on the ankle of Mute, and one foot is instantly slapped away, while the other hand grabs the foot behind. Kick! Saitama grabbed one foot and took 2 steps back. Shizune's expression changed, and the foot hit by Saitama just now fell to the ground quickly and followed Saitama bouncing around. Hey! Kyu smiled, feeling that Shizuo still has too little combat experience, so he dared to let go of the attack. HMPH! Shizune was not at all upset, and Katama simply resolved her successive attacks, which made her feel a lot more frustrated for no reason. Still letting go? Muyin's voice was a little trembling. After all, this posture similar to the split made her feel a little ashamed. Saitama held one foot in his hand and held it near his chest, while the other foot was on the ground. Kyu let go of his feet, but there was no embarrassment on his face. How? Shizune also knew that Saitama was definitely better than herself in physical skills, and asked. The level is not bad. Saitama shook his hand and made a more pertinent evaluation. However, there is still too little experience in melee combat. Every time I attack, I am too confident. In melee combat like this, you need to save some backhands every time you attack. Teacher Saitama started the class, and the student was naturally Shizune. He explained to Shizune his rough understanding of melee combat, and at the same time let Shizune attack him, and then explained her mistakes and progress in attacking. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Except for the patrolling people, the entire camp became more silent, and the flames of some fires began to weaken due to the fuel. Estimating the time, Saitama estimated that it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and he could go back to rest. Let's stop here today. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest first. Saitama looked at the girl whose eyes were shining and her head was still shaking, as if she was thinking about what she just said. So fast? Shizune ignored the passage of time as soon as she entered the learning mode, and she didn't react when she heard Saitama's words in a trance. Otherwise, go back first, and come back tomorrow night. I will continue to teach you, and you can teach me a hand by the way. This is an equivalent exchange. Don't forget. Saitama said a series of things. Listening to Jingyan, I was taken aback for a while. Oh, okay. After the stop, Jingyan also felt a little tired. She nodded and yawned. Then come here around 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Is it okay? Shizune asked Saitama while packing her things. It should be fine. Saitama thought for a while. Tomorrow's task is just to patrol, and there should be no situation of leaving the camp without returning. Then it's settled? Shizune's eyes were a little bright, and she didn't know why she had a good impression of this Uchiha boy she met for the first time. Anyway, it's not important, and it's good to help each other. 11 or 12-year-old Shizune bid farewell to Saitama, and then walked slowly to her tent. She lived with Tsunade, and she pretended to be Tsunade's personal guard, but in fact it was Tsunade who took care of this first person. Take care of the disciples who went to the battlefield once. At this time, Tsunade-sama should rest, right? Go back and keep your voice down. Don't disturb her. Tsunade-sama is also very tired recently. Shizune always thinks about Tsunade in her head. For her, Tsunade is both a teacher and a friend, and she is the only relative in the world at present. Saitama stood where she was, watching Shizune leave before turning around and leaving. The encounter with Shizune was just an arrangement of fate, and Saitama didn't think it was strange. He was also in the Konoha camp, and it was normal to meet him. This was nothing more than a normal intersection, although he has always had a good impression of the character of Shizune in his previous life. After all, the anime is so intellectual, but now it is the real world, and he feels those feelings are completely superfluous and unnecessary. In the past, he only knew anime characters, but now here are real people, and he himself has a lot of things to do. The memory just made him feel more fond of Jingyan. The footsteps are light, and the shadow shuttles between the tents, like a ghost. Saitama just wanted to eat something and go out to eat, but he didn't expect to stay outside for so long. Page 117. Tomorrow morning, he still needs to go out to perform tasks. Saitama understands that he must go back to rest now, so as to maintain a perfect spirit and face the unknown tomorrow. Passing some fires between the camps, the firewood inside was crackling loudly. Saitama quickly arrived at his tent, went in, put the knife beside the bed, lay down on it, and closed his eyes. Jingyan opened the curtain of the tent, and first poked a small head in. The short hair just reached the ears, and as the head shook, the hair also fluttered left and right. Glancing around, Shizune found that Tsunade-sama seemed to have rested, so he breathed a sigh of relief and walked in lightly. As soon as the person came in, it took Jingyan a long time to adapt to the dark environment, find the right direction, and walk to the bed. This tent was much larger than a normal single-person tent. There were 2 beds inside, and a figure was already lying on one of the beds. Jingyan slowly walked to the empty bed beside her, slowly took off her shoes, and slowly climbed onto the bed. Are you back? Tsunade's voice was sober, without a trace of drowsiness. Tsunade-sama. Shizune was taken aback, and the leg that had just climbed up trembled. Well, go to bed early when you come back. There are still things to do tomorrow. Tsunade's voice sounded again, and the figure in the darkness also turned over, facing Shishi. Okay. Jingyan nodded, climbed onto the bed numbly, covered the quilt directly, and began to sleep. Master Tsunade, are you asleep? After lying down for nearly 10 minutes, Jingyan still hadn't fallen asleep. The scene of her feet being grabbed by a teenager kept appearing in her mind, and it seemed that she could still feel the heat in her ankles. Master Tsunade? The mute voice didn't dare to be too loud, and wanted to reconfirm whether Tsunade was asleep or not. Tsunade made a nasal sound, which was a response to silence. What? Tsunade asked Shizune with a nasal voice. She found that Shizune was a little abnormal after coming back tonight. It's nothing. Go to sleep. Jingyan turned around and faced the tent. Shizune looked at the tent in the dark, and seemed to see a pair of calm eyes and such a calm face, which reminded her of one of her classmates, a guy named Hade Kakashi. But Kakashi was indifferent, and Saitama herself couldn't tell what it was. Anyway, it felt very strange, as if she was communicating with an adult uncle. Ah, Jingian, what are you thinking? This is the first time you have met, and you have known each other for less than 3 hours. Jingian was a little hot, feeling that she had done something wrong, and was still thinking about others when she was sleeping. It should be because he is very curious about that boy. After all, he looks very strong at a similar age. Jingian thought silently. He feels very different from the ordinary Uchiha. Shizune also had a thought in his mind, and then began to slowly fall asleep. She began to look forward to meeting Saitama for the second time in her heart. Shizune thought it might be because she could learn a lot of fighting skills again. After all, Saitama is a master of gymnastics. On the other side, Kyu looked at the top of the tent and let out a long breath. He hadn't felt sleepy yet, and the afternoon nap was still too long. With his hands behind his head, Saitama thought of a lot. Miscellaneous. Sleep. The task is important. Saitama forced himself to close his eyes. Morning, Captain. Uchiha held a corn cob in his mouth and looked at Saitama, who walked out of the tent. Well, bring me some food. I'll go to Sen's to see the scope of our patrol today. Saitama gave full play to his status as a leader, and asked his teammates to run errands anyway, but Uchiha Hito didn't object, and nodded, meeting Saitama's request. Mori. Saitama arrived at Mori Uchiha's tent in a few steps. It was only past 6 o'clock. Most of the ninjas had already woken up, and Mori himself also woke up. Well, here we come. This is the scope of your team's mission today. I still have to go over there to continue the meeting. You can just figure it out yourself. With a rice ball in his mouth, Mori threw a simple map to Saitama. Outlined a range with a red pen. This patrol task is not very important. It is one of the daily tasks. Mori still trusts Saitama very much. After all, he is a person who is struggling on the battlefield. Okay, you're busy. Saitama also knew that he had just entered the battlefield and had to deal with a lot of things. Uchiha Mori was half in charge of Uchiha, so he was still very busy. Team leader. Back in his tent, Kyu saw the Hoyan brothers gathered together, and they were all eating at the moment. Seeing Katama coming in, the two put down the lunch bags in their hands and said hello to Katama. Waving his hand, Saitama walked over and put the map on the table, then picked up a rice ball. This is where our team needs to patrol today. I took a look and found that the area is quite large. I'll go to the kitchen to get some dry food. We probably won't be back at noon. Saitama sat on a chair and said while eating, well, okay, I'll go right after I finish eating. Uchiha Hito stood aside and nodded. Then when are we going to leave, Captain? Uchiha Yan swallowed a mouthful of the meal bag. Let's go when you're ready. Ah, so anxious. I'll go now. Hearing this, Huo ran out of the tent with the food in his mouth. TCH. Uchiha Yan booed his brother, feeling that his spirit was really strong, and then continued to eat the breakfast in his hand. Chinese letter. A knife light flashed in the tent. Kyu chewed something in his mouth, and pulled out the knife. By the way, still get ready for battle, Yan. Saitama said vaguely while wiping the blade with a cloth on the table. Understand. Although Uchiha N is on the front line for the first time, he has done many missions before, and his mental quality and combat awareness are very good, and he will not relax his vigilance just because this is a simple mission. Get ready to go when the fire comes back. It's getting late. Saitama was already full, and his appetite wasn't very good in the morning, so he only ate a few rice balls and drank a little water on the table. Uchiha N remained silent, his eyes fixed on Saitama's sword, not knowing what he was thinking. Page 118, Chapter 55. Every day without dancing is a disappointment to life. Let's go, Captain. It didn't take long for Uchiha to return to the tent with a small bag on his back, and Saitama and Yan had already eaten and stood outside. Well, let's go. Saitama waved his hand, and Uchiha Yan handed his brother a few meal bags. This camp is still some distance away from the border, but the guard posts that can be seen everywhere make this place impenetrable. After registering at the gate of the camp, the Saitama team began to walk in one direction according to the map. The significance of patrolling is to prevent the infiltration of Konoha by mist ninja, and to find out some situations on the surrounding borders, so as to prepare for the upcoming war. It was already February, and the climate was getting warmer and the glaciers were melting. This was also one of the reasons why Kirigakure did not launch an attack on Konoha immediately, because they were located in the cold zone. There was still snow and ice there, which was not conducive to making a big move. But near Konoha, everything is revived, and there is a burst of vitality everywhere. This is why the Kingdom of Fire is jealous of many enemy countries. The geographical location is really good. Hey, look here. We should have reached this forest now. Saitama spread out the map and pointed to the other two. The two Uchiha brothers nodded, waiting for Saitama's next arrangement. The other side of the woods borders the country of water. No, strictly speaking, it is not connected to them, but a small country. The name seems to be the country of bears. This small country does not have a ninja village, but there are still some wandering ninjas gathered there. Since it is close to Kirigakure, it is actually very close to the country of water. It is almost their puppet country. The Kirigakure's people landed here with the help of this bear country. Saitama said what he knew. So that's the case. I said that Kirigakure is far away from the sea, so how did he confront us? Uchiha Hito nodded, but his eyes fell around, alert to the surrounding situation. Yeah. Putting away the map, Saitama nodded slightly. Crunch! A slight sound fell in Saitama's ears. His whole body tensed up, and he made a gesture instantly. Shoo! 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 The figures of the three people all disappeared in place, or hid behind the trees, or jumped onto the trees with dense leaves, or fell on the ground. The team suppressed their breath to the minimum in an instant, as if they had never been here before. SHH! Hiding on the tree, Saitama looked forward, where there was a figure flickering, and the figure kept moving around on the branch. Chua! Saitama concealedly pressed down with his right hand while clenching his fist. The other two nodded knowingly while getting ready. Saitama's gesture just now means enemy. Take your chance and fight. Huh! A figure landed on the open space in front of the tree in front of Saitama, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His face was still flushed, obviously after a long period of strenuous exercise. Chua! Chua! A few more figures fell down, and they immediately surrounded them, maintaining vigilance. Saitama continued to shrink her aura subconsciously, and at the same time looked at the other members of the team, and found that they also continued to keep still, hiding their positions. There are 4 people in total, and there seemed to be 2 jounin. Saitama looked at the first ninja who landed before, and felt it with his heart. He knew that it was a chunin, and there were 2 of the 3 who arrived later. Jounin, one of whom seems to be a female ninja. Captain, we are almost at Konoha's camp here. What shall we do? According to the mission requirements, we need to investigate the situation in the surrounding area. Now that we have arrived at this place, we can almost go back. Going deeper is not something our team can do. The person who spoke was a strong man with well-developed muscles in his arms. As far as the arms were concerned, it was the thickness of Saitama's current thighs. Frowning, Ki was not sure about the opponent's strength, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Well, cheer up and prepare to retreat. This place is so close to the enemy's camp. There may be a secret whistle. The female ninja whispered. She is the eye of the team, responsible for detecting and sensing matters. Huh? The moment she finished speaking, she felt chakra fluctuations in a piece of land not far away. Although it was not obvious, she was still captured by her. Wait a minute. The female ninja motioned to her companion, her eyes fixed on the place where Uchiha Hito stayed. Whoosh! Several people were ready to fight, and the Jonin pulled out the broadsword on his back with a chuckle. It was a blunt knife with an astonishing thickness. I can't help it. Saitama watched the enemy's movement, knowing that his teammates were exposed. His eyes began to narrow, and the battle seemed inevitable. Who's there? The enemy uttered, and approached Uchiha Fire step by step. The surrounding air began to freeze, and the sound of the wind became much quieter. Uchiha Ho looked at the enemy approaching him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He just moved his thigh inadvertently due to maintaining his movements for a long time, and the chakra cover on his body was exposed. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha En, who was not far away from him. His lips were squeezed together, and bloodshot eyes appeared in the white pupils. The enemy slowly approached the place where Uchiha Ho hid, and was about to reach it. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and Uchiha's fire saw a figure descending from the sky, and the blue-white electric current enveloped the figure, like the thunder god descending. Kick! Uchiha Hito knew that this was not the time to be in a daze. The moment he saw the figure, he kicked his feet, and the whole person jumped up, and shot out like a toad, heading towards an enemy. Be careful, the enemy Jonin reminded, but was pierced through the chest by a knife in an instant, and lost his vitality in the blink of an eye. Chua! Uchiha Yan also rushed out from behind a tree on the right, attacking a ninja. Chinese letter. With a sneak attack, he eliminated the Jonin who seemed very difficult to deal with. Boom! The female ninja's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't believe that she was killed by the strongest combat power in a fight, but when Saitama turned back to look at her, she took out a handful of kunai and jumped towards it. leap back, fire escape the jutsu of the fireball. Uchiha Yan used ninjutsu directly at the enemy. Page 119 SHH. Saitama pushed away the enemy's body, causing him to fall to the ground slowly with Newtonian acceleration, kicked his feet, and went towards the retreating female ninja. Zizi, the electric current ran wildly on the knife. Kiyu's face did not fluctuate at all, and he arrived in front of the enemy in an instant, leaving a small pit mark in place. The short bangs drifted backwards due to the wind. Saitama's eyes had been fixed on the enemy, and Sharingan had already been opened and was running crazily. He wanted to seize the opportunity and not give the enemy any room to fight back. SHH, crack, with a wave of Kiyu's hand, the knife slashed across the female ninja's throat, and the bitterness broke without a sound, and at the same time, a trace of blood appeared in her throat. Ho ho! The female ninja's eyes were swollen. She covered her neck with her hands, and blood flowed down the gap between her fingers. Boom! The female ninja fell to the ground, her face still full of horror. Escape! Kiranin, who was fighting Uchiha Hokyura, saw the miserable condition of his Jonin, and he had no heart to fight at all. He just wanted to stay away from Saitama, the executioner. Where are you going? Uchiha held kunai. The Sharingan in his eyes was running wildly. His face was flushed at night, and he hurried to catch up. SHH. Zushi was frightened by Saitama, and when Kiranin ran away, he didn't have the courage to turn back at all, and Uchiha Hoyon kunai broke a hold in the younger generation, but such an injury did not stop him. Just paused, and broke out again at a faster speed to escape to the front. Whoa! Saitama maintained the throwing motion, and the knife in his hand had disappeared. Plop! The escaped Kirito was pierced through the back of the neck and fell to the ground. Ow! Uchiha N hit the enemy with ninjutsu and burned the enemy to the ground. The enemy cried out in unbearable pain. Yan said with a kunai across the neck of the enemy to get rid of him. Bah! Saitama also saw Uchiha N's battle, and knowing that all the enemies had been dealt with, he walked to the position of the sword and pulled the sword out of the corpse. Clean up and put the corpse in a scroll. Saitama wiped the blood from the knife on the enemy's clothes, and the enemy's body twitched a few times because his nerves were not completely dead. Yes, Uchiha Hito agreed angrily as he watched his younger brother kill a ninja independently. With a trace of anger on his face, Uchiha Fire violently pulled several corpses together, took out the sealing scrolls, and sealed them in. You're not hurt, are you? Saitama said to the two of them. No. Yan looked at Katamo, who was not even sweating, and shook his head. Then continue to patrol and go deeper. I didn't expect that there are fog ninjas infiltrating here. Saitama touched his chin, feeling a little strange. The defense line is too long, and the enemy can always take advantage of it. Uchiha Yan nodded. Well, be careful. The Saitama team continues with its mission. Whoosh! There was the sound of wind in his ears, and Kiyu looked ahead, and there was a bright light in front, and it was obvious that he was about to walk out of this forest. Top! Saitama landed on a tree branch, and the other two also landed in different places, waiting for Saitama's instructions. Out of this forest, you will almost reach the border defense line, and the number of enemies will increase. Kiyu looked ahead, and his voice was just loud enough for several people to hear. The patrol mission is only to go to this forest, but I want to continue to look ahead. Saitama continued. It was still very early, and he felt a little restless. Is this okay? Uchiha Yan's face was a little dignified. After all, if he continued to move forward, he might be surrounded by enemies, and the risk factor was much greater than here. You can wait for me here, and I will come back after exploring a little further. Saitama squinted his eyes while touching the knife. The blood in his body began to become hotter. He had a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. If he was the only one to be mentioned, he felt that it would be difficult to keep him if he was not at the shadow level. That's fine, let's wait here. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Yan interrupted what Uchiha Hiro wanted to say with his eyes. Well, that's fine. Saitama jumped off the tree and landed lightly on the ground, as if unaffected by gravity. Be careful! Saitama waved his hand. It was not on a whim that he and Uchiha Hito separated, but he just thought it would be more convenient, and at the same time he had to prove his conjecture. If the enemy crossed the border defense line from the country of bears, there would be no news at all. He guessed that some of the enemies chose a more devious water route and crossed directly from the sea. After all, the sea defense line is longer and more difficult to defend. But if he chooses the water route, Mist Ninja will lose his supplies and backup. It's a one-shot deal, and he can only move forward, not backward, so Kiyu has to check it out. Chapter 56. After parting from Uchiha Hito, Saitama walked slowly forward. He remained vigilant. The chakra fluctuations on his body were kept very low, and his actions were entirely dependent on physical strength. Although it borders the country of bears, but also, the other side is the coastline, and not far from the coastline, there is an island country, which is the country of Vortex that has been destroyed long ago. Since the country was destroyed, the territory of the country of Vortex has not been occupied by any country. After all, it is too desolate and too far away from the mainland. The contribution and income are not proportional, and it is not conducive to management. If you have to say which country can take over there, Saitama can only think of one. The country of water. Page 120. Maybe Miss Ninja used the island of Uzumaki as a springboard to infiltrate into the border of Fire Nation. After all, Konoha's focus is on the border defense of the country of Xing. The country of Vortex is at sea, so the defense is low, and the mist endures to the country of Vortex and then to the country of Fire, and there are more detours. For war, is not it's a good choice. But what if Wu Ning's head is hard and he just likes to take risky moves? Not long after moving on, Saitama saw a blue ocean. He did not go in the direction of the bear country, but toward the coastline, and Saitama hoped to find some evidence to confirm his conjecture. Bang! A loud voice came from the front. Kiyu's face changed, and his body fell to the ground instantly. His eyes scanned the front. What? Saitama held the knife at his waist with his right hand and supported his body with one hand, but after waiting for a long time, Kiyu didn't hear any more movement, as if the previous voice was unreal. If you go deeper, you will retreat. The situation is a bit wrong. Saitama secretly made up his mind. With his body bent down, Saitama slowly moved forward under the cover of the surrounding vegetation. This area seems to be due to the fact that no one walks around all year round. The vegetation is overgrown, and the bushes can grow up to half a person's height. Although due to the climate, they appear very withered and yellow, but they also just provide cover for Saitama. Pay attention to everything under his feet. He was not sure whether there will be traps here, and being careful is the way of survival for ninjas. Yuanji, be careful, Frizzy. As he kept moving forward, a strange voice came from Saitama's ear, which made his body stiffen a bit. Understood, really? You don't help me. That thing is so heavy, you still blame me. Another voice sounded, with complaints in its tone. It seemed to be directed at the previous voice. Don't talk nonsense. As a ninja, you have to overcome these simple difficulties. Keep up. Don't grind. Through the gaps in the grass, Saitama saw two figures. To be exact, it was a figure, but there was a pile of log sticks moving beside that figure, and there should be a person underneath. What does this mean? Saitama didn't act rashly, although with his eyesight he could see that the two ninjas were like cannon fodder. Oh, I got it. Don't rush me, said the weak voice. Go back early to eat. Aren't you hungry? It's been a day since we came out, and it's already afternoon, and we haven't even had a sip of water. I know. You can support me in the back. I really can't carry it anymore. Okay, anyway, it's better to go back quickly. Saitama frowned and followed the two ninjas. The difference in strength was too great, and Saitama made them completely unaware that someone was following behind. Let's follow and see what these people are doing. Saitama didn't act rashly, and the two ninjas didn't look like fog ninjas either. Following the two of them, Saitama soon arrived at a bay, where the sea and the land meet, forming a hidden harbor. Interestingly, Saitama hid behind the bushes, looking at the dock that was suspected to be under construction a few hundred meters away. It seems that Mist Ninja really intends to land directly, rather than through the country of bears. These ninjas should all belong to the country of bears, right? Saitama fixed his eyes on the ninjas, who were walking around the construction site, and were in charge of guarding. He didn't see the sign of Kiri Ninja. What should I do? Go back or take another look? Saitama found that the defensive strength here was not very high. He was already so close, but no one noticed. Catch someone to come over and ask, and then go back. Saitama made a decision, and it's not in his character to return without success. The eyes began to look for the target, and after a while, they locked on the camp behind the construction site. Saitama narrowed his eyes, sensing everything around him, and slowly moved towards the camp. This camp is very simple. Compared to Konoha's, it looks like a slum. The tents are all tattered, and there are many patches on them. But the ninja guarding the camp did not notice that a figure slid into the camp along the hillside behind without even making a sound. Hiss! Saitama cut open the tent with a knife, and got into the tent with a shrinking body. Tisk tisk! As soon as he got in, Kiyu smelled a sour smell, which reminded him of the part-time job at the construction site in his previous life. There are many beds in the tent, one next to the other, and the space of a few square meters is almost full. Looking around, Saitama had already realized that no one was here. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps sounded in the ear, from far to near. Kyu hid in the blind corner of the door, waiting for others to come in. Wow! The curtain door of the tent was lifted, and a thin figure stepped in. His face was sweaty and flushed. He looked very tired just now, and he was not a ninja. This person didn't see Saitama, who was standing on the right side of the door, but he went straight to the bed as soon as he came in. Noticing that no one continued to follow in behind, Saitama narrowed his eyes and flashed Chidori in his hand. Grass, who did this? As soon as the man walked to a bed, he saw the hole that Saitama made when he just came in, and a dirty word came out of his mouth. The tent was already broken, but now there was another gap, and it had to be repaired again. The man's face was surprisingly angry. Zizi, Kyu put his hand on his neck. The electric current made his body twitch, and he couldn't say a word. Don't call, or I'll kill you. You're not a ninja, so you probably don't want to resist? Saitama's voice was very soft, and his tone was very indifferent. Page 121. Nod when you understand. Saitama slightly lowered the current in his hand, allowing the man to move. Very good. As long as you cooperate with me, I will leave when I know what I need. Saitama saw the man nodded with difficulty and continued. Again, don't yell. I can kill you before they come. So, you get it. Saitama warned one last time, letting go of his hand, and let him collapse on the ground. Don't kill me. I'll say anything. The man's tone was terrified. He sat on the ground, his pupils constricted. I ask, you tell. Saitama knew that such a character would not know some important information, but the basic things could still be received. Who built the dock here? Saitama asked knowingly. Yes, it was ordered by the daimyo. It is said that it is for the Kirin. I don't know. The man panted heavily, fearing that Saitama would be upset and give him a knife. Well, how long do you think it will take to finish here? Saitama didn't ask about ninjas, but asked questions that the construction worker should be able to answer. The time is not very certain. If the current progress is made, the project will be completed in another half a month. But I heard from Mr. Ninja, who is in charge of supervising us, that a group of workers will arrive here tomorrow, so the time will be shortened a lot. The man's tone was very uncertain, and drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Well, all the ninjas here are from the country of bears? Saitama remained vigilant, paying attention to the changes outside. Most of them are, but a boat of mist ninja came from the sea last night, and they went out early this morning. The man wiped his forehead, showing a scared expression. Chess! Saitama slowly drew out the knife. A thoughtful gleam appeared in the depths of his eyes. No, you. The man saw Saitama's movement, and his voice suddenly rose, but the moment he was about to shout out, the handle of the knife hit his head, and he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Ask another ninja. Saitama got out of the hole where he came from, concealed his breath and began to look for the next target. There was not much time left for him, and he needed to leave here in a short time. The man before was not a ninja, but an ordinary worker, so Saitama didn't intend to kill him, but just knocked him out. But after he wakes up, he might report to the ninjas in the camp. Saitama can only find someone to ask during this time as soon as possible. In the end, Kyu did not catch a single ninja as he wished, and seeing that the time passed was almost the same, Kyu left quietly. What? Are you sure? Hachiyamori stared at Saitama with an expression on his face that seemed to ask if Saitama was joking. I did some research and found that Miss Ninja did plan to land directly across the sea. That place was built by the Lord of the Bear Kingdom. Kyu stood there, not showing much surprise. He had known for a long time that reporting this news would make Konoha's people puzzled. I'll report this matter in a while. You go with me later. Go eat something first. Hachiyamori nodded, also put away the surprised expression on his face, and resumed his aloof look. Okay, then I'll go down first. Saitama turned around and left Mori's tent. As soon as he came back in the afternoon, he directly told Sen that he had received the information. As for the report, it was also Sen's business, and he was only responsible for inquiring. Captain, the two Uchiha brothers waited outside the tent, and when they saw Saitama coming out, they shouted, Go back first. Let's talk later. Kyu saw their hesitant expressions. Yeah, the two nodded. I met that team of Kirin in the forest before. Did the captain guess like this? Uchiha Hito was a little fussed. Yeah. Saitama nodded. How's the situation there? Uchiha Yan continued to ask without any other expression. The specific number of ninjas is not clear. I caught an ordinary person and asked about the simple, situation and then came back directly. Saitama took a bite of an unknown fruit in his hand. It's a little sour. Saitama didn't look at the expressions of the two people looking at each other, and commented on the smell of the things in his hands. This is a kind of fruit that Konoha ninja collected around. It can be eaten as a fruit and can supplement certain vitamins. Then what should we do next? Uchiha Fire's eyes glowed, as if he wanted to destroy the enemy camp immediately. What can we do? Wait for the notice. I think there should be more than one place like this. It depends on how Tsunade-sama arranges it. Saitama wiped her hands on her clothes a few times after eating a piece of fruit. Go get something to eat first, and I'll go to a meeting with Mori later. Saitama stood up and walked outside. Uchiha Yan had a thoughtful expression on his face. Obviously he hadn't come out of Saitama's information yet, but Uchiha Hito grinned when he heard that he was eating, and followed Saitama directly. If this is the case, Konoha's strategy will undergo another major change. Uchiha Mori sat in the tent, thinking about the information that Saitama just told him. I thought the war with Mist Ninja would be a tug of war, but I didn't expect them to choose this way, and the pace of the battlefield would be accelerated in vain. Sen tapped the table with his fingers, and his eyes fell on the map on the table superior. There is a place on the map that Saitama circled with a red pen, and that is where he found the enemy. And Saitama also told him he suspects that there is more than one place like this. It's difficult. Mori touched his head, planning to report the information to Uchiha Tanaki first, and then tell Tsunade and others at the evening meeting. Chapter 57. The opposite of justice is not evil. The opposite of justice is the justice of others. Saitama, here. Uchiha Mori waved his hand, motioning for Saitama to come over. This is Konoha's meeting tent, a specially made extra-large tent, and the people sitting here are all Konoha's prominent characters. Yeah, Saitama nodded, and walked to Mori's side under the eyes of a group of people. Boom! Then today's meeting will begin. Tsunade sat at the head of this long table, and on the right was Hokage's advisor, who seemed to be Maitaman Yan, a little old man wearing glasses. But Saitama will not underestimate this old man who is very important in Konoha. He was a member of the second generation of guards when he was young. You must know that this guard team is not simple. After all, Sandai, Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Tsurukaze are all members of this team. Page 122. The entire Mist Ninja defense line. Konoha ninjas with status and status are basically sitting here, but Saitama is not nervous at all, and his body is very relaxed, just standing behind Uchiha-san. The tasks of each unit today are not heavy. Let's ignore the redundant ones. Now let's listen to the situation that Uchiha detected. Maitaman said in a very flat tone, like an ordinary old man. Well, then let me briefly explain the situation. Our subordinate patrol team detected that Shinjai country was building a dock on the coastal defense line, and it seems to be planning for the landing of Kiranin. Uchiha Tanaki's face was dignified, and his tone was sonorous and forceful. What do you think? Tsunade patted the table and asked everyone present. Many people were silent for a moment after listening to Uchiha Tanaki's words. They didn't expect that Mist Ninja would have such an operation. Is this news true? The person in charge of the Hyuga family was the first to speak up. Well, I called the Uchiha ninja who was in charge of the investigation. You can ask. Uchiha Tanaki saw that his old opponent had spoken, turned his head to look at Uchiha Saitama behind Sen, and nodded to Saitama. Everyone from Konoha? Good evening. I can use my ninja career to guarantee that this fact is true, and in order to confirm it, I also ventured into the other party's camp and obtained further evidence. Saitama stood upright, looked around at everyone present, and spoke slowly, loudly and brimming with confidence. Although Katama, is it called Katama? Tsunade was about to continue talking. When he remembered something, he smiled at Katama again to confirm that the name was correct. With Saitama's nod of approval, Tsunade continued to speak. Although Saitama has explored that place, to be on the safe side, I will continue to send people there tomorrow to investigate. These people will be arranged by everyone here. Do you have any self-recommendations? Tsunade propped his face with one hand, and his tone was very firm, with the taste of a superior person saying one thing. Hey! Saitama smiled, and cocked his mouth at Shizune standing behind Tsunade. Shizune naturally saw Saitama staring at her, but she still kept her eyes fixed on the table, but her cheeks slowly turned red. The Hyuga family will send 2 teams to wait for Tsunade-sama's arrangement. The person in charge of the Hyuga family said. He is a clan ninja sent to the front line by the Hyuga family this time, and he is responsible for leading the other branch ninjas. His name is Anata Shin. Yeah, Tsunade nodded, looking at the others present. Uchiha will continue to send people to follow up. Since we discovered this matter, we will naturally not let it go. Uchiha Tanaki said. The Oil Girl clan sent an insect envoy to follow the team. Sitting on the left side of the long table, next to Hyuga Shin, an ageless ninja wearing sunglasses spoke. Sitting posture. Yeah. Tsunade nodded, and Maitaman Yan took off his glasses and put them on the table. This time it's just to ensure the authenticity of the information. We don't need too many people, but the ninjas from the Hinata family and the Jung family are essential. Maitamanyan's eyes sparkled, and he continued talking. Then Hinata will send a ninja who has awakened the white eyes, and Yum will also send a ninja, together with a ninja from the Uchiha family who has spied on the information. We will temporarily form a team and go out tomorrow to continue the investigation to ensure nothing goes wrong. Yes. The heads of several families who were named nodded. Kyu stood there without any surprise expression. He naturally knew that he would not be missing in this operation. Then report the other situation. Seeing that this matter has been finalized, Tsunade started the next topic. Saitama, go tomorrow, you have to be vigilant. Uchiha Tanaki walked in the front, followed by Mori and Saitama. The meeting has ended, and several people are walking slowly towards Uchiha's area. After you spied there today, the enemy will definitely notice it, and will definitely strengthen their guard, and even take the initiative to attack and set up an ambush for you. Uchiha Tanaki is the biggest person in charge of Uchiha here. Naturally, he cares deeply about Saitama, the Uchiha family who has been in the limelight recently and has a bright future. He doesn't want anything to happen to Saitama. Yes, Saitama nodded slightly. Don't worry, Tanaki-sama, Saitama has long been used to such tasks. Don't underestimate him. Uchiha Mori put his hand on Saitama's shoulder and said to Uchiha Tanaki. Yeah. Uchiha Tanaki quickened his pace. Phew, let's stop here today. I'm going to go back. Saitama swung his arm, and his wrist was still a little numb after being kicked by Jingyin just now. Well, indeed. Jingyin looked at the moon in the sky, and felt that the position of the moon had moved a lot, and a long time should have passed. Then you go back first. I'll practice here for a while. Anyway, I don't have any missions during the day. I just need to stay by Tsunade-sama's side. Shizune smiled. Because of the strenuous exercise just now, his body was sweating, and his body was short. Posted on the face. It looks a bit heroic. Well, let's go. Saitama patted the knife on his waist, said goodbye and left. Okay, goodbye. Shizune waved her hand. Her senses for Katama were very good, and her attitude towards Katama was also good. Stepping away, Saitama headed towards his own tent. Hey, Saitama! After only a few steps, there was a silent voice behind him. What? Kyu stopped, with a slight smile on his face, looking at the girl who was still holding a kunai. Be careful tomorrow. I'll wait for you to come back tonight, and then I'll teach you the medical ninjutsu that promised you. Looking at Saitama who turned back, Shizune felt strange for a moment, and then said, okay, you should go back early too. After Saitama finished speaking, he strode away, and there was no voice behind him. Shizune, you have to work hard. Seeing Saitama who disappeared into the corner of the tent in front of him, Shizune squeezed the kunai in his hand, and said secretly, the moonlight is bright. Konoha's camp is heavily guarded, and the light shines everywhere, creating a strange atmosphere. Back in the tent, Kyu simply washed his face with water, washed his feet, and climbed onto the bed. Page 123. The ninja sword is placed on the right side of the bed, close to the edge of the bed, which is also the most convenient place for Kyu. In the evening, I also went to Jingyin as scheduled, taught a few hands by the way, and spent some time that made me feel relaxed. Tomorrow is another busy day, Saitama muttered to the top of the tent, and then closed his eyes. This is all the members of your team. This time, you three need to cooperate well to complete the task, Tsunade said to the three Saitama standing in front of him, holding his hands on his chest. Yes, the Hyuga family is a young man about 20 years old, whose name is Hinata Dun, a Jonin. The Oil Girl family is a middle nin, whose name is Oil Girl Ruifeng. Tentatively it appoints Saitama as the captain. He also obtained this information and is very strong, so he has more say. Saitama looked at the ninja from Hinata's family, showing a hint of amusement. This ninja is Hinata Shinobi who wanted to communicate with Saitama on the way here. Hearing that Tsunade appointed Saitama as the captain, Hinata Dun's eyes twitched, but he didn't overreact too much. He has experience of Saitama's strength, and there is nothing wrong with letting him be the captain, but he feels a little uncomfortable. As for the oily girl Ruifeng, she has no opinion on who is the captain, but she keeps silent, and the eyes under the sunglasses do not know what is hidden. Then let's go. Saitama looked at Tsunade and felt that she had nothing else to say, so he used the captain's rights he had just obtained. Okay, be careful. Tsunade waved his hand and stopped paying attention. Without looking at the pair of small eyes staring at him behind Tsunade, Kyu led the 2 younger brothers he had just acquired and headed towards the gate of the camp. Shizune looked at Saitama's back, followed Tsunade to the other side. What's the matter, Shizune? Tsunade naturally noticed the abnormality of Shizune these days, especially when Saitama was present. It's nothing, Tsunade-sama. Shizune lowered her head, not looking at Tsunade. Oh, it's up to you. Tsunade didn't think about Shizune's little thoughts, and strode forward. Go through this forest and continue to the coastline, and you will reach the place I mentioned before. The 3 gathered together. Kyu pointed to the map and showed it to the other 2. Understood. Jun Hinata nodded. He didn't show any hostility towards Saitama during the mission, although his tone was still a bit annoyed. Ruifeng, you use bugs to find your way. There may be enemies in this forest. Hinata shield. Look around with your white eyes every 3 minutes. Saitama gave the order skillfully. The oil girl Mizukaze nodded and pushed the sunglasses up with her fingers. No problem, Jun Hinata agreed. Then let's start to act and stay vigilant. The enemy will definitely increase their vigilance. Be careful, Saitama emphasized again and put away the map. Whoosh, whoosh. With the assistance of 2 powerful investigative ninjas, Saitama and the others shuttled through the woods without hindrance. After walking for a long time, and about to pass through the woods, the oily girl Ruifeng waved her hand. Wait, boom! Several people landed on the branch, and Kyu looked at him suspiciously. Some of the bugs I released have lost contact. The oil girl Ruifeng's voice still didn't fluctuate much, and Young pushed the sunglasses on her nose with her fingers while speaking. Hinata done. Saitama frowned and called Hinata done. White eyes. Terrifying meridians converged in both eyes. Hinata done formed a ninja seal with both hands and looked forward. Saitama could feel the chakra of Hinata Dun's body begin to converge toward his eyes. The amount was greater than when he used Sharingan himself. How is it? Saitama asked Hinata Dun. I didn't see anything unusual, but I didn't feel very good, Hinata Dun said. His eyes continued to observe. How to say? Saitama was puzzled, feeling that Hinata Dun's words were contradictory. It's so peaceful. Hinata Dun closed his eyes, and the meridians disappeared. Ruifeng, you send some more bugs. Let's move closer slowly. Saitama gave the order, and they flinched here for no reason. Okay. The oily girl Ruifeng nodded, raised her hands and pointed forward. Buzz. The black swarm flew out from the sleeves of his hands like a thick black thread, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Go ahead. Done. Now you use white eyes to scout every 1 minute to make sure there is no ambush in our position, Saitama said to the 2, and then took the lead and walked forward. Chapter 58. Rather than waiting for dawn in deep sleep, it is better to bloom in the dark night. Saitama landed on the ground with a faint voice, followed by the other 2 teammates. White eyes. Shield Hinata behind him used ninjutsu. Page 124. It's okay. Keep going. Hinata Dun nodded, indicating that there was no danger ahead of Saitama. Swish. The 3 of them had passed through the woods at this time and came to this bush, and it would not be long before they could reach the place. Saitama said. Oh, a distant voice came, and the bodies of several people shook. The movements of their feet slowed down in vain, and they looked at each other. Stay vigilant, be careful. Saitama covered his waist with his right hand, and the chakra in his body was slowly brewing in case of an emergency. Passing through here unhurriedly, the eyes of the 3 suddenly opened up, and a huge depression appeared not far away, and there were still many people busy there. Here we are. Saitama leaned on the ground, looking at the bay under construction in the distance. The light in his eyes flashed. Hinata Dun and Yang Ruifeng naturally saw it, and their bodies tensed up, making them look a little unnatural. What should we do next? Hinata Dun leaned against Saitama, his voice just enough for the 2 people on the side to hear. Let's go back. It's not rational to continue to test. After confirming the accuracy of the information, our mission is completed. Saitama looked at the place, and his eyes were fixed on the ninjas patrolling everywhere. Okay, the task has been completed. Hinata Dun nodded and buried his head lower. Being so close to the enemy's camp made him feel a little stressed. Wait a minute, my worms disappeared again. Shield Hyuga, 3 o'clock direction. The oily girl Ruifeng's face changed, and her tone was very unnatural. Blind eyes. Hyuga Dun didn't dare to be sloppy, and quickly rolled his eyes in the direction he said. The enemy is approaching here. The number is 7. Run. Seeing this, Hinata Dun's face became ugly, and he squatted up. They seem to have spotted us. Let's go. Jun Hinata couldn't keep calm, and motioned for several people to leave. Let's go. We must have been discovered. Saitama didn't dare to stay any longer. This place is very close to the camp over there. Once the enemy finds out that the situation is wrong, support will arrive soon. When the time comes, it will be too late. Retreat. Saitama waved his hand, stood up, and went directly in the direction where he came. The speed of the other two was not slow, and they rushed out the moment Saitama gave the order. Hinata-done. Look at the surrounding situation with supercilious eyes. Mizukaze continues to keep vigilant with insects. Saitama ran and spoke to the two people on the side. Understood. The two of them knew that this was no longer the time to relax. Shen Sheng replied. Whizzing. Shuttle through the half-person high grass. The grass around him receded quickly, and Saitama also mobilized his perception of chakra to observe everything around him. Go to the left. Hinata-done yelled, and he saw the figures of several enemies appearing directly in front of him. SHH, the three members of the team kept a tacit understanding and turned directly to the side. Shua. Saitama stopped and looked at an unremarkable stone on the ground. Wait. The others stopped and looked at Kiyu suspiciously. Disease? Saitama squatted on the ground and picked up the stone full of chakra in his perception. Chakra pattern? Taking a closer look at the stone, Saitama saw densely outlined patterns on it. The other two naturally noticed the stone in Saitama's hand, and their eyes were dignified. This should be the reason why we were discovered. Although we don't know how this is used, it seems that we have to be careful to bypass these things, Saitama said, looking at Hinata's shield. Understood. Hinata-done looked at the stone, and in his white eyes, there was nothing to hide the chakra in the stone. I'll lead the way. Hinata nodded, signaling to everyone, keep going. The bug I put behind sent me pheromones, and someone from behind caught up. The oily girl Ruifeng pushed the sunglasses, and a ray of sunlight reflected from the mirror. Well done, you open the way. Saitama gestured to Hinata-done. Chua. Saitama seemed to hear the sound of piercing through the air. Although the sound was still very small, it meant that he was still far away from the enemy, but he was already at a dangerous distance. Let's go. The three continued to move forward. This time, Huba-done deliberately avoided the chakra-carrying stones with his white eyes. Although the speed was very slow, the worm of the oil girl Ruifeng did not continue to send the message that someone was chasing him. Huh. Hinata-done wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the forest not far away. It should have been thrown away. At this time, he didn't roll his eyes, and kept them open all the time. His own consumption was not small, so after he obviously felt that he had shaken off the enemy, Hinata Shield closed his eyes. Keep speed, don't be careless. Saitama also failed to perceive the pursuers behind, indicating that the enemy had lost their tracks and gave up continuing to pursue. Huh? Saitama's body tensed in vain before he let out a sigh of relief. In his perception, there were several chakras in front of him, but the exact number was not clear. Get ready to fight. Saitama signaled to the two people around him. What? Hinata-done still hadn't figured out what was going on. There are enemies blocking the road ahead. Saitama looked through the grass and looked not far away, as if he had already seen the enemy. Why? Roll your eyes. Hinata-done couldn't believe it. He thought he had thrown off the enemy. Grass. Hinata-done's face was a little abnormal, covered with shadows, and through the white eyes, he naturally saw the enemies in the woods in front of him more clearly than Saitama. There were 7 enemies in total, 2 Jounin. Jun Hyuga did not continue to curse secretly, but told his teammates what he saw. It's unrealistic to go around. The enemy may still have pursuers coming. Let's break through, Saitama said to the other 2 people. But there are 7 of them. Hinata-done's expression was a little bad. Page 125. I'll take care of the Jounin and leave the other 5 to you, okay? Saitama glanced at his teammates and watched their reactions. 2 Jounin? Can you do it? Although Hinata-done knew that Saitama was strong and had defeated himself before, but there were 2 Jounin on the opposite side, so he was a little worried about Saitama. Just get rid of the others. It's a quick fight. Saitama didn't answer and arranged. Okay. The oily girl Ruifeng cherishes words like gold. The worm in his body has told him that Saitama is dangerous, so he is quite relieved that Saitama will hold back the 2 Jounin. As long as he waits for someone to quickly deal with the opponent, then go to assist Saitama, it shouldn't be a problem. That's fine. Hinata-done gritted his teeth, and at this time he had no choice but to trust Saitama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them no longer concealed their tracks, and quickly approached the woods, and the figure of the enemy soon appeared in their sight. Hey, don't hide, mouse. As soon as the 3 of Saitama's team appeared, the enemy found them, and one of them taunted them. These enemies had been tracking Saitama and the others by some unique means before, but they lost their clues not long after, so they had to stop in the woods first, and the ninjas who fought Konoha had to pass through here if they wanted to go back. HMPH. Hinata-dun stopped and snorted coldly, staring at the enemy with white eyes. Quick battle and quick decision. Kyu didn't talk nonsense, and rushed out at the moment when the enemy was stunned. The Jonin who spoke was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Katama rushing over directly, his eyes were angry, looking for death. Boy! Shua! Saitama's speed was extremely fast, and the other two were around him, also following his pace. Kill them! The enemy yelled, and several ninjas were unafraid, waving their weapons and rushing towards the three of Saitama. Shua! About 10 meters away, Kiyu's right calf tensed, and he shot with a kick. On the knife in his hand, electric current surged, and the sound of sizzling was endless, and it was heart-pounding. Kiyu looked at the two Jonin in the front, and the Sharingan Gaoyu in his eyes began to spin, and the electric current was also swimming in his lower limbs, stimulating his speed to increase. Death! Saitama swung his sword, staring at the ninja who spoke before. The speed exploded instantly, and the distance of 10 meters was pulled closer by Saitama in less than a second. The murderous look in the eyes of the enemy had not disappeared, and Saitama's knife reached his neck. What? The enemy couldn't believe it, and just as this thought came to his mind, the blade slashed across his neck. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. He stepped towards the other Jonin, and a good head behind him fell to the ground with a bang. Only a few seconds after the battle started, the enemy lost a Jonin. Saitama was expressionless. The electric current on his body deepened, and he swung the knife again. Den! The knife was blocked by the enemy, but the face behind Kanai was full of horror. Who are you? The enemy's pupils constricted as he looked at the corpse that was still gushing blood. Konoha ninja. Saitama hooked his mouth, staring at the enemy with scarlet Sharingan eyes. Don't. Ho ho. The enemy lost the will to fight after Saitama killed a Jonin with one blow, and was about to beg for mercy, when Katama quickly swung his sword out again, and the power of thunder cut Kanai, then cut his throat and took away his vitality. Bagua 36 palms. On the other side, Hinata-dun used the jujitsu technique to seal off the chakra points of the three ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. The enemy lost his mobility, and Hinata-dun slapped a few palms again in an instant, cutting off the enemy's vitality. As a Jonin, he can deal with a few chunin very easily. Ah! An enemy was wrapped in the worms of the oil girl Ruifeng, and screams came from inside. Countless worms were biting him. The last enemy looked at his companion who was wiped out in the blink of an eye. His face could no longer hide his fear. No, don't kill me. He lost the courage to fight, turned around and ran back, but within a few steps, his feet were wrapped in a mass of worms, and then he was also wrapped in a human-shaped mass of worms, screaming endlessly. Hinata Muto looked a little surprised at Saitama, who had dealt with the enemy after a few moments, with an uncomfortable expression and an undisguised shock in his eyes. It's so powerful. Hinata-dun looked at his opponents, the three Chunin. His heart sank, and his hands were pinched tightly. I was really arrogant to go to trouble with such a guy before. Hinata-dun remembered that he had challenged Saitama before, and felt bitter. Let's go when it's settled. There's no guarantee there will be pursuers. Saitama hung the knife back on his waist and said aloud. Okay. Hinata-dun quickly adjusted his mentality. My worms are also tired and need to rest. The oil girl Ruifeng nodded. In the battle just now, he fought two Chunin with the resources of Chunin. Although it seemed that he quickly eliminated the enemy, only he knew how much is consumed. Let's go. Kyu stepped over the corpse and rushed towards the woods. Whizzing. Not long after Saitama and the others left, several figures landed on the place where they had just fought. Konoha's ninja has fled, and the information has been leaked. Looking at the two Jonin corpses on the ground, the ninja muttered to himself. Damn it. Another ninja looked at the bodies on the ground that had been bitten beyond recognition by bugs. He stood beside one of them. His eyes were red. He could barely recognize his friend by his clothes, and at the same time, he couldn't hide his anger when he saw the corpse of his friend who couldn't bear to look directly at him. Okay, recover the corpses, let's go back. The lead ninja said to the others, throwing the corpses of these companions here is not an option. Yes. Several ninjas quickly took out the scrolls, loaded the corpses in, and left the area again. Calm was restored here. The grass was growing, and the flowers were about to bloom, but the black stains on the ground made this place look extremely weird. Page 126, chapter 59. Only silence is the highest form of contempt. Bang bang. Tsunade patted the table a few times with his hands, motioning for everyone to stop communicating. The investigation team has confirmed the accuracy of the information, and the next step is to see how we respond. Everyone expresses their opinions and speaks freely. Supporting her chin with her right hand, Tsunade didn't show any slack on her face, but instead made her more imposing, giving people an insurmountable majesty. Does the enemy really only have one seaport? Achiya Tanaki asked everyone present. The long table was silent, and many people looked at each other and looked at each other. Maidamanyan put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. The most urgent task now is to verify this conjecture. Does the enemy only have this port that is under construction or has already been constructed? Aged but full of spirit, Maitaman's eyes behind his glasses were burning with energy. Everyone, this is war, and Konoha is inevitable. Seeing that most of the people remained silent, Tsunade knocked on the table with his knuckles and said in a deep voice, "Next, I will make a plan, and everyone needs to participate. The coastal defense line is so long, we need to investigate one by one, especially the places near the border." Tsunade continued, his eyes scanning the audience. Let's take a break. Chizune raised the kunai in her hand, signaling to Saitama that she wanted to rest. Okay, Saitama nodded, and took back the kunai in his hand. He hadn't used kunai for a long time, but the previous feel was still there, and the skill was not lost. Finding a random place, Saitama sat on it. There is no place for people to rest in this area, and he doesn't care much about these things. Boom! Jing Yin was leaning against a wooden stake over there, and when she saw Caillou sitting here, she also came over and sat down, about half a meter away from Caillou. How do you feel? Chizune was naturally asking Saitama about her own situation. After these few days, we have made progress, but we still need real combat to see the effect. Our style of play is not very effective now. Saitama also told the truth, looked at the ground between his legs, and fiddled with the weeds on the ground with his hands. His tone was very relaxed. Is that so? Tsunade-sama told me the same, but she always doesn't allow me to leave her to perform tasks alone. Chizune's small face wrinkled together and she was talking. Master Tsunade is protecting you, so don't worry about it. If you need to be the main force on the battlefield at any time, Konoha basically has no hope. You have to know that your job is a medical ninja. Saitama turned his head to the side, smiled and said to Chizune, he knew the reason why Tsunade didn't want Chizune to go to the battlefield. After all, several people Tsunade cared about died on the battlefield. Currently Chizune should be regarded as the disciple Tsunade cares most about. It can also be regarded as Tsunade's protection against silence. Okay, I know. Chizune patted Saitama's shoulder. By the way, didn't I say last time that I would teach you medical ninjutsu when you came back? Just today, I also brought a ninjutsu scroll. The air was quiet for a while. Shijing seemed to think of something and jumped up, said to Saitama, "Oh, yes." Saitama is still a bit greedy for medical ninjutsu, but these ninjutsu are only in the hands of a small number of people, and they have no chance to come into contact with them at ordinary times. I haven't learned much medical ninjutsu so far, only healing, hemostasis, and an upgraded version of Palm Fairy, but this ninjutsu is a bit difficult, and I haven't mastered it yet. Jingyin wrenched his fingers and said he counted his ninjutsu for Saitama. Let's just heal. It's more practical in normal combat, and learning it is equivalent to half your life. Kyu thought for a while. He has Thunder Tunnel. Hemostasis is of little value. Palm Immortal is obviously very difficult, and he probably won't be able to learn it for a while. Besides, Jingyin has not mastered it himself, and he can't teach him. Leading only one healing skill, it's not too bad. Although Saitama's own resilience is also very strong, but no matter how strong it is, isn't it good? That's good. I have a scroll here. You can take it back and read it later. I can show you this ninjutsu right now. Shizune is a little happy. Recently, Saitama has been teaching him things, so she has always felt that she owes something. Now it is her turn to teach Saitama, and her heart is balanced. But how to demonstrate? Oh, forget it. I'll just demonstrate the healing technique to you first. Jingyin frowned, and said immediately, SHH. Saitama condensed a trace of Chidori flow on the index finger of his right hand, and then deliberately compressed it to make it have a strong penetrating power, and then swiped it on the back of his left hand. Oh, what are you doing? Chizune covered her mouth, staring at Saitama with surprise in her eyes. Hey, it's up to you to demonstrate. Saitama moved his left hand closer to Chizune. The expression on his face didn't change much, and he still smiled at Chizune. I can demonstrate it directly. There is no need to specifically hurt myself. There was a little blame in Muyin's tone, and there was some anger in his eyes. Hurry up. It's fine if you don't show the wound anymore. Saitama poked mute with his arm and signaled. Puff. You. Chizune was teased by Saitama, and knew that there was no need to be so angry. Get your hands closer. Chizune commanded Saitama, but before she finished speaking, She grabbed Saitama's hand and put it on her lap. Look at it. Jingyan put his hands together. Chakra was brewing on it, and in a blink of an eye, a green chakra air mass full of vitality condensed. Put the chakra in a certain walking route, and then condense it in the hand, and you can use the healing technique. But be careful, the speed of sending chakra should not be too fast, and a certain rhythm must be maintained. Chizune lowered her head, using the healing technique while explaining it to Saitama. Understood? Chizune asked, and slowly covered Saitama's injured area with her hand. Hiss! Saitama felt the coolness on the back of his hand. This was the first time he consciously felt the effect of medical ninjutsu. Once covered by Mute's hands, it was as if a layer of mint was covering it, and the coolness penetrated into the flesh, and the wound began to heal at a visible speed. I should understand. This is the first time I'm teaching you. How can you understand? Feel it well. I will continue to teach you tomorrow, and if you don't understand anything, just ask me. Chizune didn't raise his head, but when he heard Saitama say he understood, he began to murmur. Although she knew that Saitama was very powerful and a genius of Uchiha, but medical ninjutsu was her field, and it took her nearly a week of learning before to barely master it. How could Saitama learn it just by looking at it? I really understand. Saitama retracted her hand, and Chizune raised her head accordingly. Page 127. Hey, you're a real person. It's not something to be embarrassed if you don't understand. I'll teach you slowly. The muted sound gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. Slowly what? Kyu's right hand condensed the same green halo as before. Jingyan, with a smile on his mouth, looking at Jingyan. How come? Jingyan couldn't believe it, and quickly rubbed his eyes with both hands to make sure that he read correctly. How was this possible? Chizune doubted her ninja talent a bit. Is there really a genius in this world who can learn at a glance? Jingyan stared at his right hand and muttered to himself. Haha, it's okay. Mainly thanks to it. Saitama watched Chizune not speak for a long time, but when she spoke as if doubting her own ninja level. What? Chizune looked along where Saitama's fingers were, and saw a pair of spinning three-pointed jade. Sharingan? Jingyan was a little puzzled. She didn't know the unique ability of Sharingan, but only knew that Sharingan was of great help in battle. Sangaoyu's Sharingan has the ability to copy. Kyu saw Jingyan's doubts and explained aloud. The moment you launched ninjutsu just now, I copied your jutsu with my eyes. Saitama smiled and continued. HMPH, let me tell you, how can there be a genius who can do it at a glance? Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief, and did not think about Sharingan, but focused on another angle. That's my talent, okay? Saitama shrugged. TCH, this isn't a ninja talent. It's just the ability that your blood succession limits gave you, but you have a good ancestor. Chizune raised her head, tossed her short hair, and her words were full of love for Saitama. Disdain. Okay, anyway, I learned it at a glance, didn't I? Saitama deliberately emphasized the take a look, and finished speaking to Jingyan word by word. HMPH. Jingyan tilted her head, pretending to be unhappy. Okay, you don't need to give me the scroll. Let's practice for a while and go back to rest. It's getting late. Saitama embraced Chizune with his hands, and his tone was very relaxed. Due to so many contacts between the two, the relationship is already very good, and ordinary physical contact is already a common occurrence. Okay, let's go back after practicing for a while. Chizune was also very tired today, and even yawned while speaking. She didn't care about Katama's arms around her shoulders, and her tone was a little helpless. Today, she wanted to find a sense of presence while teaching Saitama ninjutsu, but she didn't expect to be slapped hard on the face by him a few times. Stand up and continue to attack me. Saitama patted Chizune's shoulder with his hand, then stood up, walked a few steps aside, and said to Chizune, Humph, I'm here. Chizune stood up and rushed towards Katama, with a hint of displeasure towards Katama on her face. Huh. A fist slid across Saitama's cheek, and Saitama dodged sideways, smiling at Chizune. Sneak attack? This is not a good habit. Saitama dodged the attack, waving an index finger around his chest a few times, making a provocative gesture that made Chizune angry. Winning in the battle is the truth. Who cares if I am sneak attacking? Chizune usually keeps a calm look, and usually doesn't say such extreme things, but she really thinks Saitama is very annoying at the moment. Hey! While speaking, Chizune kicked out and went straight to Saitama's lower body. Hey, let's go. Saitama shook his head, knowing that Chizune was talking to him like this on purpose. After practicing with Chizune for a while, Saitama said goodbye to her and returned to his tent. As a ninja who needs to go out on missions, he is not as idle as Shiyin, so he needs to keep his spirits full. Phew! Saitama changed his clothes after washing, lay on the bed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Master another craft. Saitama stretched out his hands upwards. Both palms were covered with a green halo. Obviously the healing technique he had just learned. Sleep, sleep. The dog's life is important. Saitama turned sideways and wrapped the quilt tightly. The temperature in this place is not very high, especially at night, which makes Saitama feel a little cool. Only since he returned to the camp that day and reported the information, Saitama has been idle for a few days, but he will still go out to patrol these days. Go out in the morning and return in the afternoon. According to Saitama's knowledge, Tsunade sent many scout teams along the coastline to search for hidden harbors. Konoha needs to fight a prepared war, and these preliminary preparations are essential. Miss Ninja was also calm. Even if her intentions were discovered, she continued to complete the harbor. Tsunade did not send anyone to destroy it. She felt that it was not the time yet, and she wanted to wait until the investigations in other places came back. Make a decision. If there is only one place, keep it. If there are many such places, then Konoha can no longer sit idly by. Chapter 60. People are like water, only getting dirtier. Captain, take a break. Uchiha Hito touched his stomach and shouted at Saitama in front of him. This is an area behind Konoha University. The task of the Saitama team is to investigate the safety of this area. There is a transportation line for backup materials, and the security level is relatively high. Come on, let's take a break. Saitama signaled Uchiha to take a rest, and he jumped up a tree and sat on the branch. It's so boring. I don't know when the higher-ups will assign us other tasks. Uchiha sat at the root of a big tree, mumbling in his mouth. Page 128. Shut up. You, a ninja's bounden duty is to do your own job well. Don't worry about extra things. Sitting opposite Uchiha Uchiha Yan fired mercilessly at his brother. Isn't that what I said? It's really boring to patrol the rear every day. Don't you think, Captain? Uchiha Ho wanted to shift the firepower to Saitama. He knew that once Saitama opened his mouth, his stupid Ododo would not continue to taunt him. Saitama didn't speak, and looked at Uchiha Fire with unfocused eyes, until his back felt chills. Okay. Uchiha said hurriedly, then turned his head to the side, and supported his chin with both hands. Rest for 5 minutes. Let's walk the route again and go back. Saitama saw that it was not early, and he had been out for a long time, and said to Uchiha, Hey, that's fine. Hearing that he was going back, Hito Uchiha had a happy face, while an Uchiha had no extra expression. Whoosh! The figure shuttled through the woods, and Saitama's eyes fell on different positions. Although this is the rear of Konoha, he still needs to be vigilant. What sound? Do you hear it? Saitama's ears moved, and he was very puzzled. He heard the sound of the fire burning, but it was not very clear. There's no sound, Captain. Uchiha Hiro stopped and listened carefully, but he didn't hear any sound. West. After judging the direction of the voice, Saitama spoke. Swoosh! Speeding up his pace, Saitama headed in that direction. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a few families from the land of fire over there. Although this place is not very far from the border, due to the existence of a huge forest, there are still some ordinary people in the Fire Nation living by hunting. The voice in his ear became louder and clearer, and Kyu's bad premonition grew louder. SHH! Passing over a big tree that obscured his vision again, the flames appeared in front of Saitama's eyes. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and was immediately covered up. What is this? What's the situation? The two brothers Uchiha Hiro followed behind Saitama, and they also saw such a scene. Uchiha Hiro couldn't believe it. This is the back of the front line! Who can wreak havoc here? The flames here are blazing, and a row of wooden houses are slowly reduced to ashes in the fire. Visible to the naked eye, there are still several corpses in front of the house, which are being roasted by the fire and have gradually carbonized. Damn it! Caillou clenched the knife tightly, and the murderous look in his eyes could not be concealed at all. It should not have gone far. The fire has not been burning for a long time. Uchiha Yan observed the surrounding situation and judged the situation based on experience. Chasing, we must cut down this group of bastards. Saitama was annoyed that the enemy dared to wreak havoc near the area he was patrolling, and was equally shocked that the enemy dared to wreak havoc like this while bypassing the line of defense. Captain, if the enemy dares to do this, the strength must be Uchiha Yan reminded. Although he had absolute trust in Saitama's strength, Kyu didn't listen to Yan's words, only anger in his heart. Jua. Although the enemy covered up his tracks a bit, his technique was still tender, and there was nothing to hide under Kyu's eyes. After a few simple judgments, Saitama found the direction where the enemy left, so he followed the signs and chased after him out. Yuan Jai. How do you feel? Haha, isn't it exciting to wreak havoc in the land of fire? A ninja with a horse-like face said to his companions that there were only two of them, but the horse-faced ninja showed no panic at all. Long Fei, this is behind Konoha. If we continue like this, something will happen sooner or later. Alas, the other ninja seemed a little worried about his situation, frowning and said to the horse-faced ninja, "Hey, why do you care so much? After I got separated from the captain, I knew I couldn't go back. Why do you want to suppress your temper and earn money by killing a few?" Long Fei didn't care. The last madness was written all over his face. When we encountered Konoha ninjas before, the two of us had no choice but to do the opposite and continue to go deep behind Konoha. The captain and the others don't know what's going on. Yuan Jai sighed, and also understood their current situation. Although Konoha's ninjas still found them, it would be a matter of time, especially if they were still doing things so recklessly. Let's go deeper. Don't think so much. Maybe we can escape the Konoha ninjas' pursuit. Long Fei signaled Yuanjai to move on, and he also stepped forward. Swoosh! There was a piercing sound, and the two of them froze. Go? Where are you going? Before they arrived, Saitama's voice reached the two people's ears with anger. The moment the two were terrified, they saw a blue-white thunderbolt approaching them at a high speed, and hurriedly speeded up, trying to escape quickly. SHH! Saitama landed a few meters in front of the two of them, leaving some scorched black marks on the ground. Konoha ninja. Long Fei's expression was a little bad. Although he knew that it would be a matter of time before he was discovered, he felt that he hadn't had enough time yet. Alone? Yuanjai saw that Kiyu was alone, and there was a trace of life on his face. Stinky boy. Only one person dares to stop us. Courting death. Page 129. Long Fei also reacted quickly, and exchanged a glance with Yuanjai. In order to quickly find the enemy, Saitama is very fast, so he distanced himself from the Uchiha brothers and chased after him first. Kill him. Long Fei gritted his teeth. There was only one person on the other side. He didn't look very old. At most, he was a chunin. There were two chunin on his side. He could kill each other and escape from the scene. Thinking in his heart, Long Fei started to move, raised the knife in his hand high and ran towards Saitama. Behind him, Yuanjai held a huge axe in both hands, followed behind at a very steady speed, and his eyes were also fixed on Kiyu. With Saitama, murderous aura overflowing. I'm really looking for death. Kiyu looked at the two who rushed over without saying a word. He thought that the one who dared to do this behind Konoha was definitely a strong team, but now he caught up and found that it was just two cats and dogs. But that's not the reason why you can't die. Kiyu touched the knife at his waist, his face flooded with cruel killing intent. His eyes fell on the enemy's vital points, and an electric arc flashed across his body. Base. SHH. Crack. Ho ho. The two fell to the ground at the same time. Their weapons broke aside, and their hands were cut off by Saitama. Oh, damn Konoha ninja. Long Fei was cut off with both hands, and collapsed on the ground. Blood kept flowing, but he was still cursing Saitama in his mouth. The other ninja didn't seem to be able to resist the pain, and fell into a coma on the ground without saying a word, but judging by the speed of bleeding from his wrist, he probably wouldn't live long. Hee hee. Isn't it fun to destroy here? Saitama stood beside the ninja who was still struggling, stepping on a severed hand, and couldn't stop crushing it. Hey, very angry, right? But it's really fun. Long Fei knew that he was definitely hopeless at this time, so he naturally wouldn't give in. That's good. I think it will be fun in the future. Saitama's mouth turned up. His anger was completely invisible, and there was even a smile on his face. Looking at Kiyu's smile, Long Fei couldn't help ringing alarm bells, and bad premonitions came in waves. Konoha's ninja, if you have the ability, give me a good time. Yes, don't worry. Saitama kicked out and kicked the enemy in the chin. Crack. The chin is directly separated from the face bone, and it cannot be opened and closed anymore. Amaha. There was a trace of fear in the enemy's eyes. He seemed to see the next scene, and his body struggled even harder. Crackling. Holding the thunderbolt in his hand, Saitama hit the thunderbolt on the enemy's severed wrist from the air. A smell of burnt flesh came, and the blood was also stopped. But it looked even worse. Fizz. After stopping the bleeding, Saitama looked at the enemy who was still rolling on the ground, but was firmly trampled by him. Bah! He continued to hold the thunderbolt in his hand, and kept hitting it, landing on the enemy's whole body. What? The enemy kept screaming, but they couldn't break free, so they could only move in a small range under Saitama's feet. Kill me! The enemy's body was covered with a layer of electric current, which was continuously causing damage to him. But he couldn't die. Crackling. Saitama increased the intensity of the electric current, and the enemy also increased the intensity of screaming very forcefully. Please, please? The enemy's body was scorched black. His eyes seemed to have lost their vision, and he couldn't see things normally, so he could only point his head in the direction of Saitama in his memory, tremblingly said, "It's really infuriating." Saitama slashed out with a knife, cutting off the enemy's vitality, and then another bolt of lightning hit the unconscious enemy. The enemy was directly awakened by the electric shock, and when he woke up, he was wrapped in pain in his hands, turned over and rolled on the ground. In the same way, Saitama used the punishment just now on this enemy again, and finally finished him with another blow. Whoosh! The other two members of the team arrived late at this time and landed on a nearby tree. Team leader? Uchiha Hito tentatively called out to Saitama, but he didn't dare to get too close. Not only the smell of barbecue, but also the way Saitama smiled standing next to the two unrecognizable corpses. Well, it's all right. Kyu let out a breath, and his face returned to calm, motioning for them to come over and clean up the corpse. The enemy's corpse is still very useful in war. As long as the brain is still there, information can be obtained. Page 130. Uchiha N came over, took out the scroll and skillfully put the corpse in it. Let's go. Go back and clean up there. Kyu motioned for them to follow, and headed towards the previous house. Originally, Kyu would not be so angry when encountering this kind of thing, but he had chatted with the families who died when he passed by there in the morning, but now they were killed by the enemy right under his nose, which made Kyu feel very angry. It was very uncomfortable. A kind of powerlessness and frustration filled my heart. It is good. Uchiha N nodded and Uchiha Hai agreed aloud. They all had a little impression of those households, and felt as uncomfortable as Saitama. Back at the scene of the crime, Kyu looked there. The fire had almost burned out, everything was gone, and everything around had disappeared. Fire! Buried it! Saitama called out Uchiha Ho. He knew that Uchiha Ho would touch Tudun, so it could play a role at this time. Earth escape, crack the soil and turn the palm. Uchiha Hito slapped his hand on the ground. Chakra was transmitted to the ground, and the slightest cracks moved forward, and the foundation of the ruins over there also cracked, and then the overturned soil block covered. Let's go. Kai Yudu will not leave. He has done everything he can. These ordinary people who died will not be resurrected, but fortunately, he feels better in his heart. The other two didn't say much, and followed behind Kyu, preparing to go back and deliver today's patrol mission. In war, the lives of ninjas are worthless, let alone ordinary people. Chapter 61. I can die anytime. That's my future. 2 days have passed since the encounter that day, and the scouting team sent by Konoha also searched the coastline, but did not find Kirinan's harbor again. And Tsunade also changed his mind. Although there was only one harbor under construction, he decided to send troops to destroy it. Yoshi, everyone is here. Tsunade folded his hands and stared at the ninja standing in front of him. Saitama was right there. Do you understand the mission? Do you need me to repeat it? Tsunade took a few steps and continued talking. Understood. Tsunade-sama. Saitama stood in front of all the ninjas with a crisp voice. He is the captain of this mission, commanding nearly Jounin and nearly Chunin. And Saitama's unit is also the vanguard of this mission, responsible for tearing apart the enemy's defenses, and Tsunade, as the superior, naturally knows that this mission cannot be careless, and even sent a large army to fall behind the vanguard, vowing to crush the conspiracy of Mist Ninja and Bear Country. Okay, let's act. I hope to hear good news from you. Yes. Saitama held the knife, turned around, and looked at the troops standing neatly behind him. All of them were fully armed and energetic. Let's go. Saitama's chest was full of pride as the leader of the captain for the first time. Yes, everyone answered in unison, resounding through the Konoha ninja camp. Whoosh, whoosh. The figure ran towards the gate, and Saitama walked in the front, full of momentum. Seeing Saitama and others set off, Tsunade's expression relaxed and softened. Come out, they're gone. Tsunade shouted towards the tent behind him. Ball. The curtain of the tent was lifted. Shizune poked his head out, glanced at it, then walked out, and came to Tsunade's side. Everyone is gone. Why don't you go see others? Seeing Shizune with a slightly happy expression, Tsunade asked, why do you want to see someone else? Shizune looked at Tsunade's chest, pretending not to understand. Hee. I don't know who has been whispering in my ears how powerful others are these past few days. Hee. Tsunade sneered a few times, until he got goosebumps from hearing Shizune. No way. I just asked Saitama to teach me fighting skills a few times, and we are not very familiar with each other. Shizune lowered her eyes to the ground. If I hadn't slept late recently, I wouldn't have known that some people would go out to find friends every night. Tsunade deliberately emphasized the word friend, staring at Shizune with scorching eyes. Isn't this because I don't have time during the day? Besides, I didn't go out to learn technology. Some pink crept up Shizune's cheeks, and he spoke with a little confidence. I won't talk to Tsunade-sama anymore. I'm going to sort things out. Shizune was so stared at by Tsunade that she couldn't keep calm, stomped her feet on the ground, and walked towards the tent. TCH. Tsunade clasped his arms around his chest, glanced at Shizune who was leaving, and then continued to look at the exit of the camp. Recently, she saw that Jinyan always went out at night and came back a few hours later, and when she came back, she was either sweaty or full of smiles that could not be concealed. This made her very strange, who treated Jinyan like a daughter, so she found a relatively leisurely evening, followed Shizune's butt all the way to the place where Shizune and Saitama sparred. So, Tsunade saw Shizune and Saitama talking and laughing at each other, and depending on the situation, it wasn't the first day they did it. Page 131. Tsunade didn't say anything at the time, and after watching it for a while, he left without disturbing anyone. It wasn't until Shizune returned to the tent at night that he changed his way to ask about it from various directions. Shizune didn't hide Tsunade's thoughts, and confessed that he went out at night to learn skills from Saitama, and to make his ninja career more durable, and kept silent. In fact, Shizune feels that there is no other messy relationship between herself and Saitama. After all, in such a big camp, only the age gap between the two is relatively small, so it is normal to play together. This is naturally Shizune's own idea, and she doesn't know when she started to treat Katama as a good friend, or a very close kind. Tsunade, who came over, of course knew what kind of emotion this was, and didn't point it out. And since Tsunade knew about Shizune and Saitama, Shizune went out at night more casually, no longer sneaking out like before. And the longer she stays with Katama, Shizune has a deeper understanding of Saitama's strength, knowing that he is not an ordinary chunin, but a strong man who can also be ranked in the Jonin power circle. And Katama also shows off his talent in front of Shizune from time to time, showing off his genius learning methods. Although Shizune is disdainful in front of Saitama, but in front of Tsunade, he always shows his talent inadvertently. Praise for Saitama. This time Tsunade asked Saitama to be the captain of the assault force. Naturally, it was impossible because Shizune always blew the bedside wind in her ears, but it was a decision after many considerations. Saitama's strength is sufficient. Although he is young, he has rich experience and is also experienced in doing things. Naturally, Tsunade will not let such a talent go, although Maitaman Yan, as a consultant, objected to this decision. It might just be a test. Tsunade whispered in his mouth. His tone was very relaxed, and he spoke to the air in front of him. After continuing to stand for a few minutes, Tsunade walked towards the other direction of the camp, where more troops were gathered. She now needs to give orders to those ninjas, let them also start to act, to ensure that this action against the mist ninjas is foolproof. Did you see it? Saitama squatted in the grass. With the experience from last time, he reminded everyone in the team this time. At the same time, the team also had Jonin from Hinata's family to provide vision help, so the troops approached the enemy's camp, still not found. The ninja beside Saitama nodded. They naturally saw the situation in the bay over there. The defense has been significantly strengthened there, and the number of ninjas has increased a lot. Saitama glanced at the camp and construction site over there, and could clearly feel the increase in the number of ninjas. It can be said that there are 3 steps for one post and 5 steps for one sentry. How are the preparations going? Saitama looked up at a ninja of the Oil Girl clan who was in charge of contacting the assault force and the large force behind. They are already in place. It depends on when we will act here. The ninja wearing the must-have sunglasses of the Oil Girl clan nodded and said. There was no unnecessary expression on his face, and many ninjas around him tacitly kept a certain distance away from him, as if he was a dangerous person. This ninja from the Oil Girl clan seems to be called Oil Girl Jouet. Saitama always feels that this name is very familiar, but looking at the ordinary face, she doesn't have the slightest impression. Well, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are responsible for providing vision, and the Oil Girl clan releases bugs first to find out the enemy's ninja layout, and we will launch an attack later. He fought for a while, although he always had a reckless thought in his heart, but just to be on the safe side, he decided to play it safe. Understand? A few ninjas behind agreed, and then countless bugs began to crawl towards that side, and Hinata's ninjas also began to carefully scout the enemy's surroundings with their white eyes to confirm whether there were ambushes or traps. A long time passed like this, and Konoha's ninjas still maintained a concealed posture, waiting for the news collected by the Oil Girl clan ninjas. Coming, Caillou saw many bugs flying to Yun Yujue's hand beside him, and began to communicate with him. My worm told me that there are nearly 20 chakra-rich ninjas in the enemy's camp, which should be Jiaolin, and there are no less than 50 other ninjas. Jui stared at the bug on his finger, and after looking at it for a long time he said to Caillou, "Very good. The enemy's strength is beyond our expectations, but it is not enough for us to see." Saitama smiled slightly, and turned his gaze to Hinata ninja behind him. "This is where traps are arranged around the enemy camp. We simply drew a few schematic diagrams. The traps are concentrated on the side of the enemy camp near us." A Hinata ninja handed Saitama a few pieces of paper, and Saitama glanced at it and memorized the location of the trap on it. "Pass it around and take a look. After reading it, I will personally take it to the troops behind." "Yes, brother, the construction here will be completed tomorrow. Although it was delayed a few days ago, the ninjas of Konoha don't seem to care about our place. Moreover, we have increased defense here, so it is not so easy for them to break through." On the pier, a ninja was talking to another ninja standing on a wooden board. "The news here has leaked out a long time ago. Konoha didn't launch an attack against us. Maybe it's because we think our harbor doesn't have much impact on the whole battle situation." The ninja called Big Brother looked at the sea with his hands behind his back. "However, Konoha will pay the price for their arrogance, and it won't be too long. In addition, tell everyone to be vigilant, and the more you must focus at this time." The ninja's voice was firm, and there was a sense of victory in his hands. There was a strange sound in the distance, and the two ninjas looked at the place where the sound came from at the same time, and their expressions changed at the same time. "Enemy attack. There are enemies." Page 132. Saitama took the lead, rushed to the front, and arrived at the position of the enemy camp in an instant. Many enemy ninjas did not expect so many Konoha ninjas to appear suddenly, and they were stunned for a few seconds. With a knife in hand, Saitama chopped down several ninjas and rushed straight into the enemy camp. Konoha's ninja followed behind, with momentum like a rainbow. "It's over," the ninja standing on the pier muttered to himself. His body began to tremble abnormally. "It's almost finished," but Konoha's ninja ran out at this time. He saw Konoha ninjas who were not inferior to his own ninjas, so he naturally didn't think that this was the owner of Konoha's army. No, wherever Ki went, there was a one-sided massacre, and no one could parry a few rounds in front of him. Seeing two ninjas on the pier not far away, Saitama strode out. The knife in his hand was glowing, and electric arcs were constantly sputtering. "Brother, what should we do?" The ninja who spoke was very panicked. His legs trembled to varying degrees, and he also saw the killing god who was chopping melons and vegetables in the crowd running towards him. "Run away! I'll stop him." The ninja who was obviously the leader signaled the younger brother to leave, and then drew out his saber, which was a two-handed machete with several strange barbs. "Big brother, don't hurry up." He arrived, stepped on the wooden board, and suddenly accelerated again, and instantly came to the nearest enemy. "Oh!" The ninja leader blocked Saitama's attack, and at the same time kicked another ninja into the water. "Oh?" Saitama looked at the enemy in front of him. He was the one who blocked his attack just now, preventing him from killing the ninja. Konoha's ninja. The ninja leader gritted his teeth, and slashed Caillou fiercely, forcing Caillou to take a few steps back. "Big brother." The ninja who fell into the water hadn't left yet, holding a handful of kunai in his hand, his voice trembling a bit. "Roll." The ninja leader stared at Saitama, not daring to move away a little bit, because he saw the strange hook in Saitama's eyes, and he knew that it was the blood succession limit unique to Konoha's Uchiha family, called Sharingan. At this time he dare not distract himself. Zizzy! The lightning began to spread on the knife, and the intensity of the current became stronger and stronger, resulting in a deeper color. Saitama kicked his feet, and his figure disappeared from the eyes of the enemy. "What?" Saitama frowned as he slashed at the enemy's shoulder. Just now, he aimed at the enemy's throat, but at the last moment, the enemy forcibly turned around and avoided it. "Brother!" The ninja's eyes turned red, and he shouted as he ran to a distance. He just saw the big brother who was very strong, and his eyes hurt when he met him, and his heart tightened. "He can't run away. I have companions too, don't I?" He raised the knife slowly. Killing intent appeared from the corners of his eyes, and his face remained ruthless. "Humph." This Kirinin didn't say much. His eyes were fixed on Saitama, and his feet began to move slowly, as if he was looking for Saitama's flaws. "What?" The enemy yelled and rushed over at such a fast speed that Kiyu could see the determination on his face. Jua! The lower limbs were wrapped in electric current, and Saitama's speed reached an even more terrifying level. The enemy's eyes were still full of killing intent, so Saitama directly slashed his throat with a knife, and it was too late to block. Puff! Blood spurted out from the wound, and Saitama stood behind the enemy, slowly hanging the knife back to his waist. The fleeing enemy in sight was also caught up by the Konoha ninja, and was being surrounded and killed by several ninjas. Konoha's large troops and the assault troops rushed out a few minutes later, pushing the entire enemy camp horizontally in a crushing posture. At this time, Saitama had already completed his mission. Originally, this mission was very sure, and Saitama couldn't put much effort into it. Many tasks were finished by other Konoha ninjas. Looking at the scenery on the sea, Saitama stood quietly, and the resistance of the enemy gradually disappeared. Is it on the opposite side? Saitama looked at the end of his line of sight, with the corners of his mouth upturned. Konoha has already known through some methods that Mist Ninja is indeed using the former Uzumaki country ruins as a transit point to launch an attack on the Fire Nation. Team leader, Uchiha Fire's voice sounded behind him. He was also included in the commando as a chunin for this mission. At this time, half of his body was covered with blood, and several hairs on his forehead were burned by the fire, causing strange burns hairstyle. Well, what's up? Saitama nodded. Page 133. The enemy has been wiped out, and those workers have also been detained. Well, the notice goes on. We can go back and submit the task after cleaning the battlefield. By the way, destroy this place before leaving. Kyu stepped on the ground without turning her head, and continued to look at the sea. It was still noon at this time, and the sun was shining on the sea, reflecting the colorful colors, which was really beautiful. Chapter 62. Crying with laughter, living with death. This action against the enemy ended perfectly, completely destroying the enemy's harbor and ending an enemy's conspiracy. The front line here has returned to calm. Wu Ninja attacked Konoha Thunder and destroyed his own base, as if he didn't know about it. He didn't start a duel against Konoha because of this, and he was still slowly making up his mind. The two sides rubbed against the border of the Bear Kingdom, fought on a small scale along the coastline, and even Konoha also took the initiative to meet Mist Ninja at sea. The two sides are in good agreement, and Mist Ninja is also confident. They know that if they don't take the initiative to initiate a war, Konoha will have nothing to do with them. After all, Konoha Ninja will not spend a lot of time to come to fight across the sea. Yoshi, Uchiha Hito leaned on the root of a mangrove tree. His face was stained with blood, and there was a pile of corpses lying under his feet, panting heavily. Hey, is this war? Uchiha Yan tightly held kunai in his hand. Many parts of his body were painted. Looking at the corpses of the enemies around him, his eyes were a little red, and he supported his knee with one hand. A hand is covering the abdomen. Where is this going? The real war is not just a few people, but hundreds of thousands of people fighting. Saitama stood on a high place, without a single wound on his body, and there was not a trace of blood on the blade, as if just now the battle has nothing to do with him. In fact, he had just killed 2 Junin just now, but due to the difference in strength, the mere 2 Junin could no longer pose a threat to him. See Goi, the captain is still so good. Uchiha Ho looked at Saitama, who was very strong, with eyes of admiration. Although Saitama is younger than him, he is so excellent in other tasks. He is worthy of being the genius of Uchiha and the god of death of Mist Ninja. Oh, by the way, in recent months, the friction between Wu Ninja and Konoha has been constant, but they are all small-scale battles, and because of Saitama's perfect performance in battle, 100 kill rate, and his casual expression in battle, the title of Reaper has been circulated in a small range among Kirinin's troops. The vanguard of Mist Ninja knows that there is such a person as Saitama. Even Saitama's features were recorded by the vanguard of Kirinin so that their own ninjas could identify them. Clean up. Saitama didn't pay attention to Uchiha Hito's gaze, and glanced at several corpses lying on the ground. The strength of the 2 Uchiha brothers cannot be underestimated. The two teamed up to kill 4 enemy ninjas, although they were all Chunin and Genin. Hey, good. Uchiha Hiro walked over and put away the enemy's body. There was basically no trauma on his body, and he was still able to move freely. Snapped. Saitama jumped off where he was standing and walked over to Uchiha En's place. Team leader. Uchiha Yan's face was a bit ugly. He clutched his abdomen. Blood flowed down his fingers and wet his trouser legs. Show me. Kyu could tell Yan was injured at a glance, but he kept holding on. Facing Kami Saitama's tough and unquestionable gaze, Uchiha Yan gritted his teeth and moved the palm of his abdomen away. Yes, no big deal, no problem. Saitama looked at the wound on Uchiha Yan's abdomen. It was a knife wound of about 10 centimeters, not very deep, but probably because the wound was a bit big, the blood couldn't stop for a while. Yeah, Uchiha-yan nodded, and was about to cover his hands again to ease the flow of blood. Let me come. Saitama gestured to Uchiha-yan, and in his puzzled eyes, a green halo began to overflow from his right hand. Hiss. Uchiha-yan's eyes were full of surprise, and Saitama's hands were cold, and it was itchy when he put them on the wound, and his mouth made noises. When did the captain learn medical ninjutsu? Sugoi. Uchiha Hokura on the side finished loading the corpse and walked over. His face was also full of surprise, but he was relieved. After all, Saitama's power has long been engraved in his mind, in his heart, no matter what ninjutsu Saitama has learned. It's all as it should be. True genius needs no explanation. It hasn't been long. It's just that I haven't had a chance to display it, Saitama said casually while treating Uchiha-yan. Okay, go back and get the rest. I can deal with this at most. Kyu let go of his hand. The blood from the wound had stopped, but the wound was still grimly exposed, but it didn't affect the movement very much. Thank you, Captain. Uchiha-yan looked at the wound and nodded towards Saitama. Go back. Today's task has been completed. This area is almost cleaned up. Saitama looked around, patted the knife on his waist, which was a little off due to his movements, to a position where he felt comfortable, and then walked towards Konoha Daing's position. Page 134. Their mission today is to patrol this area and wipe out the sneaking enemies, and it's over for now. What do you want to say about Kirigakure's recent activities? Maida Mannion was wearing his own reading glasses, with a serious expression on his face. He was asking everyone present. Continuous consumption will do the most harm to Kirigakure. I don't believe that Kirigakure is a fool. He will continue to send ninjas to the border on such a small scale to do some harmless damage. Hinata Shin, the person in charge of the Hinata family, was the first to speak. His white eyes were on the opposite side of the table, and Uchiha Tanaki's face was swept across. Indeed, if this continues, Kirigakure will consume even more. Although we will also suffer losses, we will always be smaller than Kirigakure. However, if the enemy really relies on the power of a village to continue fighting us like this, I don't think we will take advantage of it, but Konoha isn't just at war with Kirigakure. Uchiha Tanaki was silent for a few seconds, and then spoke. He didn't quite agree with Hinata Shin's point of view, and it had nothing to do with the relationship between the two families. HMPH. Hinata Shin heard Uchiha Tanaki's explanation. Although he felt the same in his heart, he still snorted coldly. Indeed, it's really hard for Konoha's current situation to drag on. Tsunade said that in the communication with Orochimaru a few days ago, he knew that the war between Konoha and Sand Hidden has officially entered the decisive stage. Because of this, Konoha has invested more ninja power in the battlefield over there, and it is bound to win the victory. The outcome of this war is very critical, and it may be the turning point of this Konoha crisis. If you win, other ninja villages may weigh their own weight again. If you lose, sorry, it is very common in the game between ninja villages to push the wall down. Then what do we need to do next? We can't continue to wait for Kirigakure to come to our door like this. The initiative needs to be held in our hands. Maida Mannion's eyes slowly moved on the faces of the ninjas at the long table, and his words were also directed in one direction. As a retired ninja who experienced countless battles in the early days, he has experienced Konoha's extremely strong period, and he also supported Konoha with the third generation of Hokage when Konoha was at a low point. Therefore, he has always been a strong person. No matter how old he is, he hopes that he can take the initiative. During this period of time, Konoha has been in a defensive posture, which made him a little uncomfortable, but the situation is like this. Konoha has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in other hot battlefields, and the battlefield here seems very deserted. But recently, there has been a turning point, and he doesn't want to continue to defend the battlefield he's in. The long table was silent. If Konoha Ninja took the initiative to attack according to what Maida Mannion said, the number of casualties would not be as easy as it is now. Besides, everyone here is from a big family, and they also have family members in their heart's interests are taken seriously. Why don't talk anymore? Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. On this matter, I basically agree with Maida Mannion's advisor. Konoha should indeed take the lead in the war, but we need to discuss the details slowly, come up with a set of truly effective and feasible policies. Tsunade leaned back, leaning his back against the chair. His gaze was powerfully scanning everyone's faces, and his tone was unquestionable. Huh. It's so leisurely today. Saitama sat on a crossbar. His tone was very relaxed, and sitting next to him was Mute, who also didn't have a mission. How come? Don't you have any tasks today? I can't see you during the daytime. Shizune tilted her head to look at Saitama. Her nose sniffed, and her short hair floated softly in the wind. You follow Tsunade-sama every day. Shouldn't you know this best? Saitama didn't turn his head to look at Shizune, but stared at the tents in front of him with a bored tone. How could I know these things? Besides, when Tsunade-sama and the others are discussing important matters, I dare not approach them. Shizune was slightly annoyed, and punched Saitama on the shoulder. The longer she spent with Saitama, the more presumptuous her attitude became. In a few days, we should take the initiative to attack. We have been discussing plans recently, and Konoha is tired of always defending. Saitama was also present at the meeting that day. As Konoha ninja, who has been in the limelight recently, Saitama also has the qualifications to participate in some high-level meetings. Moreover, due to his outstanding performance, Uchiha Tanaki also intends to bring Saitama into some circles. He is very optimistic about Saitama's future and the changes to the entire Uchiha. Oh, this. I heard from Tsunade-sama, but it has nothing to do with your mission. Too lazy to tell you. Saitama shrugged, jumped off the crossbar and walked towards the camp. It was already noon. It was time to eat, and Saitama's stomach was already protesting to him. Hey, wait for me. Shizune catches up, with a bit of resentment on Saitama's attitude of leaving without finishing his sentence. Although he was a few years older than Saitama, he was half a head shorter than Saitama. In recent months, Saitama's height has improved by leaps and bounds, successfully breaking through 1.7 meters and becoming a second-class disabled in the memory of his previous life. Where are you going? Jing Yin asked a little strangely. Eat. Where else are we going? Saitama rubbed his stomach, and his hands touched a layer of fur muscles, which were his perfect 8-pack abs. Oh, then I'll go too. By the way, bring some back to Tsunade-sama. Shizune nodded and followed Saitama with no abnormality on her face. Follow you. Saitama strode forward, the knife at his waist flickering. Shizune trotted to keep up with Saitama's pace. Her short hair was also flicked behind her head. Chapter 63. The human heart grows weeds instead of flowers. Look at what I do. Saitama held an animal's leg in his hand, bit off a large piece of meat from time to time, chewed it with his teeth a few times, and swallowed it. Do you usually eat like this? Jinyan felt that his head was a bit big, and there was such a starving ghost under Saitama's gentle appearance. I don't have time to eat like this today because I don't have a task, Saitama said, and at the same time gave another thumbs up to Konoha ninja's food. Well, you can actually eat slowly. Anyway, no one will grab you. Shizune looked around, indicating that there were no extra people around Saitama. What do you mean? Saitama didn't think there was anything wrong with the way he ate, and he didn't make any noise when he ate, disturbing the people nearby. Stop the action and look at the silence. It's nothing, you continue to eat. Jingyin shook her head quickly, not looking into those eyes. Page 135. Whispering sound. Saitama continued to eat, feeling that Shichu was a little baffled, thinking that girls of this age group must be so hypocritical. In this way, Kyu ate food for 5 people by himself, and he ate 4 of the hind legs of an animal that was about 2 catties, not counting other food. Huh, it's so comfortable. Saitama leaned against the chair, put his hands on the table, and his body was very relaxed. Have you finished eating? Shizune watched Saitama put so much food into his stomach. The expression on his face was already numb. Well, it's almost there. Saitama picked up a toothpick on the table, and praised Konoha's logistics again in his heart. Then let's go. Shizune gestured to Saitama, and at the same time picked up the rice for Tsunade on the table. Let's go. Kyu got up slowly, took a toothpick in his mouth, and walked outside. Yo, Saitama. As soon as he walked out of this tent, Saitama met Uchiha-sen, who was about to come to eat. Hi. Saitama waved his hand, and continued to tease the toothpick in his mouth with his tongue, letting it roll around his mouth. What's this all about? Aha. Uchiha Mori raised his eyebrows at Saitama, with a wicked look in his eyes. What else can you do here besides eating? Saitama squinted at Uchiha Mori. He could see the dirty thoughts in Mori's heart at a glance, and the pure friendship changed color in his eyes. Aren't you this? Uchiha Mori didn't believe it, and bent his 2 thumbs towards each other. Whispering sound. Saitama pulled Jing Yin, who was standing beside him with a flushed face, and walked away quickly. Say you. Uchiha Mori called out from behind, and Saitama turned around. Come on. He made a mouth gesture to Saitama, and at the same time clenched one hand into a fist, making a cheering gesture. Boring. Saitama turned back and continued to pull Shizune away. He didn't want Uchiha-sen to destroy the pure friendship between the two. At least Saitama said so. Saitama. After walking a few steps, a quiet voice called out. Hold head high. Saitama looked down and saw that Shizune was a little tangled up. What's wrong? Saitama looked like he didn't know anything, and looked at Mute with a rosy face. Can you let me go? After saying that, Jingyan's neck was covered with blush, and his head was fixed on the ground. Oh, what did I think? Didn't you keep holding me tight? Saitama let go of Shizune's hand, and did not forget to pat Shizune on the shoulder after letting go. Then I'm going back, Jingyan said with her head lowered. Oh, let's go. Is it still the same place at night? Saitama nodded, and wiped Shizune's head with his hand. Okay. At this moment, Jingyan seemed to be an ostrich, not daring to raise his head. After finishing speaking, Shizune trotted away in another direction, and Saitama also strode back to his tent. Bah! Shizune opened the tent. Tsunade was still flipping through the documents on the table. A map was spread out on the long table, and many signs were marked on it. Tsunade didn't even raise her hand. She knew that Jingyan had returned, because she was the only one who dared to enter this tent without reporting. Shizune's voice was a bit strange. Tsunade frowned when he heard it, and put down the things in his hand. What's going on here? As soon as Tsunade looked up, he saw Shizune, whose face was still slightly flushed, but with a rippling smile. Ah, it's nothing. Shizune put the rice on Tsunade's table, covering his face with his hands. Win money? But this is a ninja camp. It shouldn't be. Tsunade was a little puzzled, and his suspicious eyes fell on Shizune's face. Crunch! Shizune pushed out a chair from the long table, sat on it unceremoniously, buried her head in her hands, and didn't intend to talk to Tsunade. Cut! Tsunade made a disdainful sound, then opened the rice that Shizune had brought back just now, and started to eat, but his interesting eyes kept scanning Shizune's body. In fact, Tsunade could think with his own chest that Shizune's change must be related to that kid Saitama, but he deliberately didn't point it out, making fun of his own disciple. Oh, it's nice to be young. Tsunade sighed inwardly, but he didn't know what to think of, and the depths of his eyes darkened. The sun is so good today. Saitama stood in front of his tent, surrounded by many Uchiha ninjas resting and basking in the sun. Captain, Uchiha In and Uchiha Ho didn't go on a mission today. They were communicating with other ninjas, and they naturally called out when they saw Saitama. Page 136. The ninjas of the Uchiha family who were chatting with the two brothers also greeted Saitama. After all, Saitama is now the star ninja in the entire camp, and he can be said to be the brightest person in the past few months. Saitama. X2 well, hello. Saitama nodded and saluted them back. What are you talking about? It's nothing, just chatting about what will attack the enemy. After all, everyone is very depressed during this time, and they can't wait. When Uchiha said this, his face was excited, and his hands were rubbing together. TCH. Saitama turned and left. He knew that Uchiha had always had an optimistic attitude towards war, and he didn't have a kind of all for war. After lunch, taking a nap in this weather is really a perfect thing. Saitama went back, lay down on the bed, stared at the top of the tent, smiled slightly, and the shy smile from before appeared in his mind. In Konoha's big camp, there is no need to worry about enemies coming to make trouble, at least at this stage, so Saitama sleeps with peace of mind. Master Patriarch, the above is the situation of Uchiha on the battlefield here. Please rest assured that I will manage everyone well and will not let you down. At the same time, I will not let the family suffer undue losses. In addition, Uchiha Saitama, his talent is astonishing. Uchiha Tanaki put down the pen in his hand, read the letter again, and after confirming that it was correct, he rolled it up, wrapped it up, and prepared to send it back to Konoha village with ninja pigeons. This is the communication he will have with Uchiha Fugaku, who is far away in Konoha village every other month. That is, to simply summarize the situation of Uchiha here and report it to him. In the past few months, every time he contacted Uchiha Tanaki made no secret of his love for Saitama in his letters. In his eyes, Saitama was not only Uchiha's current combat power, but also his face for many years to come. At least he thinks so in his heart. Bah! Uchiha Mori opened the curtain and walked in with food in his hand. Eat some, it's still hot. Putting the rice on the table, Uchiha Mori motioned to Uchiha Tanaki. Okay, thank you. Uchiha Tanaki rubbed his eyes and started to eat. He was busy all day long and didn't have time to eat, so he had to trouble others to bring it back for him. In the past few days, all the high-level leaders have been in this situation. After all, if they decide to take the initiative, they need to come up with a complete plan, so everyone has a high-level meeting once a day to discuss plans, and usually discuss with their own staff or consultants. The time is naturally very tight. I met that boy Kiyu just now at dinner. He is really precocious. Uchiha Mori leaned against the table and said to Uchiha Tanaki that this meal time is just right for chatting for a while. Oh, what's the matter? Uchiha Tanaki paid close attention to Saitama and was also very interested in his news. I just saw that kid and Tsunade-sama's disciple, the short-haired female ninja who has been following behind Tsunade-sama, eating together. The relationship between the two seems unusual. Uchiha Mori showed a funny expression, flicking his fingers on the edge of the table, obviously in a good mood. Haha, this is very interesting. I don't know if Tsunade-sama knows. Uchiha Tanaki swallowed a rice ball with a smile on his face. I don't know, I should know. Uchiha Mori spread his hands with a helpless expression. Uchiha Tanaki suddenly wanted to add a sentence to the letter just now, saying that Uchiha Saitama seems to have encountered love. The patriarch must have a funny expression after seeing it! He couldn't help but imagine such a scene in his heart. Yush, everyone's here. Tsunade sits at the top, Maitaman Yan sits aside, and all the high-ranking members take their seats. After saying this, Tsunade involuntarily glanced at Saitama standing behind Uchiha Tanaki and Uchiha Sen with a meaningful look. Saitama was sitting upright, staring straight at the strand of hair on Uchiha Sen's forehead that stood up due to his abnormal sleeping position. Observing its trajectory during Uchiha Sen's movements, he naturally felt Tsunade's gaze, but he feel guilty. Just pretend you didn't see it. It has been discussed for so many days, and the plan should be confirmed today. If you have any needs, you can bring them up. Tsunade pointed at the table a few times, indicating to everyone that this is the last moment to confirm the plan, and if you have any questions, you can ask them to continue the discussion. Hyuga Shin raised his hand, signaling that he wanted to speak. Hinata, what do you think? Maitaman supported his glasses on his nose, signaling Hinata Shin to speak. I have no doubts about our Hyuga as a reconnaissance force, but why should the Uchiha people be used as a support force to take care of the wounded? Isn't the Uchiha family always known for fighting? Hyuga Shin had a bit of annoyance on his face, and he kept his eyes on Uchiha Tanaki who was sitting opposite him while speaking. HMPH, this is Tsunade-sama's arrangement. Why are you looking at me? Uchiha Tanaki snorted coldly, turned his head away, and looked at Uchiha Sen who was sitting beside him. This? Maitaman Yan nodded. He knew the reason in his heart. Everything was to make Uchiha less important in the war. The third generation has long had the desire to abdicate, and the Uchiha family has always had abnormal thoughts about Hokage's seat. It is also a means of restricting Uchiha from making major achievements in the war. With a somewhat tangled expression on his face, Maitonin felt that Uchiha as a support force was really not very convincing, and then he opened his mouth and said, then transfer Uchiha to the assault force and make a replacement with the original third force. How about it? Maitaman Yan looked at Uchiha Tanaki and another Jonin, seeking their advice. I don't have any problems here. Everything follows the arrangement. That ninja is a civilian ninja and a supporter of the Naruto family, so naturally he has no other opinions. Our Uchiha has no problem. Uchiha Tanaki nodded. Page 137. Well, is there any other problem? Tsunade looked at the other people present. In fact, she has always had some opinions on keeping Uchiha behind. Now that someone has raised and changed it, she is also very satisfied. That's good. Everything is going according to plan, and the action will start early in the morning the day after tomorrow. This counterattack against Kirigakure must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Tsunade stood up with a very serious tone exclamation. The other ninjas also stood up the moment Tsunade stood up, looking at Tsunade solemnly. Maitaman looked around, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was full of expectations for Konoha's troops. Kirigakure might be enough to cause them a lot of trouble, but war is so cruel, but victory must belong to Konoha. Thinking of this, Maitaman's eyes flickered, and the lenses also reflected the light in the tent, so that others could not see the expression in his eyes. It's finally over. Saitama stretched his waist and said to Uchiha Sen. The two were walking on the road to the camp at this time. The meeting just now had ended, and they were walking towards Uchiha's residence at this time. The next is the real hard time. Uchiha looked up at the sky, and the boundless sky reminded him of many things. Who says no? But who cares? Saitama shrugged. Yes, I know you are powerful. You can come and go freely in the war. Uchiha Mori slapped Saitama on the shoulder, and Saitama dodged it. Kitama, you have to be careful. Kirigakure still has some characters that you need to pay attention to, especially the 7 ninjas who have a great reputation in the ninja world. Now you have become Kirigakure's heart trouble, and you are on the must-kill list, but it is far ahead of most people. Don't be targeted by them. One is fine, but if there are several, it will be dangerous. Uchiha-sen knew that he couldn't hit Saitama at this time, but he still couldn't help but remind him. I know, I don't underestimate the enemy. Saitama nodded, wiping the knife on his waist with his hand. I don't know what's going on if I meet it. Saitama added a word in his heart, and continued to walk forward with Uchiha-sen. Chapter 64. I heard that you are going to leave soon. Jingyin sat on the crossbar, with his legs off the ground, swaying. Well, set off early tomorrow morning. The plan has been made, and it must be implemented. Saitama fiddled with his own knife, but his eyes kept on Shizune, watching her dangling her short legs a little bored. The border of Bear Country is not far away. How long will it take to come back? Shizune raised her head and stared at Katama with her clear eyes. This was the first time she looked at Katama like this in the past 2 days. That might be the case. As support staff, you won't move and stay in the rear, but those of us who are in charge of the assault will not be so stable. It's also shown in the intelligence that Kirigakure gave up on landing directly in the Land of Fire when we saw through the plan last time. Most of their ninja troops are slowly gathering in the Land of Bears, and they're almost assembled now. Saitama looked at the starry sky and began to think about the big battle in the near future. Oh, Jingyin, stop talking again. Let's stop here today. I'll go back first. Saitama stood up and looked at Shizune. Okay, go to bed early, and be careful. Shizune nodded and greeted Saitama. Let's go. Saitama nodded, in response to Shizune's words, then turned and left directly. The moonlight was bright and clear, hitting Saitama's back, dragging out a cold figure. You go back too, mute, Shizune said to herself in her heart, and when Saitama disappeared from sight, she jumped off the crossbar and left. Shoo! Shoo! Many figures shuttled through the woods, and their common demeanor was wearing a green ninja vest and the Konoha ninja village mark on their foreheads. Captain, how long will it take? I've already driven for half a day. Uchiha got a little annoyed and followed behind Saitama. It's already entered the border of the Bear Country. Don't worry. Saitama stepped on his feet, sent his body forward, and said calmly. A few hours ago, as the vanguard, Saitama and his party had already solved the guard post on the border of the Bear Country and began to invade the Bear Country. These people's reactions are too slow. I haven't seen reinforcements for so long. Uchiha pursed his lips, and his tone looked down on the enemy's ninja troops. Saitama frowned and didn't continue to speak. Uchiha Hito's attitude is his normal state after he has been going smoothly. Their plan this time is to directly toughen up Mist Ninja once, completely provoke a war, and prevent them from continuing to procrastinate. Page 138. The invasion of the Bear Kingdom is also included in the mission. Only when the enemy is beaten to death will they be truly annoyed and enter the war mode. Whoosh! There was a sound of piercing through the air, and Saitama knew it was a signal from the scouting ninja after he detected the situation. SHH! The approaching ninja who heard the signal stopped instantly, waiting for the information to be shared. There are a large number of enemies approaching. At their speed, they will encounter us in another 5 minutes. A ninja of the Oil Girl clan stood on a high branch, and his voice was just enough for the surrounding ninjas to hear. In other places, there are also ninjas who pass on this information. Saitama's army belongs to the 2nd Army, and he is the captain of the 1st Wing under the 2nd Army, and he commands nearly ninjas. Understood. Ready to fight. Saitama nodded and waved to the ninjas in his alliance. The ninjas of other alliances also put on a fighting posture. This time they invaded the Bear Country. The main task was to fight, and then to retreat. Base. Saitama also slowly drew out his sword, and the Konoha ninjas on his side all kept still, waiting for the enemy to come over. A battle is about to begin. SHH. Rustle. The leaves are rubbed against the flesh, making a slight sound. The wind is also howling, and the enemy's troops are here in a blink of an eye. Base. Saitama looked at the Kirigakure troops who stopped tens of meters ahead. There were quite a few of them, even much more than the number of ninjas on his side. But Konoha's side was able to join this operation only if they were Chunin and above. Kirigakure was completely incomparable to the ninja. As far as he could see, Saitama saw some Boy Scouts holding weapons timidly. It was probably the first time he encountered such a large-scale confrontation battlefield. Yo! Konoha's ninja. A sharp-toothed ninja wears a vest and holds a giant ninja sword. Hell! Looking at the other party's white hair and the characteristics of the teeth, Saitama easily knew his origin. The Ghost Lamp family has a hydration secretary and is immune to most physical attacks. Kirigakure's ninjas all look very strange. Looking at the opposite Konoha ninja at this time, they also make all kinds of obscene sounds. Let's entertain Konoha's guests. At this time, a ninja with his left eye blindfolded and holding a strange weapon screamed, and his words were cold-blooded, as if these Konoha ninjas were not under his control. Next to him stood another skinny ninja wearing a mask, with a long and thin knife on his back. Wow, haha. Kirigakure's emotions were mobilized in an instant, and many people began to gear up, eager to try. That's Mirashi Jinhachi and Kurasan Kashimaru, members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. It is said that they have the strength of an elite Jin, and these two people are called a ruthless duo by the outside world. None of the enemies killed by them has a body. It is intact, full of thin pieces of meat. Beside Kyu, Uchiha member introduced to Kyu that he knew something about the information, and he was afraid that Kyu would not know. Yeah, Saitama nodded. Kigakure's miscellaneous things go to hell. Haha, the ninja on Konoha's side also has a grumpy brother. Hearing Kirigakure's yelling, he couldn't hold back and shouted at the enemy. Kill them. Mirashi Jinhachi waved his hand, directing the ninja behind him to rush forward. Kill. Konoha's side is also true. This time their mission is to fight. Besides, everyone here is an elite selected from various troops, and their hard power is not at all against these crooked Kirin. Chua. Saitama turned his attention to the 7 of them. Perhaps only they were his opponents in this battlefield. Whoosh. Uchiha also popped up and rushed out alongside Saitama, the captain of the 2nd company. 1 per person. Uchiha Mori's eyes were also shining. As a senior Jonin, he felt that it should be no problem to deal with 1 ninja sword. Okay, Saitama nodded. His speed increased in vain, and he went towards Mirashi Jinhachi. Court death. Mirashi Jinhachi watched a young ninja jump out of Konoha ninja and went straight to him. His face turned cold for an instant, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The ninjas on both sides collided in an instant, and each ninja found their own opponent. Saitama was no match for him, and it seemed reasonable in this battlefield. After all, Saitama's combat power is already the peak representative of Konoha. Chua slashed out with a knife, and slashed cruelly on Wooly Jinba's weapon. Shusha! Kyu saw that the enemy's weapon was like a money-printing machine, and began to spit out the detonating talisman. His eyes narrowed, the 3 Gadama spun, and his feet kicked. Boy, die in the explosion. Page 139. Mirashi Jinhachi maintained his arrogance on his face, unable to conceal his killing intent towards Saitama, and waved his weapon at Saitama. SHH! A piece of detonating symbol is like a canopy, covering Saitama. Boom! Explosions followed Saitama's footsteps and kept ringing. What? Mirashi Jinhachi's attack is completely disregarding gains and losses, indiscriminate blows, and the surrounding ninjas are all affected, including Konoha and Kirigakure. Hey, keep hiding, kid. Mirashi Jinhachi's tone was very gloomy, looking at Saitama who kept dodging. While speaking, he didn't even look at Kirin who was accidentally injured by his own attack. It's a bit troublesome. Saitama looked at the potholes caused by the explosion around him. Although the power is not as powerful as the real detonating charms, this amount is difficult to deal with. He fixed his eyes on Wooly Jinba, and Gaoyu didn't turn around, as if he was looking for an opportunity. Zizi, with a blue electric current flowing in his hand, Saitama ran towards the enemy. At the same time, he kept changing his footsteps and moved extremely coquettishly. The explosion was right beside Saitama, but it couldn't cause much damage to him. Okay? Mirashi Jinpachi also saw Saitama's operation, frowned, and then showed a cruel smile. Not only did he have no fear on his face, he also gave up long-range attacks, kicked his feet, and rushed towards Saitama waving a weapon with his right hand. Aha, hurry up and die. Wooly Shiba let out a strange laugh, and said some mindless words in his mouth. Oh, running all the way to Saitama. There will be explosions around Mirashi Jinpachi, and the land will be blown up, and the surrounding ninjas will all avoid the fighting range of Saitama and Mirashi Jinpachi, leaving enough space for them. Zizi, the electric current on the knife turned into substance, and an electric blade with faint light condensed on the blade, extending Saitama's knife by a few centimeters. SHH! Chua! Shusha! The 2 weapons slashed at each other at the same time, and Saitama's eyes were fixed on the enemy's movements. Boom! The 2 knives collided together, and Kiyu's eyes froze deep in his eyes. He saw that the other side of the enemy's weapon began to spit out something like a detonating talisman, and began to follow the weapon and wrap around Kiyu. Crackling, the electric current strengthened, and a dazzling light burst out instantly. Wooly Jinba narrowed his eyes, and the hand holding the weapon began to twitch, and he was about to let go. Oh! Mirashi Jinhachi kicked out, forcing Katama to back away, and he gave up continuing to attack Katama, and pulled back to distance himself. Whispering sound. Saitama raised the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the danger of this ninja knife is very limited, but the difficulty lies in killing the enemy in these explosions. Quick battle. Saitama saw that Uchiha Mori had been defeated by his opponent. Obviously, the ninja named Kurasan Kashimaru was not something he could deal with. Zizzy. This time it was still electric, but the color was extraordinarily deep. Along the blade, the electric current completely envelops the knife, making its shape even more exaggerated. This trick is Saitama's enhanced version of Chidori Ryu, which is to continuously compress Chidori Ryu onto the knife, so that the current has the cutting ability of Chidori, and its power can be said to be very strong. Mirashi Jinpachi watched the change of the Saitama sword, and felt a bit of difficulty in his heart. Even the hand holding the sword could still feel numbness. Lai Senchu and Wan, hurry up and clean up your opponents and come to help. I'm a bit difficult to deal with. Hey, even you can't do it? Kurasan Kashimaru smirked, and pulled the weapon in his hand, leaving another scar on Uchiha-sen's body. His weapon is very thin, like a long and thick needle sword with a steel wire at the end. When attacking, he relies on various uses of the wire and knife to hit the enemy, which is very strange. After all, Uchiha has no experience, and it is very difficult to fight Kurasan Kashimaru. If he hadn't had Sharingan, he would have been killed by the enemy long ago. Chapter 65. When the battle is in progress. Hey, Sen! Saitama motioned for Uchiha-sen, and also ran towards him. Boy, your opponent is me. Where else do you want to go? Mirashi Jinpachi snorted coldly, and instantly slashed at Saitama with the explosive knife in his hand, blocking his way forward. Snapped. The knife was chopped on the explosive knife. Kyu took advantage of the momentum and kicked on the ground, and lightning flashed across his body. HMPH! Mirashi Jinpachi was injured by Saitama's Chidoryu, and the knife bounced away. At this moment, several detonating talismans slipped down to Saitama's feet along the knife. Mirashi Jinpachi retreated quickly, and sealed with one hand. Drink! The detonating talisman exploded instantly. Boom! Boom! Page 140. Is it solved? Mirashi Jinpachi's right hand was scorched black, but his eyes were still looking at the place where the explosion just happened. He wanted to confirm Saitama's situation. With so many detonators exploding in an instant, no matter who they are, they should be dead. Mirashi Jinpachi thought to himself, but his body did not give up defense, and still maintained a fighting posture. Seiyu! Uchiha Mori saw the scene where the detonating talisman exploded under Saitama's feet, and his eyes were anxious, but his opponent Kurasan Kashimaru pressed him tightly, leaving him with no way to rescue him. SHH! Just as he was thinking, a figure rushed out of the smoke from the explosion, and in an instant he was in front of Mirashi Jinpachi. What? Mirashi Jinpachi was a little surprised. Saitama didn't have the slightest injury on his body, but there were some explosion marks on his clothes, which looked dirty. Ding! Although he was surprised in his heart, the movement of his hands was not slow, and the explosive knife was directly placed across his chest, blocking Saitama's attack. Thunder Chidori Knife. Saitama gave himself a simple and clear name for the trick that attached Chidori to the knife. Base. The ninja knife instantly bloomed into a more dazzling color, and the current on the knife increased explosively. All! Mirashi Jinpachi's pupils shrank, and he let go of the saber with both hands in an instant, but it was too late. Saitama's sword staggered away from the saber, and slashed directly at his chest. Go away! A cold voice came from behind Saitama's side. It was the Kurasan Kashimaru who used a long knife sewing needle. Whoosh! He also heard the sound of piercing through the air, and Saitama knew that the enemy's attack was about to arrive, so he hurried away sideways, but the knife in his hand still slashed down. With Kurasan Kashimaru's support, Mirashi Jinpachi also had more time to react, and with a turn of his footsteps, he abruptly dodged Saitama's slash. But Saitama's attack speed is so fast, and it's not easy to dodge. With thunder and lightning, the knife slashed across his shoulder, leaving a deep wound, and blood gushed out directly. What? Mirashi Jinpachi yelled and distanced himself from Saitama at a faster speed, and his weapon, the explosive knife spray, fell at Saitama's feet. Din! Saitama frowned as the knife slashed across the enemy's shoulder, but the weapon immediately drew a semicircle and came in front of him, blocking Kurasan Kashimaru's weapon. The slender knife was blocked by Saitama with the knife, and at the moment when Saitama was about to fight back, the long knife was pulled back by Kurasan Kashimaru, and it returned to the enemy's hand in an instant. Boom! Uchiha-sen also had a chance to get out of Kurasan Kashimaru's attack range at this time, and landed beside Saitama. It's okay, ho-ho! He was exhausted, he was panting heavily, and there were many wounds on his body, but fortunately, they were all small wounds, and there was no serious danger. It's okay. Saitama looked at the two enemies who would also gather together, and nodded to Uchiha-sen. This guy who uses a long knife and a needle has a weird attack. Pay special attention to those thin threads. Uchiha Mori explained to Saitama the experience he had just gained from fighting. Okay. Electric arcs flashed on his body, and Saitama looked at the two who seemed to be communicating. Why is it so embarrassing? I lost my weapon. Why don't I kill you? What a waste. Kurasan Chuanmaru looked at Wooly Jinpachi clutching his shoulders, very embarrassed, and sneered. Don't talk nonsense. Find a way to get rid of that Konoha ninja. He is good at lightning and sword skills, and he is also a Uchiha ninja. He should be the recently rumored Konoha Shinigami. Sure enough. There is no useless person under his reputation, and his strength is indeed very strong. Murashi Jinba knew that his companion's personality was like this, so he didn't care, and spoke in a somewhat sloppy tone. Understood? Leave it to me. Lai Sanchuanwen nodded, and slowly raised the long knife in his hand. Leave it to me here. You go and help others. Saitama signaled Uchiha-sen to leave. He didn't help him much here, and it was easy to distract himself. Okay, be careful. Uchiha knew that there was still a gap between his own strength and the ninja, and here only Saitama could contend, or even suppress, so he also prepared to leave the battlefield to Saitama. Whoosh! After speaking, Kyu kicked his feet vigorously, and his body rushed towards the enemy in an instant. The thunder and lightning drew a long trace in the air, and a bird smell began to spread everywhere. Here we come! Lai Sanchu and Wan concentrated, and his attention was instantly heightened. Although Murashi Jinhachi on the side was injured in one shoulder, which made that hand lose its fighting power, he held a kunai with the other hand and stood side by side with Kurasan Kashimaru. Thunder done thousand bird knife. Slowly raising the knife in his hand, Saitama's footsteps maintained a certain frequency, approaching the two enemies. Okay? Seeing that he was about to get in front of the enemy, Saitama's sharing and instantly sensed something was wrong. There was something abnormal on the ground in front of the enemy. Shua! Saitama didn't slow down, but ran towards the enemy from another direction. Did you notice it? Kurasan Kashimaru was wearing a mask and couldn't see any expression, but the voice was just enough for Murashi Jinpachi to hear. Sand, page 141 SHH. The ground, which looked normal at first, was cut into several pieces in an instant, and several thin threads were pulled up by Kurasan Kashimaru and returned to his weapon. Murashi Jinhachi used kunai to resist Saitama's knife, and the electric current from it kept hitting him, but he still gritted his teeth and did not take a step back. Swoosh! A slender knife came to the back of Saitama's head, extremely fast. Boom! Saitama kicked Murashi Jinhachi's thigh, and dodged to the side. Base! Saitama's sword cut kunai in half, and Wooly Jinpachi also cleverly discarded the weapon and continued to retreat. Kurasan Kashimaru's attack failed again, but he did not give up and continued to attack. Whoosh! With a light on his feet, Kyu felt some tight touch wrapping around his left calf, and his face changed. It's done. Lai Sanquan Wan masked Xia's face with a sinister smile, and pulled his left hand in front of him. Goodbye. Bang! As Kurasan Kashimaru's hand continued to pull, Saitama's calf was shattered, and his body also turned into white smoke. What? Lai Sanchu and Wan jumped to the side as soon as the white smoke rose, and the moment he left the ground, Saitama's figure appeared on his left side, and the sword in his hand was shining brightly. Thundered on thousand bird sword. Saitama's voice sounded like the cry of a death bird, and Kurasan Kashimaru was startled into a cold sweat. Damn! The knife was getting closer and across the enemy's chest. Chinese letter. A neat wound appeared on the left chest, and Lai Sanchuanwen did a few backflips and jumped towards the distance. Hoo-hoo! Murashi Jinhachi stood beside Kurasan Kashimaru. His face no longer had the previous arrogant expression, but was full of dignity. This kid is really hard to deal with. The speed is too fast. Lai Sanchuanwen panted heavily, feeling very uncomfortable. Kick! Saitama was unwilling to give the enemy room to breathe, and the attack came closer again. The two enemies could only dodge in embarrassment. Ding! Wu Ninja is another ninja who joins the battle group with Saitama. It is the ninja with sharp teeth and only wearing a vest. At this time, he didn't have a wound on his body, but the weapon in his hand was covered with Konoha ninja's blood. Ghost lamp full moon. Stop him! When Wooly Jinba saw someone coming to help, he quickly yelled. It's really not a good thing for the seniors to be in such a mess. Ghost Lantern Moon smiled, holding his own weapon in one hand, and the explosive knife that Wooly Jinba dropped before spray in the other. Senior, return it to you. This is not the ninja knife I want, although I use it very easily. Gai Deng Banyu threw the explosive knife in his hand to Wooly Jinba, and he was not polite. HMPH. Catching his own weapon, Mirashi Jinhachi felt that he could do it again, and looked at Saitama with a very gloomy expression. You are Konoha's Uchiha Saitama, right? I've been hearing your name every day recently. The Dingmanu licked her sharp teeth with her tongue, and showed a not-so-good-looking smile at Saitama. Ghost Lantern Full Moon? Kyu looked at the enemy, and did not attack rashly. The enemy is now 3 people, and it is not easy to deal with. Let's retreat. Furusen Kashimaru signaled Mirashi Jinhachi. Both of them are injured now. It is not a good idea to continue fighting, even if the Ghost Lamp Full Moon comes to support the others now. Although the Ghost Lamp Full Moon is very strong, it is absolutely not Saitama's opponent. During this period, Ghost Lantern Full Moon was still very young, not yet a member of the 7, and the weapon in his hand was not one of the 7 ninja swords, but it was already one of the candidates for the 7. As the Ghost Lamp family, they are proficient in using the 7 ninja swords, and they also have scrolls that can channel the 7 ninja swords. All right. Wooly Jinba didn't continue to be brave and nodded. Boy, the next time we meet is the date of your death. Mirashi Jinpachi slowly walked in front of Saitama holding the saber in his hand. Hee, if there is no next time, you will stay here today. Lightning flashed across Kyu's body, and only then did he realize that he, who was proficient in Thunder Dungeon, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon's hydration technique was just a colander in front of him, like nothingness. Oh, Wooly Jinba dragged the knife on the ground, and detonating symbols began to scatter on the ground one by one. Kyu frowned. Sangaoyu's Sholan eyes showed doubts. He didn't understand the operation of Mirashi Jinhachi, but those detonators didn't stop flowing out. Many detonators were connected together like a curtain. Ninja Kirigakure, retreat! Furusen Kashimaru yelled, and ran towards the back randomly. The wound on his chest was still bleeding, so he wanted to go back to the back for treatment as soon as possible. Page 142. Saitama didn't move, because there were more and more detonating charms released by Mirashi Jinpachi, covering the ground in a blink of an eye, and even kept coming out from the side of the knife. Many Konoha ninjas also saw the scene, and kept a longer distance from here, and even some escaped mist ninjas did not dare to come forward to chase them. After all, Wooly Shibadu's here, and there are so many detonating symbols. Goodbye, kid. Seeing that the Kirijin who were able to retreat in time almost all ran behind him and retreated, Mirashi Jinhachi looked at the Kirijin who had not yet retreated, showing a cruel smile. SHH! The knife and the detonating talisman cut off the connection. Mirashi Jinhachi made a mouth shape and quickly backed away, with Ghost Lantern Moon following beside him. No, my lord. Some Kiri ninjas were held back by Konoha's ninjas and couldn't retreat in time. Seeing Mirashi Jinhachi's operation, they yelled in despair. Oh! Boom! Boom! The explosion of the detonating symbol cut off Konoha's desire to continue chasing, and Kyu also left that area a long time ago, hid aside, and was not affected. Standing on the branch, Saitama watched the enemy's fleeing figure disappear into the smoke of the explosion, expressionless. Chapter 66. This war has officially begun. Get rid of these Kirijin ninjas. A Konoha Chunin yelled at his companions. Ahead of them were a few Kirijin ninjas who hadn't had time to leave. Kill. Konoha ninja will not be soft at this time. Just catch a few fallen mist ninja and kill. Kill. Although Wu Ninja knew that he could not run away, he would not be caught without a fight. His eyes turned red, and he started to risk his life. They thought in their hearts that if they killed one, they would not lose money, but if they killed 2, they would earn money. But the number of ninjas who were too late to leave was limited, and naturally they would not be Konoha's opponents, and they were wiped out within a few minutes. Kepsen, a ninja from the Oil Girl clan, stood behind Kyu, and a group of bugs were circling around him. How about the casualties? Saitama looked around. Konoha's ninjas began to clean the battlefield. The corpses of enemies and companions were being sorted and packed. War is so ruthless. Tens of hundreds of lives disappear in the blink of an eye. Our first company killed 4 ninjas this time, including 1 senior ninja and 3 middle ninjas. With the help of the bug, this ninja quickly counted the number of casualties. Oh, Saitama nodded, glanced at the fallen body around him. His eyes didn't fluctuate at all, maintaining that flat look. Seiyu. Uchiha-sen walked over, and some of the wounds on his body had been treated briefly. Although this operation did not bring medical troops with him for the sake of speed, each company has 2 accompanying teams who can do some medical treatment for some wounded. Simple treatment, if it is serious, can only depend on luck. Whether it can survive to return to the camp is something worth thinking about. After all, there is no way. Well, are you okay? Saitama looked at Uchiha-sen's injury, and his tone was very flat. We won a big victory in this first confrontation with Mist Ninja. Uchiha motioned Saitama to look at the more mist ninja corpses around him, with a smile on his face. Konoha's operation this time, trading less for more, is indeed a victory, but there are several reasons. The biggest reason being that the quality of Konoha's ninjas this time is extremely high, and they are all selected after careful selection. Although Kirigakure has attached great importance to it and sent far more ninjas than Konoha, the quality has been completely defeated. What's next? Saitama asked about the next step without comment. According to the plan, once Konoha confronted Kirigakure head-on, he had to retreat, otherwise he would be in danger of being surrounded by the enemy. According to the plan, we have already made money this time. Don't be greedy. Uchiha looked at the hint of aggressiveness deep in Saitama's eyes and reminded. Okay, Saitama nodded, discarding any unsteady thoughts in her heart. After cleaning up the battlefield quickly, Konoha's troops began to retreat. According to the investigation team's understanding, Kirigakure's ninjas also approached in large numbers. Obviously, they did not intend to continue to consume Konoha. This time, Konoha's actions it really annoyed them, and some people in Kirigakure couldn't sit still. Yozai. Uchiha Hito looked at Konoha dying not far ahead and let out a long sigh of relief. In the battle with Kirigakure yesterday, he killed 2 Kirin. Although he paid the price with several knives in his body, fortunately, Saitama healed him with a healing technique, and there was no serious problem. It was the first time to participate in such a large-scale battle, and to have such a good record. Uchiha Ho felt that he would become famous on the entire battlefield like Saitama. Crack! Uchiha En slapped him on the back of the head. What are you doing? Uchiha Hito was a little ashamed and angry, and turned to his stupid Ododo. Can you stop being so frightened? This is the first time to fight head-on, so you can't hold your face anymore. Uchiha Yan also killed a mist ninja in yesterday's battle, but he remained calm and didn't think it was something worth showing off. TCH, you are jealous. Uchiha Hito expressed some dissatisfaction with Yan, but he still regained his composure and did not continue to dance like that. Welcome back. The troops were discovered by scouting ninjas 5 miles away from Konoha camp, so Tsunade and a group of people stood at the gate and waited for them. Fortunately not disgraceful. Several persons in charge stood at the front, facing Tsunade. Captains such as Saitama and Uchiha Mori stood behind them without saying a word. Page 143. Very good. You are sitting very well. Go take a rest and prepare for Kirigakure's counterattack. Tsunade smiled and said to all Konoha ninjas in sight. The information on this operation was placed in the hands of Konoha's senior management including Tsunade, as early as yesterday. Nearly mist ninjas were killed, and there were no prisoners! The purpose of Konoha's operation has also been achieved. Kirigakure began to place heavy troops on the border of the Bear Country, and it seemed that he was preparing to officially start a war with Konoha. Yes, Konoha's ninjas replied in unison. They were also very tired after traveling around for the past few days, and they didn't dare to rest at ease outside, so what they hoped most when they returned to the camp was not Tsunade's opponent. Their reward is to take a good rest. Ha ha! Saitama smiled at the little man behind Tsunade, with rare warmth in his eyes. Shizune naturally also saw Saitama smiling at him, since she was relieved to see Saitama came back safely. Now her face flushed slightly, her eyes flashed, and she responded to Saitama's smile. Eh? Saitama's line of sight was blocked, and when he saw Tsunade take a step, he blocked Shizune. Tsunade didn't seem to notice the communication between Saitama and Shizune, and just stood in the middle like that, and moved slightly left and right from time to time, blocking Shizune who wanted to show his body. Master Tsunade? Shizune was a little anxious, and pulled Tsunade's arm. What? Tsunade was very calm, looking at the ninja troops slowly entering the camp. You're blocking me. Jingyin was a little embarrassed. Her voice was a little low, and she seemed to realize that she was in a hurry. So what? Didn't you see that I am greeting the ninjas returning to the camp? Or do you want to greet these too? Tsunade clasped her hands, narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked Shizune. While speaking, she gave up half of her body so Shizune could reveal a head behind her. No. Jingyin lowered her head and took a step back. Newt. Saitama also walked to the gate at this time, and naturally saw Jingyin's stupid appearance, and exclaimed, Ah? Saitama. Shizune looked up, and found that Saitama was standing in front of Tsunade-sama, smiled at him, and responded quickly. Why are you standing here? Let's go in. Saitama gestured for silence, and nodded to Tsunade while speaking. Master Tsunade, shall we go in then? Saitama knew that Tsunade's gaze should not be cowardly at this time, so she straightened her waist. Tsunade is only about 1.6 meters, and Saitama is more than 1.7 meters, so when Tsunade looks at him, he needs to look up slightly. HMPH, Uchiha Saitama, Tsunade naturally knew Saitama, whether it was because of the war or because of her disciples. She had a deep impression of Saitama. This is a young man with strong strength and unlimited potential, but with a complicated identity. Keeping a serious expression on his face, Tsunade's aura suddenly increased, and suddenly, the surrounding ninjas felt some palpitations. Hiss! Saitama gasped, feeling a pressure on his shoulder, and his left chest was beating extremely fast. Many ninjas turned their attention to the side, wondering what happened. Did Saitama provoke Tsunade-sama? But it is not enough. Uchiha Saitama is very experienced in doing things. Many ninjas had various thoughts flashing through their minds, and their pace began to slow down, wanting to see what would happen between Saitama and Tsunade. Master Tsunade, are we leaving? Saitama kept smiling. Although she could feel the pressure Tsunade was exerting on her, she didn't show it at all. What? Saitama walked up to Shizune, reached out to grab her hand, and continued to talk to Tsunade. Shizune was also a little startled by Saitama's hand. Her head was buried in her chest. She didn't dare to raise her head, and her hands kept struggling, but Caillou squeezed tightly, and she gave up after struggling a few times without breaking free. Okay. As soon as Tsunade's momentum was withdrawn, his face returned to calm, and he agreed in a low voice. Okay, Tsunade-sama, let's go first. Saitama got Tsunade's permission, pulled Chizuo into the camp, and Tsunade, who was in place, showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and looked around at the surrounding ninjas circle and continued to watch them enter camp. Yo, Saitama, yes. Uchiha Mori watched as Saitama took Shizune's hand and shuttled through the crowd. Saitama held his head high, and Shizune lowered his head like a quail. TCH, we're just friends. Saitama held Shizune with one hand and waved at him with the other. Remember to come to the meeting tonight, Uchiha Mori reminded Saitama, and then straddled Katama and headed in another direction. Not caring about the narrow eyes of the ninjas around him, Saitama pulled Shizune slowly to the open space, where the two often stayed. Katama Shizune still lowered her head, but with a little joy on her face, she called out to Katama. What? Saitama pulled the mute and motioned for him to sit on the crossbar, tilting his head to her. Can you stop scratching my palm? Jingyan said with a blush on her neck. Although only wearing a ninja vest and combat uniform, Shizune still felt a little hot in this coastal area. Oh. Saitama nodded, sitting side by side with Shizune. The small movements in his hands continued. Did you get hurt during this mission? Shizune saw that Saitama was very positive in agreeing, but she continued without getting entangled, and changed the subject. Do you think I look hurt? Saitama patted his chest with the other hand, his tone very heroic. That's good. Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief without knowing why, and nodded a few times with her lowered head, like a chicken pecking at rice. Is there any money on the ground? Why don't you look up? Kyu smiled, and pinched Chizune's chin with the other hand, and slowly pulled her up. No. Chizune's face was flushed, and she didn't resist Saitama's action that she had never done before. She raised her head slowly, and stared at Saitama with a pair of clear eyes with a hint of shame and anger. Ha, what's the matter? Saitama slid Chizune's nose, feeling her slightly warm temperature, and asked knowingly. Page 144, isn't it you? Shizune turned her head. She didn't expect Kyu to be so bold to her when she came back this time, and she was a little uncomfortable for a while. Ha, Saitama rubbed his head and laughed. It's just that I suddenly understood something. Kyu couldn't help needing Shizune's hand, and his tone was very relaxed. Yeah, Shizune nodded, half understanding, but still looking at Katama. The two chatted like this for a long time. Shizune acted as a good companion. Most of the time it was Saitama who said she was listening, and then she expressed some of her own opinions. After what Katama did today, the relationship between Shizune and Saitama has undergone some changes. Before Shizune was ignorant, she just felt that Katama was different from others and had a good impression in her heart, but now she seemed to understand something, and followed what was in her heart. The feeling is walking. Saitama has always had a good impression of Shizune, but he always felt that it was the memory of his previous life. But today at the gate, looking at Shizune's eyes that kept searching and finally stopped on him, Kyu felt that things were not simple, and he also followed his heart. Although the boy is only 8 or 9 years old, and the girl is only 11 or 12 years old, it does not hinder the development of feelings. After all, the two generations of Saitama are about 40 years old together, and Shizune was born in such an era, and she matured very quickly. Chapter 67. Hammer your dog's head off. Saitama. Uchiha Mori sat on Uchiha Tanaki's left and motioned for Saitama to go over. He had a strange smile on his face, which made Saitama a little hairy. How about it? With your little girlfriend, he. As soon as he came closer, Uchiha-sen lowered his voice. Saitama looked around. The meeting hadn't started yet. People didn't come together, and the few people who came were a little far away. It seemed that no one paid attention to this place, so he glanced at Mori, walked to Uchiha Tanaki's right hand without saying a word, sighed. There's a vacancy there. He and Uchiha Tanaki nodded and gestured, and Saitama sat down on the seat on the right-hand side. Currently, in this camp, Saitama can be said to be Uchiha's figure, and has a high prestige in Uchiha, especially the younger generation. The meeting here is also Uchiha's family meeting, and it is Uchiha Tanaki's analysis meeting for the next situation. There are also several captain-level figures of the current Uchiha, and there are not many people. Kitama, I heard that you met the 7 ninja swordsmen in this operation, and you defeated them in 1 hit and 2. Uchiha Tanaki did not participate in this operation, but the information had long been placed on his desk. When he saw such information, he was still shocked. Although he had a high evaluation of Saitama's strength, he knew he can kill Jonin, but that is only limited to ordinary Jonin. This time, he is a ninja who is well known in the entire ninja world, which makes Saitama's weight in his heart increase again. Well, I did encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen, but I didn't fight 2, but 1 by 1. If the 2 of them fight together, it might not be so easy for me, Saitama admitted, but in his words there is still a lot of humility. That's amazing. They are well-known ninjas in the ninja world. All of them have at least the strength of ordinary ninjas. In addition to their weapons, even elite ninjas may not be able to benefit from them. Uchiha Tanaki stroked his chin with some relief. There were a few sparse beards, which he deliberately kept long. Yeah, Saitama looked at the table and crossed his hands. Uchiha has a descendant like you. It is really the blessing of the ancestors. Uchiha Tanaki's topic went a little far, and Saitama didn't know how to answer it, so he kept silent. Uchiha Mori looked at Uchiha Tanaki again and sighed to himself, coughing a few words to remind him. Just at this time, several Uchiha ninjas came in outside the tent, and all the participants of the meeting were present, so the meeting began. Aiming at the current battle situation, Uchiha Tanaki reminded all captain-level ninjas to be careful and at the same time help the ninjas under him as much as possible to reduce the losses of the Uchiha family in this war. The rest is to achieve excellent results in the war as much as possible. A meeting lasted for a full 2 hours. Uchiha Tanaki deserves to be a ninja who has been at the top of Uchiha all year round. In the end, the ninjas who participated in the meeting, including Uchiha-sen, felt a sense of despair, and they all wished to exchange this meeting with a fight. As for Saitama, less than 5 minutes after the meeting started, he became dazed and didn't hear what Uchiha Tanaki was saying. Oh, you can really talk. Saitama and Uchiha Mori walked on the way back to their residence. The dim light of the fire lit up the surrounding darkness. This is also for the sake of the family. Lord Chanaming usually does his best, so don't complain. Uchiha-sen stretched his waist. I know, go back and rest by yourself. I'll walk around. Saitama waved his hand, turned around, and walked outside the Uchiha area. At this time, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and many ninjas who had just returned today had already rested. But Saitama was in good spirits and was not too tired. This point is the time agreed with Shizune, and Saitama still has to go to contact Shizune for a while. Walking to the open space, Kiyu saw a small figure sitting on the crossbar. The current mute is only about 1.5 meters tall, which is indeed small in front of Saitama, but it just fits the cutest height difference. Cough cough. Walking a few meters behind Jingyan, Kiyu found that she hadn't deliberately lowered her footsteps, and she hadn't found herself yet, so she had to cough a few times. Ah, you're here, Kiyu. Jingyan boy flicked on the crossbar, turned his head quickly, and flicked his short hair along with the movement. What are you thinking about? You're so engrossed. Saitama sat next to Shizune, leaned back, and supported the crossbar with both hands. It's nothing. Is the meeting over? Shizune smiled slightly, looking up at Saitama's eyes a little embarrassedly. The clear pupils seemed to be able to reflect Saitama's appearance. Oh, it's over, but I'm exhausted, even more tired than Tsunade-sama's usual meetings. Saitama shrugged, pretending to be tired. Let me squeeze your shoulders for you. Usually Tsunade-sama asks me to squeeze her shoulders when she was tired. I even learned a set of massage techniques at Konoha Hospital. Shizune thought for a while, blushed a little, lowered her head slightly, and said to Saitama, Okay, it's time to try your craft. Saitama nodded and lowered his body a little, giving Shizune more space to perform. Page 145. Okay. Shizune nodded, stood up and walked behind Katama, put her hands on her shoulders, and started kneading with what she had learned. How? Chizun asked after pinching for a while. Saitama's mute hand was trembling at first, and it seemed that he couldn't get used to it, but now it is very stable and the strength is also very good. It's not bad, it's very comfortable. Saitama turned his head to the side, leaning on Shizun's hand. Oh. Jing Yin was taken aback. He didn't move his hands, and made a sound from his mouth. Keep going. What are you afraid of? He reminded Jing Yin to continue. His eyes were half closed, and his whole body exuded a comfortable breath. By the way, I have mastered the palm immortal technique these days, and Master Tsunade praised me for my talent. Shizun was talking. Because of his height, Saitama sat on this crossbar and was about the same height as Shizun, so when Shizun spoke, the heat sprayed on the back of Saitama's neck. Oh, then you are awesome. Saitama is now like a hermaphrodite, speaking in a strange way. Huh. Jing Yin was naturally unhappy, and the strength in his hands increased. Hey, it's okay if I'm wrong. Saitama's physical fitness, Shizuo's increased strength did not make him feel pain, but this is the case between men and women. One dares to act and the other dares to believe. Huh. See you mocking me again. Shizun reduced the intensity and kneaded katama normally. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Shizun looked at Saitama's head resting comfortably on his left hand, straightened his head, and said to him, Is it okay? If I can, I'll learn it. Anyway, I won't overwhelm myself with too many skills. Saitama was stunned for a moment, but Shizun didn't expect Shizun to mean that he had learned it, and said immediately, Well, I specifically asked Tsunade-sama today, and she says she could teach you. The muted sound was a little low, but Saitama could hear it clearly. Yo, hee. Saitama made a strange sound, and then Shizun's hand increased again. HMPH. Shizun snorted coldly and decided not to talk to Saitama. Starting tomorrow, there will be no peace here. Kyu looked at the dark night in the distance. The weather today is not very good. There are many clouds, the kind of tofu clouds that herald rain, but the stars are still tenaciously exposed in the gaps between the clouds. The moon in the sky is also very bright, and the light can shine on the earth through the clouds that block it. It is already July, and the weather is starting to turn hot. Without paying attention, Kyu found that he had been here for nearly half a year, almost 5 months. Huh. Saitama shook her shoulders, signaling Shizun not to pinch. Come and sit for a while. I feel even more tired after being pinched by you. Let's go back and rest after chatting for a while today. Saitama patted his left side, and Shizun also sat there, leaning against Saitama. The war here has finally begun. I heard that the battle with Sha Yin is about to end. I don't know when it will end here. Saitama grabbed Shizun's hand again, but did not make any other movements, just grasping the hand, feeling her body temperature. Yeah. As soon as Shizun was grabbed by Saitama, she seemed to lose her ability to think, and could only simply answer yeah. Looking at the sky, Saitama didn't continue talking. He naturally knew the direction of the original battle between Konoha and Sand Gap, but since he had already come to this world, it was not impossible for the butterfly to flap its wings. It is not unacceptable that Yi will change the direction in the end, but fortunately, the recent news let Kyu know that everything is still as he remembers, and there is not much change. Go back, it's a bit cold at night. Saitama patted Shizun's hand. Although Shizun looked very thin, his hands were soft. Okay, you too, go back and rest early, there may be tasks tomorrow. Shizun nodded, and pulled Saitama's sleeve with her hand. Well, let's go. Saitama nodded knowingly, and got off the crossbar. PFFT. Saitama happened to be sitting on the crossbar, but Shizun was sitting on it with his feet hanging in the air, so he just jumped off, which seemed very interesting. Aha! Kyu took a look and couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Shizun naturally knew what Katama was laughing at, and looked at Katama with shy eyes. It's nothing, let's go. Go back. Kyu held back, put his hands on Shizun's shoulders, and pushed her to the side. Good night then. Shizun was pushed a few steps by Saitama, and turned her head to Saitama. Okay, good night. Saitama rubbed Shizun's head with his hands, and finally scraped her nose with his index finger. When I returned to the tent, I found that Uchiha Fire and Uchiha Yan hadn't slept yet and were chatting in their tents. What's the matter, you two? Saitama opened the curtain of the tent and was not surprised to see the two, so he walked over and asked. 2 pairs of complicated eyes responded to Saitama. The 2 Uchiha brothers did not speak. For a while, the whole tent was very quiet, only a small light was on in the tent, and 3 figures were also beaten into the corner of the tent. The shadow is in front of the 2 Uchiha brothers, and due to the angle, Saitama's shadow appears very large, while the shadows of the other 2 are very small, shrinking into a ball. I heard that the captain went on a date with Tsunade-sama's disciple when he came back today. In the end, Uchihiro didn't hold back, with a bit of disbelief in his tone. It's nothing, I'm just friends with others. Page 146. Kyu opened his mouth and came, not paying attention. But the entire camp has been covered, and many of them have seen it with their own eyes. It is said that Tsunade-sama is still blowing his beard in anger? Master Tsunade is a woman, how can she have a beard? Saitama smiled and answered Uchiha fire. Is that true? Uchiha didn't give up, and continued to ask. But Saitama didn't speak, but answered him with his eyes. Sure enough. Yan and I should have walked with you, Captain, and shouldn't have come back to rest so quickly. Uchiha fire seems to be recognized by Saitama, a little remorseful. Okay, let's go out. I'm going to rest. Let's talk tomorrow if we have anything to do. Kyu started to chase away the guests, took the knife from his waist while talking, and sat down on the bed. Okay, Captain, take your time to rest. Yan dragged Huo, who still wanted to continue talking, and walked outside. Look, you still don't believe it. How can it be false that everyone in the camp knows? Saitama, who was about to go out to wash, heard Uchiha talking to his brother outside, and his head suddenly felt a little big. I'm still a kid. I want to smash those ninjas' heads off. Kyu began to think about those ninjas standing beside him when he pulled Shizune away before, and decided to talk to them after remembering. Chapter 68. News from Konoha. Kirigakure placed heavy troops on the border of the Bear Country, and Konoha was also ready for a frontal battle. Of all ninja villages, to say who has the deepest background depends on Konoha. After all, he is fighting with several opponents who are tied for the top 5 ninja villages at the same time, and can still occupy the top. Konoha is the only one. Konoha and Kirigakure have already used the border as their battlefield, and they have fought no less than 100 large and small team battles, and the duration has come to a full 2 months. In the past 2 months, several battles broke out every day, and Konoha and Kirigakure suffered casualties. Kirigakure has a certain number of advantages, but the quality of Konoha's ninjas is even higher, and the two sides fight with each other in full swing. Today Kirigakure ambushes Konoha, and tomorrow Konoha will attack Kirigakure in a wave and get back the place. The two parties are like children fighting. You hit me. Master Tsunade, this is information from Master Hokage. Please read it. A chunin in charge of liaison held an information scroll in his hand and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade sat firmly behind the desk, keeping her focus, while Shizune stood behind her, looking curiously at the scroll that Tsunade took over. Okay, let's go down first. Tsunade waved his hand, then put the scroll in front of the table, and made seals with both hands. Untie. As a puff of white smoke dissipated, the seal on the scroll was released, and the word seal on it also disappeared. Mute. Tsunade called out to Shizune, who was stretching his neck and peeking behind Tsunade. Oh, it's not that Tsunade doesn't want Shizune to see the information. Anyway, as her disciple and assistant, she will go through many documents she handles in Shizune's hands to make sure they are correct. I called Jing Yin just now because she looked too obscene, like a voyeur. With a glance on the scroll, the information was grasped by Tsunade, and a light of thought flashed in the depths of his eyes. Here, Tsunade handed the scroll directly to Shizune, indicating that she could read it. Oh. Jing Yin took the scroll. His eyes scanned the information, and his mouth opened in surprise, but then he realized that it was too impolite, and quickly covered his mouth with one hand. The war between Sand Yin and Konoha is over? Zushi stayed here for too long. Jing Yin felt that the war with Sha Yin ended too suddenly, and he couldn't believe it for a while. Didn't the information say it? In the last battle, Konoha ended all the fantasies of Sand hidden at Kikyo Mountain. Konoha finally won this difficult war. There was a hint of pride in Tsunade's eyes, but his tone was still calm, as if he had expected all this. Call all the people in charge. We need to hold a meeting. Pass this news on, and boost morale by the way. Mute, you go and inform. Tsunade waited for Shizune to finish digesting, and began to issue the first order. Yes, I'll do it now. Chiyin put the scroll on the table, and then walked outside the tent. Tsunade-sana asked her to be in charge of notification, not really asking her to notify one by one, but to ask the guard ninja outside the tent to notify. She was only responsible for notifying the guards, and did not have to do other things. Chinese letter. Pulling back the curtain, Jing Yin started his task, and after explaining these things, Jing Yin was ready to go back. Standing at the door, Shizune suddenly thought of Saitama. I can just walk around, anyway, I have to notify. Shizune put down the hand that was pulling the curtain, turned around and walked towards Uchiha's area, Her steps were very light, and Tsunade waited for Mute in the tent for a long time, but she didn't see her come back to return to her life. Doubts flashed across her face, but then she continued to pick up the information scroll, not thinking about Mute. Anyway, she knew that once Shizune disappeared, she either went to look for Katama or was on the way to find Katama. And her whole person became so that Tsunade felt that living together for so many years was good for Shizune. Page 147. It seems that Saitama's task load is not enough. Every day is still so busy, Tsunade said in a low voice at last, and then looked at the specific information on the scroll. The process did not look closely. Saitama hasn't come back yet. Shizune stood at the door of Saitama's tent with a disappointed expression. Standing in front of her was Uchiha Mori. Okay then, by the way, Tsunade-sama asked all the people in charge to go to a meeting. She has something to say. Shizune quickly packed up her mood and said to Uchiha-sen, "Oh, is that right? I see. I'll inform Lord Channeling later, so you don't need to run again." Uchiha Mori smiled. He could naturally see that mine came here not to send notifications, but to see someone. Then I'll go back and report to Tsunade-sama first. Jingyan bowed slightly, turned and left. Her footsteps were not as cheerful as when she came. It's really interesting. It's like seeing myself a few years ago. Uchiha Mori squeezed his chin, embraced his chest, and smiled towards Shizune's back. I don't know what Tsunade-sama is doing this time, but he is in such a hurry to hold a meeting. Uchiha Mori also turned and left, and walked slowly towards Uchiha Tanaki's tent. At this time, Tanaki must still be coordinating the intelligence of Uchiha Ninja in the tent. "Captain, there seems to be a ninja team of the Yun clan." Uchiha Yan stretched out his hand to signal Saitama, and there was a Konoha team slowly advancing to the west of their team. "Yeah, I see." Saitama nodded. Whoosh! The ninja team of the Oil Girl clan arrived in front of Kyu and others in the blink of an eye, and Kyu found that the leader of the team was still an acquaintance. "Long time no see, Katama." Yalm Zhuwei stopped a few meters in front of Katama and the others. "Long time no see, Yalm Zhuwei. Where are you from?" Saitama subconsciously touched the ninja knife at his waist, and asked the oily girl Zhuwei, who looked a little disheartened. "Oh, I just encountered the mist-hidden team, but they were killed by us." Yujai slightly helped the sunglasses on the tip of her nose. Although the two behind her also wore sunglasses, the sensitive Saitama could feel their gazes on him all the time, as if curious. "Oh, then you guys go to the back to rest first. We will continue to patrol." Saitama waved his hand. They also have a mission to come out this time, and time can't be wasted on chatting. "Okay." Several people passed by. "There is a borderline ahead, be careful. The border with the Bear Kingdom is very long, and the main battles are concentrated on the side near the sea, but there are always small-scale battles breaking out in other places. The task of the Saitama team today is to patrol an area. A few days ago, they were in charge of attacking the frontal battlefield, and they arrived here today. This is also thanks to Tsunade's distribution mechanism. After a few days of intense fighting, he will get a more relaxed patrol mission. Of course, the premise of this relaxation is not to encounter enemies during the patrol process." Whoosh! The figure shuttled among the branches, and Saitama and the others rushed to the task site without saying a word. After moving forward for a while, Saitama heard some voices, and the chakra in his perception was also very strange, not like a Konoha ninja. "Stop!" Saitama raised his left hand and conveyed his order, and the three-person team landed on the branch in an instant, maintaining vigilance. "There is movement ahead." When the two people around him stopped beside him, Kyu said, "Get ready to fight." Saitama said bluntly and unequivocally. Whoosh! Confidence comes from strength. A trace of electricity flows from Kyu's calf, and the figure leaps forward directly. SHH! Passing through the cover of a leaf again, Saitama saw the two sides who were fighting. Karigakure had 3 ninjas, while Konoha had only 1 ninja struggling to hold on. With a kick, Saitama's speed increased in vain, and he joined the battle group instantly. SHH! With a single swing of the knife, the power of thunder is in place instantly. All! Before the enemy could react, Saitama cut his throat with a knife, and blood spurted out. What? The other 2 Kirigakures gave up attacking in an instant and distanced themselves from Saitama. Konoha Electric Knife Messenger? A Kirigakure recognized Saitama, who had been all-powerful on the battlefield recently, and couldn't hide his surprise on his face. The other Kiranin heard his companion call out Saitama's name, his eyes shrank deeply, and his body began to stiffen. These Saitamas are completely unparalleled fighters on the battlefield. Whoever sees who. Kirigakure's side is hammered to the ground, but fortunately, Kirigakure's side is supervised by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. A few people can fight against Saitama, But even so, in a battle not long ago, Saitama caught and seriously injured the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, who was a reserve member of the 7 people. You can kill him directly. In order to save the Ghost Full Moon, the other 2 ninjas were injured by Saitama again, but Saitama was also hit by Kirasan Kashimaru's weapon, causing a penetrating wound in the abdomen. Page 148. Saitama slowly approached the remaining 2 Kirin. His footsteps were very light, and the lightning on the sword sizzled. Uchiha Saitama. The ninja also recognized Saitama, and he was relieved. With Saitama, he felt that he had escaped this time, but thinking of this, the Mayu ninja glanced at several companions lying around. His eyes dimmed. Well, leave the rest to me. Saitama quickened his pace and headed towards the enemy. Fight hard, or you'll die. The ninja who was the first to recognize Saitama before shouted to his companion, holding the weapon tightly in his hand, staring at Saitama. A few drops of sweat appeared on his companion's forehead, knowing that the 2 of them would not be able to run away, so they had to fight. Go! Seeing Kiyu getting closer, the ninja yelled and made an attack. The companion rushed out, biting his lips tightly, looking desperate. Chua! The Kirin who proposed to go all out strode back the moment his companion took the first step forward. The chakra on his body burst out, and the speed reached the extreme. Hee. Saitama looked at the enemy's performance, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Chua! With a kick, Saitama left a small hole in place, and the instant body technique was activated instantly. Yu-Wu ninja, who rushed toward Saitama, watched his companion sell himself in a blink of an eye, and ran away by himself, so angry that he couldn't speak. What? Kirinin, who was running away, watched Saitama catch up to him in an instant, with a trace of despair in his eyes, and was immediately wrapped by the blue and white blade. PFFD. When the head fell to the ground, Saitama looked at the last remaining Kirin. You do not want Shua. Do you cut his life again? Too lazy to listen to the noise of the enemy. Captain, the 2 Uchiha brothers came late again. Chapter 69. Month after month. When is the head? Are you all right? Uchiha Hito walked up to the Konoha ninja, looked at his hanging left arm. Blood dripped down the arm. It's okay. The ninja wiped the sweat off his face, slowly raised his injured arm, and observed it with his eyes. Chess! Saitama finished off the enemy, walked over, and slowly hung the ninja knife back to his waist. Your companion is not dead. Hurry back to the camp and you should be saved. Saitama looked at a Konoha ninja lying aside, and reminded him aloud that Saitama could feel that although the ninja had a penetrating wound on his left chest, luckily his heart was not there. But the 2 ninjas on the other side were really out of breath. Really? The Konoha ninja raised his head, a little surprised, and then ran to the lying ninja that Saitama signaled to, and Saitama followed suit. Touching the arteries of the ninja, the surviving ninja showed a happy expression on his face. Let me go. I know a little medical ninjutsu, so I can heal him first. Saitama squatted beside the injured ninja, motioned the ninja to move away, and laid the unconscious ninja flat on the ground. Oh! He hurriedly followed Saitama's request. Hiss! Saitama made a sound as soon as he put his hand on the unconscious ninja's chest, but Saitama didn't stop the movement, and continued to output chakra. The green halo in his hand was even bigger, completely covering the wound. Keeping this action for a few minutes, Saitama took away the chakra, and the comatose ninja also regained consciousness. You are. The voice was weak, and the ninja looked at Saitama suspiciously. Shiking, it's me. The ninja at the side saw the comatose ninja wake up, and immediately came to him. Jixing? Jigging squinted his eyes and looked at the person who came to him. It seemed that it was difficult to open his eyes, so he couldn't see very clearly. This is Uchiha Saitama, he saved us just now. Holding the hand of the ninja named Jigging with one hand, Jixing's tone was a little excited. He didn't expect his brother to be saved. It was so good. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go back to the camp first. I only temporarily relieved the injury, but his injury is a bit serious and needs to continue to be treated. Saitama stood up, facing Shiuki, who was about to continue talking. Oh, I'll take him back right away. Saying that, Jixing was about to hug his brother with one hand. Hiss! As soon as he exerted his strength, his mouth began to grin, the injuries on his body began to flare up, and the blood on his arms flowed faster. Huo, come here and carry him on your back. I have basically stopped the bleeding from the chest injury. Saitama waved his hand and called Uchiha Fire. You pack up and go back first, and Yan, you will go back. Be careful on the way. I will be enough for the rest of the journey. Kiyu took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Even if he was alone, he would not be afraid. Okay, Captain. Uchiha Yan nodded. They are absolutely confident in Saitama's strength. This is not a frontal battlefield. Be careful and you won't encounter an ambush from the enemy, especially this time the mission is only in the land of fire. Patrol the border without stepping into enemy territory. Yeah, Saitama kicked his feet, jumped up the tree, landed on the branch, and disappeared into the woods after a few jumps. Master Tsunade. Uchiha Tanaki nodded to Tsunade who was sitting in the main seat. Well, sit down for a while. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. Yes, this is the conference tent, and most of the people in charge have already arrived. But there are still a few who did not arrive in time due to various reasons. Page 149. As soon as he sat down, Uchiha Tanaki felt a staring gaze, and then looked to the opposite side. A pair of white eyes were staring at him. He. Uchiha Tanaki didn't care, because of the existence of Uchiha Saitama. The age of the younger generation of ninjas of the Hyuga clan was covered up. Hinata Shin, who lost, still can't get used to his old rival Uchiha Tanaki. HMPH. Hinata Shin read the smile in Uchiha Tanaki's eyes, and turned his head away. Maito Menyon sat aside and coughed a few times. Okay, almost everyone is here. I just called everyone here today to inform everyone of a news. Tsunade looked around and picked up the scroll in his hand. Everyone knows that the war between Konoha and Sand Hidden has been going on for a long time, but it is over now. This is the information I received today from Konoha village. You can pass it on. Tsunade handed the scroll to Hinata Shin, and continued. In the Kikyayo mountain battle, Konoha won the final victory, and now Konoha and Sagakure have started discussions on a peace treaty. Tsunade's voice is loud and full of energy. Everyone who heard the news had smiles on their faces. After solving one battlefield, Konoha would be able to free up his hands to help other theaters, so that Kirigakure could also breathe a sigh of relief. There is nothing else. You can go down and tell other ninjas about this news. The recent battles have been too frequent, and many people have a little bad mood. This news can give them a boost. Needle. Maidamanya knew the news shortly after Tsunade knew the news. His face didn't fluctuate much, and he was watching with reading glasses. The meeting is over. Tsunade clapped his hands, indicating that he could leave. A group of people got up and left in a hurry. It was still a time of war, and time was precious. And they also needed to tell the ninjas under their command to appease their restless hearts. Tsunade was about to get up when Maitaman Yan called him. What's wrong, consultant? Tsunade looked at him a little puzzled. The old man will get up and go back to Konoha tomorrow, and I will leave this place to you. Also, the old man who supports Konoha will give you a reminder after returning to the village, so you can rest assured. Maitaman remained serious. Well, thank you, consultant. Tsunade nodded. She was indeed in urgent need of support. Phew, I finally got some good news. Next, the old man will go back and talk slowly with Sand Yin. There is Tsunade here to stabilize the overall situation, and he can still hold on. Maidamanyan looked at Tsunade's back, and adjusted his glasses on the nose. Jin Yin, go get me something to eat. I'll go back and read the information first. Walking out of the meeting tent, Tsunade gave instructions to Shizune who was waiting for her at the door, and then walked towards his tent. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Shizune nodded and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Saitama shuttled through the woods without his teammates dragging him down. Saitama's figure quickly passed in mid-air, his eyes scanning everything around him. It didn't take long for Saitama to finish patrolling his area and prepare to go back. Huh? The increase in strength made his perception stronger and stronger, not losing to some professional perception ninjas at all. Just at the moment when he turned around, he felt a gaze glanced at him, but when he reacted and was about to look for it, that gaze disappeared in a blink of an eye. Who is it? Saitama frowned. He was sure that he felt right just now. Someone must have stared at him. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and Saitama ran on the way back. The person who was peeping at him also had a frown. In the entire ninja world, there are only a few people who can have such a hidden ability, and only a few people will pay attention to this place. 1. Saitama disappeared here in a blink of an eye, and the forest returned to tranquility. Sissy, from the middle of a big tree, a pitcher plant-like thing slowly emerged, exposing the hermaphrodite inside. Master Madara, a member of the same race, has really strong perception. A relatively frivolous voice sounded, as if sighing. Well, this Uchiha ninja named Saitama's strength has reached a peak, and even we were almost discovered just now. A more mature voice appeared. I left spores on him just now, so I can monitor his situation in the future, so I don't have to run out. Bai told Haiju that he was only discovered at the moment when he released the spores just now, but luckily he successfully put the spores on Saitama. Well, Medara noticed this clansman a long time ago and let us observe this time, also to understand everything about him. Hi Z said, looking in the direction where Saitama left. Huh? Just as the pitcher plant was about to sink into the branch, Baiju made a surprised voice. What's wrong? Haiju's tone was a little puzzled. On the other side, Kiyu sped up and left the place, already knowing the voyeur in his heart. Seeing that he was far away, Kiyu's body erupted with extremely strong electric currents. These electric currents did not hurt the clothes, but traveled on the surface of the skin, and traveled all over the body in a blink of an eye. TCH, it's better to be careful. Saitama knew that it was definitely Baiju who was peeping just now, and also knew that Baiju had a spore parasite, which was very useful for stealing information or controlling the enemy, so he used electric current all over his body after speeding away from there. Go through it and kill everything on the surface of the skin. Baiju's eyes widened, and the half of his face that belonged to it was full of disbelief. All my spores have been wiped out. I can't perceive them. TCH. This Saitama is really hard to deal with. No wonder Medara told us to be careful when we came out. Page 150. His dark eyes couldn't see his thoughts at all. After saying this, the pitcher plant disappeared, leaving no trace on the tree. Shouldn't there be any? Saitama frowned as he looked at his clothes that were scorched by the current after increasing the intensity of the current, because he was worried. Go back first. There will never be ghosts, and it's nothing to be on guard all the time. Saitama no longer thought about it, kept his speed, and headed towards the camp. The absoluteness of this period will not be exposed, and I will slowly find a way to deal with it in the future. Back at the camp, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the cooking smoke was also rising in the Konoha camp. The entire camp is heavily guarded, and it is within the warring range within 5 miles of this place. Whether it is Bayan or the bugs of the Yound clan, they are all monitoring the surroundings of Konoha 24 hours a day to ensure the safety of the camp. Saitama, are you back? When I walked to the Uchiha area, I met several Uchiha's clansmen. A role model. The fire is in a mess. Well, I'm back. Looking at the respectful look in their eyes, Saitama nodded and then left quickly. Look at other people. Kiyu, they always look in such a hurry after the task is over. And look at you guys. You always look like you don't make progress every day. Passing by a tent, behind Kiyu came the words of a teen leader reprimanding his subordinate Chunin. Kiyu's eyes flashed dumbfounded, but his face remained calm. It's another boring day. Seeing the 2 Uchiha brothers who were already standing at the door of his tent, Saitama felt a little bored for no reason. Chapter 70 Battle, Start. Captain, what did you do? Uchiha Hito saw Saitama's clothes were scorched black. His eyes were puzzled, and he asked. Hey! Saitama was taken aback, thinking of excuses. I just tried a new ninjutsu on the road, and it happened by accident. As you know, my strength has recently entered a bottleneck. I just want to try ninjutsu development. Scratching the back of his head with his hands a few times, a few logical words popped out of Saitama's mouth. Oh, so it's like this. Uchiha Hito's eyes were full of admiration. By the way, Captain, Master Sen came to look for you before, and seeing that you haven't come back, let me tell you to come back and find him. Uchiha Yan pulled back Uchiha Fire, who wanted to continue asking, and then reported to Saitama. Oh, that's fine. You guys go to work. I'll go and have a look. Saitama nodded, and walked to his tent first. He couldn't possibly go to see Uchiha-sen wearing a beggar's outfit. Right, although Uchiha Mori is usually so serious. If Saitama really did this, he would dare to laugh at Saitama for a few months. Kiyu didn't dare to gamble on this, so it's better to wash up first and change clothes. According to Uchiha-sen's character, it's not too urgent to talk to Kiyu. Okay, Captain. The 2 brothers nodded and walked elsewhere. Bah! Kiyu opened the curtain of the tent, walked in, took out his clothes aside, and was about to change on the bed when he noticed something unusual. Who did this? It's not bad. Saitama looked at his tidy bed quilt, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He used his ass to figure out who it was, but as Jin Yen always so idle every day, Saitama shook his head, sat on the bed, and began to take off his tattered clothes and pants. After tidying himself up briefly, Saitama put all the spare clothes again, still the Uchiha family-style high-neck top and dark ninja trousers. What's the matter? What's the matter? Saitama walked directly into Mori's tent and saw him eating rice balls on the table while flipping through documents. As Uchiha Tanaki's assistant, Uchiha Mori usually also helps with some documents related to Uchiha. Well, here, Uchiha Mori continued to look at the documents on the table without looking up. Saitama was not hypocritical, walked to the table, picked up a rice ball from the plate, and began to chew. Is the war over at Sagakure over? Saitama said directly after finishing a rice ball with a few mouthfuls. Huh? They told you? Uchiha Mori raised his head and looked at Saitama. No guess. Kiryu picked up a rice ball again and sent it to his mouth. He just came back from the mission and knew that Sen was looking for him, so he didn't want to delay too much. He hurried over after changing his clothes and pants, and he was already hungry by this time. That's a pretty accurate guess. To date, Tsunade-sama summoned us to talk about it. There's nothing else, so I'll tell you. Oh, it's time to end over there too. It's been so long. Saitama leaned against the table and said indistinctly. In his memory, Konoha and Sagakure really ended in the year of Konoha 46. Fight. But he doesn't know the exact time. You should save some for me. If you want to eat, take it yourself. I'm quite busy here, so I won't entertain you. Mori knocked off Saitama's sinful hand, preventing him from continuing to eat. Okay, then I'll go first. Kiryu was not angry, and turned to leave. He really wanted to find something to eat by himself, and his stomach couldn't hold on anymore. The wind is blowing, and the news of Konoha's victory is known to the world in a blink of an eye, but the opposite Kiri ninja is still stubborn, and wants to fight Konoha. Page 151. Here is the border, here is the land of fire, and there is the land of bears. Saitama stood in front of a group of ninjas, and a group of Jounin stood beside him. They all looked at the enemy opposite with killing intent on their bodies. Tsunade did not come here, and Uchiha Tanaki and Hinata Shin served as the commander-in-chief. Although the two came from competing families, they remained surprisingly consistent in such major matters and did not make any mistakes. Bashin, why do you hide behind and dare not come out? Are you afraid of being beaten by our Konoha? Uchiha Tanaki yelled at the Kirigakure ninja in the distance. Katada was the forward commander of Kirigakure's troops this time. As Mizukage, Hitachi Akura was not there. Maybe it was not the time yet. This time, in the Kirigakure army, there are 4 of the 7 ninjas, including Kirasan Kashimaru and Mirashi Jinhechi, who were injured by Saitama before, and the remaining 2 were just arrived on the battlefield, causing many casualties to Konoha, the Loquat Shizeng and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. One is the user of the broken sword beheading sword, and the other is the user of the sword shark muscle. Huh! A voice came from the ninja group of Kirigakure, and then the crowd parted, and a bald middle-aged man came out, wearing a bluish-white armor, with a long beard on his chin. He is Kita Jiro, currently commander of Kirigakure. That is the Uchiha Saitama who injured you, the kid who is known as the Electric Knife Messenger? A toothache-like voice rang out. It was the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost carrying a weapon completely wrapped in bandages. He had messy orange hair and a beard-like pattern painted on his face. Loosely wrap the bandage several times. While speaking, Tsukayama Puffer Demon showed his fangs and looked at Saitama, who was standing upright in front of Konoha Ninja. Don't underestimate that kid. Even if it's you, you might not be your opponent. Mirashi Jinhachi was the one who spoke. His injury had almost healed, and at this moment he was gloomily looking at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Close combat? I've never been afraid of anyone. Ziduashin Puffer Ghost slapped the shark muscle on his back with his right hand. His face was nonchalant. HMPH. Wooly Jinba snorted coldly. He still knew the characteristics of shark muscles, so he didn't continue talking. Whether you want to fight or not, hurry up if you want to fight. Don't talk nonsense. Loquat Juzo's eyes exuded a murderous look, and he said to Bashin that, as one of the 7 ninjas, he didn't think much of Bashin, who was not as powerful as him. Uchiha Tanaki, why are you talking about this? You'll know if you beat him. Kita didn't pay much attention to Loquat Juzo's words. He had long been used to these thug-like mist ninja. Haha, just hit. Uchiha Tanaki smiled and gestured to Konoha's ninja. Kiryu looked at where the malicious gaze came from, and naturally saw those ninjas with exaggerated shapes, with smiles drawn at the corners of their mouths. Kiryu touched the ninja's sword at his waist indifferently. Kill! There was a commotion on Kirigakure's side. The battle line collapsed instantly, and hundreds of ninjas rushed towards Konoha. Go! Uchiha Tanaki and Hyuga Shin signaled Konoha ninja to go forward. In this kind of large-scale war, there was no strategy on the frontal battlefield, just the purpose. Chinese letter. Saitama kicked his feet and headed directly towards Ziguashin Puffer Ghost. He could see that the enemy regarded him as an opponent. Shua. Saitama took the lead, like lightning hitting the enemy's formation, and in the blink of an eye, he bumped into Ziguashin Puffer Ghost. Bang! The shark muscle blocked Saitama's ninja sword. The lightning on it did not cause damage to the enemy, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It should be eaten by the shark muscle. They say you're amazing, but that's all. Ziguashin Puffer Ghost stared at Saitama's eyes and smiled. He naturally knew that the shark muscle swallowed the chakra current on Saitama's sword just now, and he wanted to see the surprised expression on Saitama's face. But unfortunately, Saitama has known the characteristics of shark muscles for a long time, so it is not surprising. Saitama staggered, avoiding the shark muscle that was cutting towards him, and at the same time raised his hand. The knife stabbed straight at the enemy. Humph! The watermelon mountain puffer ghost didn't panic, just stretched the shark muscle across his chest, and the shark muscle was long enough to block Saitama's attack. Oh! With a kick, it kicked hard on the shark muscle, and a lightning flash flashed on the sole of Saitama's foot, and the bandage outside the shark muscle was scorched black with electricity. Tweak! Sharkies didn't react, and was squeaked by Saitama's electric shock. The Ziguashin blowfish ghost glanced down, and then continued to attack Saitama. With a kick of his right foot, Saitama disappeared in front of the enemy with a swish. The speed was so fast that Ziguashin Puffer Ghost couldn't react at all. The knife left a scar on his back, but the shark muscle was also in front of Saitama's eyes in an instant. Kick! Saitama opened the distance, jumped back, ground his feet on the ground, and rode far away. Hiss! Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost touched the wound that Saitama just left with his hand. Due to the reason of dodging, the wound was not deep, but his face was gloomy, his eyes were like beasts, and he stared hard at Saitama. Damn you! Ziguashin Puffer Ghost said to Saitama, then straightened up his shark muscles, and began to make seals with his hands. Water escape water Dragon Ball technique. Boom! A water dragon rushed towards Saitama with extremely fast speed and great strength. The dragon's head was ferocious and delicate. Roar! The ninjutsu dragon kept roaring. Page 152. Saitama's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged to the side, but the attack range of the water dragon was extremely wide, and he couldn't dodge all of them for a while. Art fire escape ho fireball. Although I know that water dungeon restrains fire dungeon, it is also a ninjutsu of the same level. If one's chakra output can beat the enemy steadily, such restraint will naturally not exist. Oh, Saitama's chakra is very sufficient, and the fireball sprayed from his mouth is also huge, rushing towards the water dragon in a blink of an eye. Hiss! Hiss! The water vapor covered the sky and the sun, as if someone had cast a fog concealment technique. The ninjas around were clever enough to leave room for Saitama and Tsukayama Puffer Ghost, so they were not accidentally injured by ninjutsu. HMPH, the figure of Ziguashin Puffer Ghost passed through the steam. He didn't care about the warm water vapor, and went straight to Saitama. Ha ha! The three Gaoyu turned around in his eyes, and Saitama easily caught the enemy's movements, and did not show weakness in his hands. The thunder and lightning wrapped the knife and looked at Ziguashin Puffer Ghost. Oh! As soon as the swordsman touched the shark muscle, the electric current on it disappeared in an instant, and the hideous scales on the surface of the shark muscle also stood up suddenly. Accidentally, Saitama's hand was scratched by those scales, and there were some thin wounds on his right hand. Chidori was sacrificed in his left hand. Saitama stabbed out at a tricky angle, and the eyes of Ziguashin Puffer Ghost showed disbelief. Bah! This time, the shark muscles were not able to block Saitama's attack, and Saitama deliberately showed off his flaws in order to exchange injuries for injuries, but he suffered only minor injuries, while the enemy did not feel well. Shua! The two separated, with scarlet eyes staring at the half-squatting Ziguashin Puffer Ghost not far away. Saitama knew that the blow just now had stabbed him firmly in the abdomen. Saitama would not give the enemy any more room to breathe. His figure instantly came to the enemy, and the knife went up and down, slashing towards his head. Chapter 71 Battle Against the Ninjas. Whoosh! A big knife with a strong wind whizzed towards Saitama's head. Huh? Saitama turned his eyes around and saw Lokwa Chuzo. He squatted down to avoid his attack, and then turned back. It's so embarrassing, Pipa Juzo said to Ziguashin Puffer Ghost after forcing Katama back. HMPH, I was just being careless. Saitama thought that Ziguashin Puffer Ghost would lose his fighting power if he was hit by his Chidori, but he stood up straight away as he spoke. Although his abdomen was still bleeding, it didn't look like a big deal hurt. Electric knife ninja? Lokwa Chuzeng turned his gaze to Saitama, who held the beheading sword on his right shoulder. Lokwa Chuzo. Saitama naturally had an impression of the ninja sword user, and he could tell his identity at a glance. Water escape fog concealment technique. Lokwa Chuzeng didn't talk nonsense, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fengdan big breakthrough. Saitama also knows a few more practical Fengdan ninjutsu, which he specially learned before he set off here. Shhhhh. A gust of wind blew out from Saitama's mouth, breaking Lokwa Juzo's ninjutsu in the blink of an eye. HMPH. Lokwa Shizen sneered, but he wasn't annoyed. Can you still fight? He slowly placed the beheading knife across his chest and said to the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who was still clutching his abdomen, I can't fight now. Ziguashin puffer ghost's voice was a little low, and his lips began to turn white. The ninjutsu against Saitama can last for so long, and it has something to do with his special physique, but it is almost the limit now. Whoosh! Kurasan Kashimaru fell aside. He was dragged by the Konoha ninja just now, and now he finally broke through the encirclement and rushed over. It's okay, Saitama. Yum Shuei and Uchiha Mori jumped to Saitama's side. It was Kurasan Kashimaru who was dragged by the two of them just now, and the rest of Mirashi Jinhachi was surrounded by other Jonin, and they couldn't come over for a while. Well, it's okay. Saitama nodded, but Sharingan still kept looking at the three enemies. I'm going. You two see if you can seize the opportunity to kill the Ziguashin blowfish ghost. I will be responsible for holding the other two. Saitama tightly held the ninja sword in his hand and gave instructions to the two of them. As soon as the words fell, Kyu kicked his feet, and the whole body jumped out directly like lightning, which is nothing more than a sharp knife piercing the battlefield. Chua! As soon as Katama made a move, Kurasan Kashimaru straightened his body, and his tall and thin physique instantly assumed a defensive posture. Here we come. Lokwa Chizan's small eyes were full of vigilance, not as indifferent as he said. Gandium. Page 153. The ninja's sword wrapped by Leliu hit a big sword, and Kyu shrank his body and jumped to the right. At the same time, a slender knife silently cut across the position where Saitama was just now. Humph! Lai Sanchuan when snorted coldly, turned his footsteps and pulled his hand in the air. Fizz! Kyu's feet were empty, but he seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The thunder and lightning wrapped around his body, and the knife in his hand blocked Lokwa Juzeng's attack again, and kicked him at the same time. Oh! Saitama's speed was so fast that Lokwa Juzo could not react at all, and was kicked hard in the abdomen by this kick. While Lokwa Chizeng's hands and feet were parallel in midair, his body backed up extremely fast, and he couldn't stop vomiting blood in midair. With this kick, Kyu not only took advantage of the opportunity to avoid the iron wire attack of Kurasan Kashimaru, but also injured Lokwa Juzeng. SHH! As soon as his body fell to the side, Saitama kicked again, stepping on a shallow pothole on the spot, and disappeared from Kurasan Kashimaru's sight again. Damn! The moment his attack failed, Kurasan Kashimaru knew it was going to be bad, but Saitama's speed was too fast. Although he jumped aside quickly to open the distance, he was still caught up by Saitama. SHH! The ninja's sword in his hand did not show any hesitation, and Saitama stabbed towards the enemy's chest with an indifferent face. The electric current on his body is constantly winding, and the hooks in Saitama's eyes are running to the extreme, leaving no room for the enemy to dodge. Bah! Kurasan Kashimaru still had endless fear on his face, and Saitama's knife stabbed directly into his left chest. Puff! Blood spurted from the enemy's mouth and splashed on Saitama's shoulder. Saitama's expression remained unchanged, and the knife in his hand flashed an explosive electric current again, wiping out the enemy's last vitality, and the wound was burnt black in an instant, and the blood was evaporated in an instant. Forehead. The light in Kurasan Kashimaru's eyes gradually disappeared, and he looked at Saitama blankly. Until he died he couldn't believe that he was here so simply. Damn! As soon as he slowed down his body's backward speed, Pipa Juzeng saw the scene of Saitama stabbing Kurasan Kashimaru's chest with a knife. His face became even uglier, and he cursed secretly. SHH! Saitama drew out his own sword and kicked the enemy's corpse to the side of the battlefield. Hiss! Both ninjas recognized that this was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the pupils in the depths of their eyes shrank. Kirigakure ninja opened the distance from Saitama again, while Konoha ninja looked excited, as if he was the one who killed Kurasan Kashimaru, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions hit Saitama all the way, and all the ninjas on this route were blown apart by the attacks regardless of whether they were enemies or friends. Huh? Kyu naturally saw such a huge attack, and the figure disappeared in a flash of lightning on his body. SHH! Wooly Jinba landed beside Pipa Shizen panting. His body was covered in blood, his face was extremely hideous. Although he was injured in many places, he was obviously in good condition. These Konoha ninjas are really hard to deal with. Mirashi Jinhachi looked over there while talking, and the ninjas who fell on the opposite side of himself and others There are many ninjas among them, but at this time these Konoha ninjas are basically in a state of embarrassment. The Mirashi Jinhachi battle made them feel bad. HMPH, Lai San Quan Wan has been dealt with. Damn it, I saw it, and I said to be careful of that kid. You are still so careless. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, their tone very angry. This kid's speed can't be limited at all, and if he gets close, he can't compete at all. Lo Kwa Chizeng was holding a beheading knife in his hand, and there was still a trace of blood that hadn't been wiped off at the corner of his mouth. Glancing around the battlefield, Mirashi Jinhachi saw that his side had the numerical advantage, and Konoha ninja could barely contend. In the entire battlefield, only my side was completely below, and was suppressed by Saitama alone. Saitama! Nearly 5 ninjas landed on Katama's right, and one of them said to Katama, "Leave it to me here, and you can help other places." Saitama also saw that Konoha's side belonged to the weak side, and said to these ninjas, glancing at the enemy, the ninjas nodded and then jumped to other places. Zizi. Page 154. The thunder stream under his feet kept flashing, and the ground was scorched black. Saitama slowly raised the knife and narrowed his eyes. There are still 2 enemies, you can try to kill them. Saitama was thinking in his heart, and glanced at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who was entangled by Uchiha Mori and Yun Shuei, and hit himself with Chidori. Although his physique was very strong, he was still suppressed below and retreated steadily. However, the shark muscle played its role at this time. Although the watermelon mountain puffer ghost couldn't help retreating after being beaten, the chakra of Konoha and the two were almost exhausted. Chinese letter. Lo Kwa Chizeng pulled the big knife from the ground, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm going to do my best. Wooly Shiba. The body sank. Pipa Chizeng lowered his body very low, and the big knife was placed across his right side. Come on, the 2 of us should be able to fight him. Ghost Lantern Moon and the others are coming soon. There is a good chance if we delay. Wooly Jinba held the weapon in both hands, and the mustache on his mouth kept beating while speaking. Kick. Saitama's figure disappeared. Din. The big sword and Saitama's weapons collided together, and they are also good swordsmen. Although Pipa Juzo is not as fast as Saitama, he has a strong fighting awareness and can judge Saitama's attack trajectory, so this can block Saitama's attack. HMPH. Lo Kwa Chizeng looked at the evil Gaoyu in Katama's eyes, with an extremely serious expression. Die. Mirashi Jinhachi's attack arrived in front of Saitama the moment the two collided, and the saber slashed straight at the back of his neck. Jua. Saitama disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already behind Mirashi Jinhachi. Oh! Saitama kicked out and hit him hard. Mirashi Jinhachi stopped the sword in time, but he was unable to turn around to deal with Saitama's attack, so he could only forcibly gather the little chakra left on his back to resist most of Saitama's strength. Grek. Mirashi Jinhachi and Pipa Juzeng collided, and Katama took advantage of the situation to catch up, stabbing the enemy with the knife in his hand wrapped in the power of endless thunder. Get out of the way! Pipa Juzo reacted the moment Saitama disappeared, but Saitama's speed was still too fast, and Mirashi Jinhachi couldn't move in time, but seeing Saitama approaching again, a stern look flashed across his face, and regardless of the woolly Shiba that hit his chest, he swept the sword straight away. Bah! The thunder and lightning on the ninja knife directly cut the beheading sword from the middle. Ta-ta! The broken sword fell to the ground, and Saitama continued to attack with strides without slowing down. Explosive sword ninja break and strangle to death. Mirashi Jinpachi also started to fight back. He turned around, swept the weapon away, and shouted. The chakra in his body was instantly emptied. In the next second, countless detonating talismans poured out of his weapon, and in a blink of an eye they formed a sky-like explosion circle, covering Saitama. Explode! Go to hell! Wooly Jinpachi squeezed a ninja seal with one hand, instantly cut off the connection between the detonating talisman and the explosive knife, and the flower light burst out instantly. With a ferocious face on his face, Wooly Shiba quickly walked towards the rear. Pipa Shizen didn't care about the damage to his weapon, and also retreated. Oh! The explosion this time was also extremely strong, and Saitama's figure disappeared in the explosion. Just now Mirashi Jinhachi's attack was too sudden, and Saitama's momentum was moving forward again. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had crashed directly into the detonating charm. But fortunately, at the last moment, Saitama stopped the loss in time, squeezed out the ninja seal of the substitute technique, and disappeared in the center of the explosion. But the scope of the explosion was too wide, and the range of the substitute technique was only about 15 meters. Saitama was still affected, but it was only a few minor injuries, not worth mentioning. Hey! Saitama rushed out again the moment the explosion stopped, ready to kill these two enemies who were already at the end of the road. In the smoke caused by the explosion, Saitama's figure rushed out of it instantly, and the lightning on his body exploded continuously. In this battle, the chakra in Saitama's body was also consumed similarly, but fortunately the enemy's state was even worse. Whoosh! When Mirashi Jinpachi saw Katama rushing over again, his eyes felt weak for a while, and Loquat Juzo on the side clenched his teeth tightly. He was kicked by Saitama before, and his internal organs had already suffered some damage, and his physical strength was almost bottomed out after a fight. A figure jumped out from behind Kirigakure, holding a hammer and an axe in his hand. It was the ninja members who came to support. Behind this figure, the ghost Full Moon, who was seriously injured by Saitama before, followed closely behind, staring at Saitama, revealing bloodthirsty desire. Chapter 72 Undercurrent. Seeing that the support arrived, Saitama stopped pursuing. His own state is not very good, and the enemy is two ninjas of the 7th ninja level participating in the battle. If he continues to chase, he will undoubtedly put himself in a dangerous place. Tsutsukusa Yabeitu fell to the ground, half bending his body to slow down the gravity. His eyes first saw Mirashi and Jinhachi, who were in a panic, and then turned his eyes to Saitama, who had stopped in front of him. Oh, Ghost Lantern Full Moon also arrived, with bandages still wrapped around her body, as if the injury she suffered last time hadn't healed yet. Page 155. Whoosh! Not long after the two stood firm, a huge bright spot bloomed in the sky, turning into a dazzling splash. Okay, Ghost Lantern Moon looked up, showing a puzzled look. This is Kirigakure's signal to retreat, but I don't know why it didn't take long to retreat, and besides, I just arrived on the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 More piercing sounds came from behind Konoha, and many ninjas joined the battle group. Saitama took a glance and found that all the ninjas who came were Konoha ninjas, but they didn't seem to belong to the ninjas on this front. Is this support? Saitama held back the doubts in his heart. Let's retreat. It seems that Konoha's support has arrived. Gaiden Manu looked at Saitama with fear in the depths of his eyes. Tonkai Bear nodded, and waved the weapon in his hand casually a few times. Retreat! The voice of Kitajiro resounded on the battlefield. He did not participate in the battle, but sat in the rear and led the situation. Kirigakure's people fought and retreated. Although they gained a certain advantage at the beginning of this battle, the ninjas' nature made them obey orders, so they didn't want to fight. And seeing the arrival of Konoha's support, Kirigakure's numbers no longer an advantage, and there is no need for them to go up for a temporary victory, thus ruining their future and life. On Konoha's side, since the support troops who don't know where to join the battle group, Konoha can completely compete with the enemy in terms of numbers, so naturally it won't let Miss Ninja leave easily. In the end, after paying a certain price, Kirigakure successfully retreated. Saitama was not in a good state and did not chase his opponents. The battlefield was full of dead bodies and stumps. The blood stained the area purple, and the land became one piece. Lin? Saitama met an acquaintance, and it was Uchiha Lin, who had stayed in the sand-hidden battlefield before. At this time, he was standing on a high ground with a kunai, looking at the fleeing Kirin. Saitama. Uchiha Lin also saw Katama and waved his hand. All that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Konoha packed the corpses of one of his ninjas, sealed them into a scroll, and prepared to transport them back to the village next time. Many corpses of Kirigakure were directly discarded in this area. After some seemingly important ninja corpses were simply cleaned up, Konoha no longer cared about other corpses, and Kurasan Kashimaru's corpse was naturally preserved by Konoha in the sequence. As a member of the 7 ninja, he must have a lot of secrets that Konoha needs in his brain, and Konoha happens to have talents in this area. In this battlefield, after Konoha leaves, there is a high probability that Kirigakure's people will return here to take back the corpses of their companions. Yaxi. Fortunately, the support arrived in time this time, otherwise our loss would have been terrible. Tsunade sat in the first place, and beside him was the leader of this support, Shikahisa Nara, on Nara Shikahisa's side, followed by Kimichi Chose and Yamanaka Kaiichi, who are also the current younger generation Ikacho, are a force that cannot be ignored. It's all for the sake of the village. Nara Shikahisa nodded, although he looked very young, but he was very experienced in speaking. Well, next, let's talk about other situations. Tsunade nodded, turning his head to the rest of the long table. In this battle, Konoha lost a total of 46 Jonin, 79 lone ninja, and 7 high ninja. Tapping his fingers on the table, Tsunade read out the statistics just now. The enemy's losses will not be small, especially Uchiha Saitama beheaded one of the 7 ninjas, Kirasan Kashimaru, and seriously injured several 7 ninjas. Our losses are still within the allowable range. Tsunade cast his eyes on Saitama, who was sitting beside Uchiha Tanaki, with admiration in his eyes. Under Tsunade's prompt, everyone also turned their attention to Saitama, who was sitting upright. Saitama kept his calm expression without saying a word, and even though everyone was staring at him, he still showed a smile and nodded towards the people in charge around him. The next situation, Luju, come and analyze it for us. Tsunade signaled Shikahisa Nara to speak. As a member of the Nara clan, he is already a Konoha think tank. Okay. Nara Shikahisa nodded, stood up, and walked to a simple mat behind Tsunade. Saitama, you are getting stronger and stronger now. Uchiha Mori and Uchiha Lin sat together, and Uchiha Lin spoke to Saitama. Ninjas like the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed by you. Hayashi continued, keeping his eyes on Saitama. It's okay. Saitama sat on the chair with the knife slung across his waist. By the way, Lin, why are you on the front line again? Saitama asked. It stands to reason that a ninja like Uchiha Lin who has just participated in the war should have a few months of rest, let alone a ninja from a big family like Uchiha. Hee. Uchiha Lin was asked here, his tone a little uncomfortable. Both Uchiha Mori and Saitama felt something was wrong, and hurriedly continued to ask what they thought was something wrong. It's not a big deal, it's just being urged to marry. In desperation, Uchiha Lin told the truth. Page 156. Although Uchiha Mori had just got married during the new year, his wife had already been diagnosed with pregnancy in the hospital before going to the front line, and she was supposed to give birth in a few months. As Uchiha Lin, who was only about 1 year older than Uchiha Mori, was naturally urged to marry by his family. As a last resort, he could only join the army again and come to the front line. After knowing the truth, Uchiha Mori rubbed his head, a little dumbfounded, and felt inexplicably sorry for his brother, because it was his example that gave the family more motivation to urge Lin to get married as soon as possible so that he could stay the next offspring. Not intending to continue chatting about this, the few people changed the subject again, chatting casually. From Uchiha Lin, Saitama and others also learned that this time Konoha's reinforcements, the large troops, are still behind, and their few hundred people are just forward troops. Okay, let's stop here for reminiscing about the past. I still have something to do there. Sen patted the hem of his clothes, stood up, and strode outside while speaking, and Lin followed suit. Okay, you guys go to work. Although Saitama is currently the top few figures of Uchiha, he doesn't have many things in his hands, and when he is needed, it is just something that needs to be fought. Standing at the door of the tent, the two waved at Saitama and disappeared randomly. Saitama confirmed that the two left, and he was also preparing to take a good rest. The previous battle had exhausted him a lot, although after a long time, chakra had basically recovered, but his mental exhaustion was still there. PFFT. Q squinted his eyes as he collapsed on the bed. At present, the front line is also on the right track. Konoha and Kirigakure are fighting for a long time now, and there is no need to think about other things. In the battle between countries, the competition is the national power, although the village cannot do without the support of the country, but at present, it is impossible for Konoha to solve Kirigakure in a short period of time, and it is impossible for Kirigakure to break through Konoha line of defense. In the current situation, Konoha and Yanien are already at war in the northwest, while Union in the north is not willing to be lonely and seems to have a tendency to go south. It's still a bit difficult to deal with. How could another ninja village resist such an attack? Only Konoha has such strength. Eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. Saitama is slowly falling asleep. He needs a good rest. Captain, Uchiha waved his right hand at Saitama, beckoning him to go. Are you ready? Saitama walked over and looked at the two brothers in neat ninja outfits. No problem, you can start the mission. Uchiha Hito patted his chest, promising it. Okay then, get ready to meet them. Saitama nodded, and then walked towards the square area in the center of the camp. This is already the 3rd day after the big battle, and several battles broke out between the two sides during the period. The two sides came and went, and Kirigakure's side and the remaining 7 ninjas were all present. At that time, Kurasan Kashimaru's body was being collected, and the ninja knife and sewing needle that was confiscated at the same time was also psychic back not long ago. Although Konoha put a seal on that weapon, he was still psychically sent back. Yo, here we come. Hinata-dun looked at Saitama who was coming, and greeted him. Although the two families had disliked each other for a long time, he recognized Saitama's strength very much and didn't mind Saitama and his previous identity. Yeah, Saitama nodded slightly, not because he looked down on Hinata-dun, but because he was always like this in front of outsiders. Saitama is not a person who is good at meeting, and his heart is only open to those who really walk into his heart. So in many cases, others will think that Saitama is cold-tempered or arrogant, but in fact it is just because Saitama feels that some things are completely unnecessary. Since everyone has participated in this operation, don't you need to be so indifferent to me? Jun Hinata joked after getting used to Saitama's character for such a long time. Let's talk about this operation. I didn't know the specific content because of something before. I just know that this operation needs to be assaulted inside the bear country. Saitama smiled slightly and asked Hinata-dun. The participants in this operation include the Yum clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan. Each family sent a team. The Yum clan was led by Yum Shuei, and the Hyuga clan was led by Hyuga-dun. On Uchiha's side, it was naturally Saitama. Okay, let's sum it up when Jue comes. Master Tsunade was really in a hurry when he announced the mission before. Hinata-dun nodded and regained his seriousness. His white eyes were full of silence. Saitama nodded. His eyes swept across the two ninjas behind him, also two Chunin. After a rough understanding of the situation, Saitama withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes slightly and waited for the arrival of Yum Shuei. Among the three captains, Yum Shuei is the oldest, and in some respects she is not even weaker than Saitama. As the overall person in charge of this operation, he arrived at the appointed time, and he also brought two Chunin from the Oil Girl clan behind him. From Jue's mouth, Kyu learned about the mission itself, by on the enemy's intelligence, including but not limited to arming, which can also be the route of reinforcements, and the route of transporting backup materials. And the three teams including Saitama were not the only team involved in this operation. There were many other teams with the same configuration. Let's go when you're ready. Jue adjusted the sunglasses on the tip of his nose, and said to Saitama and Hinata-dun. In addition, just yesterday, Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, had arrived at this battlefield, and gradually accepted the position of General Tsunade, which was also proposed by Tsunade on his own initiative. Although Tsunade is still in charge in the camp at present, it is also because Orochimaru has just arrived here and is not yet familiar with all the affairs. Chapter 73 Depth and Encounter. Whoosh. Figures shuttled among the trees, and Saitama and the others had already bypassed the enemy's first layer of defense and entered the territory belonging to the Bear Kingdom. Page 157. Stop. Hinata-dun waved his hand. His eyes were covered with ferocious blue meridians, apparently with white eyes. SHH. The marching team stopped in time, waiting for Hinata-dun to speak. There was an enemy team ahead, a total of 4 people, 1 Jonin. Hyuga-dun squatted on the branch and said, "Let me solve it. You are responsible for following me around." Saitama stood up. He was confident that he could quickly deal with the enemy. "I'll go with you, and the others will be in charge of guarding and eliminating threats around." Yam Jue nodded to indicate that this was not the first time she encountered such a situation along the way. Kyu and the two left quickly, and the rest surrounded the surroundings to guard. Soon, the battle there ended, and Saitama and Shuei rejoined the others. "Go ahead." Jue's voice was calm, without much fluctuation in tone, as if the few enemies who died just now had nothing to do with him. "This is the map on that Jonin just now. See what's different from the previous one." Saitama took out a roll of maps in his hand and threw them to Hinata-dun. There were maps of different sizes on the enemies he encountered before, and Saitama handed them all to him. As the team's largest spotting eye, Hinata-dun's white eye radiates the widest and farthest range, and the best way to deal with it is to hand over the map to him. After taking what Saitama handed over, Hinata-dun opened the map and began to look at it. These maps all have an overlapping, outlined place. Depending on the situation, that should be a more important place for them. Do you want to go there? A group of people jumped and shuttled among the branches. Hinata-dun maintained the speed of travel, and said to Saitama and Jue, "If it's really important, maybe a few of us won't be able to see it enough." Jue was wearing sunglasses, unable to see his eyes. "Where is it? Let me see." Saitama didn't express his opinion at the first time, and let Hinata-dun point out the place for himself. "Beach." Saitama looked at the map, where it was circled by thick black handwriting. "It's not very far from here. It should be a seaport, or a place where wine landed in the Bear Kingdom." Hinata-dun stared at his white eyes. His tone was very calm. He didn't want to influence the judgment of his teammates because of himself. "What do you think, Saitama?" Jue saw that Saitama didn't speak for a long time. Touching the knife with his fingers, Saitama's eyes slowly narrowed. "Go and have a look. Anyway, our task is to find out the enemy's movements to a certain extent. Maybe there is what we want." Saitama looked around. After a long silence, Joey's eyes darkened behind his sunglasses. As the oldest person in the team, he didn't want to take such a risk, but the attitude of Saitama and others made him think a little more. Okay, let's look over there. But there is a premise. I will make a judgment on the situation, and then you have to listen to me. Joey turned his face to Saitama, and while speaking, glanced at Hinata-dun who was at the side. The whole team unified their opinions and started to act. A group of 9 people headed towards the place marked on the map at a high speed. Has your lord's ship arrived? This is a pier, which belongs to Wyan, and it belongs to something that has just been built. It's almost here. Don't worry. A ninja with a huge machete on his back said to the ninja beside him. It was Loquat Juzang. Try to keep this operation as concealed as possible, and hope that the arrival of the adults can surprise Konoha ninja. Having said that, Loquat Juzang grinned, and a cold laugh spread in the air. There are only Loquat Juzang and another ninja at this pier. It seems that not many people know their plan this time. Here we come. As far as the ninja could see, he saw a ship slowly approaching here. The mist made the ship look unreal, but Al knew that it was the ship that the 4th Mizukage was on. Okay, Loquat Juzang nodded, no longer paying attention to King beside him. Although Al is also a powerful jonin, as a ninja, he doesn't take it seriously. If it wasn't for King's deep trust in the 4th Mizukage at his level, he wouldn't be able to stand here talking to Loquat Tenzang and participate in such a secret mission. Page 158 Russell. The body rubbed against the surrounding leaves. Saitama and the others lay down on the branches, and the breeze blew by, making the leaves around them sway non-stop. What's up, Shield? Saitama's voice was extremely low, and he turned to Hinata-dun who was not far away from him. There are only 2 ninjas at the pier in front. Judging by the amount of chakra, they should be Jowlin. One of them should be Loquat Tenzo, one of the ninjas. Since he had seen Loquat Juzang on the battlefield, Hinata-dun was very familiar with his chakra and quickly judged it. Yeah, Saitama nodded. The one who can stand with Loquat Juzang should also be an elite ninja. Joey's hands were covered with bugs, and countless bugs were still spreading from his body along his arms to the surrounding trees. And many more. Hinata-dun's eyes narrowed, and the expression on his face became serious. There is a ship coming across the sea. The distance is too far to judge the situation in the ship. Hinata-dun withdrew his white eyes, closed his eyes. Bright white tears flowed from his eye sockets, and kept in the state of investigation. The load on the eyes was not small. What should we do now? The person who can make someone like Loquat Juzang wait must be the key person of Kirigakure, but I don't know who it is. Saitama and others were nearly 1,000 meters away from the pier, so they were not discovered by the enemy. Look again and see who is in the boat. The surface of Jouei's sunglasses reflected a layer of light, and he lifted the glasses with his hand, and it seemed that all the bugs in his hand had been released. Okay, Saitama signaled Hyuga's team to continue to observe with white eyes for a while. I will also release bugs for investigation. So far, only 2 enemies have been discovered. We should stay vigilant and we should not be discovered. Hinata-dun half closed his eyes. Bang! The boat approached the pier and slowly hit the buffer zone of the pier, making a dull sound. This ship is not big. It belongs to that kind of small transport ship. Tap! A short figure came out of the cabin, with green hair shining in the sun, and a very artistic scar at the corner of the left eye. Although it looks short in stature, it is full of momentum. Yo, it's just you 2. The figure jumped from the boat onto the pier, and called out to the 2 who were waiting for him on the pier. And as he landed, another beautiful figure fell behind him, a head of wine-red hair that crosses and hangs down to the eyes. Although he looks young, he already has a mature physique. If Saitama were here, he would definitely recognize the identity of this female ninja at a glance. After floating at sea for so long, it's finally here. Terumai stretched her body, and flicked the hair on the right side with her right hand. Ignoring Loquat Juzang's indifferent face, Terumai walked to Al's side and waited for Yakura to speak. Thank you. It made you wait so long. Gaju Yakura held a stick-shaped weapon in his hand, and walked in front of Loquat Juzang and the others. It was only 1.4 meters tall, equivalent to the height of a child. Standing in front of the tall people, the aura was not suppressed at all. Even the other few people still looked humble in front of him, with a very low attitude. As one of the few perfect Jinchurikis in the history of the ninja world, Megura's strength is at least among the top 5 existences in the current ninja world, and even if he chooses the right battle location, he is not afraid of anyone. It should, my lord. Loquat Juzang lowered his head slightly and straightened his position. Let's go now. The journey is also very tiring. Megura waved his hand, not paying attention to Lokwa Chuzo's attitude. On the other side, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan are still watching here. Hinata-dan's two Chunin teammates crossed the time to report the situation at the pier to Saitama and others. Master Shield, that ship has docked. 2 people came down from it, and one of them has a special chakra. We couldn't see it clearly. A Hyuga ninja told Hyuga-dan what he saw. Oh, let me see. Hinata-dan first looked around, looked at Saitama's face, and said to the ninja under Saitama's beckoning eyes, blind eyes. Page 159. Hyuga-dan turned his gaze forward, and the veins were densely covered around his eye sockets, making him look a bit hideous. As a member of the Hyuga branch, this is also a sequela after they opened their eyes, and there will be blue veins around the eye sockets that affect the appearance. Disease? As soon as he opened his eyes, Hinata-dan saw a scene that shocked him. I was lucky enough to meet Kushina as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha village before. At that time, he was young and ignorant, so he rolled his eyes behind Kushina ignorantly, wanting to see the difference between Jinchuriki, and then he saw a sea of chakras, and felt the coercion that made him tremble. And now, Hinata Shield saw a chakra ocean in his eyes, and even in that chakra he could see a strange creature swimming, and its tail, 3 tails were constantly flicking. Looks very happy. Rinjalai. Hinata-dan reacted in an instant. Cold sweat broke out in an instant, and his white eyes closed subconsciously. What's wrong? Chiwei was a little puzzled and asked him. Jinchuriki, Mizuo, 4th Mizukage. Hinata-dan's tone was a bit abnormal, and he said to Saitama and Chiwei, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure village is the 4th Mizukage, which is known to the entire ninja world, so it is Mizukage who has come to this battlefield in person, which makes Hinata-dan unable to calm down at all. You mean the person who came was Mizukage? Chiwei's tone was very dignified, and he confirmed again to Hinata-dan. Yes. Hinata-dan swallowed hard and nodded. Quick, let's go. If it's really the 4th Mizukage, we'll be in trouble. Chiwei's expression also changed, and he gave orders to his teammates scattered around him. After speaking, he stood up by himself, ready to run away. Saitama frowned, feeling a little complicated. He finally remembered what he always thought he had missed before. The 4th generation of Mizukage in this period has not been controlled by illusion, and the person who controlled Mizukage with illusion is still fighting against Iwakage in another battlefield. Before, he had always mistakenly thought that Mizukage in this period had been controlled by Uchiha Madara, and he didn't fully react until now. Let's go. Saitama was also unambiguous, knowing from Hinata-dan's mouth that the person who came was Mizukage, and followed Chiwei to the back without saying a word. He doesn't think that he can compete with the perfect Jinchuriki, the 4th generation of Mizukage Kutachi Yakura. Yakura, who was talking to Lokwa Chuzo, paused for a moment, and looked at the forest in front of him with some doubts. The 3 tails in the body just told him that someone was watching him in the woods. Are just a few of you here this time? Yakura didn't panic, and asked Lokwa Chuzang again. Yes. Lokwa Chuzang frowned and nodded, still thinking about what Mizukage meant. Could it be? Lokwat's ability to become one of the 7 ninjas did not rely entirely on recklessness. His brain was also good, and he immediately realized what was going on, and turned his gaze to the woods behind him. It is estimated that there are mice. Go and find them out. Yagura looked at the woods in front of him, and although his voice sounded immature, it was firm. Ao and Terumi may also change their expressions. At this time, Ao hadn't rolled his eyes, so he wasn't very strong in detection. But this time, Terumi May, who was the guard of Mizukage, felt very angry. As the guard of Mizukage, she didn't have the first time to find out the danger, which made her feel angry. SHH, Lokwa Chuzo, King and the furious Terumi May all came towards the forest. Yakura, who was Mizukage, maintained a constant speed and landed at the rear. Although his speed didn't seem very fast, he was always behind the 3 of them and was not thrown off. Here we come, let's go. Chiwei's worms sent him an early warning, and several powerful chakras were approaching. Shoo, shoo. The speed of Saitama and others increased again, but due to the existence of several Chunin in the team, the speed of the whole team was not very fast. The distance from the several enemies who were chasing after him was also slowly getting closer. Whoosh! Terumi May, who was running first, saw the last enemy, a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Melting escape the art of melting monsters. Although he is not very young, as a ninja who already has 2 blood-stained boundaries, his strength is not to be underestimated. Although the blood-stained has not been developed to be as strong as it was later, it is not bad. A viscous liquid with a pungent smell spewed out from Terumi May's mouth, and caught up with the last Hinata ninja in a blink of an eye. What? Page 160. Hinata ninja only had time to let out a scream before gradually disappearing into the mass of acid. Don't look back. Keep running. Seeing this familiar ninjutsu, Kyu naturally recognized who it was, narrowed his eyes, and continued running forward without looking back. Although his overall strength in this period may not be weaker than Terumi, but there is no one behind him. Hinata Dun had a sullen face and didn't say a word. He knew that there was only a dead end to turn around at this time, so he kicked hard again, and his speed increased a little again. You still want to run? Terumi used up a ninjutsu without even taking a breath, and stared at Uchiha Ho, who fell last. Water escape, water Dragon Ball technique. Loquat Juzo, who was a few positions behind Terumi, also saw the enemy in front of him, pinched out a ninja seal, and the water attribute chakra was mobilized, and then a water dragon flew out from behind him, heading directly towards Uchiha. Fire! Fire! Uchiha Canyon saw the enemy's attack, and was about to turn around to help him resist, when Saitama's voice sounded in his ear, and then a figure passed him and went to the back. Keep running. When Uchiha knew that it was not hypocritical at this time, the chakra under his feet continued to explode, and the speed increased instead of decreasing, and he shot a large part forward in an instant. Chinese letter. Saitama didn't attach any thunder and lightning, directly relying on his speed and physical strength. He slashed out with a knife, facing a water dragon that was rushing towards Uchiha. Fire! I'm blocking here, you guys go first, Saitama said to Uchiha Hito, who passed by him. The muscles in his arms stretched straight, and the knife directly slashed out. Roar! The water dragon roared and rushed towards Saitama, and Loquat Juzo, who released ninjutsu, could also see the appearance of the enemy clearly, and bloodthirsty rays of light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 74. The inevitable battle. Kyu slashed out with the knife in his hand, facing the water dragon. Whoa! The speed of this knife was extremely fast, and it cut the water dragon from the head in the blink of an eye. Suryu's body also started from the place where Saitama was standing, and split to both sides without causing any harm to Saitama. Seiyu! Jue said. His pace stopped more than 10 meters away from Kyu, but he just stopped. His brows were tightly frowned, as if he was still weighing the gains and losses. You guys go first. Saitama waved his hand indifferently. At this time, someone really needs to hold back the pursuers and create a chance for most people to leave. Jue glanced at the enemy who was still approaching, and the worm in his body told him that the enemy was very strong. Gritting his teeth, he turned his head and continued to move forward. Saitama glanced at the leaving Konoha ninja, straightened his face, and stood still on the branch, waiting for the enemy to catch up. Although he knew that his teammates' behavior at this time was entirely out of rational considerations, Saitama still had a touch of emotion. Yo, isn't this Uchiha Saitama? Loquat Juzo landed on a branch opposite Saitama, and did not attack again. Kyu didn't say a word, but looked at the female ninja with beautiful hair standing beside him. You solve this, I will continue to chase. Terumi saw that Loquat Juzo seemed to know the Konoha ninja in front of him, so without saying a word, he prepared to bypass Saitama and continue to pursue. In her opinion, Loquat Juzo, as a group of 7, is completely strong enough to deal with this young ninja. Saitama's eyes flashed, and the sword in his hand was entwined with lightning, and he swung the sword towards the front of Terumi's march, preventing her from continuing to pursue. The thunder broke away from Saitama's knife, like an extended blade, cutting a tree in front of Terumi in half, and also made her stop. Huh? Terumi was a little puzzled. She backed away and landed beside Loquat Juzo. What do you mean? Although Terumi and Loquat Juzo have never met each other very much, it is not a trivial matter to be so emotional on such an occasion, and leave the enemy alone. Don't underestimate this little brother. It was the ninja in front of you who killed Kyorasan Kashimaru not long ago, and I still have the wound left by this Konoha ninja on my body. It's not a good idea for you to let me stay here alone. Although Mizukage and Ao are behind, it shouldn't take long to catch up, but Loquat Juzo knows that with Saitama's speed, he probably won't be able to make it to the back in a one-on-one situation. Loquat Juzang is carrying the beheading sword, and the part that was cut off by Kyu has grown back. As the 7 famous ninja swords in the ninja world, the only characteristic of the broken sword beheading sword is not that it is indestructible, but that it can be repaired automatically after being damaged, provided that this sword is used to touch blood. In other words, as long as this knife can cut people all the time, it is equivalent to never being damaged. This isn't a great feature, but it's definitely not a bad feature. Oh? It was only at this time that Terumi really looked at Saitama, and the eyes covered by the hair revealed a hint of interest. Page 161. Seeing that she was much younger than herself, Terumime was a little surprised at Saitama's strength. Then get rid of him quickly. Terumime also knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense. SHH, how could Kyu let the enemy continue to communicate? But he knew that there was a real big boss behind him. If Yakura arrived, it would be impossible for him to leave. Leaning forward, Saitama slid the knife down to the side of his thigh, but the chakra on his body was raging violently like a flood that burst a bank. The branch that was standing was directly broken by Saitama's foot, and his whole body turned into lightning, rushing towards the two enemies standing together. Ding! No matter how bad Loquat Juzo is, he is also a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Saitama's attack on him with a very clear track is still predicted. Terumime, who was on the side, jumped to the side. Saitama's attack just now was also aimed at Loquat Juzo. He needed to quickly eliminate an enemy, and Loquat Juzo, who was relatively easy to deal with, became his opponent. Water escape water dragon bomb. The moment Loquat Juzang blocked Saitama's attack, Terumime directly launched ninjutsu, and a water dragon came straight to Saitama's side. Tick! Saitama kicked Loquat Tozo, obviously foreseeing such an attack. Under the counterforce of 1 foot, his body moved a few meters backwards. Saitama also took advantage of the opportunity to avoid the water dragon's attack and fell to the ground. Oh! Loquat Shizang's attack also arrived, slashing fiercely from top to bottom. But such an attack seemed very childish in Saitama's eyes. The Sangadama in his eyes twirled, and Saitama paid a certain amount of attention to Terumime. Loquat Juzo's attack Saitama has long been figured out. Only Terumime's attack will cause him great difficulties now. After all, it is specially used to restrain the physical ninjas melting and boiling. Bah! Saitama did a backflip, dodging Loquat Juzo's attack, raised the knife in his right hand, and the lightning attached to it cut the beheading sword again, and a wound about 10 centimeters long appeared on the side of the blade. Loquat Juzo didn't even blink his eyes. He moved his footsteps, and opened the distance between him and Saitama. Kitama was about to chase after her, when she saw Terumime falling from above, sharing and swept across her hands. Her heart tightened, and the electric current on her body exploded instantly. Melting escape, the art of melting monsters. Terumime's seemingly small mouth spit out a deadly liquid. With a pungent and strong smell, the orange-yellow acid rushed towards Saitama in an instant. Oh! Stepping on his foot, Saitama left the spot, and jumped towards a tree a few meters away. He didn't dare to touch it with his body. It was a ninjutsu that even Susanoo couldn't resist. Humph! Terumime watched a burst of thunder and lightning erupted from Kitama's body, dodged his own ninjutsu, and snorted coldly. And everything that was touched by the acid began to emit white smoke, which disappeared in a blink of an eye. Saitama supported the tree trunk, glanced at the situation below, and didn't say a word. Whoosh! His ears twitched, and Saitama heard someone approaching again, and he knew that time was running out. Oh! Saitama made a ninja seal with one hand, and another Saitama appeared. The two Saitama looked at each other, and each found his target. Oh! Loquat Juzo didn't pay attention, and was kicked in the face by Saitama. The whole person turned around in midair, and fell to the side, and his body kept knocking down trees. But Saitama did not relax and continued to pursue. On the other side, the avatar Saitama struggled with Terumime as hard as he could. As a jutsu-type ninja, Terumime couldn't keep up with Saitama's speed at all, but Saitama couldn't really hurt her either. After all, Terumime's ninjutsu covers a wide range and is powerful, so the avatar Saitama can only try his best to drag Terumime here, so as not to let her disturb the battle on the main body's side. Phew! Loquat Juzo had just got up from the ground when Saitama's attack arrived again, and a knife with lightning in it pierced his throat directly. Damn it! Loquat Juzo looked at Terumime, who was entangled, knowing that he could only rely on himself now. Ding! The big sword stood in front of him, and even though Loquat Shizang was kicked away just now, the weapon in his hand was still tightly controlled. Saitama looked at the broadsword blocking his weapon, and instead of pulling back, he increased the chakra output again. A burst of more dazzling electric current emerged on the knife, and Saitama held the handle of the knife with one hand, suppressing Loquat Shizang to keep retreating. Page 162. Humph! Loquat Juzo held the knife with both hands, leaning against the knife, but was still completely suppressed by Saitama's strength. With a cold snort, he stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, forming an acute angle between his body and the ground, and finally resisted Saitama's force and stood firm. Zizzy! Countless electric currents filled Loquat Juzo's ears. He He thought it was the sound of Saitama's sword, and didn't care much. Bah! A series of cracks appeared on the entire blade of the beheading sword. Loquat Juzang's eyes widened. His body froze, and he had the thought of throwing away the weapon in an instant. But fortunately, in an instant, he felt Saitama's power disappear, so he jumped back vigilantly. Due to the influence of the blade and his own posture, his field of vision is not very good, and he can only barely grasp the position of Saitama, so naturally he cannot see some small movements of Saitama. He bent down, watching Pipa Juzang receding. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a dazzling light appeared in his left hand. Kick! With one kick, a stimulating electric current flashed in the calf, and Saitama shot Loquat Juzang. At this time, Loquat Juzo was moving the sword aside so that Saitama could be fully exposed in front of his eyes. Chidori! Saitama's voice was low and deep, and it was rare to call out the name of his ninjutsu. What? Loquat Juzang's eyes widened, his body couldn't react at all, and Katama came in front of him. Due to his posture and height, Loquat Juzo could only see Saitama's sharing eyes staring at him, and these were the few pictures he saw before he died. Bah! Saitama's left hand mercilessly pierced Loquat Juzo's lower abdomen. Looking at Loquat Juzo's unbelievable face, Saitama was expressionless, and swung the knife in his right hand across his throat, making up the knife successfully. Ho ho! The strength in Loquat Juzang's body was emptied in an instant, and he was unable to continue to resist, and could only let out bursts of difficult inhalation sounds. Saitama looked at Terumi Mei on the other side, feeling the emptiness in his body, and jumped forward without looking back. In his perception, two chakras are infinitely approaching here. Terumi Mei was dealing with a harassment from Saitama's avatar, and had no time to pay attention to Loquat Juzo. She didn't think that Loquat Juzo could not be delayed in such a short period of time. As long as you wait for this little time, Mizukage-sama, who will come later, will definitely teach this ninja named Uchiha Saitama what it means to crush with strength. And a few hundred meters away from here, Yakura suddenly turned his face aside, no longer maintaining that calm expression. In his perception, the breath of Loquat Juzang became weaker and weaker, and disappeared in his perception force field in a blink of an eye. Excluding the possibility of Loquat Juzang learning space ninjutsu within a few minutes, only the last possibility is the answer. That means he was killed. King Luo stayed behind with Yakura because she had absolute trust in the strength of Komemai and Pipa Juzang. Seeing the change in Yakura's face and quickening her pace, she also felt that something was wrong, so she sped up to catch up with Kamiya warehouse. Kyu killed Pipa Juzang and quickly left there, following the special mark left by Jue, preparing to catch up with other team members who had already left this right and wrong place. They had only fought with Terumi Mei and the others for a total of 1 or 2 minutes just now, but Jue and the others were out of danger and disappeared within the range of the enemy's perception. There are so many sentient ninjas in the team. Jue and others follow the most correct direction to escape on the road, and the clone who continued to stay in place to fight Terumi Mei still completed his task seriously. Okay, Terumi Mei forced Saitama back with another sip of acid, with a little doubt in his eyes. She hadn't heard the sound of fighting on the other side for a while, and taking advantage of this gap, she jumped back and glanced at Pipa Juzang by the way. Seeing this, her body trembled. Loquat Juzang lay on the ground, with the big knife covering his body. The avatar Saitama naturally also saw the masterpiece of the main body, but in order to continue to buy time, he kept stepping forward to pester Terumi Mei. Whoosh! As soon as Yakura speeded up, he rushed here quickly. He first looked around and saw Loquat Juzo lying there, breathless, and then saw Saitama, who was still fighting with Terumi Mei. Frowning, he fell onto the tree with King. Seeing Yagura's arrival, Saitama recognized his identity at a glance, gave up attacking Terumi Mei instantly, jumped back, and opened a certain distance. My lord, this is the avatar. He just ran away not long ago. Terumi Mei's consumption is not small. Katama's speed is too fast. She can only rely on ninjutsu to keep Saitama, who is close to her, back. Although she didn't have any injuries on her body, Terumi Mei was still panting heavily, brushing the sticky hair away from her forehead while speaking. Yeah! Yakura held a stick in his right hand. In his perception, there was no chakra of Saitama's body, and he knew that he had already run away, so he didn't plan to continue chasing. Page 163. When Saitama was alone, his speed was indeed very fast, and he didn't dare to save chakra. The irritating chakra jumped in his lower limbs, making him turn into a humanoid lightning and shuttle through the trees. 4 generations of Mizukage. The avatar Saitama holds the sword in front of his chest, doesn't care about his current situation at all, and still has the time to speak to Yakura in a relaxed tone. After all, he is just a clone, and there is no loss if he dies. The big deal is to make the main body hurt for a while. Zizi. Yagura didn't speak, just stared at Saitama as if trying to remember his appearance. And Saitama's sword began to flash lightning, which is also the few chakras left in his body. Humph! Yagura saw that Saitama still had a tendency to continue to strike. He slowly moved the stick to his chest, and a smile of unknown meaning was drawn on the corner of his mouth, and his purple eyes gradually sharpened. Kick! Saitama shot out the whole body, leaving a hole in place. Sir, be careful. Terumaimai and Katama have been fighting for so long, so she naturally knows that Katama's speed is terrible. She is worried that Mizukage will not notice for a while, and she will suffer, although Mizukage is really strong. Oh, a stick with a flower on it hit Saitama's body, and the Sharingan in his eyes just saw some vague movements of Yagura, and before his body could react, he was hit. Although there are certain reasons for this and its own consumption, it can be seen that Yagura is really strong. I remember you. Yagura's strength was completely out of proportion to his figure, and when he threw it with a stick, Saitama instantly lost his fighting power and collapsed on the ground. He stood in front of Saitama, said these words slowly, but his eyes looked at the direction Saitama fled from, where there were still some chakra fluctuations. The avatar raised its head with difficulty. The Sharingan in its eyes had disappeared, revealing ordinary black and white pupils. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to speak. Oh! The avatar turned into white smoke. Without even saying a complete sentence, it was taken away by Yagura with a stick. Grown-up King walked over. He had just confirmed that Lokwa Chizeng had died in battle, and his face was a little ugly. Clean up and go directly to the camp. We will avenge this revenge. Yagura raised his hand, so that Owl's words that he wanted to say were suppressed, and his suppressed anger could be heard while speaking. After all, his subordinates were killed right under his nose, and he hadn't been able to stop the fleeing enemy, which made him secretly remember his carelessness. Yes, the remaining two nodded, their bodies tensed. Yagura carried his hands on his back. His purple eyes looked into the distance. The stick was carried behind his back. Chakras constantly appeared around his body surface, and a breeze rolled up under his feet. Chapter 75 Return Aftermath. At Archimaru. Traveling through the woods, Saitama's body felt empty for a while. Following the marks, he also quickly felt the chakra breath left by others. Sure enough, if it is a person, the speed is not comparable to that of a team. How do you think Saitama is doing now? Hinata Shield opened his eyes to observe the surrounding situation, avoiding those enemies he could see. If it's Saitama, he should be able to escape unscathed. Jiwei's gaze under the sunglasses is also very uncertain. In that case, it is really hard to say if Kyu chooses the queen. The team fell into a long silence, and after a long time, Uchiha seemed to be unable to hold back and stopped. I have to go back. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Yan with an unprecedented firmness on his face. Looking into his eyes, Yan knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he cast his eyes on Yaonu Jiwei. Captain Jiwei. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses. If you go now, you are wasting the time Kyu bought for us. I'd understand the truth, but Uchiha Fire still feels uncomfortable. After all, Saitama just chose to stay to save him. Frustrated, he punched the nearby tree with a fist, and Uchiha Fire's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat people. Keep going. Send back the news of Mizukage coming to the front line as soon as possible, so that Konoha can prepare earlier. This mission is over here, and the enemy will definitely deploy a tighter line of defense in the rear, and continue to stay behind. It is not very useful here, and there is a danger of being discovered. With a calm voice, Jiwei shared his analysis to the people around him. Taking advantage of this 1 minute, several Chunin were also recovering their physical strength quickly, and they were a bit overwhelmed by running like fleeing for their lives just now. Hyuga Dun and another ninja from the Hyuga family were very silent during this time. Their companions fell behind them, but they looked powerless, which really made them very embarrassed. Page 164. And the ninjas who are also separated, they have a certain empathy for such encounters. Let's go. Jiwei directed everyone to move forward. This place still belonged to the territory of Kirigakure, and it was only temporarily out of danger just now, and there may be many enemies around who are hiding murderous intentions. Uchiha Fire still stabilized his emotions after the fuss, raised his legs to keep up with the team, and just glanced back from time to time. Jiwei was still marking Kyu with bugs along the way, hoping that he could catch up with himself and the others and join them. My lord, you can go. King stood beside Yagura, holding the beheading sword in his hand, and Lokwa Chizeng's body had already been put into the scroll by him. Okay, Yagyura remained expressionless as he kept rubbing the stick with his right hand. Several people took one last look at the woods and headed in another direction. Kiyu let out a long breath. Just now he followed the marks left by others and ran all the way, but due to the previous battle, his physical strength was at the end at this time. And just now, the memory of the avatar returned to the main body, which also gave him a headache. Leaning against a tree, Saitama rested the sword on his right hand, recovering his strength. Now that you know that the enemy is not chasing you, and you have run such a long distance, you can take a short rest to let your body recover some strength, and you can cope well with the next situation. Keeping his body vigilant, Saitama rested there for a few minutes, and after his internal condition improved a lot, he continued on his way. Kick! He stepped on a branch and continued on the road. The wind blew his bangs back, making him look very elegant. Crunch! A spark burst out from a ball of flames, and the few people sitting around the fire did not speak. The two brothers Uchiha Hiro leaned together. Yan was wiping his kunai with a cloth. His eyes were calm. Several people had been on the road for a day, and it was already night, and the temperature difference between day and night increased, so they had to build a fire to maintain the temperature. Someone is coming. Hinata-dun opened his eyes and looked in one direction. After the fire is lit, it is like a lighthouse at night, illuminating the way forward for others. Therefore, Shield Hinata will use his white eyes to detect the surrounding situation every quarter of an hour. Swish! Everyone immediately stood up and took out their weapons. Shuei waved his hand, and a group of insects wrapped the flames, and the flames were extinguished in the blink of an eye. Wait, it seems to be Saitama. Hinata-dun took a closer look and felt that chakra was very familiar, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, especially the Uchiha brothers, who did not hide the joy on their faces. Whoosh! Saitama stepped on the branch. He saw a bright light in the distance before, and there were chakra fluctuations of Shuei and others, so he rushed towards it. Sure enough, when he got closer, he found that it was them. He increased his speed and was in front of them in a blink of an eye. Team leader. Uchiha Hito was the first to see Saitama's walking figure, and that blue-white afterimage fell in front of him after he called out. Well, are you all okay? Saitama nodded and looked around. Except for Hinata Ninja, who was sent to the soul by Terumi Mae's ninjutsu at the beginning, everyone else is here. It's time for us to ask if you're okay. Shuei walked over and looked at the intact katana. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't have met Shui Ying today. Saitama smiled slightly. It's good that you're fine. You're tired too. Go and have a rest. There's still some food over there. Shuei patted Kiyu's shoulder with his hand, signaling Kiyu to eat something before resting. Okay. Speechless all night, Saitama lay there resting while the others took turns keeping watch in groups of 2. On the second day, after spending most of the day, the group finally left the sphere of influence of the Kingdom of Bears and returned to the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. Hurry up! And several people successfully returned to the camp before dinner. As soon as they arrived at the camp, Caillou and others heard bad news. Early this morning, Yakura and Orochimaru had a contest, and Orochimaru was injured by Yakura. The current situation is unknown. It's still too late. Page 165. Saitama frowned, and followed Shuei and the others towards the tent where Tsunade was. Fortunately, Tsunade is also on this side. Although Tsunade, who suffers from blood phobia, can no longer fight, and she also avoids fighting directly, medical ninjutsu is still very useful. Although Orochimaru is injured, it is not very serious according to others. Tsunade should be cured soon, but only if she doesn't see the blood. Orochimaru is also worthy of being one of the Sannin. Although he didn't expect Yakura to be on the front line, he still didn't lose much in the battle. Even if he was not Yakura's opponent, he still caused Yakura a lot of trouble. Master Tsunade, Shuei, Saitama and others stood side by side, nodding to Tsunade. Well, you are back. At this moment, Tsunade's brows were furrowed, not because he was worried about Orochimaru's injury, but because he didn't have a cage-level strong man who could steadily suppress Yakura, and Orochimaru was still a little bit less interesting. In this mission, I encountered the 4th generation of Mizuguchi Yakura. I was planning to bring this news back as soon as possible, but it was a bit late. Shuei looked at Tsunade, who was sitting there. Just come back. It's not bad to be able to escape when encountering Yakura. Tsunade didn't blame him either, and looked at Saitama and the others. Hinata-ken was killed in this mission. Hinata-dun spoke and reported this information. As a ninja of the investigative type, it can be regarded as a precious ninja resource in Konoha. Understood. Tsunade froze for a moment, then nodded. Then let's go down first. Katama saw that Tsunade's thoughts were not on himself and the others at all, so he quickly signaled. Okay. As soon as Yakura reached the front line, He began to suppress Konoha crazily, and the battle line kept shrinking, approaching Konoha step by step. Orochimaru's injury is not serious, he will be fine in a few days. Kyu also saw him again in the last meeting. Orochimaru has a good sense of Saitama, and recently learned more about Saitama. Master Orochimaru. Saitama and Orochimaru stood on a hilltop. He was a few steps behind Orochimaru, and Orochimaru looked at the direction of the Kirigakure camp in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Long time no see, Kyukan. Orochimaru put his hands behind his back, and the purple Gaoyu earrings fluttered in the wind. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Saitama is no longer so afraid of Orochimaru now. Since Orochimaru showed kindness to him last time, his impression of Orochimaru has improved a lot, and it is no longer just those disgusting pictures in his memory. Licking his tongue, Orochimaru looked back at Saitama with surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be so long, and Kyukan has grown to this point. Orochimaru made no secret of his admiration for Saitama, and praised him wildly. Just kidding, my lord. Kyu knows that there is still a big gap between himself and Orochimaru, not only in strength, but also in the understanding and creation of ninjutsu. The only thing I can get at the moment is Thunder Done, and Orochimaru is proficient in several escape techniques, and he is also good at some forbidden techniques. I didn't expect that kid Yakura to dare to come to the front line. As Jinchuriki, he has always been a threat like a powerful weapon. This time it is rare to go to the battlefield. Orochimaru smiled and changed the subject. During this period, he had already started many inhuman experiments, and the more he carried out some experiments, the more he became interested in tailed beasts and blood-stained ninjas. Jiraiya will come here in a few days. Yakura is too much of a threat to Konoha. I can't suppress him alone. Orochimaru seemed to be talking to himself, and he didn't want Kyu to answer, just throw out everything he wanted to say. Kyu stood aside without saying a word. He didn't think that Orochimaru came to him specially to talk nonsense. What does Saitama think about the future? Orochimaru is currently still a favorable competitor of Hokage. Although the voice among the common people is not very high, it is also one of the most promising ninjas to inherit the seat of Naruto. Kyu knew that Orochimaru in this period had lost all thought about that seat, and was focused on his own experiments. What does that mean? Kyu was taken aback. I know that Saitama is not an ordinary ninja. Don't you have any idea of changing Uchiha's current situation? The cooperation between Orochimaru and Danzo let him know a lot of Konoha's secrets, and he also speculated on some of Danzo's ideas, especially a few days before he went to the battlefield. He had just helped Danzo complete an operation, and he gradually became more certain about the conjecture in his heart. Have you ever thought about working with me? Orochimaru stared at Saitama with aggression in his eyes. Saitama took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Orochimaru. It's still too early. It's not there yet. Page 166. Saitama took away the respect for Orochimaru in his words, and directly treated Orochimaru as an equal. Sure enough, did Katama notice something too? Orochimaru showed a funny smile, not caring about the tone of Saitama talking to him. The two stood there, didn't say much else, and kept silent tacitly. Orochimaru discovered the clues from the cooperation with Danzo, and Katama knew the following plot long ago. Saitama, who came through time, has always wanted to change the fate of Uchiha, but Konoha's circle of power has always been willing to let people belonging to Uchiha participate, but Saitama's idea of changing the fate of the family has not changed. He will not give up even a glimmer of hope. Born in this family, he also found that Uchiha was not as unbearable as he remembered, and many people were still very rational. So he felt that Uchiha's madness was all caused by too much pressure from Konoha behind him. At present, there is no Nine Tails incident. Uchiha's status in Konoha is not that bad. Everything still has to develop. Saitama still holds optimistic thoughts in his heart, and the premise of any right to speak is the improvement of his strength. Chapter 76. Plan. For a long time, Orochimaru and Saitama stood there quietly without saying a word. I look forward to your performance in the future. Go back now. Orochimaru folded his hands. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils stared at Saitama. Kyu looked at the camp not far away, but said nothing. He had his own plans in mind. Okay. Stepping towards the camp, Saitama's footsteps landed behind Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru's tall and straight back, Saitama once again thought a lot about the relationship between the family and Konoha, about himself and the family. The head-on battle between two ninja villages is no longer a one-on-one fight between ninjas, nor is it an ambush or sneak attack. The competition is the comprehensive strength of the entire ninja village. The wind with thick water mist blows across the battlefield. As winter approaches, the weather starts to turn cold, and many ninjas can't help but fight a cold war. Konoha and Kirigakure faced each other, and it was not the first time that the two sides had been entangled in such a large force. Orochimaru stood in front of Konoha ninja, crossing his hands and looking at Yagura opposite. Kyu stood behind Orochimaru, looking at the remaining strength of the 7 ninjas. His eyes flashed from time to time, as if he was picking his next opponent. Layers of gray-white clouds piled up in the sky, and a heavy rain was coming. Click! There was a muffled sound of thunder and lightning in the sky, but it would not affect the two armies fighting at all. There is no extra nonsense. The confrontation of a few minutes is over, and the battle begins directly. Bursts of white smoke burst out from the defense lines on both sides. On Konoha's side, Orochimaru touched the ground with one hand and summoned 10,000 snakes, while the psychic beasts on Kirigakure's side were not as big as 10,000 snakes, but there were 4 of them in number, some of which could not be named. The strange ninja. The cold wind in the air continued to intensify, whistling and blowing between the two armies. Waves of dust were rolled up, covering the sky and the sun. The fallen leaves and the dead grass have nowhere to hide in the wind, and they are constantly fluttering with the wind. If you don't erupt in silence, you die in silence. All the ninjas present chose to erupt. Thus, the confrontational forces of the two sides began their first collision, and the sound waves continued to rise and fall in the wind. Words like killing and rushing were wrapped in a cold breath, spreading between the two armies. Countless figures are intertwined, and countless ninjutsu confront each other. In an instant, countless ninjas fell on the charging road, screaming fiercely. In a large-scale battle, life is frighteningly small. Orochimaru stepped on 10,000 snakes, and seemed to be still communicating with it, while restraining the enemy's King Yakura. Kaiyu didn't care about it, and rushed into the battle group with the big army. He was like a dragon going out to sea, a ferocious beast coming out of its cage, unstoppable. Every enemy who came into contact with him fell to the ground with howls in a blink of an eye, unable to get up again. The blue and white figures shuttled across the battlefield, harvesting humble lives. Thunder escape is a widely used escape technique, which can speed up, increase damage, and even increase resistance. Although the cultivation of lay dun is the most difficult of all escape techniques, but unfortunately, Saitama is very proficient in these. The high-speed movement in exchange for stimulating cells requires not only strong physical fitness to support it, but also the dynamic capture of Sharingan. Saitama is unstoppable if he meets all these conditions. As far as the current battlefield is concerned, Saitama is afraid that he will encounter Yakura, who is Mizukage, and the other is Terumi Mei, who has 2 bloodstains. The former is that the speed and strength do not lose to oneself, and the latter is a physical ninja such as ninjutsu restraining himself. If there is still a flaw in Saitama's attack method, it is the lack of chakra. Although Saitama's chakra amount is almost several times that of ordinary Jainin, but according to this style of play, chakra's endurance is still slightly insufficient. The corner of his mouth outlines a smile that makes the enemy feel terrible, and the turbulent electric current swims all over his body, and Saitama's speed increases in vain, and he shoots forward a certain distance like teleporting on the battlefield. Page 167. On the way he jumped out, several Yunin passed him by. Lei Guang stopped, and Saitama revealed himself. Oh! Every enemy who rubbed shoulders with Saitama sprayed out a stream of blood arrows, and then covered their wounds and fell to the ground, lifeless. Saitama no longer suppressed the surge of chakra, and his hair rose without wind, and he no longer worried that the stimulation of the cells by the thunder attribute chakra would cause some damage to the body, and the speed increased to a terrifying level. And in the air, a bird smell continued to permeate. For a while, the fog ninja around Saitama was cleaned up, and there was a terrible blank area in the battle group. A group of Kirin seemed to be scared by Saitama, and they didn't dare to cross the blank space and face Saitama directly. And those Jonin were silent. Saitama, who had already killed several ninja swordsmen, was already notorious in their circles. Facing such an enemy, they were also deeply powerless in their hearts. Saitama's speed is not as untraceable as Namikaze Minato's Fei Raijin, but you can barely see a trajectory, but you can't do it. This kind of battle also drove Mist Ninja even more crazy. Even though he could barely catch a trace of signs, his body or movements could not keep up with Saitama's attack at all, and he could only watch himself go to death in the end. This is completely different from the silent death of Namikaze Minato's enemies. This is a rhythm of watching oneself die, which is more terrifying than dying without knowing why. Therefore, although there are still many mist ninjas around Saitama, no one dares to cross the thunder pond. Humph! A cold snort sounded from behind Kirigakure, and two figures also ran towards this side, and landed opposite Katama in a blink of an eye. Tonkao Yibern and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Saitama didn't show any expression, but slowly raised the knife in his hand. The blade creaked with electric current blooming. The few people didn't say much, and started fighting directly. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost has a special physique. Before eating Saitama and hitting Chidori head-on, it hasn't been long before he has recovered his combat effectiveness. Although it may have something to do with Kirigakure's medical team, it's still not to be underestimated. As for the other ninja, Saitama didn't know much about it. As the owner of the blunt knife Tuge, Jutsu Kasano Yuto does not have much impression in Saitama's memory, and the lack of opportunities to play makes Saitama not have much information. Therefore, there is still a need to explore his fighting style. Determined to pay attention, Saitama wrapped the electric current around his body, covering most of the parts. Dwang. A hammer hit the place where Saitama had been before, sinking it instantly, causing dust to rise everywhere. Before Saitama could fight back, the shark's muscles full of scales swept in front of him. A stronger electric current erupted from his body, and Saitama dodged it, leaning forward at the same time, and slashed out with a slash. Okay, Ziguashin's slightly bloated figure still deftly dodged Saitama's attack, and made a surprised sound at the same time. He didn't expect that Saitama could fight back in such a situation. Bang! If he missed a single hit, Saitama would naturally not continue to entangle him. Sharingan had already seen Tatsukusa Yibern coming a few meters away from him again, waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack. Kicking at the place where the shaman's muscles were wrapped in bandages, Saitama left in an instant. Saitama landed not far away, his body pressed down again, and he assumed an offensive posture. I come! Tonkao Yebai shouted, chased after him, and chopped it down with a single knife. Oh! Saitama staggered to dodge, and at the same time slashed the left shoulder of Tatsukasa Yibern. Blood splattered everywhere. I saw Tatsukasa Yibern grunting. Regardless of it, swung the knife in his right hand in a circle, drew a strange width in midair, and continued to chop at Saitama's back. Naturally, all this could not be hidden from Kiyu's Sharingan. He turned around and put the knife across his chest. Kiyu was ready to block the knife. Bang! The two knives collided, and Saitama resisted his strength with one hand, but Jutsu Kasano Yuto's left hand smashed immediately, and a hammer smashed hard on the back of the knife in his right hand. PFFT! Although Kiyu had expected it, he was still overwhelmed by this success. The enemy's power was directly vented in his chest. Although there was a knife to resist, it still made Kiyu's throat sweet. With both hands and feet moving forward in parallel, Saitama couldn't help but flew backwards. This is not over yet. Behind Saitama's retreat, the Ziguashin Puffer Ghost has a hideous face, and the shark muscle is surrounded by a circle of blue chakra, obviously preparing to give Saitama a fatal blow. Substitute. Sharingan quickly spun, and Saitama made a ninja seal with one hand. At the same time, shark muscles came to his back. Page 168. Bang! A wooden post was cut into two sections by shark muscle, and the incision was very smooth. Kiyu clutched his chest and appeared a few meters away. Traces of blood dripped down the corner of his mouth, making his eyes even colder and colder. Swish! No nonsense! Saitama accelerated and disappeared in front of the enemy's eyes. The bird smell in the air became even stronger. Ziguashin Puffer Ghost and Tsutsukasano Baron stood side by side, 2 meters apart, looking at the place where Saitama had just stood, frowning, eyes scanning around, expecting to find Saitama's figure sand. Sensing the wind behind him, Ziguashin Puffer Ghost's face changed drastically. The strong sense of crisis made his body react a little faster. He turned around suddenly, and immediately saw Saitama's scarlet eyes. Oh! Blood splattered everywhere, and his arms flew up into the sky. Blood sprayed from the left shoulder of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and the smell of blood in the air became even stronger. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost snorted, then kicked out, kicking heavily on Saitama's lower abdomen. Bang! This kick also made Saitama grunt, and flew backward at the same time, knocking down several ninjas who were close to here, and then completely lost the momentum of retreating. After slashing out a few times in a row, he killed Kiranin, who thought he had lost his fighting power, and Saitama stood up straight. In the blink of an eye, Tonkao Yibern jumped in front of the Ziguashin Puffer Ghost, with disbelief still on his face. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was clutching his left shoulder that was constantly spraying blood. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes, and his killing intent was like the raging waves in the ocean, rolling over and over. It can be seen that Saitama's condition is not very good, and the bait is unambiguous, and he is stepping towards Saitama, and the weapons in both hands are constantly colliding, making ear-splitting noises. Saitama's gaze at Tsutsukasano Bairn became even colder, and he reached out to wipe away the blood that flowed to the corner of his mouth again, ignoring the constant pain in his abdomen, and his figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, Saitama had already come to the left of the enemy. Go to hell! Tonkai Bear knows that he has no advantage in speed, so he firmly grasps every opportunity to attack. And Kiyu's close approach to him this time is a good opportunity in his opinion. First, the body twisted, and then the knife in the right hand slashed out fiercely, and then the hammer in the right hand kept up with the speed of the knife, preparing to give a certain amount of acceleration and strength behind the knife. With the previous experience, Saitama will naturally not be so stupid to confront him head-on, with his toes on the ground, but his body is heading towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost again. At this time, the condition of Ziguashin Pufferfish Ghost can be described as extremely bad. After losing his left arm, his body couldn't stop shaking, and even the right hand holding the shark muscle seemed to have abnormal twitches. This is obviously Saitama's chance. Chapter 77 Let's Dance. Watching the movement of the Ziguashin Puffer Ghost, Saitama is extremely fast, but due to the consumption of chakra, is not as fast as cutting off an arm of the enemy before. And because of the excessive blood loss, Ziguashin Puffer Ghost's face was very pale, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be boiling. Staring at Saitama, he drove the chakra around the wound, and white smoke appeared there, and the bleeding tendency of the wound was stopped. He actually used the chakra to generate high temperature to seal the wound. After stopping the bleeding, he didn't talk nonsense. He swung the shark muscle with his right hand, carried it to his shoulder, and then rushed over. Saitama took a few deep breaths, and after passing the baited people and Tatsukasano, he went straight to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Oh, the spirit of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is worthy of learning by all ninjas, but such behavior is looking for death in the face of Saitama. The tip of the knife stabbed into the chest of Ziguashin Puffer Ghost. While holding the thunderbolt with his left hand, he grabbed the shark muscle to prevent it from cutting on the body. After the serious injury, the strength of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also became weak, and Saitama grabbed the shark muscle without any effort. Hey! Saitama stared into the enemy's eyes. As soon as the knife stabbed into the meat, it was caught by the muscles of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, making it difficult to penetrate further. But this is not a problem for Saitama. The current flashed in his hand, and the current on the knife increased again, and the shark muscle pinched by the left hand also made an uncomfortable cry in the chidori in his hand. Although the current was continuously absorbed by the shark muscle, the speed was not very fast. Go to hell! Tsutsukasano Bairn came to Katama's back and chopped it off with a knife. Saitama frowned, then stepped on the ground, pulled out the knife, and moved his body to other places. Bang! The knife slashed at the feet of the Ziguashin Puffer Ghost, stirring up a cloud of dust. Puff! Exclamation! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spat out blood. His expression changed again, and his body immediately fell forward. Damn! Tsutsukasano Yuto supported him, but his eyes still fell on Saitama. Dodging the enemy's attacks, Saitama did not stop. Seeing Tsukusa Yabetu holding the Puffer Ghost on the Watermelon Mountain, Saitama's eyes lit up, knowing that this was an opportunity. Page 169. All of a sudden, there was thunder and light all over his body, and there was a creaking sound of birdsong. Saitama's figure disappeared again, but a sinister smile was drawn at the corner of Tatsukasa Yebetun's mouth. One of the enemies was seriously injured, and the other couldn't keep up with his speed. Saitama felt that he could keep the two of them here. Saitama appeared on the side of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and the field of vision of Tatsukasa Yebai was blinded by the existence of the Watermelon Mountain. Looking at the Watermelon Mountain with half-closed eyes, a sneer appeared on Saitama's face, and the knife in his hand was slashing towards his throat with a sizzling electric current. Tsukasa Yebetu didn't seem to have reacted yet. Ziguashin Puffer Ghost lost his fighting power, and Saitama had already predicted the final result. At this moment, Ziguashin opened his eyes wide, made a ninja seal with one hand, and lay on the ground with shark muscles. Water escape water dragon bomb. Growling the name of ninjutsu in his mouth, Ziguashin completely ignored the ninja knife approaching his throat. A huge water dragon appeared behind him and rushed towards Saitama, roaring. Maybe it's because of the one-handed seal. Although Saitama was surprised that the enemy was still thinking about Yin at this time, the power of ninjutsu is not strong, so Saitama went forward instead of retreating, removing the current from the knife and wrapping the blade with a thin layer of blue chakra. This is the result of his recent practice. Although he has not mastered half of the chakra change of the wind attribute, he is still able to move the chakra of the nature change to the edge of the blade. The enemy used the water dungeon, and using the lightning dungeon himself would simply be courting death. The jank between the attributes still has a certain effect at this time. Seeing this, Ziguesh and Puffer Ghost's expression remained unchanged, and Tatsukasa Nabetuto, who was beside him, seemed to have expected it, let go of his hand, turned his body, and looked at Saitama. Oh! The ninja knife was inserted through the head of the water dragon, and as Saitama advanced, the whole thing was broken and turned into 2 puddles of water. The blade was like a thunderbolt, approaching the limit, and unreservedly slashed at the watermelon mountain Puffer Ghost, who was struggling to stand. Saitama acted as if nothing had happened to Tatsukusa Yebater on the side. Kaoyu, who was riding Sharingan, turned wildly. Saitama naturally saw the baiter wielding a big sword, but as the distance approached, his feet slipped and his body became short. Oh! The knife plunged into the chest of Tsukayama Blowfish Ghost again. This time Saitama not only stepped up the force, but also twisted the knife in his hand. The watermelon mountain Puffer Ghost showed a mocking smile. He didn't know whether it was facing himself or someone else, and his eyes became dull, as if he had expected his own death a long time ago. Saitama resisted the knife and pushed Ziguesh and Puffer Ghost back a few steps, but then he didn't dare to stop, drew out the knife, and kicked the hammer that was chasing by Tatsukasano Bairn, taking advantage of the momentum to open the distance. Only one left. Saitama stared at Tatsukasano Bairn, while the shark muscles on the ground over there seemed to feel the death of Ziguesh, squirmed on the ground, climbed onto the body of Ziguesh and Puffer Ghost, and remained motionless. Tonkai Bairn knew that he could not be cowardly at this time. He must play his own rhythm and momentum, otherwise he would only end up dead. If there is enough time, someone will definitely notice this place and come to support. After making up his mind, Sukakusano Hitoto brandished these 2-handed weapons and ran towards Saitama over the body of the Puffer Ghost on Suigiwa Mountain. Since he couldn't catch up with Saitama's speed, he took the initiative to attack and let Saitama adapt to his attacking rhythm. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Feeling the chakra in his body, Saitama felt that it was enough to deal with one more, so he suddenly accelerated to meet him. When the distance was about 5 meters, Saitama raised his head slightly, and his chest suddenly swelled, as if something was conceived inside. Immediately, Kyu looked at the enemy who was still running towards him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. His throat became hot, and he spit out a huge fireball, and after the fireball left his mouth, he quickly formed a seal again. Wind escape, big blowing. The same action, but what comes out are 2 completely different things. The gust of wind poured out of Saitama's mouth, like husky letting go, unable to hold back the momentum at all. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fireball that was spewed out earlier. The wind fueled the fire, and the fireball expanded instantly, making the flame even more seductive. It turned into a sea of flames, roaring and smashing towards Tonkao Yibern. This move is a combination of wind and fire ninjutsu that Saitama seldom uses. Tonkao Yibatan, who looked like a fireball at first, had a concentrated expression, and the hammer in his left hand slammed into the ground, kicking up a clod of soil and blocking in front of him. The flames raged and smashed on the clod that could block the body of Tonkai Ibater. Plick! This is not a clod of soil summoned by ninjutsu. Its strength is not enough to block ninjutsu. In just half a second, the clod of soil turns into finely divided sand powder and floats in the air. However, it also bought enough time for the grass wild baiters. Saitama looked to the side, and Tatsukusa Yebateyu was panting heavily, and the 2 weapons were hung on his shoulders along with the string in the middle. No solution anymore. Tonkao Yibern put his hands behind his back and was twitching constantly. His top was scorched black, and there was faint white smoke. Although Saitama's ninjutsu was blocked by him just now, he was still hit to a certain extent. Thinking of Saitama's lightning-like sword, Tonkuzai Baron was also powerless for a while. Page 170. With a raised brow, Saitama saw that something was wrong with the enemy. No nonsense. Saitama raised his knife, took a few steps forward, and approached Tatsukusa Yibern. Tonkai Bairn also grabbed the weapon in his hand with a swish. Although he was weak, he would not just choose to catch it without a fight. It was only at this time that Kyu saw his hands that seemed to be scorched, but his face remained indifferent, and he approached step by step. There was cold sweat on Tonkai Bairn's forehead, and his injured hand seemed to struggle even to hold the weapon, and he couldn't control it at all. Saitama's figure disappeared and he approached the enemy in an instant. Chinese letter. A slash was made on the chest near the throat, and blood overflowed. Sukazano Beto put the hammer across his chest. Although he just evaded it, Saitama still seized the opportunity to hit him. The body inevitably took a few steps back, and there was already a little death in the eyes of Tong Kaoyi Bairn. Another slash. Kyu flashed to his back, leaving a long gash on it, and blood soon covered the entire back. Zizzy! Thunderlight surged on the Saitama sword, making a sound like birdsong. Final blow. Whispering in his heart, Saitama looked at Tatsukyusa Nobechu, who was half kneeling on the ground. The current not only has the characteristics of high lethality, but also has the effect of paralysis. Tonkai Bairn, who was already in a bad state, had no power to resist at this time. Looking at Saitama, there is still a trace of desire to survive in his eyes, but his hands have lost the ability to hold weapons, and many parts of his body are also numb, which makes him completely powerless. Ha ha! The corner of his mouth curled into a helpless smile. He seemed to have seen his future, and gave Saitama a last look with his eyes full of resentment. Oh! A blue-white electric arc flashed past. A head spun up into the air, then fell to the ground and rolled to the side of Ziguesh and Puffer Ghost. Saitama showed his figure, standing behind Tatsukyusa Bairn. The knife at the bottom of the skirt was still covered with blood, dripping down the blade, dripping at Saitama's feet. The many ninjas watching here were silent, and Kirito would not feel that Saitama had lost his fighting power at this time, so he just watched Saitama walking behind Konoha step by step. At this time, Saitama's chakra in his body has indeed reached the warning line, but he has not lost his fighting power. But to be on the safe side, I decided to retreat to the rear for repairs. The lower part of the abdomen is still in pain, and it has not been relieved from being kicked by Ziguesh before, and there are some small injuries on the body, although it does not affect the battle. Quickly leaving the battlefield, Saitama saw the medical troops huddled behind and walked over quickly. Orochimaru and Yakura didn't fight this time, but Wunsch and Wei Psychic Beast fought hard. Therefore, it has to be said that Wunsch is the signature psychic beast of one of the three holy places. With 1 against 4, not only won the final victory, but also threatened to find their hiding place for a bloodbath. The reason turned out to be that another psychic beast resembled Tsunade's psychic slug, and the acid sprayed out of its mouth corroded a few scales on Wan Snake's body, which seriously affected the appearance. Hey! Orochimaru looked at the people sitting around the long table, and first greeted with a signature laugh. In this battle, we once again successfully reduced the 7 mist ninjas by 2, which is a good start for the next battle. Orochimaru has taken over all the authority from Tsunade and is responsible for leading everything on the front line, and no one has expressed dissatisfaction. After all, Orochimaru is a ninja with better qualifications than Tsunade, and is currently a favorable competitor for the successor of Hokage. Yakura's state today seems to be a little bit wrong. I was ready to fight him, but I didn't expect it to be just doozy. Orochimaru licked his lips. Jiraiya will also arrive in the next few days. At that time, we will not be afraid of Yakura's combat power at all. With his arrival, we will be able to contain Yakura very well. Tsunade sat on the left-hand side of Orochimaru, hugging his chest and said slowly. The ninjas present nodded in the same way. Unexpectedly facing Karigakure, Konoha would be able to put on a luxurious lineup of 3 ninjas again. The dawn of victory seems to be on Konoha's side again and again. Chapter 78 Jiraiya, the lustful immortal appears. The legendary Sannin, including Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. These 3 people signed a psychic contract with the psychic beasts of the 3 holy places, which is very mysterious in the ninja world. The Row of Konoha. The last time the Sannin teamed up was the Battle of Fame. This time, in order to deal with the 4th Mizukage Yakura, the Sannin teamed up again. Although Tsunade is no longer able to make contributions in frontal battles, he is still a good hand in medical treatment. The medical elder sister of the entire ninja world should not be underestimated. Page 171. Aha! I am the immortal Jiraiya from MT. Miamu. Jilai also stood opposite Shizune, posing in front of her in a pose that he thought was mature and handsome. He raised his head, pointed to the ground with one hand, and touched his face with the other hand, making a strange laugh, and flicking his hair from time to time, making a chic appearance. What a freak! This is Shizune's impression of Jiraiya. Although as a disciple of Tsunade, he has studied under Tsunade for so long, and he has heard the name of Jiraiya no less than 3,000 times. But this is indeed the first time seeing a real person. Rolling his eyes, Jin Yin didn't know how to answer the conversation, whether he immediately put on a long-awaited look or dismissed it. While thinking, Tsunade shot. Bang! Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head, and his head swelled with a red meat bun at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was still steaming. You're still so incomprehensible in front of the juniors. After beating Jiraiya, Tsunade retracted his fist. His tone was very relaxed, and he shook his hand a few times. TCH, anyone who sees it out of tune will know it. Jiraiya covered his head with his hands and beeped softly, but he didn't dare to say that in person. Where's that guy, Orochimaru? Jiraiya looked around and found that only Tsunade and Shizune were waiting for him, and immediately asked seriously, "Bo, Orochimaru is in a meeting. I'm the only one who has time, so I'll come pick you up." Tsunade waved his hand, not paying attention. Is the battle situation so tense already? Jai Lai also was very normal and serious when encountering business, and instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Go ahead. Tsunade turned around and walked into the camp. At this time, they were still standing at the door, and beside them were some young ninjas who had stopped Jiraiya before. They didn't know that what they just stopped was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. If they knew, they would be able to go back and brag for a long time. After all, they stopped Jiraiya's footsteps with the strength of a few people. Jingyan followed quickly, and occasionally glanced at Zillia with his head tilted. The seemingly incomprehensible uncle seems to be not as powerful as Caillou and her said. He looks like a middle-aged man who is overly drunk. With doubts, several people walked into the camp and headed towards the tent of the Chinese army, where a meeting was being held. Ariakura's Kirigakure poses a great threat to Konoha, especially when Konoha has no ninja who can confront him. Although one Orochimaru can barely hold Yakura, once Yakura turns into a half-tailed beast or even a full-tailed beast, one Orochimaru is not enough to watch. In a battle a few days ago, Orochimaru was hammered out by the half-tailed Yagura. Fortunately, it was Orochimaru, who was only weak for 2 days after the battle, and then he recovered and was alive and well again. And Orochimaru, who has the strongest survivability in the ninja world, has been hammered so badly by Yakura, its strength can be imagined. Saitama also wonders why Yakura, who is so powerful, is controlled by Obito, who has just mastered the ability of kaleidoscope. Maybe only Kishimoto knows the answer. Pulling open the curtain door of the tent, Jiraiya followed Tsunade in, while Shizune stayed outside the tent. Although she is Tsunade's proud disciple, she is not qualified to participate in such a meeting. Even though Tsunade usually shares some confidential information with her, the two situations cannot be confused. Haha! Hello everyone! Jingyan stood at the door and heard Jiraiya's opening remarks, which made her feel very familiar, but she couldn't hear everything after that. Saitama sat on Uchiha Tanaki's left hand, looking at Jiraiya, who walked in suddenly. His heart seemed to miss a beat. Of course, this is not the feeling of heartbeat. It's because Saitama has always had a good impression of Jiraiya. When he watched anime in his previous life, he always admired Jiraiya's responsibility. After coming to this world, he heard about Jiraiya's deeds more closely, and admired him in his heart deeper. Haha! Jiraiya laughed again to hide his embarrassment. As soon as he walked in, everyone noticed him, and even Orochimaru consciously stopped what he was about to say. Therefore, taking this rare opportunity, Jiraiya made another self-righteous introduction, and the scene fell into silence for an instant. No one spoke for a while, and those who knew Jiraiya naturally took it for granted, but some of the ninjas present here had never seen Jiraiya before, and now black lines appeared in their heads after close contact with him. Sit down, let's continue. Orochimaru was one of the people who knew Jiraiya best, looked at Jiraiya and smiled awkwardly. His golden pupil couldn't hide the smile, and motioned for Jiraiya to sit on the seat on his right. Tsunade's position is to the left of Orochimaru. In this way, Sannin officially reunited, and Konoha Tantuan officially launched. Then, let's continue the topic just now. Now that Jilai has arrived, some plans need to be adjusted. Orochimaru looked around, and a hoarse voice sounded in the tent, as if Jiraiya's arrival was just a trivial matter. Saitama sat on the seat, and his seat was only one Uchiha Tanaki away from Jiraiya. His status in the Uchiha family is getting higher and higher, and his reputation among the younger generation has surpassed Uchiha Tanaki. If it weren't for Uchiha Tanaki's qualifications and Saitama's laziness, he would be the one sitting in Uchiha Tanaki's seat now. Of course, Uchiha Tanaki's attitude towards Saitama is also very good, and he has always been proud of it. Page 172. He is a person who has reached the end of his ninja path, and his strength can no longer be improved. Looking at Saitama's current appearance, he has a feeling that his family is thriving. So for Saitama, he supports and compromises in every possible way. Just like a few days ago, he hoped that Saitama could get used to handling Uchiha family affairs earlier, and then Saitama replied that he didn't want to, so he nodded and compromised, and continued to stay up all night alone process those files. After all, Saitama's current record is already the best in Konoha, and he is determined to be a role model for the whole village. As Sanin, Jiraya's strength can be said to be the strongest in some respects, and he can naturally feel Saitama's gaze. He turned his head, looked at Saitama's young appearance, and then glanced at the family crest on the shoulder of Saitama's clothes. Combining the two, he knew Saitama's identity. Uchiha Saitama is currently in the limelight. The battle situation here will definitely be reported back to Konoha village from time to time, and rumors about Uchiha Saitama are already flying everywhere. Although due to some irresistible factors, Saitama's record was purposely covered up by those with intentions before reaching the ears of the common people, but Jiraiya is definitely not included in this list. Looking back at Saitama with interest, Jiraiya leaned forward, resting his head on one hand. Saitama nodded towards Jiraiya as a greeting, and continued to observe Jiraiya without embarrassment at all. Shout! Orochimaru knocked on the table with his hand, motioning for Jiraiya to move away a little bit. Due to Jiraiya's posture, his sight was blocked, so he couldn't see the expressions of everyone present. Orochimaru naturally saw Jiraiya and Saitama flirting with each other, and wondered when the two got in touch. Didn't Jiraiya always run around outside? I haven't seen Jiraiya much in the past few years. How did Saitama know Jiraiya? Instead of continuing to think about these irrelevant things, Orochimaru continued to emphasize the precautions for the next battle. Hey kid! As soon as he walked out of the tent, Saitama was about to take Jinyan to a place that no one knew to play, when a very mature and thick voice sounded from behind. Since Saitama was almost the last one to come out of the tent, he naturally knew who made the noise. Ah, Master Jiraiya. Kyu turned her head and smiled. Shizune also stood beside her, showing a formulaic smile. She has not recovered from the collapse of Jiraiya's image in her heart. Yo, what are you two? Jiraiya came out to see Katama, and felt that the experience about Katama was indeed amazing, so he couldn't help but screamed. I didn't expect this kid to get involved with Tsunade's disciples. Zilai also felt a little embarrassed about this interruption. After all, young people are very impatient in certain aspects, and they might get angry when they are interrupted. But looking at Saitama's attitude, Jiraiya also felt that there was no problem. Master Jiraiya, what's the matter? For Jiraiya, Saitama's attitude is still very good. Although the time spent with Jinyan was delayed, there was no trace of blame on his face. It's nothing. I just heard some stories about you before coming to the battlefield and found it very interesting, so I just want to chat with you casually. Jiraiya is not afraid of strangers. He is very familiar with himself, and he is also very relaxed when he meets Katama for the first time, as if he has known each other for a long time. Oh, I grew up listening to the legend of Master Jiraiya. Saitama held Shizune's small fleshy hand with one hand, and said in a signed tone, Huh? Really? Zilai was also very happy, stroking his head. Jiraiya also. Orochimaru came out and signaled that Jiraiya would follow him. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they have a lot to say, and they need to discuss a tactic to fight Yakura together. Oh, let's talk next time, and I'll be leaving now. Jiraiya patted Saitama on the shoulder. His height of 1.9 meters was very tall in front of Saitama. Saitama had to look up when talking to him. Okay, Master Jiraiya, Orochimaru, goodbye. Saitama nodded. Shizune said goodbye to them politely, and then the two walked away. Fun kid. Jiraiya stroked his chin, and said to Orochimaru, Saitama has always been an interesting person. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. The two rarely had the same opinion. Come on, tell me about Yakura. Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders and walked aside. The relationship between him and Orochimaru is incomprehensible to ordinary people. This may be the bond. On the other side, Saitama and Shizune had a meal together, chatted for a while, and went back separately. Tsunade is still waiting for Shizune to bring her food back. Although she is no longer in charge of the entire battalion, she still needs to guide and confirm the medical treatment of many wounded, so she is still very busy. Page 173 now. Saitama has seldom led the two Uchiha brothers to fight as the captain of the two brothers. His strength has grown to a certain level, and his record is impressive. Saitama can already be the general on the battlefield and be responsible for commanding part of the battlefield. The Uchiha fire and the two are also due to their promising talents, good records, and daring to fight. At least they are well known in the Uchiha clan. I have a hand. Chapter 79. The end of the year. With the addition of Jiraiya, Konoha is no longer afraid of Kirigakure in terms of high-end combat power. but the wide variety of blood-stained ninjas on Kirigakure still caused great trouble to Konoha. Fortunately, there are also many blood-stained ninjas in Konoha, and with the stalemate of the war and the passage of time, the days are coming to the end of the year. It's already the end of Konoha's 46th year. Kyu looked at the sky, and Jiraiya was sitting next to him, and the two sat there quietly without saying a word. Recently, the relationship between Saitama and Jiraiya has reached the limit of friends. Saitama's precocity and slack in some aspects make Jiraiya feel that the two get along very well. A few days ago, Konoha and Kirigakure fought again. Jiraiya and Orochimaru completely suppressed the human-shaped Yakura, and the cooperation between the two was seamless. Round after round of attacks completely smashed Yakura, and Orochimaru also reported his previous bad temper. Seeing that the battle situation was not good, Yakura began to run away. First, he turned into a half-tailed beast, blocking the attacks of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and then turned into a full-tailed beast, causing indiscriminate damage to a large number of Konoha ninjas. As a last resort, Jiraiya also showed the sage mode that he had not fully mastered, and cooperated with Orochimaru to suppress Yakura again. At the same time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also summoned their respective psychic beasts, and steadily suppressed Kirigakure's psychic beasts in terms of size and strength. After the battle that day, a few days have passed. According to Orochimaru's inference, Agura suffered a certain degree of internal injuries. Even though he and Jiraiya also suffered injuries of varying degrees, the battle was very good for Konoha ninja. Build a strong self-confidence and set an undefeated example. Hey boy, shall we just sit here and do nothing? Jiraiya also lay on the grass. Although the grass and trees were withered and yellow and no longer full of vitality due to the winter, he didn't care. With both hands resting on the back of the head, and both legs raised up, Jiraiya is also very casual in front of Saitama. Oh, you want to follow me yourself, and I didn't ask you to follow me. Saitama didn't care, leaned back, sat cross-legged, put the knife on his thighs, and supported his whole body with his hands behind his back. TCH, I don't know why I think you are very pleasing to the eye, even if you speak so well. Jiraiya shook his head, turned to look at the lights in the distance. Saitama knew that Jiraiya wasn't angry, so he didn't speak. He encountered Kirigakure's blood-stained ninja on the battlefield a few days ago, an escape technique that he found very difficult, ice escape. Although Saitama is faster and does more damage, he is unable to kill the enemy. The enemy's ice escape is combined with a unique secret technique, which makes Saitama, who is not very familiar with illusion, very distressed. Although Saitama was already Sangoudama Sharingan, it was difficult for ordinary non-pupil illusions to cause damage to him. But the mirror image illusion of that being done still blocked Saitama's pace. Did you use fairy mode that day? Kyu thought about it, and then asked Jiraiya. The way he can quickly improve his strength is to learn a fairy method, and in the entire ninja world, there are only a few people who know how to be immortal sitting in front of him. Naturally, he can't resist this naked temptation. Besides, he feels that he has a good relationship with Jiraiya, and Jiraiya seems to be easy to talk to. Well, you actually recognize it? Jiraiya was also a little surprised. No one could name it when it was used before, except for Orochimaru and Tsunade, who also came from the Three Holy Lands. Others just thought that it was Jiraiya's exclusive and powerful ninjutsu. Jiraiya also became interested and sat up straight. Well, I saw it in some books of the family, and coupled with Jiraiya's identity as a disciple of the Holy Land, I made a bold guess. Saitama just found a reason to prevaricate Jiraiya. Anyway, as the families with the longest history in the ninja world, it is not certain that Uchiha has records in this regard. Jiraiya nodded, accepting Saitama's explanation. Do you want to learn? Jiraiya also raised his eyebrows, showing a somewhat serious expression. Naturally, I don't know if it can work. Seeing Jiraiya's attitude, Saitama felt hopeful. He knew that Jiraiya also possessed the psychic scroll of Mount Myamu. Generally, as long as he agreed, he could leave his name and handprint on it, so that he was qualified to learn the Totem-Immortal mode. Well, it's not impossible. I need to ask the two immortals about this. Jiraiya also touched his chin. He had a good impression of Saitama, and he felt that it would be good for Saitama to sign with Myaojishin. In terms of strength and family background, Saitama was better than the previous contract ninjas who had just signed contracts. Well, thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Saitama felt confident and smiled. The next time I summon the two immortals, I will ask you by the way. It is not good to disturb them now. Jiraiya nodded, responding to Saitama. He tapped his right index finger near the nose a few times, and finally flicked his fingers. Did Kyu's thunder tunnel come out all by himself? It's really amazing. Jilai has also seen Saitama fight, and he is very impressed with the way he fights. Well, I will also learn from other people's ideas. Page 174. Saitama rubbed the knife on his thigh with his right hand, squinting his eyes. I have fought against the ninjas of Yunin village. Their fighting style is roughly the same as that of Saitama, but they are taking the route of honing their physique. Jiraiya thought of the days when he fought with Kumo Shinobi in the past. In fact, this is indeed the case. Yunin, especially every generation of Reikage, are all the peak powerhouses of Lei Dun. They have developed the combination of thunder escape and body to the limit. Lei Dun's killing, Lei Dun's speed up, and Lei Dun's defense are all skills that every generation of Lei Ying must master. And because they didn't have Sharingan to match the limit speed, they took a slanted edge and constantly polished their bodies to make their physique meet the requirements of speed and strength. And every generation of Reikage is the existence with the strongest physical skills among the cage-level powerhouses, even in the era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Bashirama. Saitama is also proficient in the interdependent fighting style of Thunder Dungeon and Taijutsu. In other words, Saitama combined Lei Dun and sword skills together, and his sword skills can only be said to be okay, but Lei Dun forcibly raised the threat of his sword skills to a higher level. The current strength of Saitama naturally cannot be compared with Reikage, but for the use and understanding of Lei Dun, Saitama feels that there is not much difference between him and him. Yo, are you here? Orochimaru walked slowly in front of the two of them. He had just finished making all the plans, and was about to come out to relax, when he met Saitama and Jiraiya, who were chatting. Orochimaru, as a general on the front line, can be so leisurely without Jiraiya. Orochimaru is a rare all-rounder in Konoha, with tactical analysis and tactical drills and an overall view, which is comparable to Nara Shikahisa, who is known as Konoha's think tank, but he has too many other things in his hands, so naturally he won't put all his mind on these things that don't seem very eye-catching to him. Oh, Orochimaru. Jiraiya didn't even bother to wave his hand, and responded casually as a greeting to Orochimaru. Saitama nodded to Orochimaru. His attitude towards Orochimaru was completely different from his attitude towards Jiraiya. In Kiyu's heart, although Orochimaru will show him some kindness from time to time, he has always been on the list of dangerous people. Orochimaru did not sit down, but stood beside Jiraiya, and said, "What are we talking about? There will be a big battle tomorrow. Aren't you two prepared?" A hoarse voice resounded in the somewhat cold air. With an interesting look in his eyes, Orochimaru glanced at Saitama and Jiraiya. Orochimaru's aura fits perfectly with this night. As soon as he stood here, Kiyu didn't know what to say next. "Then you guys talk. I'll go back first." Saitama got up, patted his butt, put the knife back on his waist, and left Jiraiya with dazed eyes to stay there with Orochimaru. After Saitama disappeared into the black night, Orochimaru looked back and licked his lips. "Has your injury healed yet?" Jiraiya frowned. Before Orochimaru was hit directly by an energy ball from the half-tailed beast Edura, he couldn't recover for a long time. There is no need for Tsune to treat him, and now his breath seems to have fully recovered. Heh, everyone has their own little secret, doesn't it, Jiraiya? Orochimaru meant something. It was the first time he saw Jiraiya's sage mode that day. The power that makes him feel palpitations, although it is still much different from the tailed beast, but it already has the taste of human limits, which makes Orochimaru, who has been looking for the truth, very interested. Zillai didn't bother to explore the thoughts of his partner, who grew up with him and fought side by side until now, so he also stood up and stood beside him. "Let's go. The tactics that let you attack last time are not feasible. Let me attack this time. You are responsible for creating opportunities for me. This time I will definitely send Akira back to rest for a few more days." Jiraiya hugged Dashimaru's shoulders, his white hair fluttering wantonly in the cold wind at night, echoing Dashimaru's black and bright hair. Holding his hands, Orochimaru did not speak. Orochimaru has many secrets, which Jiraiya has always known, but between companions, trust is the most critical fetter. He will not take the initiative to ask Orochimaru, because in his cognition, Orochimaru has always been there the backs he can rely on. "Can you continue to perform such ninjutsu in such a short period of time?" Orochimaru hit the point in one sentence, looking at Jiraiya with golden vertical pupils. That's not a problem at all." Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then slapped himself on the back of the head. Whispering sound. Orochimaru naturally understood the meaning of his smallness, made a mocking sound, and then turned and left. "Hey, what do you mean? Look down on me." Surya was still the white-haired boy, who loved to compare with him in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't bother to deal with Jiraiya and walked forward on his own. Zilai had to follow up again in frustration. Originally, in the battle with Yakura, he successfully used the Sage mode, and Jiraiya felt that he finally had a face in front of Orochimaru, but he didn't expect to be pierced through his defense now. At present, Jiraiya has not yet perfected the mastery of celestial arts, and it takes a long time to resolve the sequelae of using celestial mode every time he uses celestial mode. Therefore, the fairy mode is still an ultimate move with a very long CD for the current Jiraiya. But fortunately, even though he is a perfect Jinchuriki, Agura can't use tailed beast form endlessly, which will cause great damage to his body and shorten his lifespan. Chapter 80 Emergency Deployment. Saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Saitama saw that it was still early, so he ran to eat something, and then went back to sleep. Page 175. During the long night, Saitama could feel that the current temperature was getting lower and lower. It was already December, and it was close to the seaside, so the temperature dropped again and again. Even on such a night, Konoha's entire camp was still brightly lit, and there were several times more ninjas patrolling around than before. Saitama was lying on the bed with the knife leaning firmly against the edge of the bed. The nearly 1 year of frontline life made him miss the leisure time in the village. He didn't need to run around for survival every day, and he didn't need to fight or kill. In essence, Saitama is still a gentle and honest person, but once the honest person becomes ruthless, he is even more terrifying. In the recent series of battles, although Saitama can feel the improvement of his own strength, he is still physically and mentally exhausted. Although he is all-powerful among ordinary ninjas, only he knows that the sense of urgency in his heart reminds him all the time that it is not enough. Saitama still hasn't fully understood the strongest talent he got during time travel, but recently he can feel the continuous improvement of the pupil power of Sharingan. It's not the kind of sudden increase, but a slow increase at a speed that can't be noticed if you don't pay attention. If Kyu didn't really care about the changes in his body, he wouldn't feel these changes. When this kind of change accumulates to a certain level, it will change and change qualitatively. Feeling the changes inside the eyes silently, Saitama knows that he will be able to open a brand new door in a short time. What a hassle! Orochimaru supported his head with one hand. There was no other expression on his pale face, but there was still a hint of impatience deep in his eyes. In his hand is a transfer order from Konoha Village, Hokage Office. In view of the tightness of the battle in the northwest battlefield, the following ninjas on the southeast front are now transferred to him, and among these ninja lists, Saitama is impressively on the list, and also includes the Pig Kabu team including Shikahisa Nara. In Akacho, the core members are Nara Shikahisa, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Kaiichi. In everyone's cognition, this combination is only composed of these few people, but in fact, there are a large number of ninjas from these three families who cooperate with each other tacitly and are not weak. Therefore, once the Inoka Butterfly group is transferred away, a large number of the backbone of the fight against Kirigakure will be lost. Although these ninjas have no way to deal with those ninjas who have been famous for a long time, they are good at cleaning up cannon fodder. And what about Saitama? In the battle against Kirigakure, Saitama's tactical positioning is no longer simply a sharp knife, but a poison sniper cannon that can kill the enemy one by one. Although Saitama's strength is not the strongest in the Konoha camp, but in the Kirigakure camp, those who are strong can either not match Saitama, or can't catch up with Saitama, was crushed by Saitama again. Looking at the document in his hand, which was stamped with Hokage's bright red seal, Orochimaru knew that he could not change this fact. Wouldn't the old man even consider the issue of the foggy front? Orochimaru reached out and rubbed his brows, and the purple earrings swayed several times with his movements. Really old. In the end, Orochimaru came to a conclusion, without thinking about it, and threw the document aside. What happened? Jiraiya walked into the tent, wearing a ninja vest on his burly body. As long as he didn't speak and show those depreciated expressions, he still looked extremely brave. See for yourself. Orochimaru picked up the document with secret written on it, and threw it to Jiraiya casually, then leaned back with his back resting on the back of the chair. Whispering sound. Even Zilai, who has a thick line drawing style, also felt that this order was abnormal. How can there be any talk of transferring away the backbone of the stalemate? Zilai also frowned while watching. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face involuntarily. Don't think about it, we can't change these things. But the old man is not confused. He said that the village will continue to send more ninjas from big families to support. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, and a very magnetic voice sounded. Well, In this case, there should be no problem. Isn't there us here? But Saitama is really busy. He is doing the most difficult task here. Now he has to go to reinforce Iwanen. Last time I listened to Feng Shui, the boy man said that the pressure is not small. Jiraiya nodded and put the file on the table. There was an unpredictable look in Dashuan's eyes. He felt that the matter was not so simple. This order was a bit weird. This may be his performance after he has been in contact with some dark things all year round. However, who can tell clearly? We'll talk about this in a meeting later. Where's Tsunade? Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Jiraiya. I don't know what's going on with Tsunade's recent state. She feels depressed and always feels that something is going to happen. At this juncture, it's really Jiraiya has recently been able to clearly feel that Tsunade's motivation has begun to weaken after the gathering of the three ninjas. Although the medical affairs have not fallen behind, the degree of concern for the war is decreasing. Whispering sound. Orochimaru looked at the table, thought of something, but didn't say it. This kind of war was not what Tsunade wanted to see. When he was appointed as the frontline commander by the old man, Tsunade was reluctant in every possible way, and finally accepted such a position reluctantly. Now Orochimaru is here, and Jiraiya is also here. Although in the eyes of others, Konoha Sannin's reunion is another manifestation of Konoha's prosperity, but in Tsunade's thinking, it is that he can let go when he arrives when her most important people were taken away in the war, which made her feel tired again and again. Seeing that Konoha had the strength to compete with Kirigakure, she only had one thought in her heart: to let herself relax. Page 176. Taking on the responsibility of leadership before was a steadfast adherence to her grandfather's hard work in her heart, and now she already has the idea of staying away from such a place. It's okay. It won't be long. Maybe the war will be over. It all depends on Tsunade's own mood. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew the reason for Tsunade's psychological change, but no one dared to point out that it was to take care of Tsunade's emotions. Okay, don't think so much. Get ready to go to the meeting. Let me pass on the situation first. It seems that Wyan has made a big move in the past few days. We have to make preparations, transfer some people, and many places need to be rearranged. Orochimaru sat on the seat, clasped his hands tightly. At the meeting, Tsunade frowned after listening to Orochimaru's words. Although his face remained calm, there was a strange aura all over his body. Others only thought that Tsunade had an opinion on Hokage's transfer order, and they didn't care. After all, many people here were not interested in such a transfer order. Our fight to the death and life has finally improved a bit, and you are going to take away our hard-working troops with just a piece of paperwork. This is what everyone thinks, but the Naruto seal is stamped, and there is nothing you can do. Obedience to orders is the rule of ninjas. Saitama sat in his seat and didn't make any speeches, but just listened to the transfer order quietly. During the period, he and Jiraiya intertwined their eyes a few times, but nothing happened. This kind of thing may happen many times in the ninja career. It is not surprising. The mentality must be correct. Straighten your ass. Kyu kept comforting himself in his heart, but the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. But he could only hold it in his heart. Slowly lowering her head, Saitama squinted her eyes, her hands drooping on both sides of the chair. Okay, the ninjas on the list can tidy it up when they go back. Luju, you guys should also tidy up your subordinates when you go back. Orochimaru said this, and turned his gaze to Saitama and Shikaku. Shikiju sat on the side close to Hinata Shin, facing Saitama, and the two looked at each other after listening to Orochimaru's words, and nodded at each other. Then let's temporarily allocate the missing positions. Before the support arrives, Orochimaru stood up and walked to the map behind him. The next step is the complicated tactical analysis. Saitama is not in the mood to listen, and there is no need to listen. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Master Tsunade said you were going to be transferred? Shizune asked Saitama a little embarrassedly. Although the relationship between the two has been advancing rapidly in the past few months, she has always been very thin-faced, and often blushes involuntarily. Well, the order from Hokage-sama himself. The document is still on Orochimaru's desk. Saitama stretched his legs and sat on the crossbar. His tone didn't fluctuate much. After an afternoon of precipitation, he had accepted the order, and the dissatisfaction in his heart had almost disappeared, leaving only helplessness. There was a long silence between the two. Such an order must not be disobeyed, but in this way the separation of the two is inevitable. You followed Tsunade-sama. I don't need to worry about you, Saitama said casually. Okay. Jingyan nodded, and the emotion of separation was brewing between the two. A few days ago, Tsunade-sama asked me if I would like to leave here. Shizune leaned against Saitama's right arm and grabbed the corner of Saitama's clothes with one hand. Saitama nodded. The Tsunade in his memory left the village a long time ago, and he didn't know the exact time. Anyway, Tsunade seemed to be tired of the life of a ninja, so he determined to be a big fat sheep for everyone in the world. If Tsunade-sama wants to leave the battlefield, follow her. Saitama thought for a while, then tilted his head to Shizune. What? There was doubt in Shizune's eyes, and a pair of clear eyes looked at Saitama. This war involving the ninja world is estimated to be fought for several years. Follow Tsunade to stay away from these troubles, can't you? Saitama grabbed Shizune's hand and said, "Oh." Shizune lowered her head and whispered back to Saitama. In fact, she still prefers to stay on the battlefield and fight side by side with Saitama. She can't help in battle, but at least she can take care of Saitama in logistics, and use medical care to ensure Saitama's health. Also, the time ahead will be chaotic. Saitama whispered. The voice was so low that Shijing, who was sitting next to him, couldn't hear it. What? Shizune heard what Saitama said just now, raised her head, and looked at Saitama. Page 177. It's nothing. Anyway, you can just follow Tsunade with peace of mind. Learn medical ninjutsu well. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Saitama got up and patted Shizune on the head, ready to leave. As the day slowly moved forward, the sense of urgency intensified in her heart, and Saitama felt that she had to do something. And this transfer made him always feel that he was calculated, as if a pair of black hands were pushing him forward, and he had no choice but to move forward. This kind of feeling made Saitama very uncomfortable. He thought that the improvement of his strength and status would strengthen his right to speak in Konoha, but in fact his actions were still determined by other people's words or seals. Take your time. Maybe who will have the last laugh? Kyu looked at Jing Yin, who was sitting there blankly, and saw that she was not in a good mood, so she approached her and hugged her lightly. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving tomorrow. Saitama stared at Shizune's eyes, smiled, and finally scratched the tip of her nose, turned and left. It's brightly lit over there. Chapter 81. Konoha and Kinishida's darkness route. If it is beneficial to be transferred from the Kirigakure battle line by the village, in Saitama's view, it is possible to return to Konoha village first. After being out for nearly 10 months, Kyu would think of Granny Zhang, who stayed in the village from time to time. Of course, he would also think of other well-connected clansmen, such as Shisui, Nagisa, Itachi, and Fugaku, the current largest leader of the Uchiha family, together with Shikahisa and others, as well as other ninjas recruited by Naruto. It took Saitama and his party nearly 5 days to return to Konoha from the front line. Many people are emotional, and the speed on the road is naturally not full speed, including Saitama. Although this is a naive behavior, it is also dissatisfied with Hokage's behavior. It's finally here, the village. Lu Ju tied his hair in a bun. Although he was only in his 20s, he had a relaxed look on his mature face. It's time to have a barbecue. Kyu Dao Dingzuo stood on Lu Ju's right hand. His plump body was full of attachment to meat. Yamanaka Kaiichi did not speak. He was the most silent of the 3. Lu Ju is because he is too lazy to talk, and because he has practiced the occult art. He has become mature and introverted, and generally does not like to express his opinions. Hey, Shikaku, hey, and Saitama, let's have a barbecue together later. I can treat you. Dingzuo spread his hands and made a gesture of embracing the Konoha gate. Saitama has a good relationship with Inakacho, and Saitama's mature performance can make him have a good relationship with several people. And another one, Saitama's strength and family background made them feel that they could communicate in depth, and several of them were members of Konoha's family power. Although the Inakacho family can only be regarded as a medium-sized family compared with the Uchiha family, the 3 of them are the next-generation family patriarchs who are booked, and they will not feel troublesome to communicate with Saitama. Well, I'm in a hurry to go home. Next time I invite you. Saitama touched the knife on his waist. Today, he was still wearing the dark turtleneck jacket of the Uchiha family, and inside was the grid-shaped tight-fitting combat uniform of the same style as Shizune. The lower body was wearing looser cropped pants. Although the weather was very cold, Saitama's physique was still able to resist. All right. Lu Ju, how about you? Dingzuo was a little disappointed. His temper was still very good. Then he turned to look at Lu Ju and the others. Not disappointing him, the other 2 still agreed to let Dingzuo treat them with dignity. After waving goodbye to them, Saitama walked towards the Uchiha family. Some of the other ninjas also meet up to have fun and a little headed home. Everyone's personality is different, and the way to choose is naturally different. There are about 100 ninjas who were transferred back from Kirigakure this time, except for Saitama. Most of them are non-staff members belonging to the Pig Deer Butterfly group, and the rest are some other types of ninjas. Kyu is not familiar with him, and he is too lazy to communicate. Saitama's house. Kaoru Uchiha got up as usual, washed up, and then steamed a rice ball prepared the day before, and simply settled for breakfast with the seaweed soup that can be drunk directly after heating. Then, putting on the glasses that were specially configured for every old man in the clan a few days ago, Uchiha Zhang went out to make a detour, and bought back the vegetables that needed to be eaten at noon. Since Saitama left the village, Uchiha Zhang feels that her life has returned to the loneliness before without Saitama, and there is less anger in her life. I bought some fresh fish, and talked with the fishmonger about the price for a long time. Although it was only 100 taels, Uchiha Zhang went back with the things contentedly. Although Kyu is not at home, she still buys the fish back once a week and puts it in the middle of the week. If Kyu does not come back, she will eat it by herself. But if Saitama comes back, he will naturally have fish to cook for him. Uchiha Zhang knows that Saitama likes to eat fish very much, so this has become a habit for more than half a year. With joy on her face, Saga Uchiha walked on the way home. In a daze, she saw a familiar figure at the intersection of the family land in front of her, but taller and stronger than Saitama, so she only thought that she missed Saitama too much and was dazzled. After all, she is getting old. Even though her family has equipped her with glasses, Uchiha Zhang still sees a little blurry. It is myopia and presbyopia, and there are still many inconveniences in life. The pace was very slow. Uchiha Zhang slowly walked over. She knew that it would not be Saitama. Her Saitama was still fighting for the glory of the family on the front line. Page 178 close. Kyu stood at the intersection, and for some reason suddenly felt a little moist in the sockets of his eyes. He saw that the mother-in-law who brought him up was even more hunched, had more gray hair, and walked with more difficulty. Feeling a bit blocked, Kyu walked towards Grandma Zhang. Looking at the shadow under her feet, Uchiha Zhang suddenly found herself blocked in front of her. Raising her head in doubt, Uchiha Zhang felt a little strenuous, and then a pair of warm hands fell on her shoulders. "Say you." Wearing glasses, Uchiha Zhang couldn't believe it, and stared at the familiar face in front of her with wide eyes. "Grandma, it's me." Saitama bent down so that Granny Zhang's hand that wanted to caress her face could touch her cheek. It was very cold. This was the first feeling Saitama's face felt towards Granny Zhang's hand. "It's really Saitama." Granny Zhang was a little agitated, and the other hand threw the bag away, and then took Saitama's hand. "Well, mother-in-law, I'm back." He, good to be back." Kaoru Uchiha's wrinkled face suddenly glowed with life, and his glasses-wearing eyes became clear. Holding Saitama's hand with one hand, and patting Saitama's hand with the other, Uchiha Zhang couldn't restrain his emotions a bit. "Let's go back, mother-in-law. I haven't eaten the fish you bought for a long time." Saitama squatted down and picked up the bag containing the fish with the other hand. The fish inside was still hesitating. "Well, good. Go back. Mother-in-law will cook fish for you." Uchiha Zhang tidied up her emotions, took Saitama's hand and walked home. It's already around 11 o'clock at noon, and it's time to cook lunch. Uchiha Saitama. Danzo sat in the dark with gauze and bandages on his right body, and a heavy-looking thing wrapped in the bandages on his right hand. At this time, Danzo did not cover his right hand with a piece of cloth. He sat quietly in that seat, surrounded by darkness but very empty. "My body's problems have been solved, and the next step is to supplement its deficiencies." Danzo touched his right arm with his left hand, where it was completely wrapped, and it was impossible to see what was hidden. There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The scar on his chin became more ferocious when he smiled, and the endless ruthlessness and persistent killing intent revealed in his one eye. "It's not the time yet, it's almost time. Compliment my body, and as a member of the Uchiha family, I can be regarded as contributing to Konoha's future." The darkness spread, and Danzo's figure melted into the darkness, only the one-eyed radiance of ambition in the darkness. "Eat more, Saitama." "Well, mother-in-law, you can eat too. Today's fish is extraordinarily delicious." Kyu's home is harmonious. After the meal, Kyu took the initiative to tidy up everything. Granny Zhang was getting older, and it became even more uncomfortable to do these tasks. A person's maturity and aging happen in a very short period of time. For example, Granny Zhang was aging. Before leaving, Kyu still felt that Granny Zhang was in good health. Who would have thought that she would be like this time around? Her back hunched so much in just over half a year, making her look short, and that head of hair is almost completely white. Is Saitama coming back this time because of a mission? Although she stayed in the village, Grandma Zhang still knew some of Katama's deeds from the people of the clan, and many people respected her more because of Katama. Sitting next to Granny Zhang, Kyu grabbed her hand and warmed the cold hand with his own temperature. Yes, coming back this time is a transfer on the battlefield, and I should set off again in a few days. Saitama smiled, and the whole room was filled with an atmosphere called warmth. Oh, what do you want to eat at home these days? What Uchiha Zhang can do now is to cook more delicious food for Saitama, and she can't do anything else she wants to do. Well, let's cook and eat as before. Everything my mother-in-law cooks is delicious. Kyu continued to warm those cold hands, speaking to Granny Zhang in a low tone. Page 179. After chatting with Grandma Zhang for nearly an hour, the old man soon felt sleepy. After she settled down, Kyu closed the door and went out. Voila! Uchiha Itachi, as soon as December passes, he will be 4 years old. He has been doing well in recent months, although Saitama Rimura, who he admires the most, went to the battlefield, but he trained with his father every day, and got to know another clansman whom he recognized very much, Uchiha Shisui. During this period, Itachi would go to the training ground of the Uchiha Guards every day to participate in training. Although he was only over 3 years old, his talent had already been revealed, especially in terms of ninja throwing. Itachi seems to be born with it, and the ninja seems to be alive in his hands. On the one hand, it is because of Itachi's identity, and on the other hand, it is because Itachi really impresses the ninjas in the escort team. After coming and going, Itachi got the qualification to train in the training ground. Shisui didn't send out missions today, and the entire ninja world is in the midst of war, so the amount of missions distributed to each ninja village has naturally dropped sharply. Another thing is that Shisui also has certain requirements for tasks. For tasks such as finding the cat lost by the grandmother in the whole village, or helping the seasonally blind grandfather harvest crops, Shisui does not have the energy to do it. Shisui, teach me how to use a knife. Itachi tugged at the corner of Jisui's clothes with a serious tone. He raised his head, staring at Jisui in front of him with black and white eyes. Well, are you sure? Your father is better than me in this respect. Why should I teach you? Jisui patted Itachi on the shoulder with a hint of helplessness in his tone. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but that he doesn't know how to teach. Let Itachi practice carefully, as if he hadn't been taught. Try to teach, he has no clue anyway. After all, Jisui is still a child who has not grown up, and he can't do well teaching others such a job. Seeing the determination on Itachi's face again, Shisui could only agree. Okay, let's communicate more. I can give you some guidance with my experience. Okay, thank you, Shisui. Itachi had a happy face and clenched his fist with his right hand. Call. Jisui breathed a sigh of relief, while the other members of the guard who saw the two communicating not far away smiled. Shout. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting at the desk, flipping through the various reports of the Uchiha family this quarter. And there was a knock on the door. Didn't you tell me not to disturb me these few hours? A hint of doubt appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, but he immediately put down the document in his hand. Come in. Maybe something urgent. Thinking of this, Fayu called the person who knocked on the door to come in. Chapter 82 Dialogue Crunch. The door was pushed open, and the tall and straight Saitama walked in. Yo, Saitama. Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised by Saitama's arrival. Although he had known the news that Saitama was going back to the village, he didn't expect him to come here to find him at this moment. Team leader. Saitama smiled and went to sit on the sofa in front of the desk. With a smile, Fuyu got up from the chair, and also went to the sofa to sit opposite Kaiyu. Saitama's current status is no longer that kid who just graduated from ninja school. His strength and prestige rank among the Uchiha clan. Many young Uchiha clan people regard Saitama as the goal of struggle, and Fayu also attaches great importance to Saitama, thinking that Saitama can carry the future of the family. Just came back today? Fuyu pushed the tea on the small table in front of Kaiyu and asked aloud. I just arrived in the morning, so I'll come over to see you after lunch. Saitama took the teacup and took a sip. Going to the Northwest War Zone this time is the idea of Hokage and the elders. Although I object, it is useless. Fuyu was afraid that Kaiyu would have any emotions about this transfer order, so he looked at Kaiyu and said, Okay, got it. Page 180. Saitama nodded. He naturally knew that Fugaku didn't have much say in this matter, even though Saitama belonged to Uchiha's ninja. Well, I will also go to the battlefield this time. Fuyu looked at the tea on the table with calm eyes. Is there Kirigakure? Saitama almost knew some information. Well, Hokage has withdrawn the Inakacho troops, and our big families need to continue to follow up and fill in the vacancies. The situation of the Hyuga family is similar to ours. It is said that they even sent a whole army of ninjas from the clan this time. Faiyu picked up a teacup with one hand, put it to his mouth, and blew lightly on the floating chamomile. What about the village? Who will replace you as captain? When Faiyu goes to the front line, all affairs in the village will be put on other ninjas, which is not something ordinary ninjas can do. And the two Uchiha forest brothers, who are Faiyu's right and left hands, are already on the battlefield and cannot come back to help deal with these complicated matters. I know this well. I will hand over the affairs of the clan to the elders. As a member of the security force, I will temporarily let the ninjas under me assist them. Fuyu took a sip of tea and continued. Isn't this a time to test then? Besides, when it comes to making decisions on major matters, I myself will give orders through ninja pigeons. I don't need to worry about these for the time being. Ah, that's good. Saitama sat there with lowered eyes, as if he was still thinking. This time I will bring all the members of the guards to the battlefield. You can't grow into a family backbone like Saitama if you stay in the greenhouse all the time. When Faiyu said this, his eyes were rippling with a smile, all admiration for Saitama. The two held teacups and fell silent. Seiyu. The two were silent for a while. Fuyu suddenly called Kaiyu. Saitama raised her head and looked at his face with doubts in her eyes. Be careful of the elders, especially Danzo. Fuyu gritted his teeth and finished speaking. Kyu continued to look at Faiyu. He didn't think Faiyu would say this for no reason. On the issue of the transfer order a few days ago, I met Danzo when I was looking for Master Hokage. Fuyu seemed to be lost in memory. His eyes became dull. His state seems to be wrong. When Kyu heard this, he became energetic. It's not that I haven't met Danzo before, but every time I can feel the decayed breath on him, the smell of half of the body buried in the ground, no matter how hard I can stop it. Fuyu straightened his face and looked at Kaiyu with a serious expression on his mature expression. However, when I met him that day, I found that his whole body was covered with vitality. Although he seemed to have tampered with his body to cover up something, I definitely didn't perceive it wrong. And then, Saitama is not surprising at all. At this time, Danzo is almost at the time of transplanting that arm. It is not surprising that there is such a change. Also, he has the aura of Sharingan, the aura of the same bloodline as our Uchiha. Fuyu's strength is not weak, and he can't make mistakes in matters related to Sharingan. Saitama's eyes were solemn, and he looked at Fuyu, who was already looking very ugly. So, watch out for him. Fugaku's face returned to normal, and he looked at Saitama steadfastly. He always felt that Danzo would attack the rising Uchiha star in front of him. Although it was groundless, it felt like he was telling him so. Well, I understand. Saitama nodded, since Danzo let the root ninja follow him to wait for an opportunity a long time ago. He knew that he had entered the eyes of Danzo's old thief. This time you were transferred to the Northwest Theater, so you probably won't have anything to do with him. Fugaku looked at Saitama. Learn to protect yourself. Saitama. Finally, he emphasized again. Saitama smiled. His eyes became serious. He looked at Fugaku Uchiha, who cared about him very much, and nodded solemnly. Itachi will also follow me to the battlefield this time, and I will let him see another side of this ninja world, instead of singing and dancing like he saw in Konoha village. Fugaku smiled when he mentioned his son, and began to have a relaxed conversation with Saitama. Itachi isn't yet 4 years old. Isn't it too early? Kaiyu tentatively reminded Fuyu. Fuyu didn't care and waved his hand. Page 181 is my child. It is only beneficial to see these things early. Although Mikan also disagrees. This world is so cruel. If you see it early and accept it, the benefits will only be greater in the future. Kyu looked at him deeply, and stopped talking. The truth is indeed the case. The captain? I'll go there first. I still have to go to the training ground to have a look. Well, okay. Itachi should be there at the moment. Recently, he trained with those boys, and he still looks good. Fugaku's face was full of red light, and Itachi's performance made him feel very dignified, and even the shadow caused by Danzo before disappeared. Ah, Saitama nodded, got up, opened the door, and walked out of Fayu's office in the guard. In this situation, you need to do this and do this again in the training ground. Shisui is fighting with Itachi and guiding the training one-on-one. Oh, Itachi nodded half understanding, watched Shisui's movements, and scratched the back of his head. Stop water, stop water. Seeing that Shisui suddenly stopped what he was doing, Itachi felt a little strange. He yelled a few times and still didn't respond, so he turned around and looked over. Ah, Saitama-san. Itachi's name is Saitama, which is brother, and Shisui, who is older than Saitama, is called by his first name. This is not special treatment or contempt for Shisui. It can only be said that there are some things that cannot be described in words. At this moment, he looked surprised and looked at Saitama, who was standing on the sidelines. It's back. Shisui came over, stood 2 meters away from Saitama, and smiled tacitly. He is now half a head shorter than Kyu, but his whole body is as tall and straight as Kyu, like a javelin when standing. Well, Shisui's, Itachi. Saitama nodded and smiled back. Itachi stood between the two, glanced left and right. He felt that the atmosphere between the two was indescribably harmonious. The figures of the 3 were reflected in the training ground under the afternoon sun. Everyone has a knife in their hand or waist, and they all wear similar clothes. What are you doing? Kyu broke the long-lost calm and looked at the swords in the hands of the 2. As soon as he entered the training ground, he saw the 2 people who were training, but the other members were missing. Shisui is teaching me my knife skills. Itachi jumped out and said that although he was only 3 years old and soon to be 4 years old, he spoke in an orderly manner and his tone was very steady, without the leap of children of the same age. Oh, that's good. Kyu smiled, walked up to Shisui's, and poked him with his left arm. Why did you come back this time? Shisui didn't care about anything else. He just wondered why Saitama came back. He didn't get the news from Captain Fayu that Saitama was coming back, but he just heard that he and others would be on the battlefield soon. Under the order of Master Hokage, I will rush to the Northwest War Zone in a short time, as a support for the battle between Konoha and Yannian village. Oh, Shisui was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. The senior officials of the village naturally had their own ideas, so he didn't need to delve into it. Itachi stood aside, half understanding, black and white eyes wandering over Saitama and Shisui. Let's not talk about that. What about the others? Saitama looked around, and there were only Shisui and Itachi in the entire training ground. They just finished their meal. They should still be resting. Shisui signaled Saitama to look at the cafeteria not far away, where there were vague figures moving around. Okay, Kyu nodded, took a look and then looked away. It's okay to take a rest after dinner. After all, they are a group of recruits who are about to go to the battlefield, so they can't be pressed too tightly. That would be bad. Go sit over there and tell us about the past few months. Always hearing about you in the battle report is really exciting. Shisui pointed to the rest pavilion on one side and walked over there. Itachi also turned his short legs to follow. His eyes were also full of curiosity. Seeing it from the battle report and hearing it from himself were completely different concepts, and he didn't want to miss it. Saitama shook his head, smiled, and walked over. Page 182 Naruto office. The place is filled with smoke and the white smoke covers the large office. An old man in a red and white royal robe is looking at a document in front of the desk, flipping through the documents with one hand and bringing the pipe to his mouth with the other hand from time to time. He puffed his lips. In the end, another puff of white smoke with a smell of smoke was sprayed from the nostrils and mouth, making the white smoke in the entire office even more intense. Pat Hiruzaru Sarutobi put the pipe in his hand aside. His eyes were clouded or clear under the cover of white smoke letting out a long breath. Sandai frowned. His eyes kept scanning the documents in his hand, and Sandai frowned even more deeply. This is a document made by combining all the information of Uchiha Saitama. It's not that the 3rd generation is targeting Saitama, but Anbu consciously gathered all the ninja information. This information is the village's record report on the ninja, just like the identity of the previous life is stored. Every mission, every major event, or special experience is recorded on it. In this way, it is convenient for psychological ninjas and intelligence ninjas to make proper evaluations of ninjas, and Naruto can rest assured that some things will be handed over to them. As early as when Saitama and Shisui applied for early graduation, the 3rd generation paid more attention to the children of these 2 Uchiha families. Then I watched Saitama continue to grow, become famous, and become stronger. In just 1 year, Saitama has grown to a terrifying level. Although the other child is not as magical as Saitama, he is also very eye-catching during this period of time, and the task completion rate is extremely high. Such 2 children, in the eyes of the 3rd generation, are like the former Hatake Kakashi, with excellent talents, and dare to fight. His eyes stopped on the document on the side. On the cover it said regarding the transfer order of the Northwest Theater. Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with this document, but Sandai is very puzzled about Danzo's intention to add Saitama to it. After much deliberation, without a clue, he picked up the pipe and brought it to his mouth. Although Konoha has just defeated Sand Hidden, the agreement on the truce is still being debated, and Yannian, Union, and Kuragashi have slowly shown their fangs to Konoha. Although Union has not made any big movements for the time being, the other 2 parties have already started fighting with Konoha. Fortunately, Konoha has a deep foundation. Chapter 83 To the battlefield. Set off. The days in Konoha still passed so quickly. Apart from other things, Konoha is indeed worthy of the name of the first village. All kinds of delicacies really let people linger. Today is the time for Saitama to go to the front line, and Uchiha Shisui and others also set off today. At the Konoha gate, 2 waves of ninjas stood in different positions. One side is supporting the hidden fog front, and the other is supporting the hidden rock front. It was rare for Sandai Hokage to stand here this time, wearing a red and white Hokage hat, with his hands behind his back, looking at the ninja in Konoha in front of him. There are irreversible age spots on his resolute face. He is over 50 years old, with gray beard and hair. Looking at the energetic ninjas in front of him, Sandai's eyes involuntarily lit up. This is the leaf of Konoha! Wherever there are leaves flying, there must be flames burning. The third generation has a deeper understanding of this sentence. Set off. The third generation didn't say much. Everything was arranged, and it was only up to Konoha ninja's performance. There was a commotion among the ninja group, and then disappeared in front of the Konoha gate. Standing on the spot, 2 Naruto advisors stood behind the third generation, quietly watching the ninjas, who were going away and slowly disappearing from sight. Raijin, go back. Maitaman supported his glasses, and said to Midai, who was still paying attention. Yeah. Turning around, the 3 of them walked into the village. Suddenly, Sandai stopped and looked at a place behind the gate. To Enzo? Sandai looked at the figure standing in the shadow. Sun cut. A cloth hangs down Danzo's neck, wrapping his entire right arm in it. The right eye and the neck were also wrapped in bandages. Page 183. Looking at the ninja troops that had disappeared at the end of the horizon, Danzo's eyes were full of unpredictability. Why you have time to come out today? It has been a long time since the third generation saw Danzo walk out of the root stronghold under his command. While talking, Sandai walked over and approached Danzo, just to confirm some things. Danzo's voice has the unique deepness of the old man, but it is full of spirit. Danzo, what are you doing? Although they are old, several of them are members of the elite guards of the former second Hokage, and they still have strength and vision. The one who spoke was Juanzi Xiaochan. Her sensitivity to chakra made her feel abnormal in Danzo. As a few people with a deep bond, Juanju Xiaochan was not polite when speaking. Oh, it's just that I was injured before, but I did some treatment not long ago. Danzo looked down at his arm woodenly, raised his head and asked, without much fluctuation in his tone. The third generation has discovered the change of Danzo long ago, and has not said it all the time. He just frowned when he heard Danzo's words. He is still very relieved of this old man. No matter what he does, Konoha's interests come first, so he doesn't think about it, and he doesn't care about it. With half-closed eyes, Danzo stood there dumbfounded. The third generation was not annoyed when he saw Danzo's attitude, and walked past him. Danzo remained motionless. His one-eyed squinted at Sandai's gray beard, and the cross-shaped scar on his chin twisted and moved. You are getting old. Here's a... Without looking back, Danzo continued to look outside Konoha, and couldn't help but say this in his heart. For Konoha's future, a little loss is nothing to worry about. Feeling the stinging pain in his body, Danzo remained expressionless. Over the past few months, his body and arms have been experiencing rejection reactions, causing him pain all the time, but he, who is extremely strong in his heart, did not show any signs of it. Squinting his eyes, Danzo patted his right arm hanging on his chest with his left hand. It needs to be supplemented. The 2 chakras seem to have not yet reached a perfect balance. Turning around, Danzo also left here. Sandai and others had already disappeared on this road. One night before leaving, Saitama had a barbecue with Akimichi Dingza, and Dingza also pulled his other 2 companions along. Although there is a big age gap between the 4 of them, none of them regard Saitama as a child. While eating, the few of them tacitly didn't discuss the upcoming battle, but just chatted, such as homework. Saitama also fulfilled his previous promise to Dingzuo and invited him to a meal. After all, Saitama rejected his invitation to treat him before. It is already the end of December and the new year is coming. Naturally, Kyu couldn't care about the new year. He had a task ahead of him, and everything else had to be left behind. Before leaving, Kyu found that Granny Zhang was still sleeping in the house, and he didn't know if he didn't dare to see Kyu leave or what. After warming up the breakfast and putting it in the kitchen, Saitama left in a hurry. He told his mother-in-law the day before, so it's not impossible if we don't meet and say goodbye. The troops shuttled through the woods. This is a forest near the border. Because the trees look like huge mushrooms, they got the name of a mushroom forest on the map. Kyu followed Lu Ju and the others, and the commander of the entire army was Lu Ju. And these hundreds of people were all Lu Ju's subordinates. We are approaching Konoha's line of defense. Everyone stay vigilant. Lu Ju called out to remind the troops behind. Hey! The troops behind signaled that Lu Ju was fine. Then, throwing a handful of kunai onto the road ahead, Saitama naturally noticed the sentry post in front of him, but he didn't speak. Who? A voice came from the front, and immediately, a ninja wearing a green ninja vest came out from a hidden place. We are the support force. This is Haku's credit. Lu Ju was not surprised when he saw that it was Konoha ninja. He took out a scroll from the pocket behind his buttocks, shook it in his hand and showed it to the ninja. Hey, are you Shikaku Nara? The ninja recognized Chikahisa and was a little surprised. Page 184. Yep, I'm the ninja responsible for picking you up. This morning Namikaze Minato Jushin told you that you're almost here. Without so many complicated verifications, he was quickly guided to Konoha camp, where he met the highest official here, Namikaze Minato, Lu Ju, Dingzuo, Hai-Yi, and Saitama. Namikaze Minato looked at the support in front of him and nodded. These four are almost the strongest ninjas supported this time, especially Uchiha Saitama, who has become famous throughout Konoha recently. Namikaze Minato showed a bright smile and greeted them one by one. He is of the same generation as Lu Ju and others, but a little younger, and although Kyu is his junior but he has recently become famous, he didn't boo. Seeing that Namikaze Minato and Shikaku seemed to have something to discuss, Katama ran out consciously, and no one else stopped him. He is good at fighting, but he can't do anything about using his brain. This is not to say that his brain is not good. On the contrary, Saitama's brain has always been good, but he has always been uninterested in these schemes and strategies, and has always firmly believed in his heart that strength can crush everything. Just like Uchiha Madara in the Fourth World War, the ninja coalition forces have a strategy and cooperation, and then what? Uchiha Madara can only say a word. Do you want to dance too? Saitama does not participate in the formulation of these plans. It does not mean that he is not clear about these things. Walking out of the tent, Saitama strolled casually. Due to the proximity to the land of Earth, the climate here is not as humid as before in Kirigakure, and the temperature is low and cold. Although it is winter, the temperature here is not low. The surrounding landforms are also very different, and most of the places you see are reddish-yellow rocky landforms. The wind and sand was also very strong, although it was not as terrifying as that of Cheyenne, but it should not be underestimated. Idiot Kakashi. He also said that you are strong. Sure enough, our Uchiha is the best. Saitama, who was walking around, heard a more familiar voice, which seemed to be his fellow Uchiha Obito. Following the sound, he saw Oto was holding a piece of paper, taunting Kakashi, who was expressionless. Standing next to the two of them was Rin Nohara, with a helpless expression on her face, looking at Obito. Idiot! Kakashi replied in a low voice, and turned his head arrogantly. He was too lazy to argue with Obito. Yo, I dare not look at it. Obito watched Kakashi turn his head away, and still felt that he had won in his heart, so he threw the paper in his hand to Kakashi's face. With soil, Nohara Lin couldn't stand it anymore, and her tone became more serious. Lin, what's the matter? I just want to show Kakashi the achievements of my Uchiha juniors. When Obito talked about the back, seeing the black line on Lin's face getting worse, his voice became smaller and smaller. Okay, Obito, stop being angry with Kakashi. Lin took the paper in Obito's hand, and took a look at it. Above are some of Saitama's achievements on the Kirigakure front. In order to inspire many young ninjas, the village printed these things on paper, and passed them on to the Konoha camp on each front. And these battle reports are not only Saitama, but also other outstanding ninjas. But Saitama is the youngest among them, and the record is also very impressive. Cough cough. Walking over, Kyu didn't know that several people were talking about him just now. He just wanted to go over to say hello. After all, he had communicated with Kakashi about Chidori's application before, and Obito naturally didn't need to say much. He looked familiar. Huh? Saitama. Kakashi stared. Lin covered her mouth, and Obito yelled directly. Hello, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Kyu waved his hand and greeted several people one by one. Kakashi and Saitama are not very familiar. They just met each other a few times. Obito does not see him calling his juniors, but he has no intersection with Saitama. He belongs to the kind of little transparency in the Uchiha family. Although he is enjoying all the benefits of Uchiha, as for Lin, he is completely unfamiliar with Saitama. Why did you come here? Kakashi stared at Saitama. He remembered that Saitama should be on the Kirigakure front. I just arrived here, and I ran into you when I wandered around. Saitama replied casually. Page 185. Hello, Saitama. Obito, who was still a little embarrassed at the side, mustered up the courage to speak to Katama, and Lin also nodded towards Katama. Hello. Saitama smiled and nodded. Afterwards, several people did not speak, and there was nothing to talk about with each other, and they fell into silence for a while. Do you have time? Walk with me around. Saitama sent invitations to several people. He couldn't feel the embarrassment among them at all, and his eyes fell on Kakashi. After all, Kakashi is the one he knows best here. Oh. Lin turned her head to look elsewhere. It suddenly occurred to me that the teacher asked me to prepare something for him, so I won't go. You go. She felt that the atmosphere was very strange, and she didn't plan to stay any longer, so she trotted towards the tent beside her. Hey Lin, wait for me. Obito nodded to Kakashi and Saitama and chased after them. Although he was very mean, he still knew that he shouldn't stay here any longer, not to mention embarrassing, but also awkward. And he saw that Saitama and Kakashi seemed to have something to say, so he decided to take the initiative to save face. Chapter 84. Kakashi and the man hiding in the darkness. Kakashi looked at the two people who left, with helplessness in his eyes, but he still turned his head to look at Saitama. Let's go, I'll show you around. Kakashi, who is cold, becomes more approachable in front of Saitama. It is good. Saitama nodded and followed Kakashi. Kakashi, you're about to become a Jonin. Walking side by side with Kakashi, Saitama asked suddenly. Before leaving, due to Saitama's outstanding record, he has been promoted to Jonin in an exceptional way. This is an emergency promotion during wartime, so there are no Jonin tasks to be completed. Another one, Saitama's strength Konoha's high-ranking officials also saw in their eyes, and the number of enemy Jonin who had been beheaded by him was not known, and they were completely qualified for the level of Jonin. Well, I plan to apply after a while. Kakashi looked at Saitama and nodded. Saitama is already a Jonin, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't ask this question. Kakashi continued. Huh? Ha. Saitama patted his head and laughed. Straightening his head, Kakashi stared blankly ahead. Since his father committed suicide, he has disguised himself under the mask, unwilling to open his heart to others. Although he became companions with Obito and Rin, and bonded with several people unconsciously, he still pretended not to care about anything. He hopes to become a real ninja, but his father's ending is always a thorn in his heart. Let's not talk about that. Have you finished your Chidori recently? When communicating with Kakashi last time, his ninjutsu was still flawed, so Saitama passed on his experience to him. With Kakashi's aptitude, it must be perfect. Saitama was a little unsure. Well, thank you for your blessing. Chidori has been completed. I changed it to a more suitable look for me. I no longer need such extreme dynamic vision. Now I can use it completely under control. Kakashi looked ahead. The face under the mask didn't know what expression it was, but his tone was still grateful. Oh, that's pretty good. Saitama looked at the white dagger on Kakashi's back. It was his father by Fang Saber, and it was naturally passed to Kakashi after his death. The two turned around and walked towards a place with few people. Kakashi, do you use a knife too? Saitama stared at Kakashi's sword, feeling like he was asking some idiotic question, but Kakashi nodded anyway. Ever since his father's sword came into his hands, he had an ideal in his heart, to carry forward the sword skills of the Hatake clan, or to make his father's sword famous in the ninja world again. Therefore, he never let go of his banner sword technique, and his father's sword never left him. About Chidori's application, have you thought about it? For example, standing next to Kakashi, Saitama is like a mentor, persuasive. While speaking, electricity sprang out from Saitama's hand and wrapped around his arm. Chidori pays attention to continuous compression and condensation, and then concentrates the explosion at one point. And this Chidori style is a small skill to assist in combat, especially for sword-skilled melee ninjas like us. Page 186. Saitama gestured to Kakashi, and the electric current entangled in his arm slowly disappeared. Kakashi's eyes kept shining when he saw all this, and the expression under the mask couldn't hide his excitement. Say you are amazing. Kakashi couldn't help but praise that this gave him a direction for improvement. Although he currently has some superficial development directions for Lei done, he knows that Saitama's is the most suitable for his current fighting style. Originally, when Chidori was first created, although it was very powerful, but he had no dynamic vision or insufficient dynamic capture ability, it was difficult to control the vision problems caused by the speed when using Chidori. With Saitama's previous guidance, he slowly improved this aspect of the problem. Although the power of ninjutsu is slightly reduced after the revision, it is more suitable for ninjas like him who do not have Sharingan and whose dynamic vision is not very good. However, although Chidori is very good, his fighting style has never been very compatible with his Hatake swordsmanship. Now with Saitama's advice, a road appears under his feet. Thank you. Kakashi actually said these 2 words. His voice was very low, but Saitama still heard that it was Kakashi's sincere words. Shaking his hand indifferently, Saitama signaled Kakashi to try it. In fact, it is not without reason that Saitama helps Kakashi. Kakashi is a genius who was delayed by Sharingan, and also a genius who was poisoned by Konoha's many systems. He has good talent and good family background, but his father's suicide cast a shadow over his heart. However, he could go one step further and step into the level of the strong, but he was transplanted with Sharingan, which restricted his growth. Although there is no Sharingan, he will not have the title of copy ninja, but Hatake's sword skills are not bad. If Kakashi did not share Sharingan, he might be the next Konoha White Fang. The direction of development is different, but in terms of achievements, Saitama feels that the original Kakashi is more powerful, not some copy ninja. His eyes fell on Kakashi's outstretched arm, and Saitama's eyes could clearly see that the electric current was constantly blowing from it. Although it was the first attempt, he didn't master it well, but it still looked good. Saitama didn't speak, just quietly watched Kakashi keep trying, and the speed of the experiment belonged to him. Half an hour passed. Kakashi, not bad. Saitama looked at the blue and white current wrapped around Kakashi's right arm and smiled. Zizi. Kakashi was careless, and the clothes on his arms were burnt by the electric arc. Well, Kakashi took away chakra and stroked his white hair. Not proficient yet. With joy in his eyes, Kakashi said to Saitama, well, you will get used to it slowly. Kyu nodded, indicating that he could go back, and the 2 had been out for a while. Kyu reckoned that Namikaze Minato and Shikahisa should also discuss some handover matters. After this incident, the relationship between Saitama and Kakashi has become much closer unconsciously. Kakashi, Saitama. As soon as he walked to the previous tent, Kyu saw Lin and Obito standing outside the tent, and it was Lin who was talking. Both of them nodded as a greeting. Whispering sound. Obito and Saitama nodded, and then made a disdainful voice to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't care either. This was Obito and his daily life, and Obito always looked like he couldn't understand him. The teacher is still in the meeting. It should be over soon. Lin walked to a place close to Kakashi and explained. Kyu looked at the curtain door of the tent, thinking whether to go in. When the curtain was pulled open from inside, a touch of golden color appeared in front of several people. It was the familiar Namikaze Minato, followed by the 3 of them. Teacher! Lin shouted, and trotted to Namikaze Minato, smiling. Okay. Namikaze Minato looked around and smiled warmly, like a big brother next door. Everyone is probably hungry. Let's go eat something. Let's sum it up in the afternoon. Namikaze Minato wiped his nose with his hand, and said to everyone. So, a group of people went to the canteen of the camp in a mighty way. Page 187. In the afternoon, Saitama attended a meeting and briefly met the captain-level ninja here, who was familiar anyway. Many people are aware of Saitama's existence, and they are still convinced of his strength, and they don't underestimate him because of his age and status. And Saitama, as a powerful ninja, was also assigned an important task by Namikaze Minato, commando captain. Take charge of attacking the enemy's most difficult line of defense, and tear a gap for other ninja troops to attack. He readily accepted. This identity is also the most suitable for him. If he really protects him well, Kyu feels that he will go crazy. After the meeting, Saitama went to the station of the commando and got acquainted with a group of members. They did not reject Saitama. As long as they were strong enough, they would have no objection to who would be the captain. As long as they were strong enough, members like him, the greater the probability of surviving the mission. Besides, this is the order of Namikaze Minato. Saitama found that the prestige of Namikaze Minato was extremely high on the front line here, and the degree of execution of the order is no less than that of the 3rd Hokage's warrant. In the darkness, something was peeping outside the Konoha camp, but no one could find it. A huge stone statue with a hideous and ugly face, and countless black rods extending from it, connected to a place. It was a seat. No one could see clearly who was sitting on it, and those black sticks were directly connected to the chair. Tweak! It's the sound of cloth rubbing against stones. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed past, and then returned to normal black and white pupils. Tick! Being underground, it's humid here too. In front of the chair, A pale figure emerged from the ground and stood still in the blink of an eye. Grass-like hair, a gender-neutral body, and a complexion that makes people feel awkward when they look at it. This is Baiju, Master Madara. The no target you asked to pay attention to has now come here. Baiju looked at the chair. Crunch, the sound of collision moved closer to Baiju. A stooped old man walked up to Baiju, wearing a black robe like a god of death. Although he looks very old, but the aura of his body is still so overwhelming that he dare not move. Oh, keep paying attention. Don't worry about anything else. Uchiha Madara's eyes looked at Baizi, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Time is running out, and there is a limit to how long the heretic golem can keep him going. Determination flashed in the depths of his eyes, and Madara seemed to have made up his mind. Since the fight with Kainshu Jujian, he has been hiding here, relying on the heretic golem summoned by opening the Eye of Reincarnation to continue his life, and has been arranging and planning for the future. But now, there is not much time left for him, and all plans are on track, just waiting for him to find the successor to execute. Don't worry, it still takes time to consider and screen. Madara squinted her eyes, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to deepen. Darkness. After uttering 2 words, Madara looked aside. From that darkness, a darker figure stepped out. Haiju walked up to Madara, looked straight at Madara without saying a word. The identity he is playing now is Uchiha Madara's will, and all superfluous behaviors that do not conform to Madara's heart will make Madara suspect at this juncture, which will lead to the failure of his Millennium layout. Madara looked at the incarnation of his own will in front of him, and remained silent. After a few minutes, he turned and sat back in the chair. The black sticks dragging under his feet also revealed their true colors at this moment. They were some strange-looking tubes, and as he moved, these tubes kept rubbing against the rocks on the ground. Scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and Madara closed his eyes again. The current pair of eyes are his stock, just a pair of ordinary Sangaoyu Sharingans, but in his body, it plays a function no less than that of a kaleidoscope. According to the plan, continue to observe the target. The deep voice resounded in the space. Haiju disappeared into the darkness and Baiju slowly melted into the earth. Everything has returned to calm again! Just like here dozens of years ago. There is no sound. Chapter 85. Infiltrating the land of Earth. Saitama fell on the ground, and what he saw was a team of rock ninja troops in red ninja costumes. He roughly counted them, and there are 7 enemies in total. It seems that their strength is not very strong, probably 2 Junin and 5 Chunin. These rock ninjas are patrolling this area, but they seem to be hiding nearby without realizing the danger. Page 188. Team leader, a young ninja about 15 years old, called out. Although he is only a Chunin, he has good talent and good family background. He comes from a big family in Yanian village. What's wrong, Shuhei? The leading ninja frowned, but still asked. This kid named Ishihara Shuhei was a high-ranking old man in the village. Although he was talented and not weak among his peers, his personality was still too slack. It wasn't long before he came out, and he complained a few times. Sure enough, such children are still suitable to stay in the village and enjoy the blessings, rather than appearing on the battlefield here. It's nothing. I just want to go to the toilet. I don't know if it's possible. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of several people in the group became very strange, but no one spoke. Sighing silently, the leader waved his hand and said, "Go and come back." With helpless eyes, he looked at everyone's faces, lifted his hands up. His shoulders were loose, and he was very reluctant. If Shuhei Ishihara had a good father and a high position and authority, the ghost would be willing to let such a person with no ninja qualities join the team. Shuhei Ishihara got permission from Jonin, smiled, and then trotted towards a pile of rocks not far away. He was a little embarrassed to go to the toilet in public. Saitama happens to be hiding here. Shu, it's really boring. Dad really is. If you want me to come out to perform tasks, wouldn't it be good to stay in the village? TCH. While murmuring, Shuhei unbuttoned the belt of his trousers and began to relax his tense nerves, without a trace of vigilance at all. And because he was hiding behind the rock, his figure just disappeared from the sight of his companions at this time. Oh! Seeing the unbelievable expression on the face of the enemy in front of him and his body still twitching, Saitama slowly pulled out the knife that had pierced his heart, and at the same time moved away the hand holding his mouth. Boom! The corpse leaned against a huge rock and slowly fell into a puddle on the ground, which he had just created by himself. Blood and unknown liquid slowly mixed together. Kyu frowned slightly, but then glanced at the enemy not far away, and lurked aside. Shuhei, hurry up! A few minutes passed, and Jonin was a little anxious, shouting and urging. Is it really a high-level kid? Some functions are not working at such a young age. Thinking in his heart, he still walked over, and felt a little uneasy for no reason. Going around the rock, Jonin twitched his nose. He smelled a familiar smell, but there was no time for him to distinguish. A pair of scarlet eyes approached him. Enemy. There was no time to react, and even the hand that was going to take kunai had just touched his thigh when his heart was pierced by Saitama's knife, and at the same time, the jumping electric current on it slowly wiped out the vitality. Ho ho! Panting heavily, the enemy didn't die right away. His eyes widened, looking at the knife on his chest and the constantly surging current. Team leader, there are enemies. This time, Saitama did not cover up with rocks. Get rid of one top ninja and one middle ninja, and there will only be one top ninja and 4 top ninjas left. So there is nothing to be afraid of. The remaining enemies exclaimed when they saw Saitama and Jonin, who died tragically. In the end, the Jonin immediately put on a fighting stance, looking at Saitama. Chinese letter. Pulling out his own sword from the enemy's chest, Saitama pushed the enemy to the ground and stepped over the corpse. The wind started to blow, blowing Saitama's bangs slowly. He has medium-length hair, just around the ear length, and wears a Konoha forehead guard on his forehead, just standing there without saying a word. He didn't attack immediately. Revenge for the captain. An angry-looking Iwanoshi took out kunai. His eyes seemed to burst into flames, and looked at Saitama standing in front of the dead body. Don't act rashi. The remaining Jonin used the other hand to signal the others to be quiet, lowered their bodies, and maintained extremely high vigilance. The enemy killed a Jonin so calmly, as if he had trampled an ant to death, and surrounded by so many people of his own, and still not in a hurry. This Jonin thinks that Saitama is either a fool or really strong. Page 189. I'll hold him back. You go back and call for backup. Knowing that Saitama is not a fool, he said to the Chunin next to him. The others were a little reluctant. They felt that they and others could kill this Konoha ninja who had escaped from the main force. What do you think? A light voice suddenly reached the Jonin's ears, and Saitama had disappeared from his sight. When a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead, he didn't dare to turn his head back, and the kunai in his hand stabbed directly behind him, which was the direction from which the voice came. Swish! Kuwu pierced the void, and there was only air behind him. Jonin's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he saw the wide-eyed eyes of the group of Chunin behind him, as well as the fear in them. It's over, the Jonin murmured in his heart, but turned around again. Even if he died, he still wanted to see how the enemy killed him. Chinese letter. The sound of the tip of a knife entering the body. It turns out that this is how death feels. The enemy's eyes began to slacken, and his body hadn't turned around completely, but his strength began to lose the moment the knife entered his body. He remained indifferent, without the slightest expression on his face. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to himself. The current on the knife increased again, and Saitama used the writing wheel to look at the remaining Chunin who were too frightened to move. Saitama slowly smiled at them, but in the eyes of those Iwanin, it seemed like a death invitation to soothe the dead bird. Boom! Exclamation! A corpse fell down again. Saitama didn't dissipate Chidori from the knife, stepped on the blood on the ground, and approached the group of ninjas. Damn! It was the same ninja who said he wanted to avenge his captain just now. He was holding kunai tremblingly, his legs were twitching imperceptibly. Although his face was calm, the twitching facial muscles were lying. Do you want revenge? Saitama spread his left hand and stretched out to the ninja standing in the front. Go to hell! Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind and rushed towards Saitama. Bang! Exclamation! Kunai broke into 2 pieces. One was in his hand, and the other was spiraling in the air. Looking at the other ninjas indifferently, they had lost their final will to fight, and Saitama's strength made them instantly understand the gap. Clang! Exclamation! Kunai in midair fell to the ground, and the body fell to the ground at the same time. The ninja was cut off by Saitama with a knife, and at the same time, Saitama slit his throat, breaking a horrible hole. Run! Spread out! A terrified female ninja yelled and ran towards the back. Although she forced herself to calm down, her feet were still a little soft when running. With so many people, running away should be able to escape one of them. With a bit of Aku's spirit in mind, she ran back as fast as she could. Now she regrets not leaving here immediately to rescue soldiers. Under her reminder, the remaining 2 also started to run away, although their steps were a little staggering. Lifting the tilted knife, Saitama also started to move. He didn't mean to play tricks on the enemy, so it's best to quickly deal with the enemy and leave here. After all, this place belongs to the country of rocks, so there is nothing wrong with being cautious. The figure disappeared, and after catching up with the first female ninja who ran, Saitama slashed down, and the knife penetrated through her back. She froze in her movements, and then fell to the ground, but the inertia gave her an acceleration, which made her glide forward with your face on the ground. Saitama cut half of her body with the knife just now, and the integrity of her body was still maintained due to the connection of the shoulders. After finishing this enemy, Saitama's body flickered a few more times, disappearing and reappearing several times, and beheaded the other two enemies. This is not because he has learned teleportation, but because his speed has reached a certain level. After finishing off this team of Iwinin, Saitama didn't stop, chose a direction at random, and started to move on. And there was a mess left in the original place. Blood, corpses, complementing each other, reflecting a tragic scene. However, this has nothing to do with Saitama who has left. He was just the creator of the scene, not the judge. This is already the third day of going deep into the land of Earth, and Saitama's task is to disturb the rear. However, due to his strength and the fact that he had just arrived on the battlefield, Saitama did not choose to form a small team with other commandos. He felt that only by acting alone can he maximize his own advantages. After licking his lips, Saitama felt a little thirsty. The climate on the land countryside is a bit similar to that on the sand-hidden side, making it easy to get dehydrated. Looking away, Saitama caught sight of a forest, just to the northwest, so he quickened his pace. Where there are woods, there will be no lack of water. Running on the red and yellow ground, Saitama did not use the fastest speed. Page 191 is to save chakra, and the other is to use thunder attribute chakra to stimulate the body to accelerate, which is too eye-catching. Quickly approaching the woods, Saitama remained vigilant, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After confirming that there was no danger, he slowly entered the forest to find what he needed, the place where you just fought. At this time, there is a circle of ninjas around here, all of whom are not weak rock ninjas. One of the ninjas, who looked very old, had his arms bare, and his upper body was only covered with a grayish-yellow ninja vest, but his beard was graying and dragging down his chin. Looking at his son lying in a pool of blood, Ishihara Shen felt the anger in his heart, but he didn't know where the murderer was. The fire had nowhere to vent. It could only burn in his heart. Being able to kill two Jounin who are not weak, it is impossible to be an unknown person, but also make good use of thunder done. Start from these aspects. Although Ishihara Shin's hair is gray, his body is very strong, and his voice is full of air when he speaks. At this time, he suppressed his anger and said to the person next to him to accept. He thought that in the hinterland of Rock Country, the danger would not be too great, and he was asked to join a team with two Jounin, but he still encountered the enemy. Ishihara Shen glanced at his son Ishihara Shuhei, but didn't go forward to hug the corpse, as painful as a bloody drama. His life as a ninja gave him a heart of stone, and he would not easily reveal his true inner feelings. Yes, a group of ninjas nodded and replied. They knew that their boss must be in anger at the moment, and they didn't dare to hesitate. Clean up here and take them all back. Throwing the last sentence, he turned and left. As the captain of the patrol force in this area, he shoulders the task given by Tsuchigage, and he cannot continue to waste time here. Anyway, this area belongs to his patrol area. As long as the enemy dares to show his face, he will never escape. After turning around, Ishihara Shen secretly made up his mind that he would never spare the enemy who killed his son. Chapter 86. Chasing and being chased. Walking cautiously in the woods, Saitama followed his senses and searched for water sources. Going deep into the enemy's rear not only has the danger of being surrounded by the enemy, but also needs to solve the problem of eating and drinking by itself. Although there is dry food to bring, it can't meet the usual needs at all, and Saitama is also tired of the taste of those foods. Therefore, in the past few days, Kiyu has been hunting some small animals by himself, and then roasting them by himself. Although there is a risk of exposure, if you are careful, there will be no problem. Anyway, if you move one place a day, the enemy will not be able to catch the pattern. The skin of the body felt a coolness after entering the woods. Soon, Kiyu found a small stream. The water quality looked good. It was still flowing water, and it was not afraid of being poisonous. Centered there, Saitama quickly found today's lunch, a lively rabbit. Finding that one seemed not enough, Saitama followed the signs and took a few of them hiding in the nest. Kiyu didn't know that because of his casual behavior, a pursuit operation belonging to him was launched. Not caring so much, Saitama found a relatively secluded place near the water source, lit a fire, and roasted all the rabbits that belonged to him. After a big meal and simple tidying up, Saitama was ready to continue his actions. Anyway, just cause riots, all kinds of destruction will do. Saitama felt that such a task was quite suitable for him. At present, Dockage of Yanian village is fighting against Konoha on the front line. This does not mean that there are no powerful ninjas in the rear. Yanian village is a village that has preserved its strength intact. After years of cultivation, this time they launched a war with great ambition. Whether it is the training of ninjas or the reserve of war materials, they have made full preparations this time. Otherwise they would not take the initiative to start a war with Konoha, which is currently so powerful. Saitama shuttled through the woods, and he had a general idea of going deep into the enemy's rear this time. Chakra fluctuations appeared in his perception. Saitama slowed down his speed and slowly hid in a tree branch. It seems to be a team of rock ninja. There was a cold-blooded light in Kiyu's eyes, and it happened to be active after dinner. Thinking about it, Kiyu covered his breath and slowed down all body movements. If it wasn't for his eyes to see Kiyu, no one would notice this inconspicuous place. With the help of several dense branches and leaves, Saitama shrank behind. Although the strength is very strong, but you can't be careless. First look at the situation before acting. What a trouble. That kid died here. We need to come out and find the murderer. A rough voice, with strong impatience. Keep your voice down. Just do your own thing. Page 191. Another voice sounded. TCH, isn't it just having a good father? The rough voice became quieter, but he was still a little unconvinced. Saitama listened intently. There was no information worthy of his attention, nothing more than who died, and they seemed to be searching for the murderer. Holding his breath, Saitama saw only two people through the gaps in the leaves, but in his perception, there were many chakras of different sizes not far away, so he decided to wait and see what happened. Holding the knife at his waist, Saitama looked into the enemy's eyes, revealing a bit of bloodlust rustle. The two rock ninjas heard the sound, and an animal jumped out of the bushes beside them, causing them to pull out their weapons instantly. As soon as the animal jumped out and saw the two humans, it was also frightened, so it immediately sped up and ran in another direction. Call! The two rock ninjas also let out a long sigh of relief. Let's go, there is nothing abnormal here. Meet them first, and then go to the next place. Really unlucky. Such a thing will happen. One of the ninjas waved his hand, retracted his weapon, and turned around. Another ninja also retracted his weapon and turned around. It's now. Saitama hid on the branch beside them, his eyes narrowed. Whenever there is a thought in his mind, his body moves. It must be resolved quickly, so that no one else can notice it. With one foot on the branch, Saitama fell towards the two enemies. Oh, Zizi! The two rock ninjas didn't respond at all, and they were both stabbed through the back by Saitama, and their hearts were crushed. This attack on Saitama did not use a sword, but a chidori with both hands. With a sword in one hand and a chidori in the other, Saitama cannot ensure that the enemy is killed at the same time. The weight of the sword and the hand are completely different. Although there may be only a gap of less than a second with a knife, it may be this second that will cause another enemy to send a signal for help. Therefore, in order to cut off all this, Saitama directly used chidori with both hands. There was a whistling electric sound, and the two enemies were drained of all their strength, and they let out a low growl of unwillingness, but the spread range was only a few meters. After killing the two, Saitama took advantage of the situation to take away chakra, withdraw chidori, and at the same time drew his hand back. Regardless of the blood on his hands, Kiyu jumped and went in another direction. Just now chidori's release was fast, and it was also fast, but to be on the safe side, Saitama decided to put a little distance away first, and then deal with it slowly. Hey, what's going on with you guys? Just as Kiyu walked away, a voice came over. Huh? There is a situation. Before the ninja came here, he smelled the familiar smell of blood and quickly called his companions while quickly approaching. Landing next to the two corpses, the ninja's face was very ugly, and his already dark skin became even darker. Whoosh! A few more figures fell aside, all other members of the team this time. What's the situation? A ninja who seemed to be the leader asked, and he squatted down, put his hands on the wound, and observed. I don't know, I feel that the situation is a bit wrong, and it's like this as soon as I come here. The ninja who arrived first replied, frowning. Lay done. The target should be right. He didn't go very far. He should still be around. A ninja motioned to everyone, while pinching his hands and closing his eyes. It seemed that he was launching a perception ninjutsu. West. A few seconds later, the sentient ninja opened his eyes and spoke a direction. A group of ninjas nodded to each other, activated the instant body technique, and disappeared in place. Quietly jumping from tree to tree, Saitama maintained a constant speed. Anyway, what we are fighting is guerrilla warfare. If you kill a few, you can run steadily and make money without losing money. Page 192. Looking forward, His black and white pupils showed a clear expression. Obviously he was not on top, and kept that calm state. This place belongs to the hinterland of the country of Earth, so it is not only barren, but also sparsely populated with civilians, similar to towns and the like, with a small population. But it can completely hide Saitama better. Determined to pay attention, Saitama decided to find a gathering place, and then continued to complete his task, while inquiring about information. But the premise is to get rid of the pursuers first. Saitama rolled his eyes, as if he saw the pursuers behind him. Although he is not a perception ninja, his sensitivity to chakra gives Saitama such a simple perception ability. And in his perception, there is a group of rock ninjas who are chasing after him, hanging behind him. It should be the ninja team just now, right? Thinking about it, Saitama could only think of this. After all, he just casually killed 2 ninjas and it is normal for them to chase him. Since you dare to chase, do you know if you have prepared accordingly? Saitama paused and actually stopped moving. Closing his eyes, Saitama calmed down and tried to perceive, and 5 humanoid objects with chakra whirls appeared in his mind. At this time, they were jumping on the branches and constantly approaching him. It seems to be able to fight. No need to run. Opening his eyes, Saitama stayed where he was, and even sat on the branch arrogantly. With his legs hanging in the air, he quietly waited for the enemies following his tracks. Just ahead, the enemy's chakra fluctuation stopped moving. The sensory ninja in the previous team pinched the ninja seal and provided the whole team with traces of Saitama. As soon as the words fell, a group of 5 people jumped over a dense foliage and landed on the open space in front of Saitama. The moment they saw Saitama, several Ewinin immediately became alert, and their weapons were pinched in their hands. He's the only one. Sensing the ninja made a sound, he found that there were no other people's chakra fluctuations around him, and he was very puzzled. The lead ninja frowned, looking at Saitama, who remained motionless, sitting on a branch. Hello. Kyu silently looked at the enemy who was chasing him, and said the opening remark expressionlessly, showing his white teeth, while speaking. Okay? As soon as the words fell, a group of ninjas lost Saitama's figure, and they immediately wanted to back and put on a defensive posture. What? The sentient ninja let out a scream, and was grabbed by Saitama's neck with one hand. His body was suspended in the air, and he leaned against a tree trunk. So fast, the rest of Iwanapu didn't dare to act rashly, because Saitama was pinching his companion's throat, but they were all surprised by Saitama's speed. The leading ninja clenched his fists and looked at Saitama. What is your mission? Saitama's index finger continued to increase the pressure, and the whole body of the perception ninja continued to twitch. This ninja was also stubborn. Although Saitama grabbed his lifeline, he still wanted to speak forcefully. Click! Exclamation. With the sound of brittle bones breaking, Saitama pinched the spine in his hand and misplaced it. This Iwa shinobi's eyes turned white, a trace of blood left on his lips, and he lost his breath. Damn you! A ninja rushed out from there and punched Saitama with a punch. He didn't expect that Saitama was asking on the surface, but ended up directly ending his companion, and anger filled his eyes instantly. Boom! Exclamation. The fist missed Saitama's body and hit the tree trunk beside him, directly blasting out a huge pothole, but it was not over yet. The next moment the tree trunk exploded, as if it had been timed by a bomb. Huh? Saitama threw down the corpse of the enemy, jumped onto the branch. I'll let you die in an explosion. The ninja's eyes were red and he was panting heavily. Calm down, Kara. The other ninjas reminded him that they didn't seem to want him to be so angry, but Kari didn't listen at all, and directly caught up with Saitama, and punched him again. Mine fist. Saitama heard the enemies shout this time, and a fist came to him in an instant. Shrinking his eyes, Kyu thought of the explosion just now, and dared not take it hard. But it was hard to dodge at this time, so he could only pull out the knife from his waist, wrap Chidoryu and chopped it out, trying to resist. Boom! Exclamation. The explosion came as promised, and it was stronger than before. Saitama almost couldn't hold the knife, and was blown backward by the airflow of the explosion. Saitama rolled over in midair, and opened Sharingan directly. Kari was also shocked by this blow and landed beside his companion. Page 193. The moment Kyu's electric current collided with his fist just now, it also exploded. Hiss. Saitama looked at the enemy in front of him. He didn't look very old, with a prickly hair, but this kind of moves didn't look like ninjutsu at all. Just like Dodara's blast and the memory, although there are still some differences in power and fighting methods, it should be the same thing. Kari, calm down, he can't run away. As soon as Kari landed beside his companions, one of the ninjas said, although Shu is very strong and has a rare burst escape, but it is too easy to get ahead, and he can't tell the battle situation at all times. Yeah, Kari nodded. The fight just now calmed him down. The Konoha ninja in front of him was not an ordinary ninja, and it didn't seem like much loss to take a hard punch from him. He is not completely brainless. It is only when he encounters enemies weaker than himself that he becomes unscrupulous. After all, the weak are only worthy of being reckless. Seeing that Kari seemed to calm down, the ninjas felt relieved and looked at Saitama not far away. Chapter 87. There are also 4 Yanin. Kyu holds the knife, and Gaoyu, who writes Sharingan, can't stop turning. The ninja with the blood was a bit tricky, the others seemed easy to solve. Kyu's arm began to be wound with electric current, his eyes were half closed, and the knife was raised slightly. Twish! Exclamation! The figure disappeared, and Saitama aimed at a thin-looking Iwanin, and directly started to do it. Bark! Exclamation! The enemy couldn't keep up with Saitama's speed at all. The moment Saitama disappeared, although the formation shrank suddenly, it was no different for Saitama. Seizing the opportunity, Saitama slashed towards the ninja's body. The blade flashed across his throat, and blood spattered everywhere. Ho ho! Exclamation! Blood poured into the trachea. His breathing was extremely difficult. He kept covering the wound with his hands, trying to delay the time of death, but it was useless. He still struggled and fell to the ground. Damn! The ninja next to Kari yelled, and flicked his right hand. Kunai came towards Saitama's face. Stepping on his feet and moving his body sideways, Saitama dodged the enemy's attack and dodged aside, while the knife in his hand kept flashing with thunder. Sharingan stared straight at the enemy. Saitama didn't relax just because he killed an enemy with one blow. He pursed his lips, and under the surge of electric current, he leaned forward, kicked his right foot behind him, and his body turned into lightning and shot out. Snapped! Exclamation! A knife slashed at the ninja's arm, but was blocked. The knife felt as if it had cut a rock. Saitama reacted quickly, and was not surprised. He increased the output of chakra in his hand, and the blue-white light of the blade became more intense, and it went down steadily. Bark! Exclamation! A trace of blood flowed down the blade. Go to hell! With a punch from Kari, his conspicuous hedgehog head began to become sharper in the raging chakra storm. Saitama hurriedly stepped back, and at the same time made a few small movements of his body to avoid the kunai and shurikens thrown by other ninjas. Kari punched in the air, with a fist as the center. An explosion occurred in a radius of 1 meter forward, and continued to attack Saitama like a wave of Qigong. In a hurry, Saitama held the knife across his chest, while his left hand contained chakra and pressed against the back of the knife. Hiss! The body slipped backwards, and Saitama stabbed the knife on the ground to slow down the momentum, and the sleeves on his arms were completely torn, as if he had put on a beggar's outfit, which looked ridiculous. But at this moment, the few people didn't care about these things, and when Shu hit him with a blow, he caught up again. His right hand was charged backwards. His body was like a bow, and the chakra around him kept surging. The rest of Iwanin followed behind him, staring at Saitama's movements, waiting for an opportunity. It seems that this group of ninjas have a good cooperation and a tacit understanding. Saitama pulled out the knife from the ground. The current in his body surged, and he made a squeaking bird cry. Go to hell! Kari punched him very fast, but Saitama was even faster. Saitama, who was originally in front of him, was like a phantom, and disappeared in front of him with a movement of his shoulders. That punch was naturally empty, smashing a hole in the ground. Obviously, Kari finally took away chakra, and this punch did not explode. Saitama quickly bypassed Kari, and did not choose to attack him, but went towards the other Iwanin, and dealt with the little minions first, so as not to cause him constant harassment. With one slash, Saitama chopped down a ninja holding a kunai to the ground. The knife marks were printed on his chest, and countless blood spurted out from the wound with the momentum of a spring. Just as they were about to continue, the remaining 2 ninjas leaned together tacitly, one holding a kunai, and the other clenched their fists. Kari naturally saw what Saitama was doing. His face was angry, his steps turned around, and he hurried back. He and the remaining 2 companions pinched Saitama back and forth. Iwanin didn't show mercy and started attacking Saitama directly. They didn't want to wait for Saitama to kill them. Being flanked by 3 people, and a few ninjas who are not weak, Kyu was also a little flustered for a while. Page 194. However, soon he adjusted his state and handled it with ease. A ninja stabbed kunai. Kyu staggered to avoid it, and at the same time swung the knife in his hand, with the blade carrying an electric current, forcing Kari away, and finally kicked the last enemy in the abdomen. Whoosh! Exclamation! The 4 of them fought constantly, and Saitama's Chidoryu had a great impact on them, and every time they exchanged attacks, their movements would slow down a little. Saitama kept an eye on the ninja to prevent him from causing trouble to himself. To dunch along the spear, a rock ninja took advantage of the gap and used ninjutsu. As he formed the last seal, countless sharp soil guns appeared under his feet. Go with. I saw him controlling the earthen gun, and with a single finger, the earthen gun shot at Saitama. And Kari had a good understanding with another ninja, so he stepped aside early. Saitama looked at the earthen guns shooting directly at him, with a blank face, without stopping at his feet, facing the ninjutsu, while running towards the ninja. The knife in his hand chopped those earthen spears down to his feet one by one. The earthen gun was dealt with in the blink of an eye. Saitama's gaze was fixed. He stepped on the ground with one foot. His speed increased instantly, and he came to the ninja, and the ninja still maintained the movement of controlling the earthen gun just now. Careful! Seeing Saitama's movements, Kari shouted, "It's a pity it's too late." Saitama's eyes were wide open, and he slashed at his throat mercilessly. Bark! Exclamation! A circle of red imprints appeared on the neck of that rock ninja like a collar. Unwilling, the ninja fell to the ground, and the wound in his throat spurted blood, which was scattered wantonly on the ground. The movement did not stop. Saitama was not careless, kicked his foot on the ground, and shot at another ninja again. After such a chaotic battle, Saitama has already figured out the routines of these enemies, and Chidoryu is also constantly consuming these ninjas who are good at earth escape. Therefore, this time, the enemy was panting heavily and could not escape. Kiryu looked at his wide eyes, and with a swipe of his right hand, the knife pierced his chest with a surge of electricity. Ho ho! Exclamation! The enemy grabbed Saitama's sword with both hands, and it was his final counterattack. Kiryu naturally heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him. Sharingan rolled in his eye sockets, and his body exerted force directly, pushing the enemy back. Boom! When the front foot leaves, the back is pushed by the oscillating airflow, and the enemy seemed to have lost the last of his strength. Saitama increased the current, drew out his own knife, turned his body, and looked behind him. In the smoke, a figure slowly walked over. It was the ninja who had escaped. Who are you? Kari looked at Saitama and said bitterly, "It is impossible for a powerful enemy like Kiryu to appear for no reason, but he doesn't know about Kiryu at all." Naturally, although Saitama has a certain reputation in Konoha and Kirigakure, but it is still wartime after all, and some news is not circulating so fast. It is normal that Dagakashi does not know Saitama. Humph! Saitama tore off the torn sleeve with his left hand. After fighting for so long, he had the chance to deal with it. The 3 hook balls were spinning, and Saitama didn't relax his vigilance. Bang! The enemy stepped on the ground, and the figure came straight to Saitama. Squeak! Exclamation! The electric current wrapped around his arm, and Saitama squatted first, and then shot out. The 2 figures collided, and Saitama's speed was much faster than the enemy's, and he staggered to avoid the enemy's attack, leaving wounds on his body at the same time. Passing by, Kiryu kicked the ground again, and the enemy also ignored his own injuries and came to meet Kiryu. Tweak! Exclamation! The electric current on the knife kept buzzing, and Saitama looked at the enemy's wide-open middle door, lowered the knife, and then stabbed it out. Bark! Exclamation! Kari's fist hit the air behind Saitama's shoulder, and Saitama immediately supported the fist with his shoulder. And Saitama clings to his body. The knife has been completely inserted into his chest. The 2 faced each other and looked at each other. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Saitama, the world in his eyes began to become gray. Still lost. With this in mind, he slowly closed his eyes. His heart had been completely crushed by Saitama's knife, and his body was still filled with throbbing electric current, paralyzing his senses. Bark! Exclamation! With the knife drawn, Saitama took a few steps back, then sat down on the ground. Call! Exclamation! Looking at the enemy's body, Kiryu let out a long sigh of relief, looked around to confirm that there was no problem, and then moved his hand to his back. It started with a piece of scorched skin with a hint of pain. Page 195. Although the enemy's punch just now did not hit Saitama head-on, but was avoided by Saitama, the explosion still occurred on Saitama's back, so it naturally caused damage to his back. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Turning over and jumping up, Saitama tore off the tattered clothes and threw them aside. Art! Fire! Escape! Ho! Fireball! He piled up all the unnecessary things that belonged to him, and Saitama threw them over with a ninjutsu, and then left here. The sound of the battle just now might be noticed by the nearby Iwanin, so it is better to leave here first. Before leaving, he stripped off a vest from an Iwanin and put it on casually, and Saitama left without looking back. The flames were burning, and the corpses lying scattered on the ground around the flames presented a very strange picture. Leaving there, Saitama didn't stop, took the simple map found from the enemy, avoided some lines of defense, stopped and walked, and soon arrived at a gathering place of civilians. Saitama's clothes were scrapped due to the previous battle, so he is now wearing Iwanin's ninja vest. In order to hide his identity, Kyu first found a suit of clothes in a commoner's residence, changed into them, and then prepared to inquire about the news. At this moment, he was wearing a linen-colored garment, which didn't fit very well because it was borrowed, but it was also just enough for him to hide the knife under the loose clothing. This is just a very ordinary civilian town. Since it is located in the central area of the territory of the Rock Country, the war has not spread here, and the lives of these civilians are relatively comfortable. It's 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the whole town is shrouded in twilight. Most of the people are staying at home, preparing dinner, but the taverns in the town were still full. There are scattered ninjas, samurai, and merchants. Although this is only a small town, it is full of oolongs. The war still brought some changes here, and many people who may have had no connection with this town all their lives came here because of this war. This is not the front line, but it is a very important transit point for the front line. Many materials from Yanian village will pass through here, and then sent to the ninjas fighting on the front line. Chapter 88 Information. Where Saitama fought before, a ninja wearing an animal mask lands on a branch. The mask, and the robe covering the whole body, make it impossible for others to see through his identity. At this moment, he landed on the tree, looked at the tragic situation below, and didn't react in any other way, as if he was used to such scenes. Perhaps after standing there for a minute, or less, the ninja took out a small scroll from his pocket, took out a pen, and began to write vigorously, as if to record everything here. It didn't take long for the ninja to stop what he had written, as if he was examining what he had written. Boom! Exclamation. Touching the ground with his hands, he summoned a black bird, but it was not a crow, but a very ugly bird with a big mouth. As soon as the bird was summoned, it grasped the branch skillfully with its feet and looked at the ninja. And he didn't speak. He directly threw the scroll in his hand to the psychic beast, and the bird swallowed the scroll into its mouth cooperatively, then flew high and left the forest. His eyes stayed on the flying psychic beast for a few seconds, and he formed a ninja mark with both hands, and then turned into countless bugs, disappeared along the tree trunk. Saitama was dragging some ill-fitting clothes, and his demeanor was not uncomfortable at all. Walking on the street, he quickly found a place to go. Rock Izkaya. This is the name of this Izkaya. Kyu didn't make any comment, just walked in. Although he is still very young, but Kyu's physique is there. No one will stop Kyu. Saitama had already packed up and hid everything on his body that could show his identity. Anyway, no one here knew me. And because of the war, many strangers came to this town, so there was no danger of being suspected. Walking in, Saitama frowned slightly, because the environment in the store was indeed not very good, not quiet, and the smell in the air was particularly bad, completely contrary to the sign of the Izkaya. But thinking of this special period, Saitama was not surprised and continued to walk inside. Soon, Saitama found a vacant seat, and at this point in time, there were not enough people in the Izkaya to have no vacant seats. Touching the money in his pocket, Saitama grabbed out a crumpled bill and put it on the table. Have a drink. Don't care about the waiter's eyes. Saitama's expression is very natural. After taking Kyu's money, the waiter didn't say much, turned around and poured a glass of yellow beer for Kyu. Kyu's money was only enough to buy such a glass of the cheapest. Boom! Exclamation. The wine glass hit the bar counter with a muffled sound. The waiter looked normal and pushed the glass towards Saitama. Guest, your wine. Saitama nodded. A hint of surprise at seeing alcohol appeared on his young face, as if a child secretly did something that shouldn't be done at this age behind his parents' backs. That kind of surprise is beyond words. The waiter naturally noticed the expression on Saitama's face, but he didn't intend to say anything. This kind of teenager who secretly wore his parents' clothes and dressed himself more maturely before he was old enough to drink, he would meet every day. After entering this door, he is his guest. He doesn't care who the wine is sold to, and whether the person who bought the wine is of drinking age has nothing to do with him. After handing over the wine to the young man, the waiter turned around to greet other guests. Compared to this young man who obviously had no money, the other uncles who came here from all over the country were more generous. Page 196. Saitama held the wine glass with both hands. It was a large wine glass with a thick bottom. It looked big, but there was only so much wine in it. But the purpose of Kyu's coming here is not to drink, so naturally he doesn't care about it. There are 5 circular bars in the entire Izkaya, with 2 to 3 waiters in the middle responsible for selling things to others. Saitama's here belongs to the corner, not very eye-catching, which is also the purpose of Saitama sitting here. Although no one knows himself, how to maintain due caution is a compulsory course for ninjas. From time to time, he put his mouth to the edge of the cup and took a sip, and while lifting the cup, Saitama would wantonly observe the people in the izakaya. At the bar over there are 4 rock ninjas. From the voices passing through, Saitama knows that they are logistics ninjas, responsible for delivering supplies. And at the bar next to the group of ninjas, a few samurai who don't look very easy to provoke. Everyone has a cold face. Although they are drinking in an izakaya, they all straighten their backs when drinking, and the whole people look very tall and straight. These warriors kept looking at the gate, as if they were waiting for someone. This was the judgment of Saitama and the warriors, and he guessed correctly. Not long after, a burly warrior walked in from outside the gate. The warriors stood up tacitly and greeted him with great respect. A samurai who has just arrived. Averting his eyes from the group of samurai, Saitama continued to observe other people. Anyway, there was still half a glass of wine in his hand, so he could continue to drink it. The entire izakaya can bring countless information to Saitama, and Saitama has to select the ones he is interested in from these people here, and then get to know them in depth. Under the cover of the thick-bottomed cup, Saitama did not shy away from it, trying his best to infer useful information from some performances, and then made some selections. Ga! Exclamation! The door was pushed open, and the cold wind from outside blew into the room along the crack. The few guests near the gate put down their wine glasses, obviously a little unhappy. But after they looked up and saw who it was, they buried their heads in unanimous agreement, not daring to fart. Shin Ishihara walked in with his stomach open and only a ninja vest on his upper body. Regardless of other people's thoughts, he looked around and found that only the bar in the corner was more vacant, so he walked over. Saitama slowly put down the glass in his hand, with a satisfied expression on his face, and there was still about 1/5 of the wine in the glass. Chiyuenshin felt very irritable these days, whether it was business or private. He felt a kind of powerlessness, which was a feeling he never felt when he was young. The tightness on the front line, and the death of his own son, were like 2 big mountains, weighing him down a bit when he was already showing his age. And the wine at this time of day is the only thing that can relieve his inner anxiety. The waiter looked at Ishihara Shenryuo sitting beside the young man who looked very poor before, and smiled at Ishihara Shen. "My lord, is it still the old rules? The waiter is very familiar, and this ninja-sama is a regular customer recently, and he spends a lot of money." "Okay." Shin Ishihara nodded, and glanced around, and saw Katama, but after a moment of thought, he identified Katama's identity, which was not much different from what the waiter thought before. Saitama also saw the ninja who was sitting over. He maintained his previous posture without showing the slightest nervousness. From the performance of everyone in the izakaya, and the disappearing voices of the Iwa ninjas at the next table, he knew that this age looked very old, but a muscular ninja was not a small character. Shin Ishihara rested his forehead with his hands, looked at the table with his eyes, and thought of the information he received just before coming here. A group of ninjas who were searching nearby were wiped out in the same way as they killed his son, so his mood became even worse. He left work early and came here. "Sir, your wine." The bartender was holding a plate full of wines of different colors, very similar to the cocktails in Saitama's memory, but this glass was different. Shin Ishihara waved his hand, and a few bills landed directly on the table. The bartender was overjoyed and collected the money. The money is greater than the value of the wine, so the extra part is naturally his tip, and these tips alone are almost more than what he usually gets for standing here for one night. Saitama's eyes were expressionless, but his face still maintained the expression that a young man should have called. Shin Ishihara drank a cup in one gulp, heaved a sigh of relief. A little blush appeared on his face. Of course, this little wine won't make him drunk so easily, and it's just a normal expression to blush. Picking up his wine glass again, Saitama took a sip, drank off the top layer of foam, and put the glass on the table again. Maybe it was because he drank a glass of wine, or maybe he was really sad. Ishihara Shin suddenly said to Keiyu, "Boy, go back quickly after drinking this glass. Don't let the family worry." Saitama was a little surprised, but he put on an expression of knowing everything, pretending to be very mature. "I know, old uncle." While speaking, Saitama glanced at the beard and hair of the ninja in front of him, and then changed his words. "My son is about the same age as you. I understand the hearts of parents best, so don't come to this kind of place dressed like this in the future. When you grow up, you will have plenty of time." Ishihara Shin thought of his son. Although he didn't make any extra movements when he saw his son's body, it was in front of his subordinates. He has always been that strong boss, so he will not and dare not show his weakness. But now in front of him is a young man who has never met, and his son is about the same age. A place in his heart is instantly touched, and the cage of words is directly opened. Saitama didn't speak, picked up the wine glass and drank some yellow liquid, with some blush on his face. Page 197. Uncle, don't preach to me anymore. I've heard enough at home. I'll go back straight after drinking this. Okay. Saitama shook his wine glass, showing some impatience, which made him act more like an ordinary person of his age. Ugh. Yunshen sighed, picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank another glass in one gulp. Uncle is a ninja, right? Saitama pointed to the forehead of this Yanin, showing yearning. Shin Ishihara nodded. He knew that ninja was a profession that many civilians aspired to. However, at this moment, he had a slight dislike for the identity of a ninja for a moment, but this idea was suppressed in a blink of an eye. It's just that a son died, and it's not like he hasn't died before. At worst, go back and work harder after the war is over. He kept comforting himself in his heart, then raised his head again and drank a glass of wine. There are 5 wine glasses in front of him, 3 of which are already empty, and as a ninja, he won't really get drunk, so he only drinks 5 cups a day, which will neither disturb his work nor temporarily relieve his emotions. Saitama sat up straight, drank the cup in front of him, and then tapped his fingers on the table. Uncle, I'm leaving first. Saitama smiled shyly, then left his seat and walked outside. He saw his target, and several rock ninjas had already left their seats and walked to the gate. Okay. Shin Ishihara raised his cup, signaled Saitama to walk slowly, and then fell into his inner world again. Chapter 89. Obtaining information. Saying goodbye to the old man Iwanin, who seemed to be of high status, Saitama adjusted the corners of his clothes and walked out of the street following his goal. In front were 4 rock ninjas who walked a little shaky. They were chatting and laughing obscenely, as if they were talking about some favorite jokes of adults. But these have nothing to do with Saitama. He just wants to find a good place to get the information he wants to know. The night had fallen, and there were quite a few pedestrians on the street. Most of them were people who had finished drinking or were going to drink. Saitama followed a few Iwanin, unremarkable. Maybe God gave Saitama a chance. Those ninjas didn't know what they were discussing. One of the ninjas pulled another ninja and walked towards an alley. There was a custom girl standing at the entrance, smiling happily waved at them. Kyu looked at the alley, knowing it in his heart, and then turned his attention to the other 2 ninjas. These 2 ninjas chose to continue going, obviously not being happy there. Tightening his collar, Saitama followed the other 2 ninjas. He felt that such a place was not suitable for hands-on, so he chose to continue to follow and wait for the opportunity. I just remembered to bring some food for other lazy people. You go back first. Don't wait for me. Following the 2 ninjas all the way to the end of the town, one of them suddenly patted his head and muttered to the other. Not far ahead was their camp. He beckoned his companions to go back first, and he turned around to buy food for the lazy people in his mouth. Kiyu's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had a chance. Although he is absolutely sure to take down even these 4 ninjas, this is Yanin's territory after all, so it's not good to be too arrogant. This place belongs to the end of the town, so there are almost no people, and even the lights are sparse, which looks extremely dim. Iwa Shinobi walked on such a road without maintaining much vigilance, and Saitama was standing on a roof above his head. It seems that no one lives in these houses, and Saitama has just observed the surrounding situation. Hiss! The temperature difference between day and night was a bit large, and Iwanin was blown by a gust of wind and made a sound, and his neck shrank into his collar. Twish! Exclamation going down the roof in one step. Saitama didn't make any extra movements, and directly punched him on the back of the head. The enemy didn't respond at all, and fell to the ground directly, and Kyu looked around. It was still as quiet as before. There was no one there. He carried the ninja on his shoulders, and went to a nearby house. Zizzy! Exclamation! The sound of the electric current sounded, and Saitama put his right hand on the enemy. Under the shock of the electric current, the enemy twitched for a while, and then woke up. Where's this? The enemy shook his head, a little confused about the situation. The last fragment in his memory was a pain in the back of his head, and his eyes went dark. He immediately realized that he had encountered an enemy attack and wanted to stand up, but obviously, he couldn't. His whole body was tied tightly, and a black rag was stuffed in his mouth. Zizzy! Exclamation! There was another burst of electricity, and there was a gleam of light in the darkened room. Kyu smiled and stood in front of the prisoner. The Iwanin stared wide-eyed, and his body shook violently, as if trying to break free from Saitama's restraint on him. As you can imagine, I am Konoha ninja. I want to know some information. I will ask you to answer. Saitama put away the Chidoryu in his hand, and the two faced each other. The window on the side shone some light on Iwanoshi, while Saitama fell into the darkness. Iwashino said nothing, and Saitama could see the sarcasm in his eyes. Shrugging, Saitama didn't care, he knew this would happen. Before departure, Saitama specially asked for a soundproof enchantment scroll from Kaiichi Yamanaka, which can be reused many times. Page 198. He just opened the enchantment in this room, so he is not afraid that this Iwanin will make a sound and attract other enemies, although this is not far from Iwanin's camp, and many Iwanin will pass by when they go back. There is an enchantment here. No matter how you call it, no one will come to save you. While speaking, Saitama walked in front of the enemy, and his right hand began to stir up electric current again. There is a torture called the electric chair in the memory of the previous life, and the current scene is basically the same as it, and Saitama is going to try the effect. City. The right hand touched the enemy's shoulder, and the electric current began to rage, shocking his whole body into convulsions. What exclamation! The screams resounded in the room, but the sound waves seemed to encounter a barrier around the room, gradually disappeared, and did not spread outside. The burnt smell began to permeate. Saitama didn't show any other expression, just moved his hand away. This method of obtaining information is still too rough, without any technical content, and even if the information is obtained, it is not known whether it is true or not. Have you thought about it? You just need to answer a few small questions for me, and I won't force you to answer other questions. Kiyu said again. His tone was very flat. Standing in front of this ninja, with his arms around him, he looked very relaxed. If you intend to explain, just nod your head, and then I'll take the thing out of your mouth. Saitama pointed to the enemy's mouth and continued. The enemy was covered in smoke. His hair was showing signs of burnt yellow, and the muscles on his face were all convulsed together, making him look very miserable. Maybe it was because the current was too high just now. The enemy didn't respond for a while, and when Saitama got a little impatient, he finally nodded. Very good. Saitama clapped his hands and removed the cloth from his mouth. It was picked up casually on the ground just now, and the ghost knows what it was for, but it kept emitting a stench anyway. Then I'll ask, and you answer. Saitama saw him resign to his fate, and didn't try to call out when the rag was taken away. What kind of army are you? Rear logistics transportation. Transportation team. The paralyzing effect of the electric current has not yet dissipated, and the enemy's tongue is still a little big, and it twitches from time to time when speaking, which makes Kiyu's hearing uncomfortable, but Kiyu has time to listen slowly, so he doesn't worry about it anymore. Very well, my question is over. I hope you don't lie to me. Saitama asked a few simple information, such as who is the commander of the army and what the next task is, so he didn't continue to ask. He is just a chunin, and he will not know more important information. From the mouth of the enemy, Kiyu knew that the person in charge here was a jonin named Ishihara Shin, who was responsible for regulating the transportation of materials. There are about 300 resident ninjas here, but there will be a transport team from the village every Wednesday, and there will be more ninjas at that time. The enemy looked at Kiyu with fear in his eyes. Just now, to ensure the accuracy of the information, Kiyu used electric currents to confirm that he was not lying, so now he is shaking all over. If it were not for the restraint of the rope, he should have collapsed to the ground. Our business is over, but I let you go. Will you report it? After all, you seem to have seen my face. Saitama moved closer to the enemy, bent down, and turned his eyes to his eyes, looking at each other, with a calm face on his face. Oh my lord, Iowa Shinobi still wanted to explain, but the body's paralysis reaction was still too strong, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. Swish! Exclamation! The 5 fingers of the right hand were put together and turned into a hand knife, and the electric current turned into a sharp blade on the edge of the palm. Saitama flicked his hand and slashed across the enemy's throat. A trace of blood flowed down the wound. Saitama looked at the enemy's eyes and listened to the ho-ho sound in his ear, expressionless. When the blood flowed all over the ground and the enemy lost his breath, Saitama took out the scroll again, sealed the corpse inside, and then left. In such a situation, it is really impossible to let the enemy go, and he does not have a psychic beast like Jiraiya, who can swallow the enemy directly and release it when the time is right, so he had to do this. That's how war is. I live and you die. Chapter 90. Infiltrate the enemy camp. From there, Saitama did not choose to leave the town. Now that he knows that this is one of the transshipment centers for Iwanin materials, and it can be regarded as a key place in this battle, Saitama feels that he has to do something to be worthy of his identity as a Konoha ninja. From the information he got, Saitama knew that there were ninjas working in the Iwa ninja camp every day, and there were quite a few of them. Therefore, it is obviously a stupid decision to face up. But what needs to be done next is to slowly find out the specific situation there, and finally take action. It is a trivial matter to cause damage, but how to get out of it after the damage is a difficult problem. And since Saitama knows that this is a material transfer station, his purpose is not just to cause damage. If he finds a way to get the material delivery route map belonging to Iwanen, that is a truly successful operation. Everything needs to be added together. For the next 2 days, Saitama continued to search for information, and during the day after that night, Saitama could clearly feel the difference in the atmosphere. More Iwanoshi patrolled the town, and they all acted one by one, without ordering. But Saitama can always find a chance to find those ninjas who are alone, or teams who are alone. During the period, more information was also obtained. Although Yanren was stubborn, there was no mouth that could not be pried open under the power of electrocution. If a ninja can't pry his mouth open, go pry his companions. There are more ways than difficulties. This is a piece of information that Kiyu has received in the past 2 days, which is very practical and quite useful. Page 199. Walking on the street, Kiyu had already changed into a different set of clothes. This time, he found a suit that fit him well. The knife was placed against his leg on the outside of his thigh. It was covered by his robe, so it was not conspicuous. The information that should be known is almost done, and we can start to act. Looking at a group of ninjas not far ahead, Saitama thought so. Picking up an apple from a booth beside him, Saitama threw out a ticket and walked in another direction. Click! After biting off a small half of the apple in one bite, Saitama hummed a tune, and leisurely left the sight of the team of Yanin. Just tonight, during the day they just sent a troop to transport supplies to the front line, and the battalion at this time is the weakest. Thinking in his heart, Saitama half closed his eyes and ate the apples one by one. Boom! The apple core was thrown out by Saitama, and it just fell into a trash can on the side of the road. Back to the place where I live. This is a hotel for different people living in all directions, and Saitama is just an inconspicuous one of these people. After closing the door and window, Saitama walked to the bed and took off the outer clothes. Inside was a tight ninja costume, which he bought in the town before, which perfectly restored the red color of Iwanen. Then it's time to wait! Saitama sat cross-legged on the bed, put the knife on his lap, closed his eyes and began to rest his mind. It's after 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, and the action can start around 6 o'clock, when it's almost dark. When I opened my eyes again, the sky outside the window had already plunged into darkness. Sitting in the room, I could still hear the wind blowing outside from time to time, whistling and wreaking havoc. Saitama stood up and took out a ninja vest from a side cabinet with the Iwanen logo on it. It was stripped from a previous captive, and the size was just right. Putting on the vest, Saitama checked the equipment for this operation again, and after confirming that it was correct, he walked to the window. Pushing open the window, looking at the crowd in the darkness outside, Saitama jumped up to the roof. His figure flickered a few times, and disappeared here without alarming anyone. He's going to start following the plan. Footsteps stomped on the roof, but without making much noise, Saitama kept walking towards the ninja camp that he had surveyed before. The whole camp is very simple. The middle one is the ninja tent named Ishihara Shen, and Saitama's target is also there. As the ninja with the highest status here, that kind of confidential stuff will only appear there. Soon Saitama reached the edge of the camp. Although this is the hinterland of the land of Earth, the camp is still heavily guarded and there are many guard posts. Standing on a branch of a tree, Saitama was lying cat-like, hiding in the leaves, observing the situation silently. The patrols around the camp have a certain pattern, about every 3 minutes. This is the information that Saitama found out yesterday. Waiting quietly, Saitama held her breath, waiting for the patrol to pass out of sight. About 1 minute, a ninja team of about 10 people walked past, and Saitama waited for them to leave straight away, and then started to act. He has 3 minutes to enter the camp from the outside, which is still plenty, especially since his speed is really fast, and ordinary ninjas can't find him. With a blink of an eye, Saitama came to the surrounding wall of the camp. This is a wall made of various kinds of wood tightly tied together, which is nearly 10 meters high. Turning the perception to the maximum and confirming that there are no enemies on the other side, Saitama stepped on the fence, jumped over it, and landed on the ground. There is a tent in sight, and he is located in the southwest of the camp. According to the information obtained from Iwa Shinobi, this is the place where ninja tools are stored. Looking around, it is true that there are no ninjas living in this area, but there are still 2 tents with lights not far away. Apparently it was the ninja who was in charge of guarding the place. Without disturbing other people, Saitama lowered his breath and marched in this place, relying entirely on his physical abilities. After walking to the main road of the camp, Saitama began to calm down, tied Iwanin's forehead protector to his forehead from his pocket, and then walked out with a relaxed expression. This is Saitama's plan. Anyway, in such a big camp, it is impossible for Iwanin to know all of each other, so it is quite tricky to pretend. Walking alone among the tents, Saitama looked indifferent, and even nodded slightly when meeting other Iwanin. It's still a little early, so Saitama walked around for a while, and after familiarizing himself with it, he found that the closer to the center, the more people patrolling. So Saitama found an empty tent and quietly hid in it, waiting for his opportunity. This hiding lasted for another 2 hours, during which time there were ninjas who came to the tent to check, but the witty Saitama hid there, and the enemy did not find anything abnormal. Raising a corner of the curtain, Saitama looked out from the tent. The entire camp seemed very silent, only the sound of the flames burning continuously, and those patrolling ninjas also began to decrease. Feeling that the timing was sufficient, Saitama bowed his back, checked the time, left the tent with a swipe, and went outside. The figure wandered in the shadows of each tent. Saitama kept approaching the center, and his speed gave him the best cover to prevent him from being spotted by the trained ninja. Soon, a big red tent appeared in Saitama's eyes. That's Shin Ishihara's tent, right? He clung to a tent tightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The infiltration was very successful this time. I don't know if it was because there were too many people leaving during the day or what. There were many empty tents in the camp, as if they were deliberately prepared for Saitama so that Saitama could sneak in. But Kyu didn't care. His actions were completely thought out, and these were all coincidences, so he still firmly carried out his plan. A few shadows passed by Saitama's side, but they didn't find Saitama lying beside him. Swish! Saitama turned into a black shadow and entered the tent directly. Page 200. This is not where the Jonin rests, but where he works, so Saitama is not worried about encountering enemies at this time. Once inside the tent, darkness enveloped Saitama, preventing him from seeing anything clearly. Keeping still, he waited patiently for dozens of seedlings. After Saitama fully adapted to the darkness, he started to act with the moonlight shining through the tent. Chapter 91 Crisis. The entire tent is not very big, about 10 square meters. The only thing that stands out is a huge desk and a mountain of documents on the desk. This is where business is done, right? Saitama paced over and approached the desk. Although the target was right in front of him, he remained vigilant and focused all over his body. The more time it is like this, the more it is necessary to suppress the excitement in my heart. When he came to the table, Saitama saw a document placed in the middle of the table at a glance. About the transportation of war materials. There are a few large characters written on the title page of the document, and the font on it still smells of ink, as if it was written not long ago. Kyu stared. His body froze suddenly. He thought something was wrong in his heart, and the nerves in his brain tensed up instantly. Thinking of this, Kyu started to shoot electricity from his feet, ready to run outside. He felt that this matter seemed not simple. Earth Dungeon Barrier Dungeon Hall. No, a cold cry came from the ground under Kyu's feet, and Kyu's whole body broke out in cold sweat, and his hairs began to stand on end. Crash! With Saitama as the center, the land kept rolling and then turned into a huge cage, covering Saitama inside, and the entire tent was directly squeezed by this ninjutsu, and everything was scattered all over the place, including the document that Saitama was thinking about. Swish! 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 Countless ninjas seemed to have received a signal and began to gather here, enclosing this cage made of rocks and soil in the middle. Damn it! Saitama was wrapped in a rock cage, and his eyes couldn't help but look around the dark environment around him. At this point, everything above can be explained. Why was it so easy to sneak into this camp? Why was he able to hide for so long even though the surrounding patrols seemed so tight? And the document on the table was obviously written temporarily, as if insulting Saitama's IQ. Outside the rock, an old man folded his arms, and the wind blew his beard wildly. But at this time, there was no extra expression on his face. He just quietly looked at the rock cage in front of him. On his side, two ninjas touched the rock with both hands, maintained the chakra, keeping the rock in shape, and tightly surrounding Saitama inside. Saitama stood in the siege surrounded by rocks, knowing that he was not thinking about why am I so stupid at the moment, but to break through. However, the outside should have been surrounded now. How easy is it to break through? But he will not give up. Now that he has reached this point, he has to face it well. Only when he is dealt with it will he have future reflections. Base exclamation. Pulling out his own sword, Saitama looked around at the surrounding rock walls. The current wrapped the blade, and Saitama slashed to the rock beside him. In an instant, the rock was cut open with a huge hole, and the ninja outside was also seen by him, but before Saitama could start the next move, the gap healed again. This ninjutsu Saitama is impressive, as long as the people outside maintain the output of chakra. This rock will never disappear, and the most terrifying thing is that this ninjutsu will continue to absorb the chakra trapped in the ninja's body, and feed it back to the performer. In this way, it is another cycle, an endless cycle of trapped people. Ninja from Konoha, I didn't expect you to be so bold and dare to break into our camp alone. I have to say, this old man appreciates your courage. Ishihara Shin stood outside and said to Kiryu. He didn't expect that only a ninja came this time. Hope is a big fish though. Saitama heard the noise outside, did not speak, and glanced around with the open Sharingan. Soon, he found a place where the chakra was weak, in the rock behind him. Thunder escaped. Thousand bird knife aiming at a place. Saitama lowered his body, and the knife in his right hand shone with a dazzling thunder. Swish exclamation, swish exclamation. Two knives slashed at the rock, and in an instant, the rock opened a cross-shaped wound as if it had been cut by a laser. Whoosh exclamation. Saitama jumped out without waiting for the rock to heal. Through the cut of the rock, he has already seen the surrounding situation. Stepping on the top of this rock cage, Saitama saw more than 100 ninjas gathered around, and in front of him, an old man was watching him quietly. Thunder escape? Ishihara Shin saw the evasion technique that Saitama used when he broke the earth-done barrier. He never thought that such a ninjutsu could trap a ninja who dared to create an enemy camp alone. However, when the blue arc flickered under the night, his eyes still shrank uncontrollably. Damn! The two ninjas responsible for maintaining ninjutsu saw Saitama standing on the rock surface, and immediately shouted, "Fine." Page 201. Shin Ishihara suppressed his anger and signaled them to retreat. They are ninjutsu-type ninjas, and they obviously don't have an advantage in facing Saitama. Keeping a distance is their way of fighting. You are Ishihara Shin. Saitama stood on a high place, looked at the surrounding Iwanin, and said to the old man with unique temperament. He has seen this Iwa shinobi before. The old man he met in the bar before and advised Kai-Yu to go home early. Although he had expected that his status was not low, he still did not expect that he was the highest person in charge of this enemy camp. Yes, boy, I didn't expect it to be you. The old man is really old. I've been mistaken. Ishihara Shin also recognized Katama. Although he was very old and had only met Katama once, he still recognized at a glance that this was the kid in the bar that night. Boy, there are so many people here. Don't think about running away. Ishihara Shin looked at Kiryu, scanning the surroundings, and reminded. Oh, really? Saitama picked up the knife and raised it high, with electric currents flickering on his body, obviously ready to strike. Boy, did you kill a team of Iwanin in the field a few days ago, or did your companion kill it? Ishihara Shin clenched his fists, and didn't take the lead. He wanted to confirm one thing. Oh, I've killed a lot. Don't know who you're talking about. Saitama spread out his left hand and did not deny it. Then you go to die. As soon as the words fell, a fist wrapped in rocks came to Saitama. Ishihara Shin jumped up from the spot and shot at Saitama. The distance of several meters was instantly shortened. His speed is not as slow as it looks. Even Saitama can't dodge it. Boom exclamation. The knife and the fist collided, and Saitama was directly thrown into the air. Although he had been paying attention to Ishihara Shin, he was still caught off guard by his attack. Not only is it fast, but it is also powerful. Ignoring the turbulent current on the knife, his fist slammed heavily on the knife, blowing Saitama away with his fist. For public and private purposes, this old man won't let you leave here today. Standing on the rock cover that Saitama just stood on, Shin Ishihara exuded a murderous look all over his body. Kiryu propped himself on the ground, looked at Ishihara Shin without saying a word. He really misjudged Ishihara Shin's strength. From his attack just now, it can be seen that this Yanin is very strong. After all, that's right. A ninja who can serve as a general cannot be a weak hand. Standing upright, Saitama clenched his knife with his right hand, and the blade kept raging with white lightning. The surrounding rock ninja didn't do anything, but surrounded Saitama in the middle. Pooh exclamation. Kiryu spat out a mouthful of saliva, carrying the blood that had just been shaken out by that punch. Gaoyu, who was riding Sharingan, kept spinning, and Saitama kicked off, heading towards Ishihara Shin. Twish exclamation. The sound of breaking the air spread in the air, and Saitama turned into a bolt of lightning, heading towards Shin Ishihara. Kyu naturally knew the truth of capturing the thief first, so he did not hesitate to do so. Stepping on the arc-shaped rock circle, Saitama accelerated again and came to Ishihara Shin in an instant. The electric current surged, and the knife slashed towards Ishihara Shin's throat. Snort! Exclamation! Shin Ishihara snorted coldly, swung his body to avoid Saitama's attack, and then punched Saitama's chest with his fist. Zizzy! Exclamation! Saitama had predicted the enemy's move early on, and a strong Chidori flow erupted all over his body. At the same time, the knife turned in a semicircle in midair, and stabbed the enemy's chest again. Twish! Exclamation! Shin Ishihara kicked his feet and dodged to the right, while his right hand firmly grasped Saitama's left shoulder. Chairman watched all this silently, and Saitama naturally saw Ishihara Shin's movements. The moment the enemy grabbed his shoulder, his hand also grabbed the enemy's arm. Zizzy! Exclamation! The sound of electric current keeps stirring. Saitama's face remained unchanged, and Ishihara Shin also remained expressionless. Ding! Exclamation! The knife in his right hand slashed at Shin Ishihara's left arm, as if he saw a rock. Although he saw a part of it, it obviously didn't really hurt him. Chapter 92 Surrounding missing a hit. The two separated instantly and distanced themselves. Saitama frowned. He felt that the bones in his shoulders seemed to be misaligned, but fortunately, it didn't affect the battle very much, and he could still hold on. And Ishihara Shin's hand was scorched black, and the electric current was still wandering on it. Grown-ups, a ninja walked up to Ishihara Shin and spoke out. The enemy is very strong. Judging by his age, he should be the ninja mentioned in the previous intelligence. The ninja continued, holding kunai in his hand and looking at Saitama. Well, I see, that iconic eye. Page 202. Ishihara Shin looked into Saitama's scarlet eyes, and the three galleons inside were still spinning slowly. Don't let him leave here. This ninja named Uchiha Saitama has become very famous recently. Shin Ishihara motioned to the ninjas around him. After so many days, he also got the information he wanted from the intelligence troops on the front line. Among them was about Saitama. He hadn't confirmed it before, but now that he saw those eyes and the iconic laid-down sword technique, he really confirmed it in his heart. Saitama looked at the ninjas who were starting to commotion around him, and knew that he still couldn't escape the scene of beating a group of ninjas, but he wasn't nervous. Instead, he felt a little bit of blood boiling. On! Ishihara Shin waved his hand. He was still old after all, and he felt a little bit of difficulty in the few fights with Katama just now. I don't know if Saitama is too strong, or he is really old, and the whole arm of his right hand was still injured by Saitama's Chidoryu, so he couldn't use his strength for a while. With so many rock ninjas around right now, Kyu has no reason to escape. All the ninjas attacked in an instant, and a circle of ninjas close to Saitama immediately picked up their weapons and rushed towards him. Fire escape! Fire dragon flame bullet! Saitama made a seal quickly, and kept moving his feet, dodging the hidden weapons thrown in the air. After the ninja gesture was over, Saitama stood still abruptly, made a handprint, and pointed forward. Twish! Exclamation! Carrying endless flames, the fire dragon went straight to those ninjas who dared to attack Saitama, and the heat wave spread around. In an instant, a path was cleared. Several ninjas were turned into coke under this blow, and at the same time, some ninjas dodged in time and were only scratched by the flames. As soon as the blow was over, Saitama picked up the knife at his waist and rushed straight out. The electric current at the blade turned into a dazzling murderous intent. Facing hundreds of ninja, Saitama didn't flinch at all. HMPH. How many times? Shin Ishihara stood outside the battle circle, and a medical ninja was checking his arm injury. Although he didn't express anything on his face, he had to admit that Saitama's Thunder Dungeon was really strong. The surface of his right arm was directly scorched by electricity, even though he had just covered it with a layer of rocks with Earth Dungeon. At this time, he saw Saitama holding a knife and fighting with a group of ninjas, and he was still at an absolute advantage. Snapped! Exclamation! Kicking a ninja in the chest, Saitama took advantage of the momentum and flew in another direction. The number of enemies is too many. Even if it is as strong as Saitama, there is a sense of powerlessness. Cutting down one and standing up two is almost endless. Of course, the number of rock ninjas is limited, but for Saitama at this stage, such a large number of ninjas is completely beyond his ability to deal with. Twish! Exclamation! Swinging the knife again, Kyu stared, not daring to relax in the slightest. This knife once again took away the life of a rock ninja. The knife slashed across the enemy's throat, taking away the silky red liquid. Seeing that the enemy was still approaching him with unabated momentum, Saitama chopped down the nearest ninjas, while thinking about the escape plan. Continuing to fight these lunatic-like rock ninjas here is undoubtedly mortal, and the only way out is to get rid of these enemies quickly. Boom! Saitama, who was killing an enemy with a single knife, narrowed his eyes, and was directly punched in the back by a rock ninja. The body uncontrollably moved forward a few steps, and the corner of the mouth was bleeding down uncontrollably. Damn! Kyu turned his head and swept away. Before he had time to fight back, several attacks came from around him. Unable to move his feet, Saitama opened Sharingan and wandered around in the battle group. While avoiding attacks, he launched a fatal attack on the enemy. While fighting, Saitama headed towards the east of the camp. There is a mountain there, which may be the key to whether Kyu can escape this time. Physical strength and chakra are constantly being consumed by the enemy, and perhaps Saitama is also a bit overwhelmed. After all, he is not Senju Hashirama, nor the third generation of Reikage, nor Uchiha Madara. Saitama had never encountered such a chaotic battle situation before. Even on the battlefield, he had never been in such a situation. Although at this time, his strength is stronger than before, but he is not an opponent. Earth Dungeon Yellow Spring Swamp. Seeing that Saitama was able to break out of the encirclement of so many people, step by step, several Iwanin looked at each other and used ninjutsu at the same time. The moment the ninjutsu was activated, Saitama sensed it, grabbed a nearby enemy with one hand, wiped the knife on his neck, and took away his cheap life, then stepped on his feet, and his body went high into the sky. The moment Saitama jumped up, the originally solid ground instantly turned into a brownish-yellow swamp, extremely muddy, and was still wriggling, as if trying to drag the enemies above to the ground. Saitama remained expressionless. The moment he landed, he smashed the corpse he was carrying into the swamp, and then stepped on it. His body sank, his legs were slightly bent, and Saitama made a posture of accumulating power, and then the thunder light flashed from his lower limbs, shooting out of the swamp. Don't let him run away. The ninjas around looked at this ninja who was able to fight and retreat even though surrounded by so many ninjas, and they also felt chills in their hearts. But this made them feel that they must not let Saitama go today. Page 203. Before it landed, there were countless ninjutsu smashing towards Saitama in the air, colorful, and the most of them were brown-yellow earth escape ninjutsu. People are in the air, so naturally they can't make unnecessary dodging postures. This is what Saitama had expected a long time ago, and this is just a slightly better result than being trapped in a swamp and becoming a target. But in order to survive, Kyu still tried his best to take precautions in midair, and the electric current all over his body was entangled in all directions, like a suit of armor, and the sword in his right hand swung in a round circle, constantly chopping off the ninjutsu shot at Saitama, or blocking part of it. Poo! As soon as he landed, Kyu spit out a mouthful of blood. With such intensive ninjutsu, he only avoided part of it, and many ninjutsu directly hit his body. Even with the protection of the Thunder Dungeon armor, the surrounding enemies looked at Kyu with cold eyes. Kyu kicked his feet, and rushed into the crowd in the east again. There is no time to fix him now. The enemy is not timid, although Saitama is really strong. But they are not soft persimmons. One knife, another knife, and another knife! Saitama is like a machine, although he has a few more wounds on his body, but the knife in his hand is very steady, constantly taking away the life of the enemy. Sharingan's advantages are extended infinitely at this time. Saitama has a strong autonomy in such a chaotic battle, and he can clearly observe the movements of the surrounding enemies. Die! A roar sounded from the side. Kyu's scalp froze, then he turned around and slashed towards the direction of the sound. Boom! A huge fist landed heavily on Saitama's chest, and the chest sank to the extent visible to the naked eye. Even with Lei Dun protecting him, Kyu was severely injured by this blow. The prolonged chaotic battle was not only exhausting his body, but also his fighting consciousness was constantly being worn down, and he also saw clearly who the person who attacked him was. It was Shin Ishihara, who had injured his arm in one blow and hadn't participated in the battle for a long time. At this time, his hair was standing upright, and a layer of chakra airflow was swimming around his body. Obviously, the secret technique was activated, completely ignoring the previous injuries. Shin Ishihara looked at Saitama, who was hit in the front by his punch, gasped heavily, and did not continue to attack. Just now, seeing that Saitama was able to persist for so long under such a siege, he was also a little surprised. And then, regardless of his arm injury, he forcibly launched ninjutsu, and made a sneak attack at the moment when Saitama was fighting. Although such a method is shameless, it is very practical. Looking at Saitama, who was punched into the crowd, Saitama Ishihara Shin's eyes became sharper. The price of this victory is a bit high. The corpses of Ewa shinobi were already lying on the ground, no less than 30. Chapter 93 Battle Royale. This punch directly blasted Kyu's aura, and the severe injury to his body made him even weaker. And the ninjas around didn't take care of Saitama at this time, and countless attacks directly hit Saitama. Leaving his chest alone, Saitama had to dodge and fight back again. But there were too many attacks from the enemy, and Saitama was seriously injured by another punch. His speed and reaction were much slower, and many attacks were directly called to Saitama. Injury after injury. Kyu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He could feel that his ribs were broken, and there were countless other wounds all over his body, but he didn't have time to adjust his state, so he could only drag his injured body and continue to fight and retreat. Bark exclamation! A kunai was thrown from a very tricky angle, and Saitama was busy dealing with the ninjutsu released by a group of ninjas in front, and had no time to dodge. Kunai directly inserted into the lower back. His exclamation! The sound of a flame burning reached Saitama's ears, and with a glance, he found that there was a detonating talisman wrapped around Kunai's tail, and the detonating talisman already had a precursor to explode. Gritting his teeth, Saitama swung his sword forward, forcing several enemies back, and touched Kunai with the other hand. At this moment, Kun Wu was still inserted into his body, although the penetration was not deep with the protection of thunder done, but blood still gushed out continuously. Boom! Exclamation! A violent explosion appeared. Although it was just a detonating talisman, it was not small. Countless dust was splashed from the place where Saitama was standing before, covering all the places with a radius of several meters. Do you died? The surrounding Yanin could see that Saitama was at the end of his battle, and Saitama, who was in the center of the explosion, might have lost his temper completely by this blow. Twish! Exclamation! At the moment when the enemy was still watching, extremely strong chakra erupted from under Saitama's feet, and the thunder attribute chakra was also frantically stimulating the cells of his body, allowing him to gain faster speed. A figure burst out of the smoke. It was Saitama. At this time, he was completely in tatters, and the clothes on his upper body had been reduced to shreds, sacrificed in the previous explosion. Although he had just seen the detonating talisman, the pressure from the number of enemies was so great that he was a little slower to pull out kunai. In the end, although Saitama threw kunai out, the detonating talisman exploded half a meter in front of him, causing him some damage. There is not much chakra left in his body, and Saitama knows that if he continues to delay, he will definitely die. Regardless of the scars on his body, Kyu was wrapped in electric current, bursting out at an extremely fast speed, and headed east. Stop him! Page 204. Yan Ren yelled loudly. He didn't expect Saitama to be able to explode in this situation. The enemies in the encirclement to the east are naturally trying their best to stop Kyu, but Kyu only has one thought of running for his life at this time, so no matter who's in front of him, he will be greeted with a ruthless electric knife. What! Kyu moved towards the east, constantly slashing and killing, and the screams of the enemy kept coming and going. However, Kyu's injuries continued to increase. Killing one person in 10 steps is no longer applicable here. Kyu is completely killing one person in 1 step at this time. Every time he took a step, a corpse would lie under his feet, and the blood kept rendering the road he walked, constructing a bloody picture. Whoosh! Hold the sword flat, and Kyu turns around, and the enemy's encirclement will spread with Kyu's sword, leaving a certain gap for Saitama. Iwa Shinobi has been completely stunned by Saitama's killing method, and many people have a trace of fear of Saitama in their hearts. Although they were able to leave wounds on Katama's body, they couldn't stop Katama's attack at all. Who would dare to continue fighting? Being hit by Saitama, he would either die or be disabled. Even ninjas like them who have experienced life and death on the battlefield are a little confused now. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Kyu didn't care about the blood at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't care about the injuries all over his body. Come! His voice was a little hoarse. After fighting for so long, Saitama seemed to have less strength to speak. Looking around, Kyu found that no one seemed to dare to continue to attack him actively, but the enemy would not retreat, but surrounded him to prevent him from escaping. After all, he has also reached his limit, and the enemy will definitely be able to drag him to death if he drags on like this. Saitama breathed a sigh of relief, and saw Shin Ishihara, who came forward from behind the crowd. Uchiha Saitama, is that his name? Shin Ishihara pulled his right hand to the side of his body, looked at Katama, who was surrounded and injured all over, and said slowly, he felt that he already had the chance to win now, and it was not impossible to talk nonsense. Saitama didn't speak. The enemy gave him a chance to catch his breath, so he naturally seized the time to recover the chakra consumption in his body. Although his amount of chakra is many times higher than that of ordinary people, he has almost exhausted the battle so far. Chidori Ryu was not a chakra-saving ninjutsu, especially he also pursues stronger killing. Seeing that Katama didn't speak, Ishihara naturally knew what Katama was planning, but he still wanted to say a few more words. The old man's son was killed by you in the suburbs a few days ago. This is one of the reasons why the old man had to kill you. As the most popular ninja in Uchiha, I'm a little bit reluctant to kill you. Ishihara Shen's tone was very solemn when he spoke, and the contours of his eyes became deep, which made him fall into a strange state. What nonsense! Kyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and glanced at the sky. There were many stars twinkling and twinkling. At this time, he felt a sense of despair. Anyone surrounded by hundreds of ninjas would probably be in this state. To be honest, this old man admires a ninja like you. Not only did you dare to sneak into the enemy camp alone, but you still have the guts to fight in the face of so many ninjas, and you have fought for so long. Speaking of this, Ishihara Shin seemed to have lost his temper to speak, and his killing intent became stronger. After looking around, Kyu found that there were at least 100 ninjas around. He had killed at least 50 of them before, but he didn't expect there to be so many. The corner of his mouth moved forcefully, and Saitama took a deep breath. Pedal exclamation with one foot on the ground. Saitama rush towards the east without hesitation. Kill exclamation. Saitama's eyes were bloodshot, and his Sharingan consumption was not small. Now he could feel the discomfort in his eyes, and an explosive sting was constantly eroding him. Kill him. Shin Ishihara was not surprised by Katama's performance, and waved his subordinates to encircle and suppress Katama. Yan Ninja has been killed by Saitama, and it is not possible for Ishihara Shen to recover with a single command. Seeing that his subordinates kept chasing Saitama, but they didn't dare to fight in close quarters, Ishihara Shen's eyes flashed darkly, but he didn't speak. Get out of the way! Shouting to the ninja in front, Ishihara Shen decided to take action himself. Twish exclamation. Although the enemy did not dare to take the initiative to step forward, in order to escape, Saitama kept slashing and killing the ninjas blocking his way. Even Saitama, who is in a bad state now, is difficult for ordinary Iwanin to be his opponent. The best result is to exchange his own disability for a wound on Kyu's body. As for those enemies who were not killed by one blow, Saitama didn't have the time to make up the knife, and his eyes looked at the mountains not far away. Only endless firmness. A huge knife slashed at Saitama fiercely, and Saitama's reaction was already very slow. The initiator of this attack was a Jonin, and he was obviously waiting for Saitama's opening, and the moment Katama just took a step, there was a slight stagnation that made the Iwanin see the opportunity to make a move, so without hesitation, he lowered his body and slashed at Saitama's left leg. He also didn't expect to be able to kill Saitama with one blow, so he chose a leg that was more difficult to dodge, hoping to make Saitama lose his mobility. Slap exclamation. With the sound of bones breaking, a painful look appeared on Saitama's face, but in the next second, his knife came to the enemy's neck, stabbing a bloody hole. The enemy's broadsword was not that kind of sharp weapon, but a heavy blunt weapon on purpose. Page 205. With this blow, Saitama's left leg was directly broken, and his walking movements were also deformed, and he began to stagger. Although he controlled his body not to react violently with a strong will, countless sweat still appeared all over his body. The other Yanin saw the opportunity, their eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they swarmed up. Finished. Saitama fell to the ground weakly, with a knife in his right hand stuck in the ground, supporting his body. A thought suddenly came to his mind. Is that so? Chapter 94. Sharingan. Tick exclamation. A drop of blood fell on the ground under Kyu's body. Kyu stared at the drop of blood slowly spreading on the ground with his eyes wide open. At this time, he was weak all over, his left leg bone was severely deformed, and he had lost his mobility. From this point of view, Saitama's death seems not far away. The surrounding enemies began to surround him, and the figure blocked the only moonlight on his head. In an instant, life or death. Is it over like this? Saitama squatted on the ground. His left leg was slung across the side, and the injured part was severely deformed, causing the calf and thigh to face two different directions, which looked very scary. The gaoyu in the eyes has disappeared, and the clarity of black and white has returned, but the whites of the eyes are still densely covered with bloodshot eyes. The chakra in his body can no longer meet the supply and demand of Sharingan. I'm still not reconciled. I fell down on the road like this, thinking I could see a more beautiful scenery. The nearest enemy's weapon has reached Saitama's chest, and the cold light on it made goosebumps appear on Saitama's skin. Ding! Saitama continued to struggle, slashing the ninja's weapon aside. It was just a very ordinary slash, not even Chidori style, but Iwanen was like a frightened bird, dodging in an instant. A blank area appeared around Saitama. Hee. Saitama looked around and suddenly found it interesting. And those Yanin who retreated seemed to be humiliated, and confirmed that Saitama really had no strength to backhand, and surrounded him again. Ishihara Shin stood on the periphery. His eyes were very calm. He looked at Katama, and he no longer had the desire to do anything. It's over, Konoha's boy. He glanced at the subordinates lying on the ground and the messy camp, and closed his eyes slightly, as if he didn't want to see such a scene. But I'm still a bit unwilling. I've worked hard for so long, but I still haven't fulfilled my wish. At this second, Kyu thought of a lot, and many people flashed in his mind. Granny Xiang, Shisui, Fayu, the Forest Brothers and Shizune. In the next second, several kunai were inserted into Saitama's body, and he picked up Saitama. Puff! Blood spouted from Saitama's mouth. His body became more dilapidated, but his eyes became more energetic. It seems that there is a kind of power brewing inside. How could I die in a place like this? A low growl came from Saitama's mouth, covering up his screams of pain. At the second, the world seemed to be quiet. Time has stood still. Dong dong! Dong dong! Kyu heard her own voice. She was strong and powerful, and a force began to spew out from her heart. In a blink of an eye, it flows all over the body. Swish! Katama's slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and Gaoyu, who was writing Sharingan, appeared in the pupils again. The three-hook jades spun wildly, and seemed to have a tendency to merge. The enemy also seemed to sense that something was wrong with Saitama, and they were ready to deal him the final blow to end the battle that they felt was indescribable. Iwanabu pulled out kunai tacitly, and stabbed towards Katama again. Ha! A cold laugh came out of Saitama's mouth, and he slowly raised his head with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and blood flowed down from the slits of his eyes, and at this time he closed his eyes again. Snapped! Boom! The blue-white chakra cyclone permeated around Saitama, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a white rib skeleton with blue light in it. Once the skeleton appeared, it wrapped Saitama tightly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yanren was stunned, and Kiki looked at the bone frame that wrapped Kyu. Although there was only a part of the ribs, there was an ominous aura all over his body, which made the group of rock ninjas instantly distanced. What? Page 206. Ishihara Shen heard the commotion of his subordinates, opened his slightly closed eyes, and saw the strange scene in the crowd. A skeleton-like thing wrapped Kyu, who had little strength to fight back, and Kyu stood on one leg inside the skeleton. Blood was slowly flowing from his closed eyes. A secret technique? Jin Ishihara made a judgment on this scene in an instant, but Saitama, who was already a fish on the grill, could not turn things around with just one ninjutsu. It is impossible for his chakra and physical strength to support him to complete such a reversal. Kill him. It's just a skeleton. It doesn't seem to have any lethality. Ishihara Shin gave the order to attack. Stepping on the ground, Saitama can sense the changes in his eyes, knowing that he should have broken through the limit, and Sharingan has evolved into a kaleidoscope. Although he didn't kill his loved ones, and didn't see anyone he cared about die, he still opened the kaleidoscope. Is it the strongest talent after all? Saitama's mouth hooked, and he was more sure of escaping from here. Whoa. Susan Yu's skeleton began to change. Originally only a rib appeared to protect Saitama. Now the skeleton began to spread upwards, and two arms evolved in a blink of an eye. And this is not over yet. Two swords appeared in the hands of the skeleton. A long sword like the incarnation of thunder and lightning on the right, and a long sword on the left, a long knife made of flames. However, the fire knife in the left hand is smaller and lighter in color than the electric knife in the right hand, and it is not as active as the thunderbolt in the right hand. It seems that it has not been activated. It is just a superficial appearance. Twish! Suddenly, Kyu opened his eyes, revealing a strange pattern inside. A bold herringbone pattern is at the bottom, and above it is a light-colored arc like a Baito's eyes in memory, connecting the three parts of person. However, the connecting part is in the middle of the person, and there is a sharp point protruding outward in the middle of each arc, just like a corner of a triangle. As for the pupil position, a thickened black dot renders the middle of the person more beautiful. The eyes? The rock ninjas saw Saitama's eyes through the cracks in the skeleton. Involuntarily, their bodies shivered, and their hearts told them that something bad happened. The roles have been switched. Saitama felt the change in his eyes. And with a change of mind, Susanoo's right hand swung out. Lightning surges! Iwa Shinobi felt a bit astonished, and then began to dodge, but several ninjas were cut down by Susanoo. Damn! Ishihara Shin also saw the change in that skeleton, and also saw the change in Saitama's eyes. At the moment when Susanoo launched an attack, the hair on his back stood up, and he shouted loudly, but it was too late. The moment he spoke, Susanoo's sword had already harvested a piece of Iwanin. Disperse! Disperse! Shin Ishihara shouted, and at the same time walked towards Saitama. As a general, he needs to be in front of him at this time. Before he could say anything, Iwanin started to back away by himself. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the bone monster with only ribs and arms is not something they can resist. But will Kyu let go of these enemies who were chasing him before? The answer is impossible. Although his Susanoo didn't have feet at this time, he was still huge, and his attack covered a radius of 10 meters. Oh! Controlling Susanoo's hands, Saitama couldn't stop slashing, and wiped out all the ninjas within the attack range in a blink of an eye. There were screams one after another, and most of the ninjas who were attacked were directly cut in half by Susanoo, but the tenacious vitality of the ninja kept them from dying for a while, so they could only lie on the ground and howl. No! Ishihara Shin stopped and looked at the area around Saitama that was instantly emptied. There, dozens of Yanin were cut in half like hell. Chapter 95 Kaleidoscope. Saitama controlled Susanoo and finished harvesting nearby enemies. Looking at those enemies who were killed by him in the blink of an eye, he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. However, the stinging in the eyes became more intense, as if it was about to explode. Puff! Exclamation! With a smile on his face, Saitama suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the red liquid sprinkled on Susanoo's skeleton, causing Susanoo to start shaking, and the color became lighter, as if it was about to disappear generally. Saitama didn't care. He knew his current state. Although the kaleidoscope was turned on at the critical moment, the body has reached its limit. Being able to cast Susanoo as soon as he opened his eyes was entirely due to burning his own vitality. Page 207. Looking around blankly, Kyu felt that it was time to leave. Iwanin seems to be afraid to go forward and continue to fight this terrifying skeleton. Although there are dozens of remaining ninjas, all of them have fearful eyes. If it wasn't for Ishihara Shin on the side, as senior ninjas, they would all start to run away. Susanoo was really scary. Although this is only the first stage of Susanoo, its combat power is not at the same level as ordinary ninjutsu. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is crushing. Stop! Kyu bent one leg and was about to jump east, when a voice sounded. It's Ishihara Shin. The Scarlet Charian stared at him. Kyu didn't know what he was going to do. Stop himself. Although he was burning his life force to cast Susanoo, did he think that he and a group of rock ninjas could stop him? Swish! Stretching and bending his right leg, Saitama looked like a one-legged frog, jumping towards Shin Ishihara, and Susanoo followed Saitama like a huge armor, clinging to him tightly. Earth escape. The return of Earth and Land. Ishihara Shin looked serious. He didn't allow the enemy to leave his jurisdiction like this. Even if he died, he would keep the enemy behind. Seeing Kyu leap towards him, he formed a seal with one hand, and then slapped the ground with his palm. A huge slab of rock emerged from the ground, then erected in front of him. Twish! Exclamation! Susanoo's knife cut straight through the stone slab, and Saitama continued to move towards Ishihara Shin without saying a word. He needs to resolve the fight as soon as possible and get out of here. The longer you wait, the more likely enemy reinforcements will arrive. Although he is in a strong state now, the wear and tear is not small. In just this moment, Saitama can feel the weakness of his body. Go to hell! Breaking through the rock slab blocking the front, Saitama controlled Susanoo and continued to attack Ishihara Shin. The blue-white blade draws a stern arc at night, and wherever the blade passes, a black line appears in the space, as if it has been cut. Shin Ishihara roared loudly, and he lifted a huge stone above his head. Following his movements, he threw the stone towards Saitama and Susanoo, who were in the air. Hee! Saitama didn't care. Susanoo swung the blade, and the huge rock was cut in half and fell to both sides. Ishihara Shin's pupils contracted, and he understood the difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves. At this time, Susanoo almost fell a few meters in front of him. It's amazing. Ishihara Shin didn't do anything else. Looking at the several-meter-high skeleton, he sighed endlessly. At this moment, he realized that he really couldn't keep up with the times. But how could the old man give up like this? Ishihara Shin gritted his teeth. The expression on his face was very serious, and his facial features became more three-dimensional. As he lowered his body, with him as the center, half a meter began to tremble. Some fragmented stones began to float into the air, and the muscles in his left hand continued to expand, and the meridians became more prominent. Earth Dungeon aggravated rock art. As soon as Katama landed, he saw the change of Ishihara's shin, but he didn't care. He bent his leg again, and his body controlled Susanoo to shoot at Ishihara's shin again. Ishihara's shin looked at Katama with deep eyes, activated ninjutsu, and rushed towards Katama at the same time. Bang! Life and death are only a moment. Ishihara's shin and Susanoo collided. The fist clenched in his left hand and the blade smashed together. A wave of airflow swept away from the center of the two people in an instant. The wind blew up the scattered stones and dust on the ground, and the surrounding rocks stared at the two people in the center with difficulty. Although they also hope that Ishihara Shen can win, but judging from the size, this is not a battle of magnitude. PFFD. Saitama's mouthful of blood turned into blood arrows and sprayed on Susanoo. The color of the skeleton became lighter, and even the color of the two knives became dim. Hey boy! Ishihara Shin had blood dripping from his nostrils, even from the corners of his eyes, but this time he actually laughed. Earth Dungeon Yellow Spring Swamp. I saw a seal made by my right hand, which was unable to use after the injury, and Saitama and his feet turned into a swamp, muddy. Page 208. Sure enough, the ninjas of the older generation are not fuel-efficient lamps. Kyu hunched his body, covered his mouth with one hand, and blood dripped continuously from between his fingers. Set fire, kill him. He must not be allowed to return to Konoha camp. Ishihara saw that Saitama had been hit by his own ninjutsu, and his mobility was limited. He seemed to be relieved, and called the ninjas around him to attack him and Saitama. Saitama looked at his right foot, which was constantly sinking, and controlled Susanoo to insert his knife into the ground, pushing the entire skeleton body upwards. Quick! Ishihara Shin saw Saitama's movement, quickly grabbed the blade of Susanoo's right hand with his left hand, and sank down. Kyu immediately felt a strong force dragging him down. Yanren looked at the anxious two people, looked at each other, and then launched ninjutsu. All kinds of colorful ninjutsu turned into a dense sky, attacking the two of them. Saitama squinted his eyes. The pain in his eyeballs made him see things blurred, but he still forced Susanoo to protect himself tightly. Bang! Exclamation bang! The ninjutsu hit Susanoo, causing the skeleton to sway uncontrollably, but it still maintained its basic shape. The ninjutsu of these ninjas obviously couldn't break through Saitama's defense. On the way, Saitama looked at Shin Ishihara, who was affected by those ninjutsu, and muttered. Ishihara Shin didn't have Susanoo's protection. Although Iwanin's ninjutsu was concentrated on Saitama, the power of ninjutsu still caused him damage. At this time, he was unkempt and covered with fine wounds. Looking at Saitama, who seemed to be unharmed, a shock flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he was about to back away. If you can't keep Kyu, and your own death is in vain, then it's better not to die. He had plans in his heart, but Saitama would not give him the chance to leave. Twish! Exclamation! Susanoo held a knife in his left hand and slashed towards Shin Ishihara at an extremely fast speed. It was not something Shin Ishihara, who had bottomed out his chakra and was still injured all over, could dodge. Bark! Exclamation! The dull red streaked across Ishihara Shin's waist, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He stared blankly at his waist, unable to believe that he had just been tricked. Zizzy! Exclamation! Another slash. Susanoo's right hand slashed down with a sword, cutting off one of Ishihara Shin's arms, and the current spread to the upper body along the wound ended. Exclamation! Kyu looked at Ishihara Shin, who had been cut into several pieces, and jumped towards the east without looking back, leaving a mess on the ground. The surviving Iwanin didn't dare to stop him, and let Saitama bounce away. Go and call for backup. Looking at Ishihara Shin, who had lost his breath of life, a ninja shouted loudly. He was clutching his right shoulder, but his arm had disappeared and disappeared. Looking at the smooth-cut surface, it was obviously caused by Saitama's Susanoo. Saitama, who left, vomited blood while jumping. Blood is worthless at this time. Soon, he reached the foot of the mountain in the east, and Susanoo had disappeared at this time. He looked behind him at the enemy camp, which was full of flames and corpses, and then plunged into the forest. Chapter 96. The Ninja in the Dark. Saitama's physical condition at this time is extremely bad, but he can't stop yet. The enemy might chase him, so he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Jumping on one leg in the woods, Saitama's speed is not very fast, but fortunately, he is still steady. Although one leg is disabled and the left foot is completely unable to bear the weight, Saitama doesn't have much expression on his face. He had just gritted his teeth and pulled back the crooked bone, and there was no difference in appearance. In a place that no one saw, 2 ninjas in robes stood silently on the branches of a tree. This is a place 1 kilometer away from the rock ninja camp. How's it going? One of the ninjas wearing a tanuki mask spoke. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, the target has come out of the camp. The squatting ninja next to him paused and replied. The 2 of them were ordered to monitor the target here and report the target situation to the above in time. What happened? The standing ninja was obviously a little surprised. He didn't know how strong a ninja needed to break out of the enemy camp alone, but the target obviously didn't have such strength. Page 209. It may be a secret technique. He summoned a huge skeleton. It was a huge skeleton, and then broke out. How can that be? The 2 looked at each other, and the ninja in charge of observation nodded with difficulty, reconfirming that he was telling the truth. Then report the situation to the adults. The adults should be interested. The ninja in the tanuki mask had a calm voice. He felt that the matter was not simple, and he had never heard that Uchiha had such a secret technique. Boom! Exclamation. While speaking, he made seals with both hands and pressed them on the branch, and the black runes spread. With a flash of white smoke, an extremely ugly bird appeared on the branch. It had a huge beak out of proportion to its body, and the other ninja was not idle, holding a pen and a scroll writing something quickly. After dozens of seconds passed, he rolled up the scroll and threw it into the bird's mouth. The bird didn't speak the whole time, and didn't even communicate with the ninja. After swallowing the scroll, it flew away very clearly. Follow up. The current situation of the target is not very good, and I don't know what the adults want to do. The squatting ninja stood up. He was wearing a mask with a drawing of a bird, and a pair of white pupils were exposed from the eye holes. Okay. Nodding to each other, the 2 walked in the same direction without making a sound. Kyu didn't know how far he had gone. Anyway, he identified a direction and kept going, from night to dawn. Although the wounds all over his body did not continue to bleed, he still looked very miserable. The clothes on his upper body were already torn to pieces during last night's battle, and now there were only a few pieces of cloth hanging on his body casually. The blood from the injury had dried up and formed a hard shell, which stuck to Saitama's body like a pair of blood-colored armor call. After running away all night, Kyu really lost his strength and fell to the ground. You should be able to rest for a while after running away for so long. Saitama rolled over and sat down, leaning against the foot of a tree. Panting heavily, Kyu had time to look at his own situation. I don't know how many ribs were broken, but fortunately, the broken bones didn't hurt the internal organs. But the constant pain in the chest reminded him that there was an injury. The left leg was broken at degrees. There were also several puncture wounds on the abdomen and back. Deep, you can feel the pain when you breathe at this time. There are countless large and small wounds in other places, but none of them are as serious as the previous ones, so Saitama directly and selectively ignores them. If it weren't for Saitama's own strong recovery ability and extremely high selectivity, these injuries would have dragged him down long ago. In one night, Saitama's chakra also recovered partly. Looking at the wound on his abdomen, a green light came out of his right hand, and he pressed on the wound. Palm Immortal Art. This is the medical ninjutsu that Shizu managed to master before and taught Saitama. This is the first time he has officially used it. The cold touch rippling on the wound, followed by slight itching, Kyu knew that it was the growth of granulation, so he was not surprised. Using this method, Saitama treated several serious wounds on his abdomen at once, and then turned his attention to his left leg. Tear! Saitama tore off the fabric of his left leg, turning the long trousers into shorts. Looking at the fracture site, Saitama clearly saw purple bruises, and because it was a fracture similar to a double fracture, a piece of broken bone had been inserted outside the skin, but was pushed back by Saitama on the way to escape. Hand Immortal Technique. It is still a bit difficult to deal with this kind of injury, but it can still stop the injury and stop it from getting worse. Covering his legs with his hands, the green light began to spread. It took a while. Saitama simply treated the injury and was ready to go again. This is still the range of Iwanin's strength, and it is still not safe to stay here. Only returning to Konoha's defense line can make him feel at ease, and his injury can only be truly healed when he returns to the camp. This time he has completed the task. One person destroyed most of an important material transfer station of the enemy. Although the material was not damaged much, the number of ninjas killed was not a small number. According to Kyu's own estimate, there were no less than 100 people who died in his hands last night, especially the massacre after Susano came out. Wrapping a cloth strip around the injured leg, Saitama stood up straight. After using Palm Immortal Technique for treatment, the effect was even better than he expected. Although the leg was still aching, it seemed that he could walk normally. Standing up, Saitama walked a few steps casually, feeling pretty good, although the fractured part was not repaired by hand immortal technique, but he gritted his teeth. The pain was still tolerable. After recalling the map in his mind, Saitama knew that there was a plane going forward from here, and then it was the front line of Konoha. Although it is said to be the front line of Konoha, it does not actually belong to the country of fire. The country of fire and the country of rocks are not neighboring countries, and there are several small countries in between, such as the country of grass and the country of Taki, and the country of rain in the triangle. Since Kaiyan village and Konoha have established good diplomatic relations for a long time, they are allies. This time, the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha took place on the border of the country of grass. It is more accurate to say that the battle between the two major ninja villages took place in the country of grass. Page 210. This is a brutal fact! A small ninja village or a small country is just a display in front of a powerful ninja village, without the slightest resistance. Persist for a while and go back to solve other problems. After running all night, Saitama could feel the hunger in his stomach. But now was really not the time nor the time. Hanging the ninja knife on his waist, Saitama went on the road again. After last night's battle, Sharingan has evolved to the level of a kaleidoscope, but at this time Saitama can't use it again. Yesterday when I opened my eyes, I used Susanoo, which is a big burden on the eyes, and yesterday I used my vitality in the maintenance. The current Saitama can clearly feel the emptiness of the body, but he has a certain understanding of the ability of the kaleidoscope. The one in the left eye should be Amaterasu, who is known as the strongest fire escape, and the ability in the right eye, Saitama, is still not very clear, is very vague. Although fire escape is not the escape technique that Saitama is good at, one of Kaleidoscope's abilities is indeed Amaterasu. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Saitama was alert to the surrounding situation and quickly shuttled through the woods. Immediately approaching that plain, we must adjust our status to face unknown dangers. On the plains, it was easy to be spotted, and it was unknown what was going on with the pursuers behind. Saitama squinted his eyes, and there were bursts of stinging pain in his eyes constantly attacking his brain. Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of Iwanin wearing vermilion ninja costumes marched in the forest following Saitama's trail. Soon, they came to a place where Saitama had stopped before. Keep chasing! A tall and burly figure squatted down to look at the trail left by Kyu, and then ordered. If Saitama was here, he would be able to recognize that this Iwanin, who was bigger and stronger than Jiraiya, was the current son of Dokage, Wang Tu. Chapter 97 Murder. Kyu didn't know that it was Huintu who was chasing him, otherwise he might have escaped at a faster speed. Who is the Lois? He is not only the son of Dokage, but also a powerful elite Chonin. Based on Saitama's previous experience, he can be regarded as a quasi-cage level powerhouse. After all, he is a man who can blow a flying tail beast into a golden horn with one punch, and use ninjutsu to suppress a heretic golem and 10 tails for a short time. From these details, it can be seen that Huintu is definitely not a weak player. Even Saitama, who is currently using the kaleidoscope, is not an opponent. Of course, the Saitama here is naturally the Katama, who is not in a good state and lacks chakra and physical strength. After a long time, Saitama finally passed through the forest and saw the plain. To the eye, there are desolate yellow rock formations. Although it is a plain, the plants are sparse and there is no extra green. Saitama couldn't see the edge of this area at a glance. Licking his lips, Saitama could feel the dryness on them. After running for so long, he didn't stop to eat, not even drink water. The only few times to supplement the needs of the body are a few wild fruits picked casually on the road. But that's just a drop in the bucket. Looking back at the deep forest behind him, Saitama jumped directly from above. The terrain of the forest is much higher than the plain in front of it. Saitama follows the slope at an angle of tens of degrees, with chakra attached to his feet, and quickly descends to the plain. Originally, he could jump directly, but the injury of his left leg made him hesitate a bit, so he chose a safer method, descending to the plain. Kyu continued to run forward without looking back, although his behavior was very conspicuous here, increasing the chance of being discovered. Kyu couldn't control so much at this time, and returned to the Konoha camp as soon as possible. That's the business. Although this area belongs to Yanian, it is in an unimportant area, so there are no ninja troops stationed here, so Saitama dared to act so presumptuously in such an open area. Although the wound on his left leg was healed with palm immortal technique, running for such a long time still has a heavy burden. Saitama forced ninja pain, tried to use his right foot as a power point, and his left foot as a balance point, and kept moving forward on this rocky wasteland. Time passed slowly, and Kyu was about to leave this wasteland, but suddenly, Kiyu's heart suddenly burst, and a very bad feeling permeated his heart. What happened? Kiyu stopped in his tracks. The muscles between his eyebrows twisted together unceasingly, causing his eyelids to twitch as well. Although there was a saying in the previous life that jumping left is fierce, jumping right is rich, Kiyu didn't think that would be the case. Raising his head, Saitama looked at the horizon in the distance. It was still the same wasteland, yellow and red mixed together. It looked very desolate. Maybe it's because I didn't rest all night. I'm too tired. Kiyu thought of an explanation, but still raised his vigilance to the highest level to prevent unknown dangers. Already here. He was about to leave the area belonging to Yannian. He didn't want to make any mistakes. Besides, he is currently in an extremely bad state, and the depletion of his vitality during the battle the night before made him feel as if his body had been hollowed out. After thinking about it, Saitama moved on. Page 211. My lord, the target is not far from us. A ninja wearing a bird mask was kneeling in front of an old man wearing a dark robe and half of his body wrapped in bandages. His raised eyes were white, looking cool and calm. Well, let's set it up. Don't let him get away. Make sure everything is safe. A trace of bloodthirsty flashed in Danzo's exposed one-eyed eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. From the known information, he knew a piece of news that interested him. Saitama is able to summon a gigantic skeletal giant at his dominion in battle. Such ninjutsu reminded him of his former teammate Uchiha Kagami. That is Uchiha man who inherited the spirit of fire, and he is also a powerful ninja. When Danzo was young, he and Kagami were members of the guards of the second generation of Hokage, and he knew Kagami very well, and many rumors about the Uchiha family were also learned from Mirror's mouth, just like the spell that can summon giants. Of course, as a high-level executive in Konoha village, Danzo later learned many secrets. Susanyu, that's the name of that ninjutsu! A ninjutsu that starts with top secret and is sealed in the deepest part of Konoha archives. The first record of this ninjutsu comes from Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha. When Danzo was young, his interest in Uchiha came entirely from his teammate, Uchiha Kagami. Ever since the mirror opened a door for him, his fascination with Uchiha's blood has been out of control. Later, he became Konoha's real high-level executive. He has read and even studied all Konoha's secrets about Uchiha. When his subordinates sent back the news that Saitama was able to use Susanoo, his heart felt as if someone had grabbed him, and his heartbeat slowed down a few beats. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This is the idea that Danzo immediately reacted to when he saw the information. The eyes that once existed on Uchiha Madara reappeared in the Uchiha family. Danzo's heart was touched again! Originally, he came out this time just to make up for his lack of body again, but Saitama gave him a surprise, which made him feel a little dreamy. Kaleidoscope Sharingan! Danzo's research on Sharingan is no less than that of the real Uchiha ninjas, and even the current Uchiha tribe in Konoha, except Saitama. No one is more familiar with Sharingan than him. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart is extremely hot. He seemed to see the time when he controlled those dreamy eyes and enveloped Konoha's will and his will in the ninja world. Looking around, several ninjas belonging to the roots are setting up enchantments. This is what he specially ordered. If Saitama really opened the kaleidoscope, only the enchantment and seal are the best ways to deal with Saitama at this stage. After all, if Saitama uses Susanoo again, no one here can really stop him and prevent him from escaping. Danzo can only arrange these things in advance. With his right hand hanging on his chest, Danzo walked slowly behind a rock. Saitama is coming! Call! Kiyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling uncomfortable all over, but he had to keep going. Almost. Glancing ahead, Saitama knew that he was about to enter Konoha's area. With a kick of his right foot, Saitama stepped on the ground and shot out, spanning more than 10 meters. 4 purple flame formation. As soon as his right foot landed, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart, and before Kiyu could respond, 4 voices rang out around him. Disease? Saitama stood still, touched his waist, and looked around. It was found that with him as the center, there were 4 masked ninjas forming mudras with both hands, and with them as the 4 corners, a layer of purple enchantment enveloped itself inside. Saitama thought it would be the enemy chasing him, but at a glance, he found that it was not the ninja of Eiwa Kakashi, but the ninja of Konoha. This kind of secret technique only exists in Konoha's ninjutsu scroll, and there is no way to leak it. Seeing the masks on the faces of those ninjas, Saitama knew who he was facing. He didn't speak. He touched the knife with his right hand, and looked at a stone not far ahead. The poor state caused his perception to drop to the extreme, and he didn't even notice that the enemy was nearby. There was a sound of a crutch touching the ground, and a person who was not surprised by Saitama slowly came out from behind the rock. Page 212, Chapter 98. Shout. The crutch touched the ground and made a series of sounds, as if hitting Saitama's heart. You don't seem surprised? Danzo stood still, holding his cane in his left hand, and looked at Katama. Saitama did not speak, and adjusted his state. The appearance of Danzo here means that he really has something to do with Saitama. The people of Uchiha were found by dancing for nothing more than their eyes. Saitama didn't even bother to talk, and observed Danzo and the ninjas around him. He didn't know when he was targeted, and when his whereabouts were exposed. But after glancing at a ninja standing behind Danzo, Saitama knew why. Those white eyes are always so eye-catching and unique. Even wearing a mask, Saitama knows what blood stains are through the two holes. Hinata rolled her eyes. Kyu took a deep breath, tightened his knife, and still chose to speak. So he asked, Master Danzo, what do you mean? Although he already guessed the reason why Danzo came here all the way, Kyu still asked, Oh, I thought you could keep calm. Uchiha Saitama. Danzo stared at Katama with one eye. The eyes inside seemed to swallow Katama. He exuded a gloomy aura, like a beast about to attack. Since your lord is not going to answer me, then let me go. After all, there is a task ahead, so don't delay. Saitama looked at Danzo. There were 4 ninjas behind him. One of them was confirmed to be a ninja from the Hyuga family, with blood stains from his eyes, and the rest of them couldn't tell their history. As a ninja of Konoha, for Konoha, there is nothing wrong with it. When Danzo was speaking, the scar on his chin was constantly twisting, looking terrifying. However, I think your role is more than that. As soon as he changed his voice, he showed a cold smile, and at the same time, there was an extremely strong desire in the depths of his eyes. Kyu remained silent. He knew he couldn't do well today. If the condition is good, Saitama, who has already turned on the kaleidoscope, is not afraid of Danzo. But at this time, he does not mention the injuries on his body, and even using Sharingan will cost a lot. Give me your eyes. Uchiha Saitama. Danzo let out a low growl, picked up his crutches, and pointed at Saitama. Sure enough, things were headed for the worst. Then there is nothing to talk about. Saitama thought to himself for a moment. The second he saw Danzo, he was ready to fight. The nonsense before was just delaying time, and wanting to give himself more respite. Let's do it. Bring what the old man needs. Danzo did not turn his head, and ordered to several subordinates behind him. At this time, Saitama's strength has been greatly reduced, and the ninjas here are all carefully selected by him. The strength is comparable to the root members of the elite Jonin, and they are very tacit with each other. Various combinations of ninjutsu are easy to master. Even if it is Saitama in a complete state, Danzo thinks that his subordinates can challenge it, let alone Saitama, who is half disabled and in a bad state. Following Danzo's order, the 4 ninjas standing behind them looked at each other and walked towards Saitama, who were less than 30 meters away from Saitama. Kyu tensed his body, and slowly pulled out the knife from his waist. A battle was inevitable. Although he is not in good condition, it is not his style to obediently wait for death. Swish! Saitama kicked his feet and launched the attack first. He is not the kind of master who is quiet, and he also likes to take the initiative in battle. At this time, Kyu had already forcibly opened Sharingan, and the 3 Goyu were circling in his eyes. However, the consequences of turning on Sharingan also followed. Saitama could feel a strong stinging pain constantly stimulating the eyeballs. The pain, like acupuncture, continued to spread and spread to the depths of the brain, making it difficult for Saitama to see things. There is a bit of wobble and fuzziness. But fortunately, Saitama's control and adaptability are very strong, and a little influence does not affect Saitama's battle. The electric current was wrapped around the right leg, and Saitama jumped out directly using the right leg as the power point. After crossing the distance of a few people, he came to the white-eyed ninja in an instant. The knife in Saitama's right hand slashed mercilessly, and the blade was covered with a thin layer of electric current. It has to be said that Saitama's injuries and the consumption of previous battles have too much impact on the present. As a result, Saitama's speed and attack have dropped a lot, and even Chidori's strength has dropped a lot. Swish! Hyuga ninja tilted his head back, but his lower limbs were like nails, standing on the ground, avoiding Saitama's sword. When Saitama's knife passed through his head, he stepped on his feet again, his body stretched, and his upper body bounced back to the original place, and at the same time, his hands quickly approached Saitama's body. Bob with 36 palms, the eyes under the mask showed calmness, and the root ninja quickly moved his hands towards Saitama's body, with chakra stirring in his palms, aiming at the acupuncture points. Damn it! Kyu narrowed his eyes, and Gaoyu immediately judged the enemy's attack trajectory. First, he dodged the enemy's front palm attack, then stepped on the ground with his right foot, stretched and bent his leg, and shot to the side. Earth Dungeon Hardening. Page 213. As soon as he dodged the attack of the Hyuga ninja, another voice rang in Saitama's ear. It was another ninja. There were 4 enemies in total, coming towards Saitama in a triangle formation, and the Hyuga ninja that Saitama just attacked was the tip of their formation. A punch hit Saitama's chest fiercely, and Sharingan could clearly see that the ninja's skin had turned black and yellow, as if it was covered with a layer of rock shell. The body leaned sideways, the knife in the right hand rubbed against the enemy's fist, and slashed towards the enemy's shoulder. At the same time, the body quickly moved in the direction of the enemy. Jingle! The blade slashed at the enemy's shoulder, making a sound. But Saitama could feel that he didn't hurt the enemy, but just tore his clothes. Saitama frowned, not discouraged. His current physical condition is indeed very bad, and the damage has dropped by more than half compared to usual. Moreover, although chakra has recovered, it still has not returned to the level, which makes Saitama have to carefully plan the use of chakra. As a result, Shidoryu's damage was insufficient. Backing away quickly, Saitama held the knife across his chest. Wind blade. Before Saitama could react, there was another chakra fluctuation behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, Saitama saw a ninja clasped his hands together, and several huge wind blades converged on his chest. With a wave of the enemy's hand, the wind blade flew straight to Saitama with great momentum and extremely fast speed. As a last resort, Saitama used chakra to stimulate the cells and increased his speed. The not much chakra in the body dropped again. Although Saitama instantly increased his speed, the enemy's wind blade was not so easy to hide. After all, it was the elite of the root. One of the wind blades rubbed against Saitama's waist, leaving a long and narrow gash on it. Blood spewed out in an instant, and the ninjutsu of the wind attribute has a characteristic, that is, cutting. After dodging the attack, Saitama lowered his body and glanced at his waist from the corner of his eye. The incision of the wound was very smooth, about 1 centimeter deep, and the red flesh inside was turned outward by this blow. If it's later, I'll probably be cut in half. A trace of cold sweat slipped quietly from his forehead. Saitama gritted his teeth and said nothing. A few root ninjas surrounded Saitama in a formation of horns. Kyu looked at the last ninja who didn't make a move, and also noticed his abnormality. I saw that his cuffs were very big, and at this moment, small bugs kept flying out and scattered around. She is a ninja of the Oil Girl clan. Chapter 99. Desperate, pursing her lips together, Saitama slowly took a few steps back. The movement of the left leg was very stiff and uncoordinated. In the battle just now, although Saitama had consciously not used his left leg too much, the fracture still aggravated the injury. When he was unable to exert force, his left leg was completely unable to bear the force. Saitama showed no extra expression on his face, just moved his left leg silently. But this scene still fell into the eyes of several root ninjas. As ninjas with rich combat experience, they instantly saw Saitama's discomfort. Based on the clues, they directly judged Saitama's situation. Secret technique. Parasite in Kyu's eyes. That person has been confirmed to be the root member of the ninja of the Oil Girl clan, commanding a swarm of insects, commanding the insects to turn into a sky and cover him. Swish! Saitama kept dodging, while also guarding against the attacks of several other enemies. If this was changed to Saitama in full state, he would definitely not dodge in such a mess, but instead cover Chidoryu all over his body and rush towards the enemy. However, the amount of chakra in Saitama's body is not enough for him to squander like this. The parasite followed Saitama's figure and entangled him continuously, with the momentum of endless death. Kyu knew that the best way for the ninjas of the Oily Girl clan to attack the ninja body as soon as possible, otherwise the bugs would be endless. But it's easier said than done! Saitama glanced at the 3 ninjas who blocked the ninja from the Oil Girl clan behind him, feeling powerless in his heart. Boom! A fist hit Katama's feet. Katama volleyed backwards, and Sharingan was urged to the extreme. Swish! Another wind blade flew towards Saitama, and Saitama in midair blocked the sword against the side of his body, and lightning burst out from the blade. Thunder! Thousand bird knife. With a swing of the knife, the wind blade was shattered. Bhagwat 72 palms. Page 214. As soon as his right foot landed, there was a sound behind Kyu, and the enemy did not know when he was spared behind him. Hiss! Do we still have to do this? Saitama took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, time seems to slow down. An ominous atmosphere began to permeate Saitama's whole body, and wisps of blue and white chakra airflow began to surround Saitama. Susanoo, who, when he opened his eyes again, the Gaoyuan Kiyu's eyes had disappeared, and what appeared was a more ancient and more complicated pattern. Bang bang bang! Exclamation. The enemy's baguation hit the skeleton without causing any damage to Saitama. Okay? The enemy was shocked, and instantly opened the distance from Saitama. The information they had records about this ninjutsu, and they knew that it was a very lethal ninjutsu. Plap! Exclamation. Susanoo's ribs wrapped Saitama, blocking the enemy's attack. Puff! Exclamation. Saitama spat out a mouthful of blood, which dripped down the corner of his mouth onto the ground. Is this Susanoo? Danzo also saw it for the first time, and his face was moved for the first time. He clenched his cane tightly with his left hand, staring at the skeleton that wrapped Saitama. Saitama's face became extremely pale, and he used Susanoo forcibly again. The pain in his eyes made him see things constantly moving closer and further away, which was very unreal. There are not many chakras in the body. Saitama knows that he must make a quick decision, and there is a Danzo next to him to deal with. Of course, he doesn't think he can kill Danzo in his current state, so he just wants to rely on Susanoo and escape here. The Susanoo used this time is almost only the ribs, but the consumption of chakra is still huge, and the pupil power of the eyes is also being consumed continuously. Looking around, Saitama saw the 4 Genbu ninjas on guard, and Danzo, who was observing him carefully, called exclamation. Saitama knew that he had to spend some money, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, his eyes began to urge Susanoo to continue to visualize. His exclamation. The blue-white cyclone wraps around the skeleton and extends upwards. In a blink of an eye, Susanoo's hands appeared, with a fire knife on the left and a thunder sword on the right. However, Saitama, who had performed such a level of Susanoo, was not having a good time. His face was directly pale with gray, and a look of death appeared on his forehead. He is the Susanoo who is forcibly driven by his vitality, and his physical condition, which was already bad, continues to deteriorate. Kill you all. Kyu looked at those enemies with a gloomy look in his eyes. Twish! Exclamation. Susanoo's huge size and speed are completely disproportionate. Saitama does not care about his vitality and urges Susanoo with all his strength. At the same time, he circulated the chakra in his body to his feet, increasing his speed even more. Saitama can't control so much now. If he doesn't use Susanoo, he feels that he will be killed by these root ninjas. Danzo can kill him without moving his hand. This is not the result he wants to see. Even if his life is overrun, he will escape from here, and even kill a few enemies in front of him. Susanoo wrapped Saitama, followed Saitama across a long distance, and approached the enemy. The blue knife flashed past and slashed at the ninja who was using Tudon, because he was standing at the front of the formation. The enemy also knew that Saitama's current attack was not so easy to block, so he quickly moved his body to avoid Susanoo's thunder sword. Zizzy! Exclamation. The thunder sword was drawn on the ground, and the blue and white electric current spread continuously on the ground like thunder. Escape ground walk. Spread. Before Danzo could speak, the 4 root ninjas dispersed and landed in 4 directions of Saitama. Secret technique. Quadruple binding. As soon as the enemy settled down, ninja marks were made instantly, and lines of black spells scattered from their bodies to the ground. In a blink of an eye, the ninjas in the 4 directions were connected by dense spells. Rise! The 4 enemies shouted in unison, following their voices. The black runes attached to the ground seemed to be alive, and the color began to turn yellow, and then jumped into the air, forming a huge encirclement, entwining Saitama and Susanoo in the middle. This old man doesn't mean to underestimate you. This is a secret technique at the root. It can even restrain the tailed beast for a short time. Don't waste your energy. Danzo remained still, looked at Katama, who was struggling constantly with slightly raised eyelids, and said slowly. He hadn't moved much since the beginning of the battle, but now he slowly approached Saitama, who was restrained. Damn it! Saitama tried to twist his body, but found that his mind had an idea, but his body couldn't keep up, and he remained motionless. Although Susanoo is controlled by his mind, no matter how he directs and controls, he still cannot break free from the enemy's ninjutsu. It can only achieve the effect of shaking. Your injury should be serious. I don't think it will be a disadvantage if you continue to drag it on. Danzo stood almost 5 meters away from Susanoo, and his feet happened to be the boundary of the bondage technique. He was holding a cane in his left hand, and his eyes were burning, looking at Susanoo's eyes as if it was already his thing. Page 215. After struggling for a while, Kyu found that it was useless, so he stopped his movements and stood there quietly as if giving up the treatment. Have you given up? Danzo thought secretly. He didn't attack either, but just looked at Katama silently. After all, Saitama has a skeleton protecting him outside, and there is nothing they can do at this time. But looking at Saitama's state, he can't maintain this ninjutsu for too long. Master Danzo, is this how you protect Konoha? Saitama's face was sullen. His left eye was tightly closed, and his right eye was staring at Danzo not far away. Hee. No one can doubt me on this road of protecting Konoha. You may be Konoha living in the sun, but I'm a root buried deep in the ground. A little sacrifice is nothing. Danzo seemed to have heard a joke. The wound on his jaw twisted, and he said to Saitama in a hoarse voice, I have shed blood for Konoha, I have blocked swords for the village, or should I be treated like this by Danzo-sama? Saitama's face was expressionless, and the kaleidoscope in his right eye became more profound. People from the Uchiha are not qualified to say these words. What is in your blood is the factor of restlessness, and Konoha's stability needs to get rid of you. Danzo frowned. He didn't know what was the use of Saitama saying this at this time, delaying time who can save him, or what cars does he have. Danzo thought for a while, and felt that Saitama was just a struggle before his death. After all, even he himself could not make a comeback in this situation. Let's go, Uchiha Saitama. Konoha will remember you. Just let yourself die under the glory of Konoha. Danzo glanced at Susanoo, who had faded away, and knew that the time had come. As he finished speaking, the 4 ninjas responsible for restraining Saitama formed seals at the same time. The originally quiet spell became active, and the colors became more vivid. Secret technique strangle binding the mantra wrapped around Susanoo began to become hot, and traces of light continued to shine. His exclamation white smoke continued to emerge on the skeleton, and Saitama, who was inside Susanoo, watched all this quietly. Twish exclamation after a stalemate for a few minutes, Susanoo finally couldn't hold on and turned into a blue-white chakra airflow, disappearing around Saitama. Kill! The eyes of several root ninjas brightened. Without the protection of Susanoo, the current Saitama was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of them. A little bit. Kyu looked at the killing intent in the enemy's eyes, and a trace of anxiety appeared in the depths of his right eye, silently feeling the state of his body. Numerous runes lost the goal of Susanoo, and began to find Saitama's body. Saitama didn't dodge, and let the runes climb up his body from the ground along his legs. In the blink of an eye, Saitama was bound in place. This pair of eyes, the old man will accept it. Danzo looked at Katama, who had been restrained, and walked over slowly. At this time, Kyu's face was covered with gray, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Looking very miserable, Danzo's crutches stopped in front of Saitama. Uchiha's only role is to contribute a small role to Konoha's peace. The old man will treat your eyes well, and they will shine brightly in the future. With that said, Danzo planted his crutches in the ground, and touched Saitama's eyes with his left hand. There was an unconcealable longing in his one exposed eye. Danzo's hand kept enlarging in Saitama's eyes, and in a blink of an eye it was near the orbit of the right eye, and the coldness continued to spread at the contact point. Go to hell, Danzo. There was a smile on Saitama's mouth, and a sarcasm in his right eye. Amaterasu Chapter 100. The last counterattack. Well, is this? Danzo kept looking at the pattern in Saitama's eyes that fascinated him, but still noticed something unusual. Boom! Exclamation. But it's too late! Exclamation. Saitama has already activated his last whole card. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared instantly and burned directly on Danzo's body, and he was caught off guard. Oh! Danzo backed away in a hurry, and the crutch fell directly to the ground. The screams continued to come out of Danzing's mouth, and a black flame was like a worm with bones attached to him, burning continuously. Page 216. Grown-ups. The root ninja exclaimed. Even the ninjutsu that controlled Saitama was unstable, but then they stabilized their figure again and tightly controlled Saitama. Boom! Exclamation. It didn't end after Saitama set Danzo on fire with Amaterasu, and his eyes fell on the rune on the ground again. The black flames began to burn those runes, and the black runes were constantly twisted and quickly destroyed, and the fire of Amaterasu continued to spread and burn along the connected runes. Danzo's screams were still ringing over there, and the ninjutsu runes that trapped Saitama were slowly being destroyed here. Snapped! Kyu slumped to the ground. The dense runes covering his body had dissipated, and the ninjutsu had been destroyed by him. Ugh! Saitama cried out in pain as blood trickled down the corner of his eye while covering his left eye with one hand. My lord! Several root ninjas landed next to Danzo, but Danzo's condition was very bad at this time. The black flames had already surrounded him, and his screams became weaker. Water dungeon. A root ninja used water dungeon to try to extinguish the black flames on Danzo, but to no avail. In the end, the few root ninjas didn't dare to touch Danzo rashly, so they could only stand there, Hoo-hoo! Saitama took advantage of this gap and breathed in the air heavily. At this time, he had no strength to resist at all, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. Should he be dead? Saitama looked at Danzo's motionless body, and the black flames were still burning his body lying on the ground. That's enough. The next step is to escape from here. Kyu didn't think that Danzo could counter Amaterasu's ultimate move at this time. In order to use this technique, he tried his best to mobilize Sharingan. Even Susanoo couldn't care less. Kyu looked at the enemies who were slowly looking over, and stood up from the ground, also holding his own sword. The pattern of Sharingan was still in a kaleidoscope state, and he just looked at those enemies like this, which already made them afraid to go forward. What a powerful ninjutsu! A voice sounded from behind Saitama, which made Saitama's scalp numb. He is very familiar with the owner of this voice. Saitama hurriedly turned around, but a fist was even faster, and came to his cheek the moment he turned around. Boom! The fist hit Saitama's left cheek hard, and his eyes flashed disbelief. Slap! Kyu fell to the ground and glides towards the rear. On the way, Kyu's body was still weak and rolled a few times, looking very embarrassed. What does this mean? Saitama was a little puzzled. Didn't Danzo be burned by Amaterasu? That situation couldn't be a substitute technique, and it couldn't be an illusion. Saitama stared at Danzo with a sullen face. Saitama's eyes fell on Danzo's right body, which confirmed his own guess. The pale skin was very abruptly put together on half of Danzo's body. After Danzo punched Saitama, he didn't continue to attack, but stood in place, and his left hand kept taking off the bandage on his right arm that was full of spells. While taking it, Danzo was talking. One of the old man's treasures for many years was destroyed by you just like that. However, your eyes can just make up for my loss. Slap! When all the bandages fell to the ground, Saitama saw a scene that made him feel familiar. There are 3 eyes inlaid on Danzo's arm, one of which has turned dead white and has no color, and there are still 3 Gaoyu spinning in the remaining 2 eyes. The scene makes one's scalp tingle. So that's how it is. Saitama stared at Danzo's arm, knowing it instantly. He originally thought that Danzo didn't have enough Sharingan at this time, so he couldn't use the ninjutsu Izanagi. Obviously, he was too naive. How could Danzo, who is so obsessed with Sharingan, wait until the day Uchiha was exterminated before starting to collect Sharingan? I don't know if you have heard of this ninjutsu, Izanagi, the perfect ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Every time you use it, one eye will be blind. Danzo took his right hand to his chest, and the bandage on his right eye was also removed, and a writing sharing eye with 3 gu jade was spinning in his eye socket at this moment. Lowering his head, Danzo saw the Sharingan on his arm that had lost its function, and smiled. He thinks it's worth it to exchange a pair of kaleidoscopes with an ordinary 3-pointed jade writing sharing eye. How ironic. Uchiha's secret technique was used to persecute Uchiha's ninja. Saitama staggered upright, his chakra depleted. With a smile on his face, Saitama fixed his eyes on Danzo. As a hero, die here on the battlefield. Uchiha Saitama. Bark! Saitama's eyes narrowed, his body paused. A pale hand passed through his chest, and Danzo was already tightly pressed against his chest. Pooh! Saitama spat out a mouthful of blood and quietly looked at Danzo in front of him, seemingly powerless. The writing sharing eye in the right eye stared at Saitama. Danzo watched as Saitama's eyes slowly lost their luster, changed from a kaleidoscope pattern to a 3-pointed jade, and then returned to black and white pupils. Konoha will remember you, won't it? Slowly pulling out his hand, Danzo said to Kyu word by word. Blood slowly gushed out from the wound and dripped on the ground. Hee. Saitama glanced at Danzo, his hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he decided to let go of Hiroshi. Page 217 This is. Danzo was startled and jumped back, with his left hand across his chest, observing Saitama's every move. He naturally saw the change in Saitama, but he didn't know what secret technique he needed to use. After all, the kaleidoscope was too mysterious. Although he, as a high-ranking Konoha, has read all Uchiha's ninjutsu that he can know, but he still dare not be careless when facing the kaleidoscope. Just like the black flame before, he didn't know anything about it. Lord Huangtu, the scouting ninja, found a barrier ahead. A rock ninja said to Wang Tu, I'm not blind, I see it. Wang Tu took a deep look at the enchantment with a purple halo in front of him, with a calm expression on his face. Let's go there. Go and see what's going on. Stay vigilant, and be ready to fight at any time. Wang Tu raised his hand, took the lead, and quickly approached the barrier. A group of nearly 100 people followed Huangtu mightily. Oh, Susanoo again? Danzo looked at Saitama with gray hair and bleeding eyes. Saitama's killing intent towards Danzo was extremely strong at this time. Although he had exhausted his chakra, he still forcibly used his vitality to use Susanoo, and the pupil power in his eyes was emptied in an instant. He originally wanted to use Amaterasu again, but in his current state, even if he consumed his vitality, he couldn't use it continuously, and it was not practical, and he couldn't achieve the effect of continuous killing. Go to hell! Saitama directly controlled Susanoo to swing a knife and slash at Danzo, but he dodged it deftly. Let's go together and get rid of him quickly. Danzo knew that this was Saitama's last counterattack, so he was not careless, and called his subordinates to do it together. Several root ninjas watched Danzo appear intact from the side, and successfully got rid of the black flame. They were not surprised. They were 100 loyal to Danzo, as long as Danzo was fine. Now that they heard Danzo's order, they nodded at each other and dispersed, surrounding Saitama in the middle. Chapter 101. This is the ninja world. Crackling exclamation. Susanoo, whose right hand thunder sword slashed to the ground, cutting nothing, but the electric current on the sword is like thousand bird flow, which is transmitted to the ground and covers a radius of several meters. Danzo fell to another place, and surrounded Saitama with several root ninjas. Saitama stood in the middle of Susanoo. His body was so weak that he hunched over, and there was blood dripping from his eyes and chest, especially the injury caused by Danzo just now. A huge gap appeared on Saitama's right chest, and through the wound, one could see what was inside. Covering the wound with one hand, blood gushed out from between the fingers unstoppably. Slap! Exclamation. Saitama took a step forward, with Susanoo closely guarding him. Just for this step, Ki walked very hard. His body swayed like a candle in the wind, and he would fall down in the next second. Danzo frowned at Saitama, who would not give up and wanted to continue fighting even in the current situation. What makes you persist so much? Is it the hope of living? Danzo made a seal with his hands, thinking in his heart. Wind escape vacuum wave. He tilted his head back, took a sharp breath on his chest, and then sprayed out a transparent airflow from his mouth. Although it is an air current, it is extremely fast, piercing through the air with a piercing sound. Bark! Exclamation. The ninjutsu hit Susanoo's skeleton, piercing a gap in the chakra airflow above it, but it returned to its original state in a blink of an eye, which was obviously useless. Earth Dungeon. Yellow Spring Swamp. A root ninja slapped the ground with both hands, and the ground under Saitama's feet instantly turned into a muddy swamp. Call! Exclamation. Saitama struggled to open his right eye. He seemed to have no strength to attack, and let the enemy throw ninjutsu at him. He stepped on the swamp, expressionless, staring at Danzo. Wind escape. Wind blade. A few more transparent blades slashed on Susanoo's body, but they couldn't cause a little damage to Saitama's body. At most it made Saitama more exhausted. Puff! Exclamation. Resisting this wave of attacks, Saitama spit out another mouthful of blood. Maintaining Susanoo's form is always a pain in the ass. The current situation seems to be settled. Although Saitama used Susanoo, he was unable to continue to attack and could only resist. But Danzo and other ninjas can't break Saitama's defense for the time being, so they can only continue to consume. But the balance of victory is still inclined to Danzo and others. They are not injured and in good physical condition. The longer the time drags on, the weaker Saitama becomes. You can only hide in a turtle shell. Uchiha Saitama. Danzo looked at the current situation and sneered. He kept looking at Saitama's face with dark eyes, trying to see where Saitama's limit was. Page 218. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Kiyu would fall to the ground in a second. But Kiyu still stood there, staring at himself and the others. Sir, there is a situation. The white-eyed ninja suddenly said to Danzo that he was a melee combat ninja, and he had no choice but to take Saitama, so he stood aside and kept observing Saitama's situation with white eyes. But he just suddenly discovered that not far outside the enchantment, a team of rock ninja appeared. There are quite a few of them, and they are rushing towards them in a mighty manner. Danzo stared at Saitama, and his eyes flicked to the ninja. Yuyanin are approaching. There are about 100 people, and the territory should be Huantu. He knows Huantu's information very well, so he can distinguish Huantu's chakra at a glance and confirm his identity. Frowning, Danzo knew that he couldn't delay now. What's wrong, my Danzo-sama? Although Ki was injured, but his ears were still there, he naturally heard what the ninja said, and said to Danzo, Damn! Danzo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stretched his left hand to his mouth, bit his teeth, and slapped his hands directly to the ground. Spiritualism nightmare tapir. A burst of white smoke rose, and a huge brown-yellow psychic beast appeared in front of Saitama. Is this the end? Caillou had a bad premonition in his heart the moment he saw Danzo using psychic spells. As soon as the nightmare appeared, under the instruction of Danzo, it opened its big mouth directly to Susanoo where Saitama was, like an abyss swallowing, and the unmatched suction pulled Susanoo to fly to that mouth. Saitama was powerless to resist. Even if he controlled Susanoo to insert the weapon into the swamp under his feet, he flew towards the nightmare's big mouth together with a part of the swamp. There was a look of success in Danzo's eyes, watching Saitama fly towards the mouth of his psychic beast. Click! Susanoo stabbed his knife into the ground and stopped the momentum, but he was still slowly moving towards the nightmare. Saitama's face was pale, and his right eye was blankly looking at Danzo, who was standing next to the nightmare, who was sure to win. Lord Huingtu, we are just ahead. Yan Ninja's troops arrived not far from the barrier, and they could see the situation in the barrier from here, so they stopped and watched. Is that the ninjutsu mentioned in the information? Wang Tu looked at the blue and white skeleton in the enchantment, and said to the side, Yes, Mr. Huingtu. A ninja with a broken arm looked at him, with a trace of fear in his eyes. He was a survivor of the previous camp. Who is the other person? Looks very familiar. That psychic beast. I seem to have heard my father mention it. Due to the distance problem, Wang Tu did not recognize Danzang immediately. These Konoha ninjas are killing each other? Another ninja couldn't believe it, because he knew that it wasn't Iwanin who was fighting Saitama. The other people don't know where they came from. Let's cover them first and leave them behind. Wang Tu waved his hand, and the troops behind him began to surround the purple barrier. My lord, Yan Ninja has come over. If you don't leave, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. A ninja reminded Danzo that Katama was still struggling at this time, as if the swallowing of the nightmare had already plowed the ground in front of him. Damn it! Danzo saw that the nightmare had no choice but to take Katama for a while, and waved his hand to signal the psychic beast to go back. With a sullen face, he said to the ninja on the side, Try to drag the footsteps of Iwanin. As soon as I succeed here, I will evacuate immediately. Yes, the white-eyed ninja and another ninja turned and left, apparently to make some preparations so as to slow down Iwanin's pace. However, with the existence of the four purple flame formation, Iwanin couldn't get in for a while. It's really helpless. Saitama looked at the Iwanin troops that had appeared in sight, and found that no matter what, he should have no way out. Even if he escaped from Danzo, according to his current state, he would not be able to trust the group of rock ninjas who were chasing him. Thinking this way, because of the disappearance of the nightmare, the attraction also disappeared. Saitama also reached the limit, and Susanoo also disappeared, turning into a stream of chakra, dissipating in the air. Exclamation with a long sigh of relief, Saitama staggered forward a little weakly. Bark! Exclamation. A transparent air knife flew over and slashed at Saitama's body, leaving a huge gap. Saitama shook back, but did not fall to the ground. He looked towards the place where the ninjutsu was initiated, and Danzo was staring at him with a riding wheel eye. It seems that I really have no strength. Danzo tried a bit, said a word, and walked towards Katama at the same time, walked to the back, faster and faster, and approached Katama in a blink of an eye. Slap! Exclamation. After all, Kyu couldn't resist, and fell to the ground, with blood gushing from several blood holes in his body. Lying on the ground, looking at the blue sky, Kyu felt a little cold, and his mind became empty, without any distracting thoughts, and even breathing became a little difficult. Looking at a pair of feet, Saitama knew that it was Danzo, and Danzo was obviously standing beside him. Page 219. The eyes. The old man just took it. Danzo leaned down, touched Kyu's right eye with one hand, put two fingers in a clasp gesture, and was about to clasp the eyeball out. There was a greedy look in his eyes, like a big bad wolf meeting a little white rabbit. Hee, how could it be possible for you to succeed? Saitama opened his right eye with a sarcasm, and then opened his left eye suddenly. The charming kaleidoscope mosaic bloomed in his eyes again, turning into murderous intent, stabbing at Danzo, who was less than half a meter away from him. Amaterasu, this is Saitama's last move, and everything is bet on the ninjutsu unleashed. Caught off guard, Danzo from such a close distance couldn't dodge, and was hit again. Covered in black flames, fell backwards, collapsed on the ground and rolled over, screaming round after round. But not long after, the screams of Danzo, who fell to the ground, disappeared, and the body on the ground immediately turned into a phantom and disappeared on the ground, leaving only the fire of Amaterasu still burning slowly. Izanagi Kyu knew that Danzo could still use this ninjutsu several times, so he didn't plan to kill Danzo simply like this. He just wanted to mess with Danzo's mentality and delay for a while. Then he set his eyes on Danzo, and after lighting the black flame, Kiyu made up his mind. This time, he should really be unable to run away, but his eyes will never be left to the old bandit Danzo, and he is unwilling to keep even a tiny bit of his body, so he once again overdraws his vitality and pupil power. Using what he should, it was the last Amaterasu in his life. Goodbye, world. Saitama looked at the clouds in the sky. They seemed to have turned into faces that Saitama was familiar with. The corners of his mouth curled up, as if to say goodbye. The gaze of the left eye fell to his legs, then his body, then his arms. Boom! Exclamation. Those places touched by the sight of the left eye seemed to be doused with gasoline, and ignited a raging fire. The black Amaterasu fire enveloped Saitama in an instant. It really hurts. I didn't expect to die from my ninjutsu in the end, but there's still a lot to do. How is the mother-in-law recently? You are so old. Your body is getting better every day. But with Shishui and the others, my mother-in-law's life should not be bad. The family also has various benefits. I should be considered dead in battle. Maybe my name will be engraved on the heroic tablet. There is also Uchiha. Without me, will you still go the old way? I don't know if Shishui will be influenced by me a little, and he will truly take on the responsibility of the family, and no longer cringe like a coward. There's still silence. What a pity. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Saitama maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth, and slowly closed his eyes. The ninja world is always full of death. Chapter 102. The empty Danzo. No. On the side, Danzo, who had just been resurrected, saw the black fire burning on Saitama's body, with a hysterical gloomy expression on his face. He walked quickly to Kiyu's side, looking at the black flames and Kiyu, who was burned by the fire, but still expressionless. Danzo-sama, I'm sorry for making you worry so much. Saitama hadn't lost consciousness yet. He felt someone standing beside him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw Danzo. Although every cell in his body was wailing, there was still a smile on his face, a very happy smile with a hint of sarcasm. Danzo looked at Saitama's eyes, that were still charming in the flames, and knew that it was impossible to obtain, with a gloomy expression on his face. This action can be said to be a failure. Not only did I lose a pair of Sharingan, but now it seems that I can't even get Saitama's eyes. That flame could not be extinguished, even if he was willing to risk his life to force Saitama's eyes out. The flame would continue to burn. Humph! It's amazing. Danzo waved his hand and turned to leave. Iwanen was already not far from the barrier, and it would be too late if he didn't leave. As the darkness of the ninja world, Danzo is still very decisive. Knowing that things have reached this point, it is impossible to get Saitama's eyes, so he chose to leave directly. He knows what he wants, and for what he needs, he can use all means, but in the end, if it still doesn't help, he will decisively stop! Stop loss in time. Earth Dungeon. Yansu collapse under the signal of his eyes. The root ninja behind Danzo used ninjutsu on Saitama lying on the ground. With Saitama as the center, the land began to crack, and then reversed, pressing Saitama below, and countless rocks piled up on top. Let's go! Danzo's complexion was very bad, although he was originally a gloomy kind of person, but this time his face was as cold as frost, and there was endless anger suppressed in his eyes. He lost 2 Sharingans and still hasn't got Saitama's eyes, which makes him very uncomfortable! Especially Caillou, who would rather self-destruct than let him succeed. Danzo's teeth are about to be gritted. Yes, my lord, you should leave here first. We will stay behind and delay for some time. At this time, Yan Ninja had already appeared outside the barrier, and Wang Tu recognized Danzo through the purple barrier. Strange light flashed in his eyes, thinking about why Danzo appeared here. Page 220. Well, then I'll go to the camp. You guys try to keep up. Danzo had once again covered his arm and left eye with a bandage. He glanced at the ninja troops outside the barrier, and then turned his gaze to the place where Saitama was buried. Twish! Picking up Saitama's knife from the ground, Danzo walked in another direction. Just as his subordinate said, staying here is not a good idea. He needs to get out of here quickly. With 8 root ninjas dragging down the enemy's pace, he can retreat with peace of mind. Click! The moment Danzo reached the boundary, the purple enchantment was untied by itself. Twish! Danzo didn't stop. He bent and stretched his body, and went in the direction of Konoha. Wang Tu looked at the leading Danzo without stopping him. Danzo's strength is at least a veteran movie class, and his own strength is not enough to keep him. Even he's not fully sure to keep Danzo. What's more, there are 8 ninjas who don't seem to be low in strength. You guys stay here. Wang Tu looked at the ninjas standing in front of him. Bloodlust flashed in his eyes. The already burly body became stronger in a second, and the exposed skin became darker. obviously using ninjutsu. Kill them. Huan-Tu kicked his feet, rushed towards the root ninjas, and ordered his subordinates to do it at the same time. The root ninjas looked at each other and nodded slightly, without flinching. Various ninjutsu began to be brewed in their hands, and then they were used. With a gloomy face, Danzo headed towards Konoha's camp, holding Saitama's sword in his hand. This action outweighed the losses. He suffered a great loss. Lost 2 sharing eyes. The body's yin-yang escape balance seemed to be out of balance again. The chakra on his right arm kept rioting, as if it would break out of his body in the next second. Fortunately, he still has a dose of medicine given to him by Orochimaru before, which can temporarily suppress the thousand-handed cells. But even with the potion given by Orochimaru, he didn't have a good time, and waves of pain kept sweeping through his body. Danzo decided to go to the Konoha camp, and wait for his subordinates to come back before turning back to Konoha. He came out this time with the permission of the 3rd generation. On the surface, it was for the mission, but secretly only he himself knew the purpose, so he won't be afraid of being suspected when he arrives at the camp. After all, the mission scrolls written by the 3 generations are still on him at this time. Retreat, I'll give you cover, a root ninja said to the others. Because of the mask on his face, he couldn't see his expression, but he could feel that he was not emotionless in his tone. Another ninja looked around and saw several companions who had fallen to the ground and lost their breath of life. You alone can't stop them. Stepping on his feet, his body dodged the attack of Yan Ninja, and he said to the ninja, I'm going to use that technique. Try my best to buy you time. A group of bugs surrounded this root ninja, and many corpses were lying at his feet. All of them were covered with soy sauce, obviously poisoned to death. Hearing what he said, the remaining root ninjas nodded, without being pretentious, and swept towards the back directly. However, Yan Ninja still wanted to chase those ninjas who were trying to escape, but was stopped by countless bugs and couldn't get away for a while. The insect control master looked at the rock ninja in pieces, and the pupils under the mask burst out with bloodthirsty light. Farewell, this busy and dark world. Secret technique Zerg explosion back. Huan-Tu beheaded several ninjas one after another, although he was a little exhausted, but his eyesight was still there. He was the first to notice something was wrong, and hurriedly told his subordinates to retreat, but many of them rushed too fast to stop them. Bang! Exclamation bang! Exclamation bang! Palm-sized worms appeared on the surface of the rock ninjas who had been killed by the bug controller before. When the worms began to swell, those corpses seemed to have lost their nutrition and slowly turned into mummies, and all flesh and blood became the nutrients of the worms. In just a few seconds, the bug exploded under the control of this oily ninja, and he also spit out blood at the same time as the explosion. His body kept shaking a few times as if being hit hard by someone, and the blood dripped down the lower edge of the mask to the ground. All the enemies within the range of the explosion were either killed by the explosion, or were splashed by some green juice. Their expressions changed, and they fell to the ground, struggling unceasingly. After finishing all this, Genbu Ninja knelt on the ground with a bang, propped his hands on the ground, and the red blood continued to drip down the mask to the ground. This ninjutsu was created by himself by referring to many treasured secret techniques at the root, and it is not a perfect ninjutsu at present. This ninjutsu is very powerful, but it cannot be used as a conventional weapon, because every bug that can explode will have a spiritual connection with his body, so every explosion will shake his mind. At least a few months of self-cultivation, and at worst an idiot exclamation, his brain was directly smashed into a paste, and he lost consciousness. Through the hole, he saw it was Shinobi who was outside the range of the explosion and began to walk towards him cautiously, but the dizziness in his head left him no extra time to think. Boom! Exclamation! The moment the enemy approached him, another explosion occurred. This time it was his ninja body, and the nearby rock ninjas were directly affected. They didn't expect the enemy to be so cruel to them, so they chose to blow themselves up. Page 221. Wang Tu stood in the distance with a very bad expression on his face. The few fleeing enemies had disappeared from his sight, and the loss of the chasing troops this time was not small. Looking around, Yan, who was lying on the ground losing his breath, couldn't bear it, and there were many people with red faces, struggling, half dead. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield, and others to send the wounded back to the camp. Huang Tu waved his hand and headed towards the Yannian camp. In this situation, he didn't even bother to take care of the task when he led the team out, but he seemed to see that the target of this mission seemed to be killed by Dan's. Aren't they all Konoha ninjas? Huang Tu was a little confused, but it didn't matter anymore. He just wanted to think of a way to let him account for the failure of this mission. Chapter 103 Death News. Darkness envelops everything without a trace of light. Saitama was buried more than 10 meters underground. According to the script, he should have been burned to ashes by Amaterasu. No, it should be said that there were no ashes at all. The last memory in Saitama's mind was Danzo's gloomy face. As Danzo turned and left, he was buried underground, and countless heavy stones pressed him to the bottom. Then there is no more then. Saitama just lost consciousness like this? Amaterasu has started to devour everything. Elder Danzo means that Saitama has died? Namikaze Minato looked at Danzo sitting in front of him with a calm face but very gloomy eyes. Danzo is a high-ranking Konoha, and there is still a certain gap between Namikaze Minato's current status and him, even if he is a popular candidate for Hokage. Therefore, Namikaze Minato maintains due respect for Danzo, although he has never liked Danzo's style very much. Danzo put the knife he picked up earlier on the table, with dried blood on it. Namikaze Minato looked at the ninja sword, his eyes fixed. Although he and Saitama have only met a few times, and there is no unnecessary communication with each other, he still has the impression that this is Saitama's saber. On the way to carry out the task, the old man encountered Saitama, who was in a hard fight. Although the old man tried his best to help him, he still couldn't save him. Danzo drooped his eyelids slightly, looking at Namikaze Minato with one eye, without any fluctuation in his tone. The old man's subordinates are still in the unknown in order to give the old man a chance to escape. The old man is also very sad about Uchiha Saitama's misfortune. Namikaze Minato stared at the knife with mixed feelings in his heart. Not long after Kyu came to his side, he died directly. All of this was too dreamy, almost like writing. Even a ninja with a firm mind like him was stunned for a few seconds. Saitama is the most popular Konoha ninja recently, so he died so simply. Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it, but Danzo's evidence was in front of him, and he had to accept the news. Elder Danzang goes to rest first. If your subordinates come back, I will notify you. After thinking about it, Namikaze Minato said to Danzo, "Okay." Danzo got up directly, walked outside, and looked at the knife that belonged to Saitama before leaving. He wasn't sure whether Iwa Shinobi had seen the scene where he and others besieged and killed Saitama before, so he defined Saitama's death first, which would save him unnecessary trouble. It's difficult. Namikaze Minato watched Danzo disappear into the tent, sat on the seat, and knocked on the head with one hand. Looking down, a scroll was spread out on the table. There is a name on it, which is Jiraiya. This is a letter from his teacher Jiraiya. It doesn't explain anything important, but it mentions a person. It is Uchiha Saitama. Among them, Jiraiya also said that Saitama is a very interesting person. Although he looks very cold, he is very appetizing to him. I hope that here, Namikaze Minato can take more care of him. Although death in battle is common here, Saitama's identity is a bit sensitive. Thinking of something again, Minato Namikaze rubbed his eyebrows. This news will be announced later. For many people, this is indeed a blow. Namikaze Minato's blue eyes showed embarrassment, but then he looked out firmly. The dead are dead. Konoha village, Uchiha clan. It was rare for Uchiha-san to sleep late today. As she got older, she slept less and less. But today, she slept until noon when the sunlight penetrated the glass of the window, and Shanshan woke up. The second she woke up, she felt inexplicably sad, as if she had lost something important. Looking in the direction outside the village, she always felt that her feelings had something to do with Saitama, but Saitama was far away on the battlefield, and she could only know about Saitama from the half-monthly battle report. And it has been almost half a month since Saitama left the village this time. There should be news about Saitama in the new round of battle reports. After all, he is the pride of Uchiha now. Page 222. Abandoning the gloom in her heart, Uchiha Zhang did nothing, put on her clothes and sat in the yard. The anxiety in her heart was like wildfire, burning continuously. Mute, bring me the file over there. Tsunade directed Shizune. She sat upright in her seat, always feeling that Shizune was out of her mind today. "Oh, yes, Tsunade-sama." After waiting for a few seconds, Tsunade heard Shizune's answer. She pursed her mouth and said nothing. Ever since Saitama left here, Shizune has become concerned about gains and losses, but this situation will not last long, and Shizune will be able to adjust her state soon. Okay, go get me something to eat. I'm too busy helping Dashuan with documents today, and I don't even have time to eat. Tsunade signaled Shizune to go out to get some air. After all, Shizune also helped her here for a day. Young people always feel bored, so it should be fine to go out to get some air. Jingyan nodded. Her expression was a little abnormal, and she walked out slowly. Her heart was beating fast and she couldn't calm down at all, as if something was about to happen. Swish! Exclamation! Jishui stabbed the enemy's chest with a knife. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot again. The figures dodged several times, and the surrounding fog ninja burst out with blood mist, and then fell to the ground. Nice job, Shisui. A young man wearing the costume of the Uchiha family jumped over from the side, holding a short knife with wet blood on it. Ju, it's over on your side too. Then let's go and join the big army. I always feel that something bad is about to happen. Jishui put the knife and fork to the scabbard on his back, frowned, and the 3 hooks in his eyes slowly disappeared. TCH. Ju put away the knife and made a sound at Shisui's. He obviously felt that Shisui was too cautious. Namikaze Minato looked around and found that everyone was still immersed in the news just now, especially the 3 of them. Inakacho looked at the ninja knife on the table and did not move for a long time. Is the news accurate? Chika Hisanara broke the silence and immediately questioned the accuracy of the information. This is the news brought back by Elder Danzang, and he also gave me the knife. After hearing this, Lu Ju frowned and didn't continue talking. His eyes showed a look of thinking. So, little brother Saitama really died in battle? Q Dao Ding's Yuo was very serious. The flesh on his face was squeezed together, and his eyes were narrowed into lines. It's hard to accept, but it's true. Namikaze Minato put his hands on the conference table. His yellow hair was illuminated by the light that penetrated the tent, reflecting a gleam of light. The expressions of the others in the room were different, but they all felt a little regret for the death of an excellent ninja like Saitama. They are not familiar with Kyu, but it does not prevent them from knowing Kyu. At a young age, with excellent strength and potential, he may be the face of Uchiha for the next few decades, but he still died here. In the next battle report, I will pass this news back. After all, Uchiha Saitama's death was too sudden and his identity is a bit special. Namikaze Minato stood up and signaled the end of the meeting. Everyone go back and rest first. There are tasks tomorrow. Grown-ups. 3 ninjas half-kneeled in front of Danzo. Each of them had serious or minor injuries, but they found Danzo immediately. Well, let's go down first, and return to the village tomorrow. Danzo squeezed his right arm a few times with his left hand, and looked at several subordinates with a little blankness in his left eye. He didn't ask anything else, since only 3 ninjas came back to report. The other 5 should have died in battle. What a heavy loss. Danzo's one eye slightly widened, looking at the back of his subordinate leaving. Chapter 104 Leaf Village. Naruto Office. White smoke filled the office, hiding the 3 generations sitting at the table, looming. Bang! Exclamation! Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. His eyes once again fell on the information from the Iwagakashi front. Oh, sighing deeply, Sandai got up and walked to the window, looking outside. Has Danzo come back? Page 223. After standing for a while, Sandai spoke, facing the empty office. Elder Danzang returned to the village early this morning. Anbu wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared in a corner of the office, half kneeling on the ground, answering Sandai's questions. Sandai nodded, stopped talking, and continued to look at the whole Konoha. The Hokage building is considered a tall building in Konoha. Whenever he feels tired or anxious, he will stand in front of the window and look at the village. This will calm him down instantly and find his place. Danzo, is it you? Midai narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction of the Uchiha family, thinking silently. Danzo's departure from the village and Katama's death seemed to him to be such a coincidence, and Katama's death was passed on by Danzo. It all gets weirder. The 3rd generation knows that Danzo has always treated Uchiha especially, and under the influence of the 2nd generation, Uchiha's image has never been positive in his heart. And the situation of Danzo is also very strange recently. Although he is 3 generations old, his eyesight is still there, and some actions of Danzo cannot escape his eyes. Not long after, a ninja pigeon left Mui village and headed towards the hidden fog front with disappointing news. The 3rd generation needs to tell Orochimaru the news and let him pass it on to Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Uchiha Saitama is the one of the current Uchiha's new generation. This news must be known to Uchiha Fugaku, who is the patriarch. Father, Uchiha Itachi was wearing a black high-neck jacket, and his red face remained calm. Fuyu didn't speak, sat on his seat, and simply responded. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to go around the battlefield with the medical team. Get ready. In the past few minutes, Fuyu suddenly raised his head and said to Itachi, after being on the battlefield for so many days, he felt that it was time for Itachi to experience a real war, even though Itachi was only 4 years old. Yes, the look in Itachi's eyes was very calm, and he nodded at Fayu. He had known this day would come. Go down first. If you encounter Jishui, tell him to come to my place. Fuyu waved his hand, and then continued to flip through the documents. Orochimaru's golden pupils reflected the scroll in his hand. He had a calm face, as if nothing could move him. After a long time, putting the scroll on the table, Orochimaru leaned back, his back pressed tightly against the chair. I have high hopes for you, Saitama. There was a sigh in his tone, and there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes for a moment, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Go and call the Uchiha Patriarch and say that I have something to look for him. Orochimaru spoke to the outside, but the hoarse voice was extremely penetrating. Outside the tent, a figure flashed past and then disappeared. Saitama's death turned into a storm in some people's hearts. Father, Uchiha Itachi walked into the tent and saw Fayu with a sad face. It had been a long time since he had seen Fuyu show such an expression. It's a weasel. Fuyu raised his head, with sadness in his eyes, and motioned Itachi to take a seat beside him. What happened? Itachi knew that people would not be sad for no reason, and asked with his eyes wide open. Itachi, is war terrible? Fuyu didn't answer immediately, but asked Itachi instead. Itachi showed a pensive expression. He thought of those ninjas who were carried back, and finally nodded heavily. Yes, war always brings endless killing and hatred. People pray for peace but have to pick up the knife in their hands to defend the people or things they cherish. Having said that, Fayu lowered his head and looked at the table, which was a report by a person. Katama died in battle. After a short pause, Fayu said in a calm voice, with deep depression in his tone. What? Itachi couldn't believe it, and stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Fayu. During a mission, Saitama was surrounded by enemies and unfortunately died in battle. Fayu repeated again, unconsciously touching Saitama's personal file on the table. Information, are you sure? Although Itachi didn't spend much time with Saitama, Saitama always made a good example. When he heard the news of Saitama's death for the first time, he couldn't believe it. This is also the first time he has heard of the death of someone close to him. Sitting back slowly, a pair of eyes flickered on Itachi's immature face. Page 224. He is only 4 years old, and the world can only hold a few people, and Saitama may be one of them. Maybe this is the cruelty of war. Itachi looked down at the ground, thinking. Tsunade's tent. As Orochimaru's partner, Tsunade also learned of Saitama's death immediately, but she didn't know how to open her mouth to tell her disciples the news completely. Mute, don't be busy, let's take a rest first. Looking at Shizune, who was still sorting out the files, Tsunade called out and signaled Shizune to sit down and rest. Tsunade-sama, I will fix it quickly. Shizune obviously didn't hear what Tsunade said. She hurriedly speeded up the movement in her hand, and several documents were scattered on the ground in a hurry. Blushing, she squatted down and began to tidy up. Let me do it. Tsunade did not know when he had come to Shizune's side, and picked up the documents on the ground. Yeah. Jingyin was a little embarrassed. She had been in a very bad state in the past few days, and the anxiety in her heart was lingering. She took a glass of water and sat on a chair beside her, trying to calm herself down. Mute, I want to tell you some news, but I want you to stay calm. Can you do it? Tsunade put his hands on the table, stood opposite Shizune, staring into Shizune's eyes. Huh? Shizune held the cup in both hands and looked at Tsunade. She had a bad premonition. Shizune frowned, looked up at Tsunade. His black and white eyes were shining brightly. Orochimaru came to me just now and told me a piece of news. It's about Uchiha Saitama, Tsunade said as he walked up to Shizune. And then? Shizune seemed to have a premonition of what Tsunade was going to say next. His eyes began to turn red, the hand holding the cup began to tremble, and even the water in the cup began to ripple. When Saitama was carrying out his mission, he fell into siege and died in battle. Boom! Exclamation! The water glass fell to the ground. It's not true, is it? Shizune stared into Tsunade's eyes, tears flickering. Tsunade understands Shizune's pain at this time. After all, she has experienced such life and death twice. Hugging Shizune, who was already crying, Tsunade's face only had empathetic loneliness. Saitama is so powerful, why? Shizune buried her face in Tsunade's chest, still in disbelief. Tsunade didn't speak. She couldn't believe it when she knew that Duin was killed. After all, Duin is also very strong. Stop crying, stop crying. Tsunade kept patting Shizune's back like comforting a child. Master Tsunade, let's get out of here. After a long time, Jingyin raised her head. Her face was covered with tears and her eyes were red. On a hillside in the camp, Itachi and Jishui leaned against each other. Ever since Jishui heard the news of Saitama's death, he has been sitting here, looking in the direction of Yannian. He didn't cry, and didn't show any expression, but the breath all over his body became terrifying. I've been trying my best to catch up with you, and it seems that I can be side by side with you, but you left like this. Shisui looked at the sky, as if Saitama was there. Didn't you say that you want to revive the family? Didn't you say that you want to bring Uchiha back to glory? Shisui muttered to himself. Itachi didn't speak anymore. He knew that Shisui must be more uncomfortable than him. The blood in the eyes flashed past, and Shisui felt his eyes constantly swell and hurt, as if he had used his eyes too much. The dead are gone. The living mourn! Exclamation time is like running water, rushing forward. Chapter 105. Freshman Saitama's death, in the eyes of most people, is so ordinary, they will only regret it, and there will be no more. After all, not a few young people like Saitama died on the battlefield. Saitama is just one of them. People, dead, are useless. Regardless of the comments behind him, in fact, it has nothing to do with this person. Maybe it's just the evidence that he has been here. After many years, those who remember him will also leave this world, and there will be nothing left of him. Fog hidden front. Shizune, have you considered it? Tsunade hugged Shizune, bowed his head and asked. Page 225. Well, it's not interesting to stay here anymore. I decided to go out with Master Tsunade. Jingyan still had red eyes, but the tears on his face had been wiped clean. All right then, we'll leave when the fighting here stabilizes. Tsunade patted Shizune's head. She understood Shizune's discomfort. That unknown wilderness, dozens or hundreds of meters below the ground, is a wide tunnel. No one knows who dug it out, and no one knows where it leads. A drop of water fell on the ground, making a faint sound, waking up a person under the faint light. Where is this? Saitama's mind was very confused. He seemed to have not changed from the previous state, that kind of unspeakable scorching heat. The moment he woke up, he wanted to stand up, and subconsciously touched his waist. However, he couldn't do all of this. He seemed to have only one head left. He can't feel the existence of his own body, hands, feet, or even others. He can't feel and control. After adjusting for a long time, Saitama was finally able to control the movement of his head. So he turned his head to one side with difficulty, and he felt that there was someone over there. Suddenly, Kyu saw a pale figure with a pair of black eyes looking at him with interest. Without being startled, Kyu recognized who it was at a glance. Are you awake? Baiju squatted aside, poked Kyu's shoulder with one hand, seemed curious, and asked immediately. Kyu could see Baiju poking himself, but his body didn't respond at all, as if it wasn't his body. Thinking of this, Kyu noticed that his shoulders became the same as Baiju, pale and bloodless. You're all in a coma. Well, let me count. Well, it's been several days anyway, Baiju said, stretched out his hand to count in the middle of speaking, and finally shook his head helplessly and gave up. Kyu recognized that it was Baiju, but he did not speak, silently feeling the changes in his body. In his line of sight, all the bodies that could be seen were pale and normal skin mixed together, forming a chaotic complexion like a rambunctious dog. Although he could see his legs and arms, he had the idea of moving, but his body was not commanded obediently. Don't bother. You probably can't control your body now. They haven't really merged with your original body, and many nerves and muscles are still in the grinding stage. Baiju saw that Saitama was trying to control his body, so he reminded him. Who are you, and where is this? Reluctantly, Kyu asked Baiju, and now he had to pretend that he didn't know Baiju. After all, Baiju hadn't shown his face in front of the world in this period. Fortunately, even the muscles of his face are difficult for him to control, so there are no unnecessary expressions. Me, I'm Baiju. As for where this is, I don't know. Haha. Baiju leaned close to Saitama's face, staring at Saitama's eyes, and his green algae-colored hair swayed and swayed on his head. Really? Saitama closed his eyes and began to think about his situation. He can be sure that he was rescued, which is inseparable from Uchiha Madara's role in it. Baiju himself would not act without authorization. Ding ding! Exclamation in the darkness. Something came closer, but Saitama, who was unable to move, couldn't see it. Even perception doesn't work now. His mind is very confused and he can't concentrate on perception. Baiju saw the person coming, stood up and walked to the person. Sir, madam. Kyu's spirit was shaken. Knowing that the Lord was coming, he tried his best to look in Madara's direction, but he could only see a vague figure hidden in the darkness. Are you awake? An old voice sounded, obviously speaking to Kyu. Saitama replied, looking at the rock formation above his head. He didn't know what Madara wanted to do, but since Madara saved him, there must be conditions. Something dragged on the ground again, rubbing against the ground and making a sound. The voice slowly approached Saitama, and Madara immediately walked in front of Saitama. Pale long hair, already densely covered with age spots and wrinkled face. An ordinary-looking old man just appeared in Saitama's sight, but Kyu knew that such an old man who seemed to be dying should not be underestimated. Even in his heyday, he might not be the opponent of Madara in his current state. Most of your body has been burned by the fire of Amaterasu. I have supplemented your body with the culture of Beiju and interstitial cells. I hope you can accept it. Madara held a black sickle in his right hand, with no expression on his face, just staring straight at Saitama, who was naked all over. It's the greatest luck to be able to survive. Saitama wanted to smile at the big boss in front of him, but the muscles on his face didn't listen to him at all. That's good. It will take some time to get used to this body. Now you just lie here and get used to it. If you need anything, you can call Beiju. Madara dropped those words and turned around to leave. At this time, Saitama noticed that there were some black pipes connected to Madara's back, and the sickle was used by him as a crutch. Page 226 is Madara's attitude telling me that I just replaced a Baito. Saitama narrowed his eyes, as if thinking of something. Then, you can rest here. I'll see you later. Beiju bent down, put his face in front of Kyu, said something to him, then followed Madara's pace and left here. Only Saitama's breathing and the sound of water dripping in this space seemed very silent, but that's good. It gave Saitama more time and space to think about his next plan. Going back to Konoha is unrealistic, and Saitama is not that stupid. After encountering Danzo this time, let him understand one thing. Trying to make others understand yourself is inefficient! If the strength is strong enough, and then carry out your will, everything will become simple. Saitama in the past always thought about doing his own thing well, supporting the Uchiha family, and then as long as it doesn't let it go on the old path, it can avoid the fate of being exterminated. Saitama has worked hard, and he has always been optimistic about Uchiha's future. He feels that with his joining, Uchiha can flourish again in Konoha and go to glory again. But I didn't expect that the old thief Danzo actually set his mind on him. Sure enough, only when Danzo is dead can Uchiha be at peace. Thinking of this, Kaiyu's killing intent towards Danzo was extremely strong. But after this incident, Saitama's long-standing thoughts were strengthened. Why does he want to cater to others when not others to understand and cater to him? Why does he need to act like a younger brother? He is a traveler who knows the plot well. Why can't he be the leader? Now that he was rescued by Madara, Kyu also fully understood the path he was going to take. Unify the ninja world and implement peace! For a long time, various disputes in the ninja world have been caused by conflicts between villages and countries. As long as there is unity, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Saitama was lying there. His eyes began to show a different light. Danzo killed the past Kyu, and Kyu was born again! A different Kyu appeared in this dark underground, and no one knew what journey Kyu had gone through in his heart. Chapter 106. Kyu didn't know how long it had passed. In this dark place, time seemed to have lost its meaning of existence. Saitama, this is today's food. Do you still need me to feed you? Beiju grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and his green algae-colored hair looked ridiculous. Well, no need. Saitama leaned against the rock wall, catching the mushy food in Baizi's hand with his right hand. The current Saitama is already able to perform simple movements. Although the coherence between each movement cannot reach the original level, he is no longer the useless person who can only move his eyes. Since meeting Uchiha Madara that day, Saitama has not seen Madara for a long time, and only Baizi is the only one he sees every day. In the beginning, Kyu, who was unable to move, had to be fed by Beiju himself even to eat every day, but in the last few days, Kyu has regained some mobility. Okay, Kyu-kun. Beiju didn't care, watched Kyu take the food, and just stood there staring at Kyu. Is there anything else? Kyu was a little puzzled, and his eyes fell on Beiju. Well, this question is a bit presumptuous, but I really want to know. Beiju grinned, showing a curious look. Leaning the bowl against his stomach, Saitama motioned for Baizi to continue. You know, well, I don't eat so I don't need to go to the bathroom, but I've always wondered what it's like to go to the bathroom. Beiju rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. Looking at Baiju's serious expression, Kyu knew that he was not joking. So he put the bowl to his mouth and started to eat, ignoring him. If it weren't for the fact that rolling eyes requires many muscles to work together, which consumes a lot of energy, Kyu would really like to do one to Beiju. Hey, can't you tell me? I really want to know. Beiju was a little unhappy, and squatted directly on the rock beside Saitama, staring at Saitama with both eyes. It's still so bitter, and this color always makes me feel wrong. Kiyu didn't care about Baiju's gaze, and brought the white paste in the bowl closer to Baiju, wanting to compare the difference between the two. Are you sure you really don't go to the toilet? Saitama doubted what he ate every day, and looked at Baiju with both eyes. TCH. Baiju couldn't understand the point of the joke, turned around and left, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Watching Baiju leave, Kiyu began to eat the food in the bowl honestly. Although the appearance is really a bit unacceptable, Saitama knows that this mushy white food can speed up the running in of the new body, and can also provide the body with daily energy needs. Saitama ate very slowly, and it took him nearly half an hour all night. After eating, Saitama put the black rock bowl aside and began to continue to familiarize himself with his body. Amaterasu burned Saitama's original body to pieces, but fortunately, the person who saved him was called Uchiha Madara. Saitama doesn't know how long Madara has been using it. Anyway, his current body still looks good, except that most parts are pale white. There is nothing unusual about it. Page 227. Leaning his back against the rock, ignoring the cold touch of the rock, Saitama quietly looked at the darkness ahead. Saitama, who has just regained his mobility in the past few days, has not walked out of the grotto where he cultivated, and he still does not have the strength to support him to walk. In the darkness over there, Baizu and Madara should be there. Saitama is looking forward to the scene where he will face Madara after he really recovers, but at present, the time is still early. Slowly raising his left hand, Saitama touched the short inch on his head. This is just growing out during this period of time, and the hair that was already gray due to overdrawing vitality has long since disappeared in Amaterasu. The newly grown hair, because it is very short, feels a bit thorny to the touch, but it can bring a different stimulation to Saitama. So in the past few days, when he has nothing to do, he will touch his head a few times to stimulate the nerves in his palms. Bang! Exclamation! A sound of falling down came to Saitama's ear from the darkness. He was not surprised, and looked there normally. Baiju, I'm very surprised why you fall down there every time. Saitama controlled the muscles on his face and said slightly mockingly. If it wasn't for bickering with Baiju every day, or taunting each other a few words, Kiyu felt that he would be driven crazy during this time. TCH. Baiju didn't try to quibble. He knew that as soon as he answered, Kiyu would attack his sore spots again, so he learned his lesson wisely: keep silent. When he came to Kiyu, Baiju showed a complicated look, and said, Can you walk? I don't know, I should try it. Saitama tried to control his legs and found that he could move easily. Then I'll help you stand up and move slowly for a while. Baizu grinned and stretched out his hand to Saitama's shoulder. One more thing has to be said here. Because of Amaterasu, Kiyu didn't wear anything after being rescued, and on the second day after waking up, Kiyu really couldn't bear Baizu's strange eyes. Baiju, who has no gender distinction, is always curious about something, like a problem baby. So Kiyu strongly asked Baiju to find some clothes for him. Of course, although the warm-hearted Baiju couldn't understand Saitama's shame, he was still willing to help Katama. On the same day, Baiju found the necessary clothes for Kiyu. And now, the black robe that Kiyu was wearing was brought by Baiju to put on him before. After all, Saitama at that time had no mobility. Hiss! As soon as he stood up, Saitama's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Baiju supported Kiyu and put his arms around him. The first time I walked, it was like this. Baiju grinned, his fangs gleaming in the faint light, and there was a gloating smile on his face. The next time you comfort someone, can you put your smile away? Kiyu knew that Baiju was just a joke, so he hit him without hesitation. TCH. Baiju turned his head to the side, not intending to talk to Saitama. This is the first time for Kiyu to stand up after being newly born. Although his legs are intact, his strength is not very good, so Kiyu feels his legs are weak as soon as he stands up. But soon Saitama got used to the current legs, put one hand on Baiju's shoulder, and could walk slowly. Don't be too anxious, your body will only be better than before, but there is a process of adapting slowly. Baiju frowned as he watched Kiyu walk, and began to explain to him. Yeah, Saitama nodded. He didn't deny that the new body made of Baiju and Jujian cells was really good, but he still felt a bit alienated at first. How long have I been here? Saitama asked a question he was more concerned about. A few months. I don't know very well. Baiju was stunned. He didn't have any concept of time in his mind. As a product of the sacred tree, time had already been fixed on him. Oh, Saitama strode his legs and walked slowly around the surroundings. Take me to see Madara. Because Baiju would talk about Blade Sama from time to time, so he didn't wonder why Saitama knew about Blade. Okay, I'll take you there, Madara-sama is just looking for you. Baiju showed his fangs and leaned close to Saitama's face, with a strange expression on his face. Holding katana, Baiju slowly walked towards the other side of the darkness. Boom! Exclamation! The two figures fell to the ground, and Saitama's face hit the ground directly, but his expression remained expressionless. He wanted to adjust the balance of his body the moment he fell down, but his movements were too incoherent to have a good effect. As for Baiju, Caillou really didn't understand why he would fall down every time he passed by here too dark. Page 228. Baiju pulled Caillou up calmly. No expression could be seen on his pale face. Maybe he was afraid that he would be mercilessly hit by Saitama if he explained a word. Chapter 107. Uchiha Madara, Madara Lord. Walking in the dark aisle, Saitama and Shirazai chatted nonchalantly. Caillou originally thought that he would be able to get there soon, but he never thought that he walked for nearly 5 minutes before seeing the exit of this road. Naturally, this has something to do with his slow speed. The cold wind was constantly wandering, and Saitama stood at the exit of the tunnel and saw a huge shadow in the front space at a glance, and a thin figure in a black robe sat in the seat under the shadow, motionless, as if blending with the surrounding rocks. Exclamation! Caillou and Baiju walked into this huge space slowly, approaching the figure sitting on the chair. Uchiha Madara has long felt the approach of Saitama and the two, and he slowly opened his eyes until Saitama walked to a position 5 meters in front of him. On the skinny cheeks, age spots are dotted among the layers of folds. His shoulder-length white hair was constantly blown by the cool wind in the empty space. Coming? Uchiha opened his eyes, looking at Katama, who was supported by Baizi. Here we come. Saitama stood still, his body tense, looking at the old man sitting on the stone chair. Although Uchiha Madara has come to the last period of his life, but at this time, he still exudes a strong breath all over his body. With the thoughts in Saitama's heart, it is the air pressure like an abyss. I'm Madara Uchiha. Okay. Saitama nodded without questioning, looking very calm. Madara frowned rarely, looking at the junior in front of him, who was not surprised even seeing his ancestor, who should have died long ago. What a strange junior! Madara smiled on his terrifying face, stood up and walked towards Saitama. After the Battle of the Valley of the End, I have been lingering here. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have persisted until now, Madara said, pointing to the tube inserted in the back with his finger. What do I need to do for you? Saitama cut to the chase, staring at the old man in front of him, who was old but still stood tall. Madara looked at Saitama and approached Saitama again, only 1 step away from Saitama. Do you want to change the status quo in this ninja world? Uchiha Saitama. Madara did not answer directly, but asked Saitama, what do I need to do? Saitama knew Madara's plan, but at this time he still had to act as if he didn't know anything. Collect tailed beasts and revive me, Madara said calmly, staring into Saitama's eyes. Resurrect you? Saitama looked at Madara with puzzled eyes. I should have died a long time ago. If it weren't for the heretic golem, you wouldn't be able to see me. Madara walked back, motioning for Saitama to follow him. In the original position, Saitama could only see a huge shadow, and as Madara approached, he finally saw the full shape of the heretic golem. The heretic golem is the body of the 10 tails, and what Caillou sees now is a human form. At this time, it is closing its 9 eyes tightly, sitting cross-legged, with its hands hanging in front of its chest in a lotus shape. The whole body is the color of dead wood. Of course, as the main body of the sacred tree, it should indeed be this color. Taking a closer look, Caillou could still see nearly 10 ferocious pillar-shaped protrusions behind the golem of the outlaws, like the roots left after the trunk was cut off. Heretic golem, or the body of the 10 tails, sits on a rocky platform, and around it is a bottomless pool of water. The light was very dim, and Saitama couldn't see what was under the pool, but based on his guess, it should be the clone of Shiraju created by Madara with the heterogeneous golem. This is the body of 10 tails. I want you to collect the tailed beasts, but I need you to awaken the 10 tails. Madara turned her back to Saitama, holding the sickle in her right hand, staring at the huge 10-tailed body not far away. No problem. Saitama nodded, with a strange light in his eyes. Madara never considered Saitama's thoughts from the beginning to the end. He believed that Saitama would firmly complete everything he explained. Although I opened the eyes of reincarnation, I only found out how to use the eyes before I died, and summoned this body, so I can only use it to extend my life these years. Collect the tailed beast, revive me, and I will bring ultimate peace to this world. As for you, you can also get what you need and lead the Uchiha family to glory and light. When Madara said these words, he was very emotional, and the skin on his face, like old bark, couldn't help but tangle up, making him even uglier. What do I need to do? Saitama signaled by Z to let go of his shoulders, walked independently, and approached Madara. I will tell you the specifics later. In the next time, you need to really master this body, and then I will teach you the yin-yang escape technique and the 6 paths technique. Only by mastering these can you deal with and control the tailed beast, and then you can complete the task I entrusted to you. Madara glanced at Saitama blankly, then walked towards the stone chair. Leaning the sickle aside, he sat on it and stopped talking. Page 229. Kyu knew that his current task was to adjust to his new body as soon as possible, so he didn't ask much, and stretched out a hand, signaling Baiju to go over to help him, and then left the grotto. The incoordination of the body was like a thorn stuck in Saitama's throat. He didn't say it, but he always cared about it in his heart. After talking with Uchiha Madara, Saitama began various restorative training in the next time. The first step is to start walking independently. Saitama was wrapped in a black robe of the same style as Uchiha Madara, and kept his balance with his hands on his sides. Yes, that's it. Baiju sat on the stone bed where Saitama was resting. His legs were dangling in the air due to the lack of height, and he praised Katama, who was training in walking from time to time. With black tic-tac-toe written all over his forehead, Saitama kept suppressing the irritable emotions in his heart. Shut up! In the end, Kyu still couldn't hold back and yelled at Baiju, and Baiju's swaying legs paused for a second when Saitama's voice sounded, and then swayed again, but he stopped encouraging Saitama. TCH, Baiju grinned and made an unintelligible sound. Without Baizu's voice, that seemed to be encouraging the children, Kyu continued his recovery training. This is already the 3rd day of his walking practice. Although his legs are still not as flexible as before, he is able to walk independently. The recovery training of both hands is also going on, and they are running in very quickly. Except that the strength is not as strong as before, other aspects have returned to normal levels. In the dark underground, regaining control of the body has become Saitama's only daily routine, and the other daily routine is bickering with the chatty Baizu. In the space here, Saitama has not seen the black hand behind the entire ninja world Kuros, so there are only Baze and Madara here. Naturally, it is impossible for Madara to chat with Katama. Apart from giving Saitama some knowledge about yin-yang done every day, he just sits on that chair at other times, like a fossil, motionless. Time passed quickly. Kyu's recovery training continued to deepen, and his control over his body slowly returned to his own hands. The strength of the cells between the columns is deeply impressive in the memory of the previous life, and Saitama can feel the activity of the cells all over the body is very strong. I don't know the reason, but Saitama's body does not have any rejection of the intercolumnar cells, which can be said to be a perfect fit. On this day, Kyu was still doing various body movements there. Baiju walked through the darkness and came to Kyu. Master Madara calls you over. Chapter 108 Yin-Yang Escape and 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Kyu stopped what he was doing suspiciously. He has already familiarized himself with his body, and the running-in period is almost over. Usually, Uchiha Madara would call Saitama over after finishing his training, and give explanations about yin-yang escape and 6 paths. Why are you here so soon? Toddy with doubts. Kyu didn't think too much, followed Baiju, and walked over there. The feeling of his feet firmly on the ground makes Saitama very comfortable, which is his deepest feeling recently. During this period of time, he has adapted to the darkness here, so his steps are very steady when he walks, unlike Baiju next to him, who is stirred by raised stones from time to time. Is it true that single-celled organisms are like that? Kyu didn't irritate Baiju, and walked with peace of mind. Soon, he arrived at the grotto with a huge space. Uchiha Madara was still sitting on that chair, wearing a black robe, with the hem dragging under the stone chair, and a sickle leaning against him, very much like the Western god of death in Saitama's previous life memory. Without speaking, Saitama stepped up to Madara, where there was a stool like a tree stump. Baiju stood behind Kyu, with neither sad nor happy expression on his face, and kept stroking the green algae-colored messy hair on his head with his hands. He doesn't care what Saitama and Madara want to talk about. Anyway, he just needs to do what Madara told him to do slowly. It's time, Uchiha Saitama. Madara looked at Saitama, his eyes began to change, and soon, 3 Goyu appeared in his eyes. During this period of time, he has slowly conveyed to Saitama the key points he has mastered about yin-yang done and the art of 6 paths. It is only a matter of time before Saitama, who has interpillar cells in his body, can slowly master all escapism techniques. Saitama stared at Madara's recently thinner face, the dead tree-like skin on it, as if fake, was tightly attached to the bone. Although there is a heterogeneous golem, Uchiha Madara's time is almost here. Saitama didn't speak, waiting for Madara to continue. My time is over, and the rest is up to you. Madara sat on the chair, slowly raised his right hand, and chakra began to fluctuate in his palm. A trace of black paste began to emerge from the space in his hand, and it turned into a black figure in an instant. Saitama narrowed his eyes and recognized that it was Kuro's, but he quickly calmed down his surprise and continued to stare at Uchiha Madara. This is the incarnation of my will, created by me with the yin-yang done. You can call it Haiju. Madara seemed a little interested, but still explained to Saitama. Hello, Uchiha Saitama, I am Kuro's. Haiju stood on Madara's right, showing a mouthful of fangs. Yeah, Saitama nodded, set his eyes on Madara, and waited for Madara to continue to explain. It will assist you in completing your future plans, and it can be regarded as supervising you. Page 230. There was a smile on Madara's slightly ugly face. Saitama didn't care about what Madara said, and quietly listened to what Madara had to say. Then, I look forward to seeing you next time, Saitama. Madara reached behind his back with one hand, pulled out the tube inserted in it, and then leaned against the back of the chair. Saitama and Ju just watched Madara quietly. This man, who was once famous in the entire ninja world, is slowly dying in such a place that no one knows. Soon, Uchiha Madara, who lost the energy supplied by the heterogeneous golem, closed his eyes tightly and lost his breath. Baizi smiled, patted Saitama's shoulder with his hand, and walked towards Madara. Uchiha Madara had explained to him how to dispose of his body before, so he needed to carry out Madara's order. Kyu shifted his gaze and looked at Haiju. His eyes were calm. Uchiha Saitama, take care of me in the future, for Madara's plan. Haiji stared at Saitama and grinned, but Saitama couldn't feel sincerity at all. You who have fused the cells between the pillars are now able to use the yin-yang dungeon, and you are also qualified to barely use the golem of the outer way. Haiju looked at Kyu and said slowly, what are you going to do next? Saitama asked Haiji. He wanted to hear Haiji's thoughts. Next, you should first master yin-yang dun and the art of 6 paths. Only after mastering these can you be qualified to go out and carry out Madara's plan. After Haiju finished speaking, he slowly merged into the ground and disappeared. Kyu looked around, saw the huge shadow in front of his eyes, pursed his mouth, and turned to leave as well. He knows Haiju's plan, but it's not the time to reveal this. He still needs time to develop, and he is definitely useful. Saitama, how are you feeling? Setsu sat on Saitama's stone bed. His white side said, not long ago, when Saitama saw Baizi again, he found that it had merged with Haiji. Kyu didn't care, and treated it normally. After all, he knew in his memory that the two could be fused together, and Haiju, who shares the same body with Baiju, usually doesn't talk much, and always closes his eye, as if he is resting. Uchiha Madara's death has been a long time ago, and Saitama doesn't know how long it has passed. Anyway, his hair can be tied into a ponytail behind his head. During this period of time, Saitama has not been abandoned, and is gradually becoming familiar with the yin-yang escape technique and the technique of the 6 paths. Although he doesn't have the eyes of reincarnation, but because of the cells between the pillars in his body and his own Uchiha blood, he can quickly master yin-dan and yang-dan. Yang-dan represents physical power, yin-dan represents spiritual power. It's almost there. Saitama looked at the palm, where a sapling-like thing was growing outward from the palm, and it turned into a thick tree in a blink of an eye. Wow, you are such a genius. Baiju stood up abruptly, looking at the wood escape that Saitama had cast. The last time I saw Saitama using it, it couldn't be so smooth. As long as Saitama increases his chakra and wants to make wood done thicker, the ninjutsu will collapse instantly. It's only been a while, and Saitama seems to have mastered the skill of using wooden done. Snapped exclamation. Saitama took away chakra, guided the tree in his hand and placed it on a rock beside him. Should we be able to go out now? Baiju approached Kyu and asked tentatively. Although he can go out at any time, Saitama decided to go out after mastering the evasion that he had just come into contact with. So during this period, although Baiju would split off to collect information, the main body remained by Saitama's side. Clean up and get ready to go out. Saitama nodded. He had almost grasped the newly acquired ability, so it was time to start acting. Do you have a weapon? Saitama used a knife before, but that knife had been lost in the previous battle, so he wanted to find another handy one. Hamadara-sama has a weapon arsenal. Go and see. Baiju tilted his head and thought for a while. At this moment, he is in control of his body, so he can do some sand sculpture movements as he likes. Yeah, Saitama nodded and walked outside the cave. In the end, Saitama didn't find a weapon that suited him. Although Madara's collection is good, there is nothing suitable for him. After all, he was not used to playing with fans and scythes, and he was even less interested in other weapons that looked weirder. Following behind Ju, Saitama and Ju and his party were advancing in the dark tunnel, and they were walking outside. The tunnel is very long and complicated. If there is no Bai-Z, it will take a long time for Caillou to come out. Both of them were wearing black robes. The robes fit well, and there was also a hat, which gave them a different style after wearing them. Of course, Saitama doesn't care about that. He just has no other choice. A dazzling light appeared ahead, and the exit had arrived. Saitama, who didn't know how long he hadn't seen the real sunlight, quickened his pace, and soon stood at the exit of the passage. The dazzling sunlight hit Saitama's body, and for a moment, he closed his eyes uncomfortably. It was very warm. This was the first feeling Saitama felt after closing his eyes. He no longer knew how long he had been underground, and he missed the life on the ground very much. Page 231. The exit is halfway up a cliff, very hidden, surrounded by dense bushes, which firmly cover the entrance of the cave. Where are we going next? Saitama had plans in mind, but he wanted to think about other people's thoughts every day, so he asked absolutely. Of course, what he was asking was not Baiju, but Haiju, who didn't speak much and remained silent all the time. Baiju was also very sensible, knowing that Saitama couldn't be asking him, so he kept silent and waited for Haiju to answer. Haiju opened his eyes, and Kiyu could feel a gaze falling on him. Let's go to the land of rain first, Haiju said hoarsely, spitting out words. Yes, Saitama knows that the key to collecting tailed beasts is the Samsara Eye, and the Samsara Eye is currently on Uzumaki Nagoto, and Nagoto is in the land of rain. Madara's eyes of reincarnation are on other people. Bai-Z told Kiyu a long time ago, and Kiyu himself knew it. Chapter 109. The Kingdom of Rain. The country of rain, a country between the three forces, would have disappeared from the map of the ninja world long ago if it didn't have the meaning of its existence. The significance of the existence of the Kingdom of Rain is to allow the three parties to buffer, rather than directly fighting among the three parties. These three forces are Cheyenne Village, Yanian Village and Mayayan Village. There are many meanings for the existence of small countries, but the most important one is to act as a buffer for big countries, so that although big countries have conflicts, they will not directly confront each other. Of course, if the contradictions between big countries are really too big to be solved, the small countries caught in the middle will also lose their buffering effect. Then they have only one role left, to become the battlefield of great powers. This is the case with the land of rain. It was once reduced to the battlefield of a great power. If it hadn't been for a powerful Hanzo who can be called a demigod, who struggled to maintain order in the country, this country, that has been in war all year round, would have been destroyed long ago. Disappear. The name of the land of rain is not random. As a country with a lot of rainfall all year round, it rains on 2 out of 3 days, and the rest of the day is in a cloudy and rainy atmosphere. As a half-human and half-god, at this time Hanzo gradually lost his absolute dominance over the land of rain or hidden rain village. In recent years, an organization called Akatsuki has emerged in the land of rain. Its leader is an unknown young man named Yahiko. In a short period of time, a storm called revolution blew up in the land of rain, a war between the young forces and the conservative faction. Of course, Yahiko, who was young at that time, was naturally no match for the scheming Hanzo. Together with Danzo, Hanzo cleaned up this restless force and let it disappear from his sight. Even the leader of that organization, Yahiko, fell in the hands of Hanzo. And it was also in that action that Hanzo saw the legendary eye, which left an indelible impression on him, but fortunately he managed to escape in the end. The cleansing activities are over, and the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, is dealt with by Hanzo with dishonorable means. Since then, Hanzo seems to be the only voice left in the land of rain. Hanzo returned to that era of dictatorship, and the good times didn't last long. Akatsuki has not been wiped out. Although it has disappeared in the Kingdom of Rain, it is still taking root in the dark. In the land of rain, Hanzo, who was known as the half-god in the war and disputes, rescued it. Many people thought that this would be a counterattack for their country, but the result was disappointing. Hanzo did not lead the land of rain to glory and victory. Compromise, seeking peace, these are a series of actions Hanzo made after he became the savior of the rain country. Although these measures are sensible, they are the ones that best give the country of rain the time to recuperate, and are most in line with the current national conditions of the country of rain. But many young people don't think so. They, as a generation who grew up in the war-torn era of the Land of Rain, have always had a grand ideal: reverse the status of the Kingdom of Rain in the ninja world. This is a lofty and unrealistic goal, but it seems to take root and is firmly engraved in some people's hearts. Although these young people were disappointed with Hanzo, they did not take concrete actions, because although they had hazy ideas, they did not have a complete plan and direction. Until Zio appeared! All this has changed. Yahiko, a young boy full of ideals, tries to use communication between people to build peace. Hope is always good, he thought Hanzo would agree with him. Little did they know that Hanzo was close to him on the surface, but secretly connected with Konoha's Danzo. Hanzo believes that the current national conditions of the Rain country cannot implement Yahiko's ideals, and Yahiko's ideas will only cause the country to become unstable again. In order to get rid of this unstable factor, Hanzo agreed to Danzo's request and launched a series of actions against Yahiko. In the end, Hanzo also got the result he wanted. Yahiko, death! The Land of Rain has regained its tranquility, and Hidden Rain Village has once again returned to Hanzo's control. The process is not important. Hanzo only wants to maintain the real peace of the Land of Rain, no matter what means. He is willing to use it, even if it is some dirty and shameful means. Yahiko's death caused Nagato's growth. With the eyes of reincarnation, Nagato has infinite possibilities. When Yahiko died in front of Nagato, he was stimulated and was able to use the ability of reincarnation eyes to push Hanzo back. Page 232. And Yahiko's death also awakened Nagato, who had always been cowardly, or blackened him. Yahiko is dead, and the Akatsuki organization seems to have disappeared under Hanzo's influence. But Nagato never gave up the idea of bringing peace to the entire ninja world, and even Yahiko's death strengthened his idea again. Let the world feel pain, and finally breed peace. This is what Nagato obtained after Yahiko's death. Yahiko's death made Akatsuki's work go underground, and gave Nagato more time to master the eyes of reincarnation. And just recently, Zio has made a comeback again, and it is magnificent. With Hanzo's unstoppable momentum, Nagato's Akatsuki destroyed all the foundations of Hanzo step by step. And now, the struggle between Akatsuki and Hanzo has entered the final stage. Zio's first failure did not make the young man lose confidence, and Hanzo's series of measures against them made them feel the weight of the mission on their shoulders, and also intensified their revolutionary thoughts. Under the leadership of the new leader Nagato, Akatsuki secretly accumulated enough power to launch a revolution against Hanzo again. For those young people who are willing to join the organization, their behavior is to save the country of Rain that is gradually going to the abyss. As for Nagato, this action is his first step towards peace, and also his first step towards revenge for Yahiko. This is a valley, a wide valley. History is always such an amazing acquaintance. Yahiko's death happened near this valley, but this time, the situation is reversed and the plot is different. Last time, it was Yahiko and Nagato who were cornered by Hanzo, but this time, it was Hanzo who was cornered by Nagato and Konan. In the valley of New-Da, corpses were strewn all over the place. Those of Yu-Ren, those of Zio Tissue, incomplete and broken, all scattered everywhere like broken sacks. This is the last battle between Hanzo and Nagato, and it is also a battle that will determine the future of Hidden Rain Village or the Land of Rain. Hanzo, once a demigod, the only man who dared to add a god to his title after Senshujujian. Nagato, who possesses the legendary eye of a sage, is a man determined to bring peace to the entire ninja world. It would have been a good duel, but the gap between the two sides was too obvious. Hanzo is no longer the Hanzo called God, and Nagato is no longer the boy who can only cowardly hide behind Yahiko. The old Hanzo's strength has declined sharply. Although he still has good combat power, he is no longer the opponent of Nagato, who is gradually reaching the peak. At this time, Hanzo had already been rubbed on the ground. Stepping on the psychic beast, Hanzo looked at Nagato not far away. Although Nagato's feet are slightly inconvenient now, he can still perform simple actions, and he is not the disabled who can only rely on machinery in later generations. The reason why he can't act is because the consumption of the Eye of Reincarnation is too great. The Eye of Reincarnation can bring Nagato a powerful increase in strength, and it will also take away Nagato's lifespan and vitality. The really skinny Nagato in the later generations is a true portrayal of excessive use of reincarnation eyes. Hanzo, the dark clouds over the Land of Rain are finally about to disperse. At this moment, do you have anything else to say? Nagato stood tens of meters in front of Hanzo. His voice pierced through the air and reached Hanzo's dejected expression. Beside Nagato, Yahiko stood upright, with a pair of mysterious eyes in his eyes. Round and round of wonderful lines are densely covered in Yahiko's eyes, forming that pair of incomparably powerful eyes. Seeing Yahiko, who had died a long time ago, standing in front of him again, and still possessing those legendary eyes, Hanzo Fury's calm heart was filled with turmoil. You have won. The future of the Kingdom of Rain is already in your hands. Hanzo glanced down at the faintly breathing psychic beast, and the blood in his mouth slowly dripped down the gap of the respirator. He is already at the end of his strength, although there are still some ways to hurt the enemy 1,000 and hurt himself 800, but under the gaze of those eyes, Hanzo knew it was just a waste of time. Pursing his lips, Hanzo showed a wry smile on his face under the breathing mask. Chapter 110 The Death of Hanzo. Hanzo knew that he would not be able to leave today no matter what. Under the eyes of those immortals, all ninja methods are futile, especially since he is no longer at his peak. His body has begun to age with age, and his combat power is no longer. As Hanzo's psychic beast, Sanshoyu has done his best. Hanzo is known as a demigod, and half of the credit goes to the salamander. Poison and a wide range of radiation are the biggest means of the salamander, which is also a means that ordinary ninjas cannot compete with. But when this method met Yahiko, who was made by Nagato as one of the 6 paths, Hanzo, who was already powerless, was cut in half again. Page 233. Ho-ho. Hanzo's rapid breathing came from the air mask. In Yuin village, the fall of an old god represents the birth of a new god. Nagato stretched out his hands. Circles of chakra fluctuations floated around him, and he also slowly soared into the air. And I will ascend to the altar. I will pull the Kingdom of Rain out of the mud from which I cannot get out, and give them back the pain that the big country once imposed on the small country. At this time, Nagato had already floated 10 meters above the ground and began to look down on the battlefield. Ending your rule is our first step in saying no to the world. Hanzo, you used to be our role model, but now you are gradually corrupted, and you don't have the energy to lead the Kingdom of Rain to prosperity. Pain will breed peace. Nagato raised his right hand, facing Hanzo, and the chakra all over his body began to flow. Wongsan Chenian. A deep voice came out of Nagato's mouth, and the orange hair fluttered wantonly in the air with the wind. Damn! The moment Nagato finished speaking, Hanzo felt an irresistible force pulling him, slowly pulling him towards Nagato in the air. Twish! Exclamation. Hanzo flew towards Nagato, with helplessness in his exposed eyes. He has already experienced this move in previous battles. In contrast to this move, there is another move that can bounce back everything, including ninjutsu. Bark! Exclamation. Hanzo's eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spit out from the mouth under the mask, slowly dripping down the lower corner of the mask. Hanzo was suspended in the air, a black stick piercing his heart. The stick was inserted from his chest and then out from his back, and the crimson blood flowed down